Rising Shadows, Insurrection Series, Book 2, written by A. E. King, narrated by Christy Corin. Prologue. Khabarovsk, pre-war Russia. Sergei Mikhailovich spotted the unruly red hair at the bar and scowled with a grimace that reached to the very corners of his soul. Larissa Petrovna had followed him here. She'd been his dear friend since their university days, nearly 30 years of camaraderie, and now they were practically strangers. She was the last person he wanted to talk to, but he wasn't in the business of making enemies. Then again, he shouldn't be in the business of making half of the things he was making these days. He didn't know why she was here, but he knew no good could come from it. "Uncle?" Yelena looked up at Sergei from her gaming device, a small miracle in itself. At 14, she had outgrown her interest in trips with her uncle, full of Russian history and fishing in the countryside. He sighed. These trips were about more than history and fishing. He needed Yelena to remember the people and places she saw, for there might come a time when the fate of the Russian people rested upon Yelena remembering what her uncle showed her but couldn't tell her. The current government had lost all semblance of its short-lived democracy. A dictator now ruthlessly stripped away all of their hard-earned freedoms. Sergei, along with a small group of loyalists within the government, had been watching and working in secret for years. He prayed they would never need to step in, since the opposition was far more prepared than his little band, but that seemed increasingly unlikely. If he failed, the next generation would pay the price. He took comfort knowing that if something happened to him, the person he loved most, Yelena, would be able to unlock his secrets. "Uncle!" Yelena tapped her hand on his, exasperated.
"Da?"
He pulled his eyes off the woman at the bar and looked at his niece. "Stop staring at that lady. You're married and old. It's gross."
"Excuse me," he huffed. "Be respectful."
Yelena rolled her eyes and turned back to her device. "Besides, Yana is much prettier." Sergei felt the unique blend of longing, guilt, and love that always accompanied thoughts of his much younger wife. Life had hardened Yana in many ways, yet to him she remained sweet and spontaneous. Some criticized him for turning a blind eye to the carousing she got up to when he was away, but he didn't mind. Sergei had always been easily lost in his research and was more comfortable in a lab than with people, so their unconventional marriage suited both of them.
"She looks like someone from work,"
Sergei lied. "Well, are you going to say hi?" Yelena spoke directly to her video game. He tried not to be offended at her not-so-subtle invitation to get lost.
"I'm going to eat dinner with you."
Sergei poked Yelena in the ribs, and she gave him a giggle, a brief reminder that the little niece who used to adore him and love these trips wasn't gone entirely.
"Here comes our dinner."
He gestured to the waiter approaching with 2 plates. Yelena sat up straighter, replacing her childlike smile with a sophisticated, flirty look. She leaned forward and thanked him as he set the plates down.
"Can I get you anything else?"
the young man asked, his eyes locking with Yelena's. She blushed and looked away.
"No."
Sergei dismissed him quickly. That boy was at least 17. Yelena was reaching for something beyond her years, and it wouldn't be long before she learned to control her blush, hold a man's gaze, and bend him to her will. She wasn't ready for it. Not yet. It wasn't her fault. She was figuring out how to get the male attention she was missing from a father figure. When Yelena had lost her parents, he'd found a good adoptive mother, but he was an absentee stand-in. It had been the same for his wife. Yana had sought love and power before she knew what to do with it, and she replaced her father by marrying a man old enough to be him. Fortunately, they were good together, and Yana seemed content, but he didn't want that risky path for Yelena. Still, he had to limit her circle for her own protection. The government had a long and unforgiving memory, and if anyone learned who she was, who her parents were, or where she lived, she would simply disappear. But she didn't know any of this, or the price she paid.
Chort.
Larissa's appearance here tonight could be a disaster. No one but Yana knew about Yelena, and it needed to stay that way. He fixated on the back of Larissa's head. She ignored him, giving no indication that she knew he was there. Sergei hurried through his meal and requested the check. Once he had his wallet out to pay, he handed Yelena a stack of rubles.
Why don't you do some shopping in the square? You've humored me enough with all this fish and history.
Her face brightened. Are you coming? He waved a dismissive hand.
What would I do in the shops? Try to buy you dolls when you want makeup. You go. I'll meet you back at the room in an hour, and you can show me what you bought.
She gave Sergei a kiss on the cheek and stood as the waiter arrived to settle the bill. Yelena walked away, swaying her hips to draw the young man's attention to her short skirt. She turned and smiled at him just before disappearing from view. Sergei shoved the money into the waiter's hand and took a deep breath, massaging his temple. He was not cut out to be a father, even just a few days a year. Sergei stood and walked to the bar, sitting down next to Larissa Petrovna. She wore a black sweater and slacks, and her frizzy curls resembled the jumble of brilliant ideas always trying to escape from her head. She didn't take her eyes off of the glass in front of her.
They're getting younger. That one didn't even look 18.
He waved to the bartender.
Cranberry vodka.
Then he turned to Larissa.
Why are you following me?
You won't take my calls. You won't meet for lunch. What other choice do I have? She shifted in her seat, eyeing him as she waited for the bartender to deliver Sergei's drink and move away. Larissa lowered her voice.
I suspect I know what you've been developing. You can do what no one else can. Rossiya needs you.
He sipped his drink and turned to face Larissa.
You mean the Mieczyszniki need me?
He barely whispered the name.
They are the only ones who care about this country. No.
He shook his head.
They're the only ones rash enough to reclaim it by any means necessary.
Sergei, please. I'm asking only that you come meet with them. The way she softly said his name, reminiscent of their deep conversations at university, had to be deliberate. He cocked an eyebrow to remind her that he'd already met with them, at her request, no less. Larissa sighed in resignation.
Things are moving quickly. You need their protection. No one high up in the current government will be safe.
His pulse quickened.
We both know I have no political power.
You have the power to make this revolution move swiftly and smoothly, and they are frustrated with your stubbornness. Please, Sergei, I don't want to see you hurt. A pit opened in his stomach and swallowed his dreams. So it would happen soon. He wanted to see the government gone, but not like this. Sergei gripped his glass.
Their means and methods will have grave consequences.
She wouldn't listen. Revolution blazed in her golden eyes. He'd shared the spark when they were too young to be anything other than idealistic. Now her ambition was an inferno, hot and destructive. You mean my methods? She demanded.
We're going to lose everything,
he hissed.
Not even you can stop what you've set in motion.
He stood. Staying would destroy what fragile strands remained of their friendship, and like it or not, he couldn't afford to let that happen. She grasped his jacket. When did I become your enemy? Sergei shook free of her grasp and smiled.
I'm not in the business of making enemies.
Chapter 1. Adin. Uvatsky District, Novaya Rossiya, Mieczyszniki Base. I hold my breath like Mama taught me. Be brave, my little love. It will all be over soon, she used to say. Does that advice even apply now? So much of what she told me has prepared me for nothing, and so much of what she withheld has failed to accomplish anything. Did my mother once enter this dilapidated barn and watch the ground open as she descended into this underground bunker? Did she sit in this shabby room with the mismatched sofas they call the command center? The couches look like they could be old enough, and they don't build my confidence. What kind of rebellion can't even afford matching couches? Sasha looks grim. One arm clasps the other, and I can't help but stare at the stump that ends just below his elbow, the piece of him that was sacrificed when he and Dima faked his death and coordinated his escape to the Mieczyszniki. I try to catch his eye, but he is fixated on the door. The giant man with the wide grin and playful eyes re-enters the room. He is one of the men I recognized from the failed bomb transfer, the one that tried to safeguard me when the shooting broke out. Gratefully, he hasn't mentioned my part in the debacle. I'd appreciate it more if I weren't so worried about the impending tribunal.
Meeting's been called. The assembly will be here shortly. They're not happy,
he announces as though he's stating what he ate for lunch.
I didn't expect they would be.
Sasha turns to Dima and Gosha, whose hands are tied behind their backs. Both of them are still bloody from the injuries they sustained as we battled and took down the Dragovich crime family. It seems impossible that it all happened less than 24 hours ago. My head is reeling with all of the new information. We survived the attack. Kostya and the leaders in his family did not. One crime family down in the Organizatsaya, 6 more to go. My brother, who I thought was dead, is not. My fiancé, who I thought killed my brother, did not. It feels as though the Earth herself has turned course and decided to alter her axis. Yet nothing has really changed. My father is still in power. Andrei Stepanovich is still pulling the strings. We are still kilometers away from creating a safe Novaya Rossiya, and now my 2 allies, Dima and Gosha, are about to be tried by a group of rebels, a group that was bent on killing Dima the last time we met. I take a deep breath, trying to organize each piece of information like a pile of papers on a desk, filing away the pieces I can't do anything about so I might focus on the ones I can. Sasha continues.
State facts, not opinions. Don't try to cover up your past crimes. It will only increase their anger. This meeting determines whether you will leave breathing or in a box.
He gives Dima a warning look, and Dima responds with a single nod. An unseen hand grips my heart, stopping it from pumping courage through my veins. It's a good thing I'm sitting because my knees wobble in revolt. He can't leave without me, I clamor. Where would he go? You know Father would kill him if he returns alone.
It's not safe for him to stay,
Sasha says in a hard, unfamiliar voice. He's not going to hurt anyone. He's on our side, I insist, but I don't feel the confidence I should. Dima has hurt a lot of people, including me, and based on the coldness Sasha directs toward his once best friend and brother, I suspect Dima has injured him as well. I glance at Dima, pleading for him to join me in this argument, to absolve himself of this charge. He simply studies me as though he's already saying goodbye, and it threatens to open all the old wounds. Haven't I been wounded enough for today? I don't know if I can take any more. Sasha places his hand on my shoulder.
It's not safe for him if he stays here. Most people here have lost family and close friends at Dmitri's hand.
Sasha's jaw is tight. I try to find my brother buried underneath this controlled leader. He's not the smiling, carefree boy I grew up with, the one who pestered me until I cried on a regular basis and then made me laugh until my sides were sore. He's not even the moody, angry at the world teen he was after Mama died. He is deliberate, detached even. He is a stranger who looks like my brother.
Let's check your bandages, Kiska,
the giant man offers with a wink. I'm not your kitten. I pull my arm back and wince in pain.
She doesn't need one of your stupid nicknames, Artyom.
Sasha rolls his eyes.
Everyone needs one of my nicknames. It's kind of like a welcome to the team thing.
He smiles at me, clearly pleased with himself.
The ghost was my idea. What's my nickname?
Dima glares at him.
Oh, we've been calling you Psycho for years, although that one's not so much of a welcome.
Well, I hate the name, I tell him as he gently takes my arm out of the sling. I look at the ceiling as he removes the gauze that is likely crimson and dripping with my blood. Earlier, I made the mistake of looking down while this giant dug the bullet out of my arm during the hasty escape to the Mieczyszniki base. I nearly threw up in the car. Maybe I really don't have the stomach for this. Unbidden, my mind fills with the sound of the explosion and the screams from the Dragovich complex that I didn't actually hear but can't seem to stop from echoing through my mind. I shudder and force myself to breathe and focus.
You haven't given the name a chance.
Artyom wraps the new gauze around my arm. He continues, attempting to distract me.
It's perfect. You've clearly got 9 lives. Plus, a kitten might look cute and cuddly, but it's only a ruse. She won't be tamed. She'll claw your face off if you do her harm. The kitten is one of the fiercest creatures in nature. Shut up, Artyom, they're coming,
Sasha orders and moves to his position at the head of the room. Artyom drops his voice to a whisper in my ear.
These people loved your mother. Use that. Say whatever it takes to get what you want.
Get what I want? The idea is laughable. When have I ever gotten what I want? I'm just trying to stay focused in the midst of this madness. The door opens and the first assembly member walks in. He's short, slender, and has the demeanor of an accountant with his calm, calculating glance. He surveys Dima, scans Gosha, then gives me a little nod as he moves to the back of the room.
I call him Boyets,
Artyom mutters. He doesn't look like a fighter, I murmur back.
Maybe not, but he always wins,
Artyom answers. I scan the next pair coming in. The woman I met in a salon who gave me my test and the emerald necklace pushes an ancient-looking woman with a mess of white curls in a wheelchair. The salon woman looks stern. Was she that stern last time we met? I make eye contact with the two women and offer a half-hearted smile. The old woman's eyes are sharp. Maybe I'm imagining it, but she doesn't look happy to see me at all. As the Mieczyszniki continue to file in, it's becoming more and more apparent that they are already of one mind, and it's not friendly. I can already see them pronouncing Dmitri's death sentence. The words are spoken in every glare, every tightly pursed lip, every pained expression. He is their monster. But I cannot let them destroy him.
We call that one Einstein.
Artyom nods toward the ancient woman. I suspect he senses my distress and is attempting to ease it. I wish he would just be silent. It's Dima and Sasha I want by my side, not this stranger. The three of us are like a length of fabric torn apart, our edges frayed with time. Can we ever stitch ourselves back together? The room fills, the members take their seats, and I make a bold decision. I stand, taking deep breaths to manage the pain. My entire body screams in protest as I leave behind the chair they have placed in the corner, out of the way. I take my place beside Sasha. I refuse to cower on the sidelines when so many lives are on the line. Sasha looks from me to the chair, indicating I should go back. I shake my head almost imperceptibly and rub my good hand against the injured one, reminding Dima that I am still with him. War is coming, whether any of us wants it or not, and I won't be a spectator. I worked too hard to get in this room. I know what I want, to see the crime and corruption swept out of our country like rats expelled from the barn. I will choose my role in this revolution and preserve Dima's life. They're both reasonable desires, so why do I fear that one will come at the expense of the other? Chapter 2. Dva. My science tutor once showed me a demonstration of sand and sound waves. Every time you increase the frequency on the sound plate, the sand scatters into chaos. Moments later, it forms a specific pattern more intricate than the last. The Mieczyszniki move like that sand. They argue passionately, but when it's time to move forward, they get in line. It's admirable, except for the fact that every time they move into their next pattern, it looks less and less favorable for Dmitri. Dmitri practically growls in frustration.
Vladimir is in a precarious position. This is the time to strike, and you can't do it without me. The Organizatsiya is close to turning on him, and when he falls, the council falls.
Then let them turn on each other. A crusty old man stands and shakes his fist. I remembered the strength of his grip around my arm at the failed bomb transfer. I wasn't sure I liked him then. Now I'm convinced of my dislike.
Hear, hear,
someone agrees. Dmitri continues.
Then who is your next leader? Andrei Stepanovich? Or another one of his lackeys? Even if they decide to let Vladimir stay in office, I doubt he can last more than 10 or 15 years. The people will rise up. Or he'll get himself killed when he overreaches. But he's not our biggest problem. The longer we wait, the stronger the Organizatsiya gets, and I for one don't want to see who they choose next.
Dima is right about all of it, except for one thing. My father doesn't have 10 years, and they don't need to worry about the next leader. My father has already decided that it will be me. But I hold my information and listen, trying to ascertain the power dynamics in this group. I know that choosing the right timing is as important as choosing the right words. The grumpy old man cuts him off.
Get to the part where we start this revolution you've been blabbering about.
If they start fighting each other, Vladimir won't be able to control them,
Dima responds.
Andrei's reach is strong when they're peaceful, but their loyalties are to their families first, Organizatsiya second, and Novaya Rossiya is a distant third. First, we'll work to create distrust and discord between the families. Then we'll take out the Organizatsiya. Vladimir comes last,
he ends. Like the cherry on top, my father is offered up like the reward for a good day's work, and it stirs a myriad of conflicting emotions within me. Relief, sorrow, but also a strange sense of wounded pride that they think my father will be so easily discarded. They clearly don't understand him. Maybe I don't even understand him.
Young man, if we had the means to take them out, we wouldn't be here in hiding, says the old woman.
We delivered you a powerful weapon. What have you learned about it?
Dima asks.
Enough to use it, not enough to reproduce it,
Sasha admits.
The bomb is definitely using nuclear regeneration, as we suspected. Sergei Mikhailovich found a way to keep the radiation from leaking or decaying. It's subterranean. When launched, it will burrow below the ground and detonate within a contained area. It's powerful, but one bomb won't win a war.
There must be someone who could replicate the technology. The youngest member of the council speaks up. She has jet black hair cut angled against her chin and bright red lipstick that I can't seem to look away from. I don't think she would even reach my shoulder in height, but her size doesn't make her any less intimidating. A dragon tattoo peeks out of her shirt and glides across her collarbone like a warning.
I'm sure there is,
Dima says.
But the Organizatsiya recruits anyone who shows promise in the field. No one is allowed to refuse, and the retribution for disloyalty makes execution look merciful.
We don't need your reminders about retribution and disloyalty, Dmitri.
The woman I met in the salon is perfectly controlled in her posture, but the quaver in her voice betrays her calm. Dima is contrite for once.
Natasha Bolinovskaya, you may not need my reminders, but you need my plan and my information.
She gasps in shock. You know my name?
I know most of your names and most of your assignments.
An uneasy pause follows as they glance at one another, fear and apprehension written in their faces.
If I wanted to harm you, I could have done it.
Dmitri reads their thoughts.
You deserve to die a slow and painful death for the harm you've done to us,
the woman called Natasha replies. Her voice cracks, and pain pours out so tangibly that I ache for her without even understanding why.
I'm sorry for your husband's death, but believe me, he begged for it to be quick and painless. They all did,
Dima says. Pain shoots through my wounded arm and bruised ribs as Artyom charges toward Dima and accidentally knocks me to the side.
No!
I shout as Sasha reaches out his arm to steady me.
You ублюдок! You killed my father!
Artyom knocks Dima's chair backward. Dima's head makes a painful thud against the floor.
Get him out of here,
Sasha orders the armed guards that line the door. They drag Artyom in his fists away from Dima's face. I cover my mouth to hold in my cry as Dima turns his head to the side and spits out blood. This is not the time for emotional responses, but I have to intervene. Sasha was right. It's not safe for Dima here. There are surely more families like Natasha's and Artyom's that are incomplete because Dima was protecting secrets. I can't let him die for delivering me to my brother. It's time to use my information, because the longer he talks, the more he seems to dig his own grave. I stand in front of Dima, forcing everyone's eyes off him and onto me. If nothing else, it will give him a moment to compose himself, while the man who Artyom nicknamed Fighter helps Sasha lift Dima's chair back into the sitting position. You have less time than you realize to succeed. My father will be dead within the year, so either we overtake the government now, or you try to remove Andrei Stepanovich and his fully functional organizatsiya. Fortunately for all of us, you already have the government.
What are you talking about, Yulia?
Sasha scrutinizes me. It's not the way I wanted to tell him that our father is nearing the end. It should have been a private conversation where we could each process our conflicted emotions without so many judging eyes. But my hand is forced, and time is a luxury neither of us has. My father has terminal cancer. He has decided to pass the leadership mantle to me. All I need to do is walk back in, and he'll welcome me home. I'll buy you time to organize, and then when you're ready, I'll hand you the keys to the Kremlin.
No.
Sasha and Dmitri growl in unison, irritatingly on the same page for the first time.
We should hear her out.
The crusty old man nods at me.
Hear me out, Daniil.
Sasha barks at the crusty old man. Now at least I have a name to go with the old curmudgeon.
If this is even true, Sasha continues, she'll be shot the moment he dies, and we'd still be fighting Andrei and the organizatsiya. You need Yulia here if you want any chance of finding the bombs.
Dima bursts out, a hint of panic in his voice. The Mieczhniki fall back into their debates, and I take the opportunity to whisper to Dmitri, "Let me help you."
You're not going back just to be slaughtered. Stay here. Stay safe.
His glare is ferocious, but I refuse to back down so easily.
Come to order,
Sasha commands, and they return once again to their uniform control.
Yulia, tell us more about Vladimir's health.
He told me about the cancer when Dima was in the hospital. It spread through his lungs and is untreatable. Dima laughs behind me, and I want to kick him.
He was manipulating you. I had just failed to retrieve the bomb and lost a valuable crew. He wanted to drive you closer to him and farther from me.
His coloring has been wrong for months. He's losing weight and his energy is dwindling. Plus, he also seemed remorseful. I glance at Sasha, asking for his trust. Around us, the Mieczhniki scoff at the idea of Vladimir Bituskaya even feigning remorse, but Sasha's eyebrows rise. Only impending death could bring my father to the verge of remorse.
Dmitri, can you confirm the symptoms?
Sasha turns to him, and I step to the side, putting Dima back in the spotlight and, I fear, back in the firing line.
Da,
he admits grudgingly. The group slips into pensive silence, and I pounce at the opportunity. How many men do you have? We don't usually share that information with outsiders. The dragon tattoo woman sizes me up. Do you expect me to believe you have the funds and manpower to start and win a revolution in the next 12 months when you are sitting on 20-year-old sofas? I meet each of their eyes. In some I see anger. A few refuse to meet my gaze. But the girl looks back at me with something like respect.
What is your plan?
The fighter asks with calm calculation. Dmitri and I will return together, marry, take over the government, and recruit an army. Then we'll combine forces between the government and the Mieczhniki so we can take on the organizatsiya. The plan falls together so effortlessly it almost feels too easy. I can see the Mieczhniki moving back into alignment, only this time they are standing with me.
That won't be possible.
Gosha speaks up for the first time. Why not? I demand.
Because the organizatsiya determines the next leader, not Vladimir, and they've already decided they won't approve you or Dmitri. They'll put it to a vote and name one of the oldest sons from one of the 7 families. So unless you want to marry one of them, you are out.
But Andrei Stepanovich told me... Gosha cuts me off.
Andrei Stepanovich lied to get what he wanted from you.
And who are you? Some sort of expert on the organizация?
The old man, Daniil, interrupts.
Here I thought you were just a bodyguard.
His laughter doesn't soften his appearance. If anything, it highlights his contempt. Gosha glares, waiting for the man to stop.
Since none of you had the manners to ask, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gosha, or as my father called me, Georgy Dragovich, one of the 7 oldest sons they will consider. So unless Yulia fancies building a life with me, I suggest she sit down.
Chapter 3. The room erupts into chaos as fearful voices toss the ball of worry back and forth.
Calm down, everyone.
Sasha brings the room back to order, but this time it feels more like scattered sand than an orderly design. One of the highest-ranking organizация members has been hiding in their midst, and they don't like it one bit. Dmitri growls in a low, menacing voice meant just for me.
You're not going back, so stop distracting us.
Stay put? Keep my mouth shut? Aren't we past that? I've come too far and risked too much to be ordered about, and with the Mieczyszniki ready to pounce on Gosha, Dima should have more pressing concerns. I raise my voice to be heard above the crowd. Georgy Dragovich's loyalty is not with the organizация, so why not win his loyalty and utilize him as an asset? The soft-spoken man claps once, then again. Natasha joins him, and one by one the assembly members join with stomping feet and clapping hands. The ritual resembles something you would see at a sporting event, but it's more like a battle cry. It pulses with purpose and rings with rage. A chill runs up my spine. It goes on for several seconds until, in response to some cue, everyone stops.
We have a lot to unpack here.
Sasha is firm, but there's something beneath his words I can't quite put my finger on. Is it weariness from the weight of his responsibilities? Or am I just imagining it? Sasha faces the room, and any weakness I thought I saw is tucked away. He is demanding.
We will not dissolve into chaos and give in to fear and panic. We must remain rational and rely on logic and evidence. I invoke the Paryadok procedure. You will align or you will be removed. Do you consent to these terms?
There are 2 loud claps in perfect unison. I don't know exactly what this procedure is, but the message is clear. Either behave or get out.
There are a lot of questions, so let's start by reviewing what we know. Dmitri and Gosha are responsible for dealing a massive amount of damage to the Grigorovich family. Dmitri reached out to us by radio, and we were fortunately in the area.
Several people shift in their chairs. Daniil's lips practically disappear in disdain. It's clear they are not all of one mind, but I can't figure out which part of the information they disagree with.
Agreed?
Sasha demands more than asks. Clap, clap. It's fascinating to watch. In my father's council, his word is law. There is no room for dissent or even the appearance of it. His counsel is motivated by fear and retribution. Here, they choose alignment and progress over personal opinion, but they do it without the threat. They trust each other, even when they disagree.
Yulia, do you believe Vladimir is dying? Could he be making up the illness to manipulate you?
Sasha asks. I believe he is dying and that he is manipulating me. I give an honest answer and hope they will give me honest consideration. I picture a world without Vladimir, as I'm sure many others in the room are doing. If it were a good world with honorable men and women waiting in the wings, it would be cause for celebration. But in this current world, full of dark and dangerous vultures waiting to increase their power and corruption, I worry about who comes next. I speak up, hoping I'm not speaking out of turn. I don't understand these new rules. We can't let the organizация gain another inch of power. If I can prevent that, I should go back. Daniil raises his hand, and Sasha nods.
You may speak.
She's young, untested, and unqualified to run a mission of this difficulty. All we know of her is that she doesn't follow orders. She complicates plans and lets her emotion cloud her judgments. Any one of us is more qualified by kilometers."
The truth stings. I couldn't have waited in hiding for 10 years like Sasha. I don't have his patience. I wouldn't last undercover like Dima. I don't have his control. I can't sacrifice the ones I love for the greater good. I second-guess myself. I feel my way through challenges. I trust my gut over logic. What type of leader would that make? One with a heart. I can almost hear my mother's voice in a distant corner of my mind. This is temporary. I control my inflections, grateful for the lessons in diplomacy I received while other girls went to ballet class. If I can get back into St. Petersburg and Moscow, I can access my contacts. I know powerful people who have not given their souls to corruption. I have connections in the military, the church, foreign governments, and with our citizens. Can any of you say the same? Dmitri grits his teeth.
I have access to the same contacts. No one would refuse a meeting with me.
Yes, but would they entertain a conversation about revolution with you? Your talents are best served as a spy in the Organizatsaya. I rub my hand against the back of my neck, using our sign, asking him to follow my lead. He shakes his head. Chort. He is stubborn and frustrating, and I can't breathe while thinking of him in danger. I want to simultaneously shake sense into him and hold him so close I can feel his heartbeat against my breast. I turn to the Mieczyszniki. Let me gather support. Focus your energy on weakening the Organizatsaya. Gosha will help you get around the surveillance. It's the best bet we have to win. I turn to the crusty old man. I won't have to lead forever, just until the revolution has begun, and then the Mieczyszniki can lead the war. When it's over, let the people vote. He considers my plan. His face is so creased from years of contempt that it's hard to be sure, but I think a few of those lines may have relaxed.
Just until someone assassinates you,
Dima says harshly.
Leaders don't survive revolutions, love.
Leaders aren't usually part of the revolution, love. I throw back. I understand the weakness he won't expose in a room full of his enemies. He can't bear me being in danger, and I know exactly how he feels. If I'm honest, the driving motivation to go back isn't politics, and it isn't noble. It's to keep him alive. If he returned only to be shot for losing me, I couldn't survive. Sasha claps twice, and Dima and I fall silent as the Mieczyszniki respond with an echoing clap, clap. Sasha clears his throat.
Georgy Dragovich, why are you here? Bad taste in friends? Why did you assist in the destruction of your family's compound?
Sasha asks.
Must I really explain family drama to you while you're plotting to kill your father? Your answer is for the benefit of the assembly. You'll need to answer our questions if you hope to be granted asylum.
He clearly doesn't appreciate Gosha's sarcasm.
Is that so?
Gosha puzzles.
Who says I want to stay in this rat's nest? Hard chairs, terrible decor, and the welcoming committee is not to my taste.
He tugs at his arms bound behind his back.
You may speak, Anton.
Sasha calls on the man Artyom named Fighter. I'm glad to know his real name. He has a calming presence and wise eyes. His voice is gentle, and I pray he will fight alongside me rather than against me.
You're right. It's not the best first impression. We're enemies to the Organizatsaya. That doesn't mean we must be your enemies.
Gosha grunts in response. Dmitri interjects.
Georgy Dragovich is the foremost communications specialist in the nation. Arguably the world. He's not safe out there, and you need him. If this isn't the perfect pairing, I don't know what is.
Anton's eyebrow raises in response.
May I?
He asks, waiting for Sasha's nod before he proceeds.
Georgy, can you help us get around the Paradacha? I created the Paradacha,
Gosha boasts.
So the answer is yes, if I felt inclined, and if you would stop calling me Georgy. The Paradacha has caused a great deal of damage.
Anton's voice is stern. He reminds me of Mama when she would tell us that she wasn't angry, she was disappointed. It always cut deeper than Papa's rage or Zhenya's curt discipline.
Why did you build it?
Gosha sizes up Anton. When he answers, it's not with his usual sarcasm. He surprises me with honesty and looks a little surprised with himself.
I ask myself that question every day. Inexperience, ambition, and brilliance can be a dangerous combination, especially when you add youthful idealism to the mix. I naively thought my idea could bring connection and convenience. I asked my father to fund it, and he would only agree if I created a back door for gathering intelligence. It was only supposed to be used to keep us safe from those who would do us harm. But when the Paradacha showed potential to become a massive network, my father sold the surveillance secret to the government. They practically gave the tech away for free, spreading the Paradacha into every possible corner and filling my family's pockets in the process. Then they opened the surveillance door to all systems. A few months later, my father ordered me to start creating surveillance blocks to sell to the most wealthy. He likes to double dip. Well, he liked to, I should say. Thank you for explaining.
Anton considers Gosha in his quiet way. I don't really know why, but I want him on our side. I suspect that Artyom got his nickname wrong. He's not Boyets, the fighter. He is Vliet, the influencer. Daniil raises his hand again, and Sasha nods.
How does it feel to be the man who brought the whole country into bondage?
Gosha's defenses are back as though they never left him.
Despised by the masses? You couldn't possibly imagine that, could you, old man? Let's keep this one, the curmudgeon laughs. He'll come in handy.
Dima interrupts again. His eyes are dark with a frenzied energy, and I can tell he is losing patience with the pace of the interrogation.
I've brought Yulia to you to find the bombs. I've brought Gosha to manage your communications. It's more than you could have asked for. This is our moment to change history. It's time to plan and take action.
Natasha raises her hand, and I hold my breath, waiting for her approval. I can feel that it matters somehow, but not just for the assembly. I want her approval, and I don't truly understand why. Maybe because she feels steady. Something about her reminds me of my mother.
I'm not ready to trust Dmitry Mikhailovich. Call it prejudice. I call it caution.
It feels like a blow, but Dima doesn't relent.
I have protected your secrets. Everything I've done is in service to Novaya Russia. You do not have to agree with my methods, but I have dedicated my life to avenging my parents' deaths. If nothing else, trust that I would never betray their memories. I believe you.
Anton stands, and hope pushes back against despair.
But believing isn't trusting. Your loyalty is with Novaya Russia and revenge, not with us.
My hope deflates, like a balloon left shriveled and misshapen.
We've heard what we needed to, and we have much to discuss. We'll send them to a holding cell. Who can we trust to guard them?
Sasha asks.
I'll go.
Daniil speaks up.
I'll speak my vote now, since my mind won't be changed. Keep the boy genius, kill the killer, send the princess back to rule, start the war.
Sasha, no, I plead.
What's the matter, princess? Don't think I can keep you safe?
The old man laughs.
He's trustworthy, Yulia, I promise.
That is all he says before rough arms lift the three of us and march us to a holding cell. Chapter 4. Chitiri. Time has a way of expanding when you wish it would contract. The Mieczejniki have been in their meeting for what feels like hours. The pain pulsing through my body is too much to bear sitting down. I pace back and forth, taking slow, steady breaths with each step. How can you two sit still? I can't stand the stillness. Every angle looks hopeless for Dima. A room full of dubious allies are voting on our lives and our roles in the revolution, and the only person who seems to agree with my plan to return is the cantankerous old man who yells insults through the door every few minutes and wants Dima dead.
It's pretty simple, actually. I think the oath gave me a concussion.
Dima leans back against the wall and smiles at me with his eyes closed.
Didn't think much about the consequences of entering an enemy base where you've killed half their people,
Gosha says to Dima.
Chort, what a mess. You and I have messed around for long enough. It's time to act.
Dima speaks without opening his eyes. Gosha scowls and looks away. I stop pacing to approach Dima. You can't go back without me, I whisper, as though my volume could give us the privacy we so desperately need. No one will believe you.
There's no way in hell I'll let you go back. Besides, anything can be believable given the right evidence. I've got a plan,
he grumbles, avoiding my gaze. Really? I cry out. Enlighten me, Dima. What's the amazing plan?
Gosha takes the blame. Gee, thanks. You're a great droog, you know that?
Gosha retorts.
You're safer here. If you can stay in Novaya Rossiya until after the war ends, you'll avoid becoming a prisoner in some foreign government's communications facility.
Dima raises his dark eyes to meet mine. His layer of control is secured so well that I can't spot a trace of doubt.
I'll claim that Gosha was working with one of the other families to take you and me out. The Organizatsiya will deny it and insist he was on a rogue mission. Vladimir will feel more vulnerable than ever. He won't turn me away when I'm half dead and nursing a broken heart. Good plan, if you were half dead and nursing a broken heart.
Gosha sneers.
I will be,
Dima mutters, his eyes on mine, offering a silent apology. I refuse to accept it. I wince in pain, but it's not from my bruised ribs or bullet wound. He doesn't just plan to leave me here. He plans to be done with me completely. I turn to face the door so they won't see my eyes shining as I blink away the sting. His voice is miserably sympathetic.
Yulia, we can't...
I cut him off. I'm not having this conversation with you now. I clear my throat, trying to sound stronger than I am. Who is Dima to decide my future? And who are the Mieczeszniki to think they don't need me in the fight? Chapter 5. Piet. Sasha enters our cell with a cluster of men, a grim shadow furrowing his brow.
Take those two first. I'll help my sister.
He grabs my hand, whispering roughly in my ear.
I spent years trying to get you back. Do you know what I risked? I didn't have the authority to retrieve you. I lied and told them it was a training exercise. I betrayed my own people to retrieve you, and now you want to go back? You'll go back over my dead body.
He turns and shouts to his men.
Pick up the pace. We've been arguing about this long enough.
I pull my hand out of his, wincing at the shooting pain. Then I whisper angrily, You betrayed your people? What about me? I'm your people. But maybe you forgot that when you left me behind. The bitterness catches me off guard. I didn't even know it was there until it poked its head out and attacked. He takes a step back as though I just hit him. Sasha, I prepare to apologize, but he cuts me off.
You're here. You're safe. That's enough for now. We can deal with the rest later.
He reaches for my arm to lead me after the others. When we enter the main room, Sasha retrieves the hard chair. He places it by his side and motions for me to sit. Sasha's neck is red. I had forgotten that his neck was like a thermometer whenever he got angry, sad, or tired. His neck and ears would turn as red as borscht. Mama called it the warning sign right before he melted into the irrational frenzy that turns children into nightmares. Deep breaths, my love. You are a good boy. Find your peace, Mama would say. Shame trickles down my cheeks, settling like a stone over my heart. He's not a stranger who looks like my brother. He's my blood, my heart, my family. I squeeze his arm before taking my seat. He inhales deeply, and I feel my mother's presence watching over the proceedings. If only she were truly here. Dima wastes no time.
Will you join me in starting this war?
They haven't bound his arms this time. It gives me a sliver of hope.
Join you?
The cranky man scoffs.
The war started decades ago.
The woman in the wheelchair looks sharp as a tack. She answers Dmitri, but it's Gosha who captures her attention. She studies him like a puzzle she is attempting to put together.
Some of us have spent our entire lives in it.
Daniel, Larissa Petrovna, that's enough.
Sasha silences them.
The vote is done. Arguing is a waste of energy. Yulia will stay as an advisor in the bomb recovery program.
I open my mouth to argue, but Sasha continues, leaving no space for interruption.
Gosha, you're welcome here, assuming you'll support us in our communications efforts.
Gosha shrugs, as though all of this is beneath him. Sasha continues.
Dmitri, how do you plan to get back without being shot?
Dima recounts the plan he told me, only this time with more detail. They discuss the discord in the Organizatsiya, which families are loyal to each other, which ones side with Vladimir, and how to pit them against each other. The members of the Mieczeshniki are enthralled, which gives me a chance to connect my racing thoughts with my pounding heart. Dima will return to my father, but I fear he'll never make it back to me. A deep tear rips through the fabric of my soul. It feels like my family is unraveling in front of me. If I hold on to Dima, I'll lose Sasha. But if I cower to Sasha, I'll lose myself. I look around the room, trying to find some inspiration that will help bring the three of us together, or at least a motive that can unite us in purpose. I can't move past the shabby furniture and the members' second-hand clothing. There's a nagging fear deep in the corners of my mind that they've all overestimated their power and influence. I look from Dima to Sasha and then up. What do I hope to find on the ancient cinder block? Instructions? Some divine manifestation? What am I to do? I turn to my mother. They need me. Dima could die without me. They won't let me go back. If I fight them, I might break the trust between Sasha and me forever. How do I make them see? I picture my mother, remembering her quiet strength. She always found a way to state the truth in a way that left no room for debate. I stand, not asking for permission, not waiting for a break in the flow of information. Let's not fool ourselves, I interrupt. You don't have the manpower or the weaponry to take down the council and the Organizatsiya. They're weeds that will grow back unless you pull them out by their roots. Sasha, are you going to tell me that you have that type of power when your headquarters look like you're squatting in some forgotten bunker? Sasha's lips disappear into a tight line, and I can tell I've hit a nerve. The time for vague responses has passed. We're starting a revolution together. What are your numbers? I demand, but no one speaks up. How many members, Natasha? I lock eyes with her.
We have about 500 living on the base, another 1,500 who are undercover in the field, and another 5,000 or 6,000 who work with us on occasion. She holds her head high, ignoring my shock. So you've no money and no army. I try to wrap my mind around the revolution, knowing that our odds are far worse than I originally thought. We have good people,
Sasha scolds.
They're honest and dedicated to the cause. I'd take our small, loyal band over all the members in the Organizatsiya.
Clap, clap. The group agrees with him. And you'll be signing their death warrants if you attempt this on your own. You need to rally the people. But right now, the people think you're dead. I point to Sasha. They despise you. I motion to Gosha and Dima. They're wary and distrustful of you. I indicate the rest of the room.
She's right,
Anton says quietly from the back of the room. Bolstered by his agreement, I press forward. You need an army, and you need me to get it.
They need you to recover the bombs.
Dima's eyes are crazed, desperate for me to alter my course. Recovering bombs will not take all my time. We have the locations of the Organizatsiya bases. We have the clues left by my uncle. Someone with more experience in weaponry would be better suited to discover possible locations. Sasha and I can both search through a list of possible targets and see if our mother mentioned any of them. That's hardly making full use of my talents and connections. The younger woman with the dragon tattoo stands, and Sasha nods for her to speak. I don't like the idea of having two of our most valuable assets under Vladimir's thumb. He'll crush them both as soon as he realizes what's happening. And he will realize what's happening at some point. One hasty escape is challenging. Two is likely impossible.
I agree with you, Nina.
Sasha gives me a smug look that reminds me of all the times he got his way as a boy. Yulia, you'll never get what you want by refusing to compromise. You and Sasha have to find a way to work together. Find something you both want to do. How many times did my mother tell me that? Sasha might not want me under my father's roof, but we both want to win, and I know he doesn't want Dima dead. Compromise feels like swallowing a bitter pill, but I can see I'll lose if I don't adjust my tactics. I want to be with Dima, but more than anything, I want him to survive, and I want us to win. That must be my primary goal. I smile, practicing the diplomacy skills Sasha doesn't know I possess. You make a compelling case, one I can't argue. Having Dmitri and me both stationed with my father would be a tremendous risk. In light of that, I'll concede to organizing our recruiting efforts undercover in the field. I think we can all agree this will be safer, especially with Gosha keeping me invisible.
No!
Dima shouts. I've never seen him so angry. Sasha shakes his head, pleading with me to back down. What is the process for initiating a vote? I smile at the unfamiliar faces I need on my side. Dima's best chance of survival is speed, because the girl called Nina is right. At some point, my father will learn that Dima betrayed him. I just pray that there's enough of the old Sasha still left inside for him to be willing to fight for Dima's life. If the three of us can't stitch ourselves together now, then I'll do everything I can to speed up the timeline. I will not let my family tapestry fall into ruin. We're too tattered already. Sasha. I plead with him for understanding. He grits his teeth. His sense of duty wars against the familial pull to protect. His shoulders are wound tight and his face is impassive, but his eyes seem to accuse me of betrayal. I stand taller, refusing to cower under his gaze.
All in favor?
He turns his glare to his assembly members, and I wonder who will be bold enough to disagree with him. Grumpy Daniil raises his hand. The ancient Larissa Petrovna raises hers. So does Nina, the dragon girl, and the man seated next to her. There are only 10 votes. I won't have enough. Sasha, you know it's right, I whisper to him. He doesn't budge. You can't let your men be slaughtered because they are outnumbered. Suddenly, Anton raises his hand, and after him, 2 others join. Clap, clap. And just like that, my plan is approved.
Meeting dismissed,
Sasha barks, the red climbing up his neck and reaching his cheeks this time.
Take Gosha to a cell. Feed him, but don't clean him up. If he's to be our scapegoat, he needs to look like he's been through a battle for anyone to believe Dmitri fought his way out. We'll leave in 2 hours. You all know what needs to be done. Cars, safe houses, planning the best route. Get to work. Let's go, Yulia.
So soon? The blood seems to drain out of my head, and a hard lump forms in my throat. I don't move. Others hurry out of the room to attend to the plan and coordination. I am frozen in silent screams. Dima looks at Sasha, his expression unreadable.
No goodbyes, old friend? Long goodbyes make us weak.
Sasha lowers his voice. Is that why he left without saying a word? Some warped sense of strength? Not saying goodbye only makes us cruel. I push past him, moving to Dima's side. We're family, no matter what happened in the past. Sasha purses his lips, his jaw tight in anger.
You have 15 minutes.
He exits the room, leaving me alone to face the farewell that is already crushing me. Chapter 6. Shest. Just breathe, I remind myself. There's something ominous about this empty room. Everything I wanted for us is disappearing before my eyes. I've tried not to love him. but the love feels permanent. I loved him even when I hated him. It's as though loving Dima is coded in my DNA, and my heart was formed to want him. I want to tell Sasha to take his 15 minutes, shove them down his throat, and choke on them. In return, he can give me a lifetime. Dima is still covered in dirt and blood from the Dragovich attack, and he has new bruises forming from his altercation with Artyom. How much worse will he look when he returns to my father without me? For a moment, neither of us speaks. Words weren't made for moments like this. His eyes are dark pools of pain. He stands, opening his arms. I melt into him, holding on to all of it. The beautiful moments with the devastating ones. I grasp him tightly, not caring about the throbbing in my arm or my ribs. My bruised body is nothing to my bruised heart.
Sit with me.
His voice breaks. He holds my hand and leads me to the old sofa. When he sits down, I can already feel him drawing away in the inches between us. Dima clears his throat.
You know I love you, and always will. But there's no path for us. We should end this now, so it will be less painful when I'm gone. I don't want you to deny yourself any happiness because of me.
I can't speak. Words won't form. It's just a dark swirl of emotions, each one blacker than the next.
I need this too, he continues. I'm going to have to do terrible things on this mission. I have to be who I was before you came back to me. You made me better, and that's not what this revolution needs.
I feel familiar fault lines shift, a devastating quake breaking apart my heart. Old cracks shatter, old caverns open. How do I keep breathing?
The way you looked at me when you thought I'd killed Sasha, it decimated me, Yulia. I couldn't eat or sleep. I could barely function. For this to work, I have to be at the top of my game every second.
If you'd been honest with me then, I would have looked at you differently. Everything would have been different. I can't keep the bitterness from poisoning my words. Don't blame me for the consequences of your lies.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to blame you, and I deserved your anger. But, Yulia, even if I had killed Sasha, it wouldn't have been the worst thing I've done. I've never been worthy of you.
He looks down at his feet, as though the right words might be written on his shoes.
Maybe if things were different, I could atone for some of my sins. But I'm going to do whatever it takes to win.
Don't speak for me, Dima. I grasp his hand tighter, feeling the good in him retreat, settling into a hibernation. It breaks my heart to think of him lost again in hate, violence, and revenge. Even in your darkness, you were still fighting for what's right, and I love that. I will love you no matter what.
I have dedicated my life to bringing down the Organizация.
His voice cracks, but not with hesitation.
And I'm not willing to give that up for anything, even you.
His words hit so hard they pummel my bruised ribs, tearing past the bones and into my chest. Even you. The betrayal snakes through the open wound and around my lungs, constricting my breath. Is my heart even beating? Nothing feels right. Dima looks at me, but it's not Dima anymore. It's Dmitri, and his eyes are black with vengeance and conviction. It's the look that kills my hope that he'll ever let Dima free again. He squeezes my hand.
You're my weakness. I can't do what I need to do if I'm trying to be the man you want me to be. And we both know that my loving you puts me at risk if I'm caught. So I'm going to go, and you're going to forget me.
I don't get a say? I ask as bitter tears fill my eyes.
Even I don't get a say. This war needs Dmitri, not Dima.
What about what I need? Does that even matter? The noble thing would be for me to kiss him goodbye and wish him strength and luck. But I am selfish. And right now, I don't care about Novaya Rossiya and her broken soul. I care about preserving Dmitri's soul.
Everything you need is here.
He brushes the tears away from my cheeks and speaks softly.
Your family is here. You'll make friends here, and you'll be away from the violence that crushes your soul. This is what you need.
He pleads with me. Don't! I stop him, anger building until I can't filter. I can only feel. I need you to fight for me. You'll fight the entire world. Why can't you fight for me too? I hate the sound of the words coming from my mouth. They're weak, but they're also honest.
Yulia.
He leans his forehead against mine.
I'm only fighting for you. When this war is over, you'll help lead the country.
He sniffs and clears his throat to keep going.
You'll get married and have those 3 babies you dreamed of. I want you to have all of that life, but I can't give it to you.
He pulls back and wipes his eyes.
We must accept what has to happen now.
I can't. I lean into him, and he wraps his arms around me as drops of heartbreak stream down my cheeks.
You have to, because I don't think I'll make it out of this alive. I only hope that my sacrifice ensures you a better life, a happier life. Please, this is the only happiness I can offer you.
His words spark something in me, a fight as fierce as anything I have ever known. You haven't even started, and already you've admitted defeat. If you're going to choose this war over me, then fight to see it through to the very end. No more talk of death. His words are harder now, as though he can steel me against the storm that's coming.
You need to be realistic. Every time I pass a message or sabotage a plan, I risk being found out. The more I become a common thread, the greater the risk grows.
You have it all figured out, justified and tied up with a bow. I grab his hand and hold it over my heart. This was worth fighting for. Was. The word hangs in the air between us, my acceptance that it's over. I stand to leave, and Dima begs.
Stop. I don't want this to be our last memory. Can't we just hold each other until I leave?
No. You can't demand I move on and then ask me to stand still. I move toward the door, my hand on the handle, but I can't seem to find the strength to turn it. I lean my head against the cold, heartless metal and feel it warm under my heat. How am I supposed to do this? Walk away, close the door, and never think of him again? Hearts don't work like that. At least mine never has. My shoulders shake as I press my hand to my mouth, silencing my sobs.
Yulia.
His voice is anguish, 1,000 heartbreaks in a single moment. He moves behind me, his hand brushing my shoulder.
Don't mourn for me.
I turn and face him. He is a mirror to my pain, but he's wrong. Love doesn't make us weak, and you can't decide to push it aside. How am I to do it, Dima? I can't cut out my heart and grow a new one, and this heart beats for you. Leave me. Do what you want with your own heart. I slide his ring off my finger and press it into his hand. Take back your damn ring. It changes nothing. Even if you've given up on me, I will never give up on you. His strength crumbles before me.
Please keep it. It will bring me peace knowing you have that part of me.
You know what will bring me peace? For you to come back and put it on my hand out of choice. Finish it, Dmitri. Do what you have to do, and then come back to me. Whether it's Dmitri, Dima, or your body in a box, I will accept whatever the future holds. But you must come back to me. He straightens. His face turns hard. He nods once. And just when I think he's going to pull back, he pulls me in, kissing me with a ferocity so intense I gasp. Whether from pain or pleasure, I can't be sure.
You're determined to break me.
His words come out a strangled cry.
Do you not care about my courage, my duty, my promises to my parents?
Of course I care. I stroke his cheek.
Then let me go.
He takes a step back, wiping stray tears from his face. I can see the war now, but not the one that's coming. I see the war in him. I see who he was, who he wants to be, and who he needs to be. These parts of Dima battle against each other, fighting and clawing their way to the top, each one determined to take him as their prize. I can also see that only one of the three parts wants me, but all three are pained by me. I release a slow breath and hold my good arm tightly against my chest, as though it can keep my heart from falling out and bursting against the floor. Goodbye, Dmitri. I wish you strength and luck. Chapter 7. Sim. Sasha waits outside the door, clenching and unclenching his fist, like he is deciding whether or not he wants to hit something, or someone. I suspect he heard at least some of what passed between Dima and me. I walk past him without saying anything, because I'm barely holding myself together.
We need to talk,
he says quietly. I'm not really up for a talk right now. I wipe the tears from my cheek. I don't have the energy for everything that needs to be untangled between us.
Where are you going?
He asks, and I stop, realizing I have no idea where I am. I desperately need some hole I can crawl into while I lick my wounds. Sasha places his arm around me, awkwardly patting my shoulder. It's both strange and wonderful. I haven't even had time to process him being here, being alive, and yet he stands solid next to me, breathing, heart beating. I don't know whether I want to embrace him or shout at him. Exhaustion scatters my thoughts into a million particles that swirl around me but refuse to come together. My emotions are shot. Inside, I am obliterated, wrecked, damaged, and destroyed. But I force every muscle to clench tight. I hold my head high, unable or unwilling to let my brother see me in my weakness. Sasha clears his throat and drops his hand back to his side, avoiding eye contact.
Let's get you cleaned up. If we can be quick, I'd like you to meet someone. Well, a few people, actually.
I can't do strangers today, I sigh.
What about family?
He gives me a sheepish grin. What do you mean? My heart stops for a moment. Who else could there be? Some irrational part of my brain hopes it's Mama, even though I know it's not possible.
I have a family. My Zhena, Zilia, and my two daughters, Yelena and Julia.
The tension in his jaw softens as he speaks their names.
Julia's named after you, but looks nothing like us. She favors Zilia. Zilia liked the Western version of the name, and I was so determined to have you back that I didn't want to give your name away entirely.
You're a papa? I ask, brushing the stray tears off my face as I try to picture it.
Da.
His smile widens.
And you're a Tetya.
I'm an aunt. A sister-in-law. I have a whole family here that has been living without me. The thought is both glorious and incredibly sad.
I'd been watching Dima's signals. I hoped, but didn't know for sure that I would be able to get you back. Zilia's probably beside herself. She can't wait to meet you. But if you're not up for it, we can do it when I get back.
I glance behind me at the door. Is Dima experiencing the same ache I am? He has no one to comfort him. No family to meet, only pain and danger ahead of him. He might not even be safe left alone. As though he is reading my thoughts, Sasha says,
I'll find someone I trust to guard him, and I'll personally see that he makes it to his drop spot safely.
Why? I ask. Sasha hasn't shown any regard for Dima's well-being.
Because he's my brother, and I owe him my life.
Then why didn't you stand up for him more? You treated him like a stranger.
I treated him impartially, like my role requires.
You were cold.
I'm angry, he admits. He promised to bring you here within 6 months. I never would have left you if I'd known it would be this long.
He pulls me into a hug, and with 10 years of shame and regret burying him, he apologizes.
I'm so sorry.
I'm raw, exhausted, and too spent to decide who I'm most angry with. Sasha for leaving me behind, Dima for keeping me from him? Myself for being so ignorant that I never asked more questions? I just accepted the stories they fed me. Sasha shifts his weight, and I feel the awkwardness creep back in. I step back, attempting to pull myself together. He starts, and then shakes his head.
Never mind.
What? I ask.
I just think it would be better if you were with my family and not here when Dmitri leaves.
Sasha nods toward the door. I don't need a lecture from an absentee brother. Thank you for your opinion, I say tightly.
Yulia, I know coming here isn't easy. I remember, he says softly. It's tough to be happy here when you have people you miss out there.
Well, congratulations on finding your happiness. I fold my arms. He sighs and looks down at the floor.
This is a fresh start. It's time to let go of the past.
Not everyone can forget like you can, I snap.
I didn't forget you, Yulia. He kept you from me. From this life where you could have been safe and happy. Forget it.
He throws up his hands and walks away. Where are you going? I call after him.
To the hospital wing. You need to get cleaned up and get some pain medicine.
He speaks to me like I'm a child who requires his patience. I follow behind him in silence, studying him, replaying his words. How am I supposed to just forgive and forget? Sasha's scowl is deep, and his shoulders sag under an invisible weight. I wonder what feels the most heavy. Dima's risk, my wrath, or the weight of the war. Why do you want me to meet your family now? It won't make me forget my loss. He fights to keep his frustration in check.
I don't want you to be alone in your worry. Family takes care of family, but if you'd rather wait in the hospital, it's your choice.
Zhenya should be with us. Has she been treated? He stops, taking in a deep breath. He slides his hand into his pocket, pulls out a note, and passes it to me. Patient had a bullet lodged in the femoral artery, significant blood loss during removal, broken hip, joint needs replacement, currently sedated as we attempt to remove bone fragments from the joint. I should go to her, I say, rereading the message.
No, she'll be in surgery for a while. The bullet and transfusion we can handle, but we're not really equipped for a hip replacement. We don't specialize in managing the effects of old age. Few last that long here.
This is all my fault. Sasha waves my worry away with one of his old smirks.
She'll be fine. Besides, you've given her the gift of guilt. How many times did she bring up spraining her ankle after she stopped me from running into traffic? We might as well place bets on how long it will take her to remind me of it again. She lives for this sort of heroism.
This isn't a sprained ankle. I study the note again, hoping for some better news. I can feel my strength cracking. Zhenya is in danger. Sasha and I are fighting, and I can't even think about Dima.
Yulia...
He places his hand on my shoulder and gives it a little squeeze.
This is a hard day. Come meet the girls. I can't promise you a lack of suffering, but I promise you won't do it alone.
Chapter 8. Vosim.
Zeal?
Sasha calls out as he opens a metal door with the number 315 painted on it. I tried to keep them clean, a frantic voice from the other room replies. Sasha holds the door and motions me into the room. The apartment is made of the same cinder blocks as the command center, the holding cell, and the hospital. But this room is painted in bright colors. Even with the shabby furniture, it feels more like home than any place I've visited. It was clearly decorated with love.
She's here!
Sasha's voice rings with joy, and Zelia rushes into the room. She's not what I expected. She looks like she could be Mongolian or Bashkirian. She's petite, with jet black hair, high cheekbones, and eyes that are slightly almond-shaped. Her face is round with rosy cheeks and a wide smile. I return her smile, hoping it masks my surprise. My father refuses to acknowledge any other ethnic groups, claiming we are all simply Novy Ruski. But have I ever met a Bashkir with a high citizen score? How my father would rage if he knew where Sasha was living and who he had built a life with. Zelia is carrying a chubby little baby who shares her dark hair, but the eyes are Sasha's icy blue. She's striking. She's also covered in what looks to be like marker ink. A little girl comes running in behind her, dark brown pigtails bouncing. "Papa!" She rushes to Sasha, and he scoops her up, one-armed. He nuzzles his face against hers, and she squeals as his whiskers tickle her.
Hello, Yelena.
Zelia's eyes glisten, and she opens her arms to embrace me. Yulia! She has to reach on her tiptoes to meet my tall frame, and I bend down awkwardly to hug this woman who is now my family. Sasha places his stumpy arm around her, grinning widely. He seems to open under her warmth, like a sunflower orienting himself to his sun. The cold leader is gone, and he more closely resembles the Sasha I knew. But there's more. He's gentle, more subtle, less boastful. I wonder if time has polished off his rough edges, or if it was Zelia. This family radiates warmth and love we never experienced growing up. It's like Sasha stole a forbidden life and then hid it so it couldn't be taken back. Maybe it's Zelia's smile or baby Julia's chubby cheeks, but I find a little more forgiveness for Sasha. He never could have had this if he had stayed, and it's clear how much he adores them. Zelia laughs. You're just as beautiful as you look in photos. Come here, Yelena, and meet your Tetya. Zelia and Sasha perform a skillful transfer of baby and toddler. I feel the urge to reach out and protect the baby as Sasha holds her one-armed, but he clearly has done this many times. Yelena buries her head into her mother's shoulder. This is your Tetya Yulia. She's Daddy's sister, just like Julia is your sister. The little girl peeks at me with big golden eyes and places her fingers into her mouth. My eyes begin to prick with indescribable happiness. Hello, Yelena. You're so beautiful. You look just like your mama. Yelena wiggles her way from her mother's arms and runs into the other room. She returns a moment later, displaying her stuffed cat. It feels like a small victory.
Yulia needs to rest. The medics would have preferred she stay in the hospital,
Sasha announces, and Zelia's eyes soften. Of course you do. Saditsya. She motions me toward the light blue sofa. I can't even imagine what you've just been through. I wasn't sure we'd see you today. She fusses with the couch cushions as I sit down, ensuring I'm comfortable. You're probably hungry. The girls and I already ate. I have some soup in the fridge I can reheat. The baby squirms in Sasha's arms, preferring her mother. Sasha passes baby Julia back to Zelia, kisses his wife, and says,
I'll warm up the soup while all my girls get to know each other. What happened to this one anyway?
He kisses his baby. I turned my back for 1 minute, and that's when Yelena found a marker, Zelia explains, with exasperation and a hint of amusement. I just hope it washes off at bath time.
I'll add it to my list of stories I can embarrass her with when she grows up.
Sasha smirks. He dodges a teasing swat from Zelia as he heads toward the kitchen. Your family is so beautiful, I tell Zelia, feeling a little overwhelmed by it all. She grabs my hand. This is your family too, even if they are wild and sometimes naughty. My hand feels stiff in hers. She gives it a little squeeze, then reaches to tickle Yelena's tummy. Yelena squeals with delight. Would you like to hold the baby? She asks. I desperately do. I shift, attempting to create space away from my bandaged arm and bruised ribs. I'll hold her up, Zelia offers, setting Julia on my lap while still supporting her weight. I wrap my good arm around her tummy and lean my cheek against her smooth, wispy hair, breathing in honey and lavender. I kiss her head, immediately smitten. What a sweet baby you are, I coo at her, and she reaches her little fingers to my mouth. Yelena notices the attention her sister is getting and, not wanting to be forgotten, begins bringing me all of her treasures. So this is what family should be. It's foreign and familiar at the same time. Why couldn't Sasha and I have had this as children? How different our lives would have been. Sasha sits on the edge of the couch, wrapping his arm around his wife.
Soup is warming.
My anger toward him dissipates a little more. I can see why he wants this for me, why he wants to keep me out of harm's way, but it doesn't mean I agree, or that I'm willing to comply. The door bursts open and I jump, then grimace as pain stabs in my ribs. Artyom flops down on the armchair across from us. Based on the lack of reaction from the others, I gather this is a normal occurrence.
Well, that was quite the morning,
he says, and Yelena runs over to climb on his lap.
Not in front of the girls,
Sasha warns. Artyom pretends to lock his lips and throw away the key. Yelena giggles.
Your father's in rare form,
Artyom says to Zelia. So nothing new? She smiles. Your father lives here? I ask.
You met him?
Sasha widens his eyes, trying to give me some clue. Anton? I guess. Artyom bursts into laughter.
Daniil Danilov,
Sasha says diplomatically. My mouth hangs in shock as I look from Zelia to Sasha, trying to uncover what must be a joke. But he's so... I try to find the words. I'd love to say he improves once you get to know him, but I'd be lying. Zelia's laugh tinkles soft and high, like a fairy scattering sunshine. Don't abuse him too harshly. He's my papa, and I love him fiercely. I am so busy trying to picture them sitting around for New Year's dinner or celebrating birthdays together that my answer comes shamefully delayed. He seems very protective, I say politely. Zelia laughs harder at this, and even Sasha joins in. Embarrassment flushes my cheeks. You should have seen Sasha when he came to ask my father's permission to marry me. He was so nervous he sweated through his shirt and refused to take off his jacket all night. She places her arm around Sasha. It was our engagement night, and I made him take a shower before he was allowed to touch me. I look between them, not knowing what to say. Artyom jumps to my rescue.
I brought you a present, Kiska.
He tosses a sack toward me.
Clothes from my mother. She's probably close to your height. I hope you don't mind dressing like a 45-year-old administrative assistant.
His smile is tight and doesn't reach his eyes, but he doesn't mention Dima or the outburst. Neither does Sasha. They seem to have an agreement that work will stay at work. Thank you.
Kiska likes presents,
he says to Yelena in a playful voice. She laughs at everything he does. Kiska? Zelia asks.
Don't encourage it, Sasha groans. He's trying to start another stupid nickname.
It's already picking up,
Artyom says. Sure it is, Zelia laughs at him.
Lunch is probably ready.
Sasha stands to go check in the kitchen.
Perfect,
Artyom answers.
I'm starving.
You're always hungry. Yelena speaks up for the first time, and her sweet little voice melts my heart. Sasha balances a plate of freshly cut black bread, 3 bowls and spoons. He sets them on a table before returning to the kitchen. He reemerges with a pot that he places in the center of the simply laid table. My brother, who spent his early life surrounded by servants, unable to be bothered with the simplest domestic tasks, is carrying babies and warming soup. I wouldn't know the first thing about either. How long did it take him to adjust to this life? I know exactly how to handle myself at a meeting full of corrupt politicians, but awkwardly fumble through a simple family meal. The 3 adults maintain friendly conversation, but my eyelids feel heavier by the second. Sasha keeps glancing from me to the clock. I'm struggling more and more to hide my fatigue. Is it the medicine? Or is it the intensity of the day finally taking over as the adrenaline of the morning fades? This family feels like a dream that dissipates the moment you wake, and I don't want to miss a minute of this dream, because when I go, I fear loneliness will crush me.
Artyom, will you hold the baby so I can talk with my wife for a minute?
Sasha asks, shifting from the father back into the efficient leader. The shift steals the warmth from Zelia's smile like a cold breeze blowing out the fire in the grate. She's worried about him. Sasha and Zelia retreat to their bedroom, holding hands.
I don't know why your mama likes to worry about your papa so much. I always bring him back safely.
He flexes his muscles for Yelena, who bursts into giggles again. But there's something performative in him. It feels like it's just for our benefit. Are you all right? I ask him tentatively. Your anger was justified. I remember how I felt the first time I spoke with my father after discovering that he had murdered my mother. Artyom shrugs it off.
I shouldn't have reacted. But when I get back, we should talk about your bad taste in droogs.
He changes the subject.
You probably weren't expecting all of this.
He gestures to the girls. No, of course I wasn't, considering I thought my brother was dead, but I won't say that in front of the girls. What is the plan? I lower my voice to a whisper.
Yelena, go get some books so Tetya can read to you.
Artyom sends her running to her room. As soon as she is out of hearing range, he leans closer to me.
Sasha and I will accompany Gosha and your psycho. We need to leave in 30 minutes. If everything goes smoothly, we'll be back sometime tomorrow.
You're going? I ask tentatively. Are you sure that's wise? He frowns at me.
I'm the insurance that your brother makes it back alive, and as long as Dmitri keeps his mouth shut, I'll try not to kill him, for your sake.
Tetya, book! Yelena runs back, pushing a book in my face. I throw up my hand quickly to catch the book before it hits my nose and flinch with the pain caused by my sudden movement.
Actually, my little angel.
Sasha enters the room, followed by Zelia, who is solemn but strong.
I think Tetya needs a nap, so I'm going to take her home.
I don't want to leave, but he's right. I'm spent. I long for a soft bed and a quiet room where I can forget my worries for a couple of hours.
I'll take you,
Artyom offers, presumably to give Zelia and Sasha time to say goodbye. Both Zelia and Sasha give him a questioning look.
I'll take her, Sasha says. Girls, Papa is going to go das vidanya. Be good for Mama until I get back.
Zelia hugs me. Come back soon. We're so happy to finally have you here. Her sincerity is startling and undeniable. I'm so used to smiles with an agenda. The door closes behind us, and we step back into the dingy hallway with row after row of faded blocks. Sasha grins at me and says,
So, what did you think?
I'm in love with them already. I laugh. The familiar sting is back in my eyes, only this time they are happy tears. How did you get so lucky? He trembles with emotion.
Someone must be looking out for me. I always figured it was Mama.
I laugh. Well, she would certainly be shocked to see you making soup.
It took me a while to adjust to living a more normal life.
I raise my eyebrows at him, gesturing to the bunker walls around us. I'm not sure this qualifies as normal.
I know, trust me, I know,
he answers.
But there are parts of my life that are normal and happy. There's no lies or deception between me and Zelia. I trust her. We're one in everything.
That's wonderful, I say cautiously, sensing this is more than just amusing over his happiness.
I want you to have this too. A family, a chance to feel safe. Someone that makes you laugh and...
He struggles to find the right words.
You and I never saw healthy love as kids. I'm still learning how to be healthy with Zelia.
Why are you telling me this?
I love Dima like a brother, and yet I'm terrified of what would happen if he found out about my family. What if, in one of his scenarios, the way to save the most lives was to sacrifice theirs?
He wouldn't. I try to defend Dima, but there's uncertainty behind my words, and I think Sasha feels it.
We hope he won't, but we don't know. I'll do what I can for him, to keep him safe from the Mieczejniki. but I can't protect him from everyone else. He should never have let this false engagement turn into feelings between the two of you. It was selfish and reckless."
"We've had feelings for each other for as long as I can remember." His blue eyes glint like ice, hard and unyielding.
"He's dangerous, and he's not good for you. Let this be the end."
"So you introduced me to your family as leverage? So I would want your life and not care about his?"
"No.
A vein throbs in his temple, just like father's.
I introduced you in case something happens to us on this mission, because I will not leave you alone in this world again."
I don't know how to respond, but guilt settles in my stomach like a brick. I open my mouth, trying to find an apology that makes my accusation less repugnant.
"This is your room. Get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow."
"Sasha,
You're angry. It's understandable. But remember who kept us apart. Maybe he deserves a little more of your anger, and maybe I could get a little less."
He turns without a goodbye, leaving me buried in a pile of thoughts, struggling to climb over the deception and breathe in the truth. But even as I dig my way through the facts, the truth does not bring peace. Dima lied to me. He kept me from my family, and now he is choosing vengeance before me. The cut runs deep. My heart is raw, bleeding, and searching for something to grasp. Unfortunately, the one it wants to hold is also the one clutching the dagger, Dmitri. Even as I examine his guilt, the bloody walls of my heart draw him in, embracing him, protecting him from his crimes. I'll say goodbye, but who am I kidding? I'm nowhere close to letting this be the end. Chapter 9. 9. I stare at the beeping monitors in Zhenya's room while I sit curled against the cozy chair Daniil delivered with his signature grunt. I suspect Zelia was behind the thoughtful gesture. Apparently, when Zhenya woke from her surgery, she was agitated. She attempted to remove her IV and get out of bed. The nurses couldn't calm her down, so they sedated her. Now I sit watching her chest rise and fall, because it's more calming than watching the clock tick further and further past the time Sasha was expected to return. I could wait with Zelia, but my worry seems to feed hers, each of us magnifying the fear in the other. Besides, the girls are likely sleeping right now, and maybe this will give her a chance to nap. Neither one of us managed to sleep at all the first 2 nights. There's whispers and talk that maybe the men have been captured. I can't even begin to entertain those horrible images. Every time I do, it brings me to the edge of a bottomless cavern so dark and deep that if I fell, I might never be able to claw my way back up. I straighten as a soft knock sounds on my door. The dragon tattoo woman, Nina, peeks her head in. "They're back?" I ask. Nina shakes her head, watching me closely. "Do you have a minute?" she asks. I have too many minutes. Each one seems to stretch across the horizon of my hope, and the more I chase that hope, the farther it retreats into the shadows of the unknown. "Of course." I motion her in and gesture to the doctor's stool. It's the only other piece of furniture in this bleak little sick room. "It's not the first time a team has come back late. They'll return," she says matter-of-factly, like she's stating a prediction of early snow. She sits down. "Where do you plan to go first?" "What?" I'm not following her. "To recruit. Where is your first stop and when?" "I hadn't thought that far." She scrunches up her brow in disdain. "Well, let's think about it now. Who is on your list? I spoke with Lev, and he says you'll need at least 3 weeks before you can travel." "Who is Lev?" My mind is struggling to pull itself out of the cloud of anxiety and uncertainty. "My brother. He's the head medic. You've met." She sounds impatient. "Right." I didn't connect the dots. I wonder how many others are related to one another here. "I've got some ideas. Colonel Volkov, head of Veterans Affairs. An Iramunok who presides over a church in the Nyunuzhny district outside of Moscow." We don't use those derogatory terms here. Nina glares at me. Nyanuzhny? I ask, my face feeling flushed. She nods, her lips pursed. I'm sorry, I answer, feeling my defenses rise. That's all I've ever known them to be called. What do you call them then? People. She raises her eyebrow, challenging me. And their slums? What do you call that? I ask. A failure of our society. She folds her arms. But at least in that you're right. They are completely unnecessary, Nyanuzhny. She shakes her head. I think I prefer your definitions to my father's. It may take me a little bit of time to adjust, but I will try to remember and learn from my mistakes, I answer carefully. I've known your brother since he came here. I've been working with him on the committee for nearly 2 years. He never admits he's wrong. Perhaps he never is, I say carefully, trying to gauge whether she is attempting to get me to be disloyal to Sasha. She scoffs. My brother is also never wrong. What men are? The wise ones, I smirk. I think I may have witnessed one once. She unfolds her arms and gives me an appreciative smile. You'll have to give me a detailed report of what that looked like, in case I ever run across one. Are you sure the general and the Iermonach can be trusted? Yes, my conviction rings through the room. I'd bet my life on them. She nods. Good, because I've been using this delay to rally support for your mission. When Sasha comes back, he'll have no way to derail your plan. The initial vote was too vague. This plan will be clearly written up, and it will have the votes it needs to pass when he walks through these doors again. Why would you do that for me? I ask, trying to understand this small yet fierce woman. What makes you think I'm doing it for you? She stands. Start thinking about how and when you want to connect so we can begin recruiting our team. Nina walks toward the door, but before exiting, she turns back. Women need to stick together. There are so few of us with a voice. We have to speak loud enough for all of us. A thrill shoots through me, displacing some of my dread. I need allies, and it looks like I've found my first. Will Sasha view this as a betrayal, or will he be able to admit how much he needs me? I can only pray he makes it home to share his opinion. Whether he agrees or not, I'll take his temper gladly. I cross myself, borrowing Zhenya's faith and uttering a prayer of safety over my brother and the man I can't let go of. Please, God, protect Sasha and Dima. Chapter 10. 10. After days of agonized waiting, they're back. Word spreads quickly, and within 15 minutes we are all gathered in the assembly room. I sit next to Nina. The 3 men enter, looking tired but uninjured. Natasha doesn't run to hug Artyom even though she hasn't seen her son in days. So, taking her cue, I keep my seat as well. Sasha moves to the front of the room.
As far as we know, the mission was successful. Dmitri jumped from the moving vehicle near the train station at Nizhny Vartovsk. Artyom shot him 3 times as he ran until he went down.
I dig my fingers into the sofa in an effort to curb my reaction. Sasha glances my way.
The shots were in his extremities. It will look convincing without being life-threatening. Dmitri ran into a heavy crowd. Many people saw him. According to a report from one of our field agents, medics were on the scene within minutes, and he was delivered to a hospital, then transferred to Petergov by private jet. We abandoned the vehicle on the outskirts of Nizhny Vartovsk. The search response was intense. We waited in a crawl space below a butcher's shed. The smell was so strong they didn't search it thoroughly. Once the search area expanded, we snuck out of the area. Travel was slow but successful. We were not followed. The only possible threat is Dmitri. If he turns on us, our ears in the council will warn us, but we'll only have a short window to evacuate. We need to be vigilant. Please review our evacuation procedures today and make sure you're prepared for that possibility. Heads of households, you're responsible for your families. Leaders, you're responsible for securing your teams and departments.
I scowl at him. Dima won't betray us, and Sasha knows it. but everyone else nods their agreement. I catch Gosha's eye and see he's as annoyed by their distrust as I am.
Now what?
Natasha asks in her deep, rich voice.
Now I'm going to see my family, take a shower, and teach my toddler how to evacuate the compound.
Sasha's words rankle me. He left Dima half dead in a street, and now we're going back to life as normal? No, Dima deserves more for his sacrifice. I stand up, and all eyes turn toward me. I'd like to begin work with my team.
You don't have a team, Yulia,
he sighs. Actually, she does. Nina stands. And we've mapped out an itinerary for her first recruiting mission. We voted while you were gone because we knew you wouldn't want any delays in the mission. The vein in Sasha's temple throbs.
A tactical mission can't be approved without me.
It can if you are incapacitated, and based on your delay, we weren't assured of your safety,
Natasha Bolanovskaya says, less defiantly than Nina, but just as boldly.
Well, now that I am not incapacitated, I would like to have a say in the plan,
Sasha says through gritted teeth.
Of course you should.
Anton stands.
So, perhaps tonight, Yulia's team can scope out more potential bomb locations. Then, once the compound is ready for evacuation and the immediate threat has passed, we can review the recruitment mission with all members present. The plan is a good one.
He takes his seat calmly, and Sasha's neck turns red. I'm starting to understand why Artyom calls him fighter. He is impossible to argue with, and I'm incredibly grateful to have him on my side for this one.
Fine,
Sasha responds.
Take Daniil, Nina, and Larissa, but their evacuation preparation takes priority. Then you can start your plans.
Weariness must have taken away his desire to argue.
I'm on Yulia's team too,
Gosha says.
Lev, transfer him from the holding room into the hospital. Artyom, escort them and walk Gosha and Yulia through evacuation. Then supervise so Gosha can become familiar with our communications system.
Gosha's lips tighten as he eyeballs Artyom.
Thanks for the vote of trust.
It's not personal, Sasha responds.
You wouldn't let a stranger have access to your communications system without oversight?
I frown at Sasha's retreating figure. I want him to be with his girls, but revolutions are not won by complacency. Will his reluctance hurt us in the war? Gosha demands,
Just bring me some food and a lot of coffee, and take me to the communications center. We've already lost precious time.
Lev shakes his head.
You heard the boss. We follow orders.
Artyom winks at me, and I roll my eyes in response. The tension in my chest refuses me anything other than the shallowest of breaths. I'm tired of talking. Let's do what we have to do so we can begin. Chapter 11.
11.
This is it?
Gosha wrinkles his nose in disgust at the obsolete devices filling the communications center.
Are the messenger pigeons somewhere too?
Oops, sorry. Must have sent them with those kids you sold.
Artyom shoves Gosha through the doorway so I can enter. Gosha turns, muscles tensed, ready for a fight. Artyom flops onto the couch.
Saved you a spot, Kiska?
He pats the cushion next to him with a smirk.
Don't make me tell your mother how you're behaving.
Larissa Petrovna wags her finger as Nina wheels her into the room. I look around the room at my bizarre team. Gosha, the unknown genius. Artyom, who doesn't take anything seriously. Nina, who looks more like someone you'd see in a club than running a revolution. Larissa Petrovna, who is so old she could be the lost daughter of the last Tsar. Daniil, who is surprising only because he hasn't started a war yet. And me, the girl who smiles for cameras. Sasha didn't exactly give me a dream team. I hope that they, like me, have hidden talents.
Whiz kid, how fast can you build us a block?
Daniil grumbles, sitting down next to Artyom.
With these?
Gosha motions to the outdated monitors.
My grandfather could have built them.
I built this system myself.
Larissa Petrovna scowls at Gosha.
Same difference,
Gosha mumbles under his breath. Nina speaks up. Daniil, Yulia is the team leader, so let's allow her to make the suggestions. She pulls out a folding chair and takes a seat. Gosha settles into the computer chair, and all eyes settle on me. I take a deep breath. Maybe it isn't my dream team, but I owe it to Dima, Sasha, and all of our people to make something of the team I've got. Larissa, pull up a map of the mountains outside of Sochi, I say slowly and a little louder than normal. She nods confidently, shuffles her feet, and scoots herself to the keyboard. A hologram of the area projects in front of us within seconds. This is where Andrei Stepanovich's base is located. My uncle said one of the bombs was in the Red Mountain. That must be Krasnaya Polyana. It's the easiest clue, but it's a big mountain, so we have to pinpoint potential locations to search. Everyone nods their agreement. We must avoid detection if we are to retrieve it, which will be difficult if it's in one of the heavily populated tourist areas. Gosha, what about a block? I ask.
A block would get the government's attention immediately.
Prisms would work.
Larissa narrows her eyes at Gosha.
If you can't build them, I can.
Gosha raises an eyebrow, clearly impressed by Larissa's skill.
I've got a better idea. I'll build a biezo.
He grins, leaning back in his seat.
Biezo?
The old woman questions.
A biezopasniyi, biezo for short. It works as a prism and a block, and it allows you to send an encrypted message through the paradacha without the system realizing it. The encryption is so strong that even if the message were detected, only the most powerful hacker in the world could break it. But the most powerful hacker in the world built it, so it's completely safe.
Gosha is clearly proud of himself.
I could get Yulia into the Kremlin unseen, or into Petergov while Vladimir takes his morning piss.
Larissa shakes her head in disbelief.
How does it work?
Gosha shrugs.
The biezo blocks the signal for a millisecond, then streams a dummy feed to the live stream. When you send a message through the paradacha, I can make it look like that message came from anywhere in the world. I use that signal to transport a second encoded message underneath the prism. The first message reaches the intelligence office, the second reaches the recipient.
You've done this before? I ask.
Not yet, but I'm close. I can block a signal and stream a false image from a remote location. I can encrypt a secret message. I'm close to unlocking it for the recipient. It would take another 6 months or so.
Larissa intertwines her bony fingers, considering him.
We don't have 6 months,
Nina groans.
Gosha frowns. 6 months when I still had a social calendar and had to work in secret. I could probably cut that down now that I have nowhere else to be. But we're still talking weeks.
Daniil has a wicked gleam in his eye.
The biezo can move us around unseen. That's enough for now. We can sneak Yulia into and out of meetings.
I'm in.
Artyom extends his hand to Daniil.
Daniil swats it away.
Go search for the bombs. Yulia, get me names. I'll get approval, and we can head out within the week.
One problem,
Gosha interrupts.
Your ancient system won't run the biezo programming.
What do you need? Larissa asks. Gosha begins listing off technology and tools like he's speaking another language. Larissa looks more grim with every request.
There's no budget for it. It'll never get approved.
I don't need your approval or your money,
Gosha dismisses her.
I can access funds. I'll just need multiple people purchasing parts from different vendors. A lot of pissed-off Organizatsiya members are looking for me, and they'll be looking for big tech purchases.
Nina raises her hand.
If you're buying, I'm shopping.
I interject. We need to run this past the assembly. Gosha may have the means to bypass them, but we depend on them for more than just money. Particularly Sasha.
Waste of time.
Gosha mutters loudly enough for everyone to hear. I glare at him. He stands, staring down at me. This is a man who has stood up to Dima on many occasions. I refuse to be intimidated by him or his size. I need to find a way to win his trust, even if I can't dispel his dislike of me. The one thing we seem to agree on is our loyalty to Dmitri. In the meantime, I'd like to work with you on a more pressing matter, I say. Dima is back under my father's eye with powerful minds scrutinizing his story. What can we do to make sure his alibi is airtight? Gosha's eyes narrow as he sizes me up.
Assuming I could get this ancient system to do more than turn off the lights, I could hack into the Paradacha and distribute the shooting footage across social sharing platforms.
Larissa Petrovna slams her hand on her wheelchair.
Vladimir would trace the signals and consider it an invitation to dinner and a massacre. Why risk that for footage we can safely assume he's seen?
I'll hack into 100 different IP addresses at the same time. Each one bounces back and forth between hundreds of other addresses, creating millions of combinations. Only one of them leads here. The Organizacja uses this strategy regularly with great success.
He smirks at Larissa.
That is, assuming your system has the capacity.
Larissa huffs, clearly affronted.
That doesn't change the fact that Vladimir has surely had access to the footage all along.
It's for the people, not him. At the very least, it will be a distraction. But if we're lucky, it will get the international governments talking. Vlad can't silence them so easily. I just had to shoot my friend, so I'd like to make it as worthwhile as possible.
My system has never failed us.
Larissa's dislike is clearly written across her ancient features.
So if we fail, we'll know who to blame.
I interject before a fight breaks out. Surely Gosha and Larissa can find a way to use the resources we have available. Gosha's idea has the added benefit of letting us know where the people's loyalties currently stand. Let's give them the truth and see how they handle it. Gosha grunts, but he turns toward the old system and begins to pepper Larissa with questions in their shared language. I motion to the map. As for the rest of you, find that bomb. Chapter 12. 12. It's late, and we've spent hours scouring every map, but have found nothing concrete. The bomb could be anywhere. Sasha won't like it, but we'll have to put boots on the ground. The footage on Gosha's monitor is much more intriguing to my team than the map. There are 5 different cameras so far, each showing a new angle. The video that disturbs me the most, recorded from a citizen's portable Paradacha, shows Dima moaning on the ground, barely conscious as his blood pools around him. I keep my back to the screen. I am sure that whoever took this video sacrificed their citizen score for that bit of truth, but whenever I catch so much as a glimpse, the meager contents of my stomach burn their way up my throat, threatening to reappear. I wish I knew how Gosha so neatly separates himself from the images on the screen. He doesn't even flinch when a bullet hits Dima, and he was the one that pulled the trigger, his face clearly visible in most of the videos. All of these videos were taken down within minutes and locked away until Gosha weaseled his way into the system. I can't tell whether it's a good or bad sign that my father does not want the people to see Dima looking so weak. I hope it means he's reconsidering his successor and keeping Dima safe. But it could also mean my paranoid father is suspicious and questions whether or not to place blame on Dima and doesn't want any evidence that could exonerate him. Making the footage public would give Dima some leverage with Vladimir, the families, and the citizens. Outside, people bustle past the door, mumbling. Fear is the only thing I can make out in their hushed conversations. They fear Dima's disloyalty. I feel like the only one who fears for his safety. Did my father allow him medical attention, or is he bleeding at the hands of some torturer who is trying to extort information about my whereabouts? I shake my head, trying to dislodge the gnawing dread and keep my focus on the hopeful signs.
Get ready to witness history.
Gosha's hands hover over the keyboard.
I'm going to post the footage on hundreds of social sharing boards. Those boards are programmed to reshare. There's no way Vladimir's people can take the videos down fast enough. This might be the finest disinformation campaign I've built.
Except, I say quietly, this time it's the truth. Gosha glances at me.
Once this is out, there's no turning back. Dima's story will be corroborated. The government will be forced to make a statement. And I will be the most wanted man in the country. Do you want to proceed?
I look at Daniil, Larissa, and Nina, 3 members of the assembly. They exchange glances, but don't object. Yes, I say. Gosha hits 3 buttons and posts the footage with swift fingers. The assembly members shout, "Wait!" But it's too late. It's done. Artyom shakes his head.
You're going to answer to Sasha for not getting that approved.
The screen in front of us lights up as video after video goes live and the automated shares begin.
Shall I ask for his approval before I wipe my ass, since I need approval for everything?
Gosha challenges them. No one responds. Over the next 30 minutes, videos disappear quickly, hundreds at a time. Gosha remarks on the cybersecurity unit's impressive work, but it's no match for his program. Gosha types a few more codes and cracks his knuckles.
Let's see how long it takes to make the big time.
A smiling propaganda reporter appears on screen. His hands are folded neatly across his desk as he rattles off a puff piece about a train conductor's retirement.
Nice.
Artyom pats Gosha on the back.
What other channels can you get? I wouldn't mind a sitcom.
We all strain to hear the ancient crackling speakers, everyone except Larissa, who is dozing in her wheelchair.
Next up, the weather and our early frost.
The man flashes his brilliant white teeth. He's nothing more than an actor reading lines that will please my father. He'll only read an unflattering story if it's so big that the news outlet will forfeit what little credibility they have by ignoring it. How long do you think it will take? I ask.
Patience,
Gosha mumbles. There is a sudden movement in my peripheral vision.
What the hell is this?
I jump, and Larissa jerks awake with a curse. Sasha stands in the doorway, fists balled and forehead creased. Gosha's released the footage, and it's everywhere. Now he's hacked into the news in Nizhny Vartovsk, so we can see when the video leak is big enough to warrant media attention. Sasha pushes Gosha away from the screen, searching for a way to kill the power. "No!" we yell in unison. Gosha regains his balance and springs to his feet, face red and ready for a fight. Sasha rushes at Gosha, spit flying from his quivering lips.
You'll bring them right to us. I never should have trusted you.
Gosha pushes Sasha away from the equipment and uses his body to block Sasha's access. Unprepared for such rough treatment, Sasha stumbles and fights for balance. My team gasps at anyone daring to touch Sasha, but Gosha presses forward, fist raised. Artyom positions himself between them, and Gosha stops. He lowers his fists, but keeps his hands balled and ready. I wait helplessly for Artyom to attack Gosha and defend Sasha, but it quickly becomes apparent that Artyom has no intention of escalating the situation. We all breathe a small sigh of relief in the brief silence, while Gosha, Sasha, and Artyom size each other up.
Durok!
Gosha screams at Sasha.
I'm so sick of having this same conversation. How stupid are you? If they find you, they'll find me too. Everyone thinks I betrayed Dmitri. They know I betrayed the council and my country. I'm at the top of a very short list of programmers capable of a footage leak this powerful. In what asinine world do you think I would want to broadcast my position?
His methods are impressive.
Larissa starts, but Sasha doesn't let her continue.
I don't want to hear it, Sasha says. You sat here and watched him, and no one informed me that this little planning session had turned into an all-out offensive mission.
Gosha lunges towards Sasha, who tries to step past Artyom, but the man is like a brick wall and doesn't allow it. Gosha is forced to yell at Sasha over Artyom's shoulder.
If I didn't know how to stay untraceable, I wouldn't be alive to enjoy this antique equipment. Dmitri wouldn't have made it past 20, and you and your little band of misfits would have been wiped out years ago. I have been protecting you since before you knew who I was, so back off and let me work.
Sasha again tries to push past Artyom, who stands his ground.
He's the real deal. Even Larissa is impressed, and she hates him.
Sasha takes a deep breath and barks at me.
Come with me.
Artyom gives me an exaggerated look of concern and then winks. I'll come too, Nina offers.
No, Sasha clips. Turn it off. We have other ways to hear the news.
Artyom nods, but it's clear he's conflicted.
It's probably time for a break anyway.
Sasha herds me out of the door and leads me to the command center. I feel like a child being led to a lecture.
What's going on with you?
He folds his arms and glares at me.
You said you were going to plan. I walk in to find Gosha hacking into the National Peradacha. Whose idea was it?
I throw my arms in the air. It was my idea, and it's a good one. When this footage goes viral, our father will have a huge distraction on his hands. He'll have to respond. The legitimacy of the footage is proven, and father can't deny that Gosha was behind everything. All of this protects Dima by buying him time and validating his story.
It's too risky.
Gosha is using protection patterns that the Organizatsaya uses. They're proven to be untraceable, and this fingerprint of the families will increase father's paranoia. Why are you so quick to question everything Gosha and I do?
Because you're constantly undermining my trust. You're sneaking behind my back, creating division in my assembly, and putting my family in danger.
I bristle at the accusation. I raise myself to my full height and look him directly in the eye. I would never have approved anything that put the only family I have in danger.
You don't have the authority to approve anything, period.
Sasha points at me, his index finger so close to my face I can't look at it without going cross-eyed.
You cannot make decisions that put all of us at risk. I forbid it.
There are 3 assembly members in that room, I growl in frustration, all of whom thought it was a good plan.
Whose decision was it to turn that plan into action?
Sasha has me there. He knows what I learned too late, that the assembly members would not cross that line without his approval. Unwilling to admit my error in judgment, I opt for an accusation. You see me as a child to be appeased. You talk down to me. You give me a motley team of castaways. You might be trying to keep me busy and out of the way, but Gosha and I have something to contribute. Sasha puts his hand on top of his head, then drags it down his face. He leans his head back and looks at the ceiling, fighting for composure.
Castaways. We only have 10 team members. I gave you 3. Volume alone should prove I'm trying. But since you're so determined to make me an enemy, let me tell you about the team you didn't bother to get to know before judging them as useless.
Sasha starts counting furiously on his fingers.
Larissa is brilliant. She's practically a computer herself. Daniil is family. Even when I can't stand him, I trust him. Nina's a pain in my ass, but she's smart and eager, and she instinctively knows how to keep everyone getting along and on task. She'll run any little errands the others think are below them, but you shouldn't let her waste her talents. And Artyom might not be a council member, but he's my best guard, which means I'm foregoing my protection for yours.
A twinge of guilt breaks through my righteous indignation, but not enough to dissipate the stubborn streak we inherited from our parents. You're right. I misjudged them, but you're misjudging Gosha too. This isn't going to work if you're constantly questioning his intelligence and his loyalty. Don't you think Larissa is keeping a closer eye on him than you ever could? She actually understands what he's typing.
You do realize she was sleeping when I walked in, don't you?
Yeah, she snores, I admit, and it breaks the tension. It's a small reprieve, and while it doesn't clear the anger, it gives us a chance to catch our breath.
You know what? Do whatever you want. You're clearly going to do it anyway.
He scowls, and then reluctantly adds,
I know you'll protect my girls, so if you say what Gosha is doing is safe, I'll trust you.
I don't know what to do with a concession from Sasha. So, are we okay?
Not even close. I'm still pissed that you're going behind my back. It stops now. There is a procedure for making decisions, and I refuse to play these games where you find loopholes and plead ignorance. I just need some time to cool down so we can have a rational conversation about it.
Okay, I say, surprised. The Sasha I knew never backed down. It was always me who had to bend. I accused him of treating me like a child, but perhaps I've been doing the same thing, assuming he hasn't changed. He walks out of the room.
I forgot how screwed up our family is.
He grumbles loudly enough that I'm certain he intended for me to hear him. The mention of family reminds me of his daughters. He's supposed to be with them right now. Sasha, I call after him. Why did you come to the communication center? Sasha glances at me over his shoulder.
Because Zelia wanted you and Daniil to come for family dinner, to celebrate our safe return.
Are we uninvited? I ask dispassionately, careful not to reignite the fight.
You're busy.
He turns around to fully look at me.
What you're doing is important. even if you went about it the wrong way. We can do family dinner another time.
Admittedly, dinner with Zelia and the girls would probably be more enjoyable than watching monitors all night, but I will keep vigil. Dima is willing to give his life for this cause. The least I can do is give him a chance to succeed. Chapter 13. 13. I attempt to compose my face, still unsettled from my argument with Sasha, as I return to the communication center and close the door quietly behind me.
Are we back in business?
Daniil asks eagerly. I nod, and Gosha resumes his spot in front of the monitors. Can you get the international news feeds? Just because we aren't reporting here doesn't mean no one is. Gosha has the screens full of various networks up within a few seconds. Larissa slips back into her silent snore. Artyom, inspired by her example, stretches out on the couch. Nina watches the monitors like she's been assigned to unlock secret hidden clues in the mundane segments. Daniil and I turn back to the maps as I continue to stew over Sasha. I don't like this tension between us. We spent half our childhood fighting with each other. Aren't siblings supposed to grow out of that? Maybe that's the problem. We entered adulthood alone and never established our place in each other's lives, so we're picking up where we left off. I spent so many years wishing I could get back the past while he was hoping for his future. We spent so much time longing for different things that we don't have much common ground now. Everything feels broken between us. I try to look at the situation objectively. Sasha is infuriating, but he's also right about how I acted. I assumed the worst and overlooked the support he offered. I should have included him in the decision-making. It was an honest mistake on my part, but I can see why he felt like I'd gone behind his back. Gosha is a stranger, and I can understand Sasha's reluctance to trust him, but he is carrying it too far. His distrust of Gosha is distrust in me. We want the same things, but he's impeding my progress by constantly questioning Gosha's loyalties. I need to set things right, but I can't fix anything tonight. We both need a chance to process that argument and come to terms with hard realities. I found something. Nina points to one of the frames, and Gosha enlarges it for the rest of us. A tall, dark-skinned woman is standing outside of the Novy Ruski embassy in London. She speaks of the breaking news involving the royal family. The embassy door remains closed as the foreign press discuss the shooting. Our local press report that Dmitry Mikhailovich had been on a pre-wedding tour with Yulia Bituskaya, which begs the question, where is the daughter of new Russia's supreme sovereign? And if he can't control violence against his family, how can he possibly hope to keep his nation under control? Tune it to Moscow. My heart spikes when I see still more shots of the video. The newscast abruptly cuts to the Kremlin. The door has opened, and a few tense seconds later, my father's press secretary appears. Nina, I say, go get Sasha. Chapter 14. 14. Once again, I feel the familiar contradiction. I'm alone, surrounded by people. A few hundred strangers crowd into the assembly hall. Parents hold their sleepy, pajama-clad children. The adults whisper tense conversations. A mandatory meeting is a rare event, and the late hour of this one emphasizes the urgency. Gosha and Larissa set up a projection system in the back of the room. The sour look on Gosha's face says he is unimpressed with their equipment. The rest of the assembly members are gathered at the front of the room. I stand off to the side by myself, crossing my arms and avoiding eye contact. The people in the crowd glance in my direction as though I'm the reason they've been put on evacuation alert and now pulled from their beds. They clearly don't trust me. They also look warily at the projector and at Gosha. They haven't tapped into the Peredacha in years, not since the government took control of the system. Yulia! Zelia rushes in, carrying Yelena on one hip and Julia in a sling wrapped around her body. Julia fusses. She must have been rudely awakened by Zelia's rush to be present. Zelia puts Yelena down. Hold Tetya's hand. The tiny hand sliding into mine lends me unexpected courage. I give Yelena's fingers a little squeeze and smile down at her. The poor girl is falling asleep while standing, and my injury won't allow me to pick her up. What's happening? Zelia bounces Julia to soothe her. Are we evacuating? It's not that, I answer. Gosha posted the videos of Dima being shot, and they're everywhere. My father has announced a public address. Daniil spots us and comes over, grunting his greeting. He picks up Yelena, and she rests her head on his shoulder. Sasha steps up to the podium, and the seal of Novaya Rossiya hovers on the screen behind him. The crowd falls instantly silent, eager to learn why they've been summoned from their beds. Sasha recounts the pertinent background details and adds, "We've made great strides tonight. We've shown the public the truth and forced Vladimir to respond. For once, he is on the defensive." The seal disappears, replaced on the screen by my father sitting at his desk. My stomach clenches in response. The circles under his eyes are pronounced. He's pale and looks exhausted.
I have more to say, so please stay seated after the address,
Sasha says before he leaves the podium and joins me. At first, I'm surprised he chose me over the assembly, but it feels right. We should stand together to face our father.
My dear and valued citizens, we are all victims of a terrible crime. 5 days ago, at 1347 in Nizhny Vartovsk, our brave citizens witnessed this scene.
Sasha places his arm around me and pulls me close to him as I turn away from the disturbing images. My arm throbs angrily, but I turn into Sasha, grateful for his kindness.
When did he get so old?
Sasha whispers as the footage plays.
He's either genuinely ill or extremely committed to looking like he is. Dmitry Mikhailovich is in serious condition,
I hear my father continue.
But thanks to our world-class medical professionals and advanced technology, he's stable and resting. I am assured he will make a full recovery.
My heart leaps at those words, but only for the split second that it takes to remember that a master manipulator is speaking them. He could just as easily be building up the nation's hope to make a future announcement of Dima's unexpected death even more devastating. I force myself to look at the man that has taken so much from all of us and still has the power to take more. My father looks down at his papers, feigning a struggle with deep emotion.
My daughter did not escape,
he spits out. He takes a long pause, and I can feel everyone's eyes drift over to me in the silence. I keep my eyes on the screen, watching my father compose himself until he can continue.
She was brutally murdered. She was beloved by all who knew her, and precious to me. My last remaining family member has been stolen from me. It's an inhuman act of staggering cruelty, and those responsible will be found and brought to justice.
His voice chokes so convincingly that I'd believe his sorrow was genuine, if not for the hauntingly similar memories of when he eulogized Mama and Sasha.
The perpetrator of this crime was born and raised on Novorussky soil.
A zoomed-in frame from the video shows Gosha's face next to his official identification photograph. He played his role well that day. His cold glare makes me shiver. I look over at the real Gosha, who is stoic, arms folded. He must feel something, but he shows nothing. His mask could compete with my father's.
Georgy Dragovich is wanted for the murder of my beloved daughter. Not only that, but he is wanted for engaging in organized criminal activity, child trafficking, drug trafficking, information warfare, and attempted murder of a government official. He is also believed to be tied to a bombing that killed many of his family members, including his father, celebrated businessman Maximilian Dragovich. I ask you to report any sightings immediately, but do not engage with Dragovich. He is the most dangerous man in this country.
My father rests his forehead in one hand, obscuring his face as he takes a few deep breaths. He's tiring, I whisper to Sasha. He's masking it as emotion, but he's out of breath.
How do you know?
He never covers his face. He lets the people see every emotion so they feel close to him. He must be desperate. I bet he'll pre-tape everything after this. The address suddenly cuts to a montage of pictures and videos featuring me. A strange voice announces calmly, "We will now remember our beloved Gosposia." There are no formal portraits from official events. Instead, they've chosen Paradacha footage. Me sitting with a homeless veteran, me smiling with children at a clothing drive, my goodbye kiss with Dima the morning I went to shop for my wedding dress. All these images have one thing in common. They are the real me, not the version of myself cultivated and coached for the media. After the montage, my father reappears on screen, sitting a little straighter.
As a nation, we will heal and come back stronger, more united. We will root out and eradicate those who seek to harm this nation.
Rage smolders in his eyes. This isn't about the fight for the nation. He is a snake, interested only in protecting himself. Coiled, venomous, and ready to strike, he will swiftly annihilate anyone who crosses his path. He softens his glare.
My cherished citizens, write this terrible lesson on your hearts. Dangerous men want to disrupt our lives and take away your safety, security, and peace. We will fight to keep our streets safe, our children protected, and our nation free from these plagues of corruption and greed. I ask that you stand by my side as I take strong action to ensure those responsible pay the ultimate price. Thank you.
He stares into the camera until he's replaced with holograms of the nation's top propaganda reporter, Oleg Orlov. He looks like a friendly uncle with his salt and pepper hair and sympathetic eyes, but he's the supreme defender of my father's lies. When the cameras aren't rolling, he's a terrible human. I shudder as he begins highlighting my father's tragic plight. An innovative leader, bringing Novaya Russia out of the ashes, only to have his family ripped away by domestic terrorists. Gosha turns off the Paradacha. The people remain seated, like Sasha asked, and I watch them eye Gosha warily. Their distrust is subtle, a husband tightening his arm around his wife's shoulder, a mother shifting her child closer, a crease in a forehead line. Sasha makes his way back toward the podium.
As you can see, my sister isn't dead. Whether or not Vladimir really believes she is dead, we don't know. Gosha and Yulia have defected in order to help our efforts, and they have my trust and full support.
Shocked by his public declaration of trust, but not wanting to show anything less than unity to the Mieczyszniki, I called on a lifetime of practice masking how I feel. I smile calmly and tuck my hand into my pocket to hide its tremble. Sasha catches my eye and lowers his chin in a nod. Then he does the same to Gosha.
Friends, we've planned for years. Today we will shift into action and lay the groundwork for war. It won't be easy, but we have vowed to bring about the change the people deserve, and we must not let this opportunity pass us by.
His voice rises passionately.
Our people deserve to be governed by those who protect them.
Some claps from the audience agree with Sasha's declaration.
Our people deserve to be treated with dignity, not abused by those who seek power.
Now the crowd is with him, thrumming with anger and indignation.
We are the remnants of an old rebellion. We've stayed hidden long enough to survive. Today, we shift into offense. We'll rally our people, our numbers will swell, and we will prevail. We'll build a country that we're proud to pass on to our children. For Novaya Russia,
he yells, and the room erupts in a frenzied cheer. Agitated claps settle into a steady rhythm, all hands moving in unison, their hearts dedicated to the same cause. The sound of their hands and feet stomping in rhythm acts as steel beams reinforcing my courage, and I almost believe that we can win. Chapter 15. 15. Gosha and I follow the assembly members from the auditorium into the conference room to discuss my father's address. Neither of us has been invited exactly, but no one said we couldn't come. He believes Dmitri's story, Natasha says, starting the discussion as people find their seats.
Maybe.
Sasha rubs his hands along his jaw.
But he had to say something. That speech might have simply been his best option. So he suspects Dmitri,
one of the assembly members asks. He suspects everyone, I interject. He's seeking sympathy so the public will back him. He was watching Dmitri closely before, and he'll be watching even closer now.
He's using the charges against me to send a warning to the Organizatsiya,
Gosha says.
When was the last time someone was charged for organized crime? The families are accustomed to shooting at each other without government interference. He's worried he's losing control. Thus, the resurrection of organized crime charges.
Sasha looks around the room, and I suspect he sees the same skeptical side glances I do. It's clear that Gosha's insider information isn't endearing him to the Mieczyszniki, no matter how much success his efforts have produced. Sasha turns to me.
Yulia, you know Vladimir best. What were your observations?
His health has declined since I saw him last. He became tired in the middle of the broadcast. The announcer introducing the slideshow of me was an improvisation to get him off camera.
He's not allowed to die before we kill him,
Daniel grumbles.
Then speed is essential. Yulia, what progress has your team made at locating the bomb in the Red Mountains?
Sasha asks. I'm still not sure the assembly wants to hear from me, so I defer. Nina, would you like to take this one? Nina looks surprised, but stands. We have studied maps of the area and located spots of interest. We'll need boots on the ground to conduct searches.
How many people?
Sasha asks. As many as we can spare without attracting attention. She chews on her bottom lip. If we send them in small groups, dressed as hikers and tourists, we could probably get 30 to 40 people up there on the weekend, fewer on the weekday.
Can you conclude your searches before winter? Sasha asks. Once the snow falls, we'll have to stop.
I can't say, Nina admits. We feel good about the places we want to search, but there's no guarantee. We need to search quickly and widely, but how will we explain hordes of people stomping around the mountain all at once if we are questioned? We need to be connected to some kind of group at one of the resorts. This is how we can utilize Colonel Volkov. I brighten at the idea. It feels so obvious, I can't believe I didn't see it before. As the head of Veterans Affairs, he can organize a week-long retreat at one of the resorts. He could probably get a couple hundred men there who are loyal to our cause and have the training to locate and remove the bomb.
Veterans don't have resort money.
Lev looks at me as though I'm an idiot who doesn't understand the concept of poverty.
We can't fund that. It would be an astronomical bill for one operation that may not work. Let's send in our people. If the bomb can be found, they'll find it. Money won't be an issue,
Gosha boasts. I shake my head, trying to get him to stop, but he looks at me, eyebrows raised in question.
What? It's not that much money. We could get it easily.
I shake my head, knowing he just said the wrong words. Every face in the room is a different shade of judgment.
How?
Larissa Petrovna asks in her feeble voice.
Any number of ways. I could break into the National Bank and take it. I could send pictures of the sad state of our poverty-stricken children to wealthy foreign women who send their donations to make themselves feel better. Or I could...
So lying and stealing are your plans? Natasha interrupts, raising a critical eyebrow. Without missing a beat, Gosha starts his interrupted sentence over.
Or I could transfer some of my family's money to a more suitable home.
He raises his hands in the air.
Your money is just as dirty,
Daniel shoots back.
And it is definitely being watched.
Gosha waves Daniel's concern away as if it's nothing.
The Organizatsiya has been providing virtually untraceable money movements to our clients for years. It's as easy as creating a false IP address,
he answers.
What do you mean, virtually untraceable?
Anton asks. Gosha shrugs and grins, eyebrows raised.
The Organizatsiya tracks the IP addresses and maintains them for an exorbitant monthly fee. They have a database.
He leans back, baiting Daniil and ready to enjoy the show. Gosha and I need to have a chat about how to win over a crowd. With every word, he's digging deeper into their distrust. Daniil bites with the outburst Gosha expected.
Great, so we would be untraceable by everyone except the enemy. Maybe I'll just find the nearest Organizatsaya unit and ask for a loan. Better yet, I could ransom you.
Gosha crosses his arms, grinning. He's clearly pleased with his efforts to rile up Daniil. It doesn't seem like much of an accomplishment. Daniil is perpetually riled up. My jaw starts to ache with unconscious clenching, and I take a deep breath to release it.
I built the system and programmed in some backdoors. I've been siphoning funds from the Organizatsaya for years, and they haven't noticed yet.
He looks around the room as if expecting applause. I wouldn't be surprised if he took a bow.
I have to pull out the right amounts at the right time, so there are limitations, but I've been gradually saving. Between that and what I can safely steal from their accounts, we could cover a retreat.
We have sworn not to engage in illegal activity.
Larissa Petrovna's voice is firm underneath the feeble wobble of age.
If we bend on that, we'll start down a path that we won't recover from this time. Besides, what do we even know about Colonel Volkov?
Nina folds her arms. Everyone gets their hands a little dirty in a war. We have to do something. It surprises me to hear her say these words. Gosha gives her an appraising look, as if he's seeing her for the first time. Sasha ignores her.
We need more information. Anton, I want to know how many hikers we could send without raising suspicion. Gosha, get a bid on the cost of hosting the Veterans Retreat. I trust you can make it look like you're part of the Veterans Affairs Office. Everyone else, do what you can to be useful. It's late, so go get some rest.
Sasha approaches me as everyone else leaves the room. Artyom follows close behind.
Good night, Artyom, Sasha says. Help Gosha find his room. We don't want him wandering around lost.
Gosha doesn't argue for once. Artyom winks at me before he closes the door behind him.
What do you think of Gosha?
Sasha asks now that we're alone. I try to answer honestly. Sometimes he's decent, and other times it's like he's picking a fight.
Given his family, I'm not surprised. His entire life was probably one battle after the next. It's easier to always be on the offensive than it is to give someone else the upper edge. Tell me about the times you've seen him be decent.
He didn't want to kill everyone at his family complex. He was willing to do what needed to be done, but no more. He wasn't bloodthirsty. I wish I had more to offer.
Well, that's something.
Sasha sighs.
He needs to know we don't all view him as an enemy so he can put his guard down.
I snort. Is he joking? That's going to be tricky, seeing as a few hours ago you attacked him, questioned his integrity, and insulted his intelligence.
I owe him an apology. Will you come with me to see him in the morning?
I lean against a table and think for a few seconds. That depends. Are you going to tell me what I'm becoming a party to? Gosha is one of the only people here concerned with Dima's well-being. I need him to trust me, which will be hard if I take your side. What are you trying to accomplish?
You've changed,
he says softly, suddenly very interested in a chewing gum wrapper on the floor. Of course I've changed. I reach out and put my arm over his. It's been a long time. You've changed too. I rub my thumb against his arm, encouraging him to look up at me. For the better, I smile.
Yulia, it's my responsibility to keep you safe, he starts.
No, I shake my head. It's your responsibility to lead the revolution. It's my responsibility to help you win. And if this is going to work, we're going to have to figure out how to trust each other again. Because I don't think either one of us can succeed without the other. He pinches the bridge of his nose.
I can't lose you again.
I was never lost. You knew exactly where to find me. You were the one who was dead.
I'm sorry, I had to...
I cut him off. We can't keep apologizing for the past. It's done. All I need to know is whether you are going to actually start trusting me. He nods slowly.
Truce?
He holds out his hand. I swat it away and hug him. He is still for the briefest moment before he pats his arm against my shoulders.
So you'll help me with Gosha?
This won't be a blind alliance. Being on your side doesn't mean I agree with everything you say, but I'll stand by your side and do everything I can.
We've got to bridge this divide. The Mieczyszniki view the world as us versus them. If you aren't us, you're them, and it takes a long time to become us. We've seen and experienced terrible things and lost loved ones. We live with the knowledge that we could be next. That kind of trauma leaves its mark.
I know about trauma. That's why Gosha and I need to be accepted as part of the us. We have to work together with the people here to prevent more trauma.
There are no shortcuts. I'll be an example to the others, but the two of you will have to prove yourselves. And I'm not talking about victories. You'll have to prove your loyalty. That takes time.
All right, they need time. And what about you? How long does it take to prove my loyalty to you? Sasha gives me a smug smile.
Maybe we could shoot for a day where you don't disagree with me in front of the assembly or hatch some scheme behind my back?
I think I can manage a day. I smile back, finally feeling the ice start to thaw between us. Chapter 16. 16. We stand outside the door to Gosha's room. Sasha reaches out to stop me from knocking.
You're on my side, he reminds me.
It stings a little that he would suggest otherwise.
There's a long history. Until you know it, you won't pick up on all the nuances and...
I cut him off. Just tell me what you want me to do.
Let me ask the questions. Listen closely. We'll talk after.
I know this role well. How many times has my job involved smiling and putting men at ease? I knock on the door. Gosha answers. His hair is wet, and he hasn't put on a shirt. Tattoos snake up his arms, and he looks somehow more menacing than when he is fully clothed. He takes a bite of the toast in his hand and chews while he considers us. He looks a degree or two less surly than the last time we saw him. Maybe he was just hungry.
Welcome to the party.
He steps back to let us in. Nina sits in a chair in the corner, raising her jaw in defiance. He needed breakfast, and I wanted to hear him out. Sasha raises his hands in surrender.
You have nothing to explain. I'm glad an assembly member is giving him a chance. That's why I'm here too. Is this my interview to be allowed into the club?
Gosha sneers.
Pretty sure you're interviewing me as much as I'm interviewing you,
Sasha retorts. Gosha shrugs in response.
We didn't get off to a good start, Sasha admits. That doesn't mean we have to have a bad end. I'd like to see how we can work together. You mean you want my free labor and my money?
Gosha scoffs. Well, Sasha gives him a cocky smile.
Don't forget to add your charm to the list.
Sasha pushes past him into the room. Gosha snorts but makes space for him to enter. I can't help but smile. Their bravado is just like Dimitri's. I wonder if they teach it in school. Sasha pulls up the doctor's stool and sits, ceding the power position to Gosha, who remains standing. He's asserting that he won't be pushed around, but also doesn't need to prove his dominance. Impressive.
Let me make this easy for you,
Gosha says, arms crossed.
Treat me with the respect I deserve. Show me some trust, and you and I will be just fine. I'm not an idiot, and I'm not looking to get killed. I don't just want to start a war, I want to win it.
Then what? I ask, curiosity getting the better of me.
Then I play with computers until I die of old age,
Gosha answers sarcastically.
Easy enough.
Sasha extends a hand, and Gosha takes it. I notice his bicep twitch. He's flexing. Nina rolls her eyes in the corner. Men. If Sasha sees it, he doesn't let on.
I need more information about how you plan to fund everything. Even if the Organizacja doesn't know how to trace the funds, surely they will notice their accounts balances are lower. People tend to watch what they value. It's a multi-billion-dollar organization with so many transactions that it's not hard to create simple accounting mistakes. They have a 1% margin of error, and a fraction of that is no paltry sum.
Sasha leans forward, expecting more details. Nina purses her lips.
The Organizacja is most concerned with their bottom line. Let's just say I reinvest some of those funds in their ventures to keep that bottom line from becoming suspicious.
These reinvestments, Sasha says,
are they part of the child trafficking Dmitri told me about?
Nina gasps. Gosha starts to pace slowly.
I buy children, yes. Then I sell them to rescue missions. Technically, it's trafficking.
He uses his fingers as quotation marks around the word.
But I'm moving endangered children to safety.
He glares at us, daring us to doubt him. My hope perks back up. Of course he was Dima's man on the inside. This story matches up. Sasha nods thoughtfully.
Dmitri explained about your partnerships with rescues and various businessmen. I have no doubt you've helped many children. You have an impressive resume. Your success speaks for itself. So what are you here to learn?
Gosha picks up a glass of water and gulps it down.
I need to know the money trail before I'll touch a single ruble. We need to do this the right way, or the assembly will never go for it. I'd agree with them, too. Dirty money always leaves you owing someone something. Where else do you get the funds from?
Gosha twirls the cup in his hand.
Let's just say I have a Robin Hood investment portfolio. I take from the corrupt to combat the corruption.
He shrugs as though he doesn't care, but I suspect he does. Sasha is quiet. Nina speaks up. What are we talking about? Foreign governments? Foreign crime organizations? Terrorists?
Yes,
Gosha answers boldly. Nina looks impressed. Sasha is unreadable. I can't stay silent any longer. Where's your line? I ask. The one you won't cross.
Buried right next to my mother.
He puts the cup back on the table with a definitive thunk, an audible period. Sasha and I share a look. Gosha notices.
I'll get you money from wherever the hell you want it if you're willing to do something useful with it. But I'm not interested in working with a bunch of pompous bureaucrats. Are you taking action or not?
Nothing comes for free. Who and what will we end up owing? Sasha is resolute.
I won't ask for anything from you when all this is done.
Then what's in it for you? Nina demands. Gosha bristles, and his face turns a shade redder.
Apparently, a crappy bed, bland toast, and a whole lot of judgment from a group with a pretty shady past and a cowardly future.
Gosha, I say softly, Dima brought you here because of your skills, but he also thought you would want to be here. What do you want to see at the end of this? Gosha's shoulders slump, as though a heavy burden lies across them.
Decency. For all of us.
I scrutinize him, hoping he will offer more. He doesn't. And what will it take to make that happen? I ask. He purses his lips, but says nothing. Nina gives a half smile. I like him. Gosha flexes his muscles across his folded arms and scowls more deeply. She stands up, barely reaching his elbow, and pokes him in the arm. I think we'll do great things together, soldier. She flashes him a flirty smile, and I suspect she'd like to do more than battle with him.
Why is that?
Sasha maintains his calm. He doesn't just tell us what we want to hear. We could use more of that. She looks at Gosha, challenging him to disagree. And he's brilliant. Gosha doesn't respond, but he seems to cool a degree or two. Sasha stands and plants his feet wide.
Then I want to know your answer to Yulia's question. What will it take to make you want to be here?
Gosha's eyes widen, betraying his surprise, but he's a rock in every other regard. Sasha takes a deep breath.
You have the skills we need. This is our last shot. If we don't win, the rebellion dies. Who knows how long it will take for a new one to be born, much less reach maturity. What will it take?
Hear, hear, Nina says. As Gosha considers the question, the belligerent, angry man gives way to a more reasonable one.
Are you prepared to do what it takes to win?
He asks. Sasha starts to walk a wide arc across the room.
Within boundaries, we won't buy our victories at the defeat of those we're trying to protect. That means no profiting from the drug trade or selling out our people to a foreign entity looking for power. And we won't kill innocent people. Innocent people die in every war.
Gosha retorts.
If you're not ready for that reality, you're not ready for war.
Sasha keeps walking, slowing as his path nears the wall.
I'm not suggesting that there won't be casualties, but we need to be worthy of leadership when this war ends. Anyone can take power. We have to deserve it.
Gosha considers him. He sits down on the hospital bed and runs his hands up and down his knees.
It's a noble idea, and I feel comfortable with your terms. But I can continue to slowly attack the Organizatsaya on my own until they die of 1,000 cuts. Tell me why I should risk dying in a full-blown revolution. Can you guarantee success?
He demands.
No.
Sasha folds his arms across his chest.
You know the risks just like I do. You seem decent.
That seems to be high praise coming from Gosha.
I'm ready to offer my terms.
Sasha bites his bottom lip.
Go ahead. You only listen to yourselves, and you've been talking to each other for too long. You dismiss new ideas without reason. It's like you've all been shut up in here so long living off of rations that you'll deny a fresh meal because you're used to canned beets. You need to convince your people to start eating the fresh food. So prove to me that you'll take all the help that's offered and take some bloody risks so I can help you. If you can do that, I'm in. If you'd rather play it small, I'll go back to what I was doing. I don't mind working alone.
Sasha grits his teeth, probably offended by Gosha's honesty and accuracy. Sasha, I move to him and rub his arm. It's not us and them. It's right and wrong. We're here. We want to help. Between the two of us, we have the resources you need. Use them. Use us. That's what the Assembly needs to embrace. He laughs.
Always the idealist. It's not a switch you can flip, Yulia.
He looks at Gosha, and the two men share an exasperated expression. It's a moment of unexpected unity, and I don't even care that it was at my expense. Chapter 17.
17. Sasha, I was just coming to find you.
Lev hurries around the corner in his white medic's coat. He spots his sister standing outside Gosha's room and narrows his eyes. Do you have something to say? Nina challenges him.
I have a medical update for Sasha. Do you have something you want to tell me?
He asks. Keep up the good work. She pats him on the back and gives me a smirk as she walks past, as if to say, brothers. I've never had an actual girlfriend before, and I am both unsure of how to act around Nina and impressed by her. She says what she wants, does what she wants, and doesn't seem to care what anyone else thinks. I always care. I'm constantly composing and considering every word out of my mouth. Lev scowls as Nina disappears around the corner.
Zhenya should be waking up soon, he says. And we'd like both of you to be in the room this time. It might make her calmer to see familiar faces. We can't keep sedating her. The medication isn't good for her long term, and the expense isn't good for us.
He avoids making eye contact with me, and I wonder if he's offended by my criticism of their low-budget operation. Now I feel guilty. I know they've all done their best with what they have. Sasha and I follow Lev, and I try to think of compliments I can offer that won't leave him feeling more offended. Zhenya looks ancient and small in her lonely bed. I dislike seeing her so still. It's as though the world will keep moving as long as Zhenya is moving, and her stillness feels ominous.
See if you can get her to wake up. The medication's mostly out of her system, but it can be hard to wake people at her age. They have to want to wake up.
I walk to the side of the bed and grab her hand, rubbing it gently. Zhenya? I whisper, but she doesn't respond. Zhenya? I try again, a little louder. Sasha brushes her hair back.
Who's going to make me piroshki if you don't get out of bed? Don't make me eat Yulia's rock pies again.
Then he adds,
You called me lazy if I slept past noon. It's nearly dinner time.
Her eyelids flutter, and she looks around the room, trying to secure her bearings.
It's about time you woke up.
Sasha grins at her. Zhenya looks at him in wonder, and then gazes at me standing next to him. She swallows, blinks a few times, and then clears her throat.
It's about time you two finally came to visit me. Thought you were too busy for poor old Zhenya, didn't you?
She feigns disapproval, but squeezes my hand and reaches out for Sasha's.
Slava Bogi, she whispers, looking heavenward. It's a miracle.
It must be. Only God could have foreseen the three of us together again.
Where's Dima?
She looks toward the door, searching for him in the hall.
He's gone back,
Sasha answers. She grunts disapprovingly.
He never knew when to walk away from a fight.
Sasha looks at me, clearly wanting to change the subject.
I'll pray for his safety and courage.
Zhenya motions for us to lean closer.
My eyes can lie, but my hands cannot.
She reaches up and touches each of us on the cheek. Her eyes begin to water as she clears her throat.
Sasha's grin widens. As soon as you've recovered, I'll bring you to meet my family.
You found a woman who would put up with your big mouth and stinky feet?
She laughs.
Do you have children?
2 girls, he beams. And I even pick up my own socks.
The surprises never cease.
She raises her eyebrows. They're the most beautiful things you've ever seen, I add.
More beautiful than you two?
She scoffs.
Never. But perhaps a close second. Bring your sister a chair,
she orders Sasha, and then notices his missing arm for the first time.
Oh, my poor lost boy.
A look of pain crosses her face.
It's been a long time. I'm used to it.
Makes you look strong, like a warrior, she tells him.
Sasha moves the heavy armchair closer to Zhenya's bed. He points at it.
How did this get in here anyway?
Daniil brought it in, I tell him.
Daniil Danilov?
Zhenya asks, her lips settling into a grim line.
Yes, do you know him?
Sasha asks.
We've met.
The resentment is clear in her tone. I laugh, wondering if anyone who has met Daniil actually likes him, other than Zelia, who is forced to like him. Someone knocks on the door. A man in militia uniform peeks his head in the door.
Sasha, we want to run something by you. In a minute.
Sasha waves him away.
Go, before they fire you.
Zhenya swats him with her hand.
I'll come back as soon as I'm done,
he answers and leans down to kiss Zhenya's forehead.
It's good to have you back.
He stops at the door.
Everything is how it should be. We're together. We're safe.
Instead of making me feel more at ease, my discomfort returns.
What is that face?
Zhenya challenges me. Nothing. I wipe the worry from my expression and smile at her. I'm happy to see you.
Psh, I read your face like a book. You're not happy here? She questions.
I'm not sure I belong here. I look down at our intertwined fingers, saying out loud the words that have been spinning through my head since I arrived. I'm so happy to be with Sasha. I really am. And I love the girls and Zelia already. It's just, I can't seem to put my feelings into words.
Something is missing?
She asks. Someone is missing, I whisper. She gives me a wise nod.
You belong here, she reassures me. But Dima belongs in the battlefield.
She offers no sympathy, but I draw from her strength as she continues.
You're not the first woman who has lost the life she wanted for the one duty required.
Except no one seems to want me to do my duty. I have to fight for every inch here.
Then you fight,
she huffs. They look at me like I'm a spoiled princess who won't get her hands dirty. When I speak, it's as if no one in the room believes I am valuable to this mission.
Well, if that's true, they are right.
She gives me a stern gaze.
You are in that room. Do you believe you can't make a difference?
That's not what I mean. I try to defend myself.
Then convince them,
she says simply. It's not that easy. I feel myself getting defensive, but Zhenya doesn't have the strength to argue today.
Do you know why your mother was so adamant about keeping you away from all of the pain and suffering you grew up in?
Zhenya taps my hand to make sure she has my attention. Because she thought I was too sensitive for it. Even my own mother thought I was weak.
No,
Zhenya slaps her hand onto the blanket.
That sensitivity was your gift, your strength. She didn't want you to go numb to the suffering, because she knew that someday you would wake up and fight for what's right. So fight. And damn anyone who tells you you can't. Your mother never listened to them either.
My breath catches in my throat, and I can feel the lump forming. I always assumed my mother protected me because she didn't think I was brave enough or strong enough. And deep down, I worried. What if I am too weak to make a difference? This new truth fills me with so much hope and missing and love for my mother that it threatens to overtake me. I close my eyes and squeeze them tight. Zhenya pats my hand.
Never be ashamed of feeling too much. Be ashamed to feel nothing.
Chapter 18.
18.
Sasha, dressed in his official military uniform, addresses the gathered assembly.
We're entering a war that we must win.
He looks around the room at the people he has lived and fought with over the last 10 years.
To succeed, we must evolve.
He glances at Gosha.
Hear me out before voicing any opinions.
My eyes drift toward Daniil, and I'm not the only one.
First, I propose that we appoint Georgy Dragovich as the head of information and intelligence.
Gosha sits in the corner, wearing a military uniform Sasha provided for him.
I interviewed him thoroughly this morning, and I give him my full trust.
Tension weighs heavily in the room as Sasha vouches for someone who many consider their enemy, but to their credit, no one interrupts.
50 years ago, we tried and failed to recruit the top nuclear physicist in the country, Sergei Mikhailovich. Had we succeeded, imagine how different things would have been. The Organizatsiya never would have been able to take over the government. If my great-uncle had walked into our base offering his services, would we have refused? We have before us the man who built the Peredacha, and we would be foolish not to make use of his talents. We're already acting like fools, bickering about whether we can trust him. If anyone could have tracked us down and ensured our destruction, it's him. He could have offered our heads on a platter to increase his power. Instead, he's rejected his family and protected us. We're in his debt.
Sasha meets the gaze of each assembly member, one by one. What does he see? What unspoken messages did he send?
To many of you, he is guilty by his association with Dmitri. You must let that go. Dmitri knew our names and never betrayed us. He helped our captured members protect us. Our world is changing, and we do a grave disservice to those who sacrifice their lives for the cause if we continue to view the world as us versus them. We cannot make decisions based on spite. We must act from logic and strategy, from right and wrong. We are and will remain united.
I scan the assembly and swallow my triumphant smirk as Sasha uses my words. I see flared nostrils and clenched jaws, and I hope Gosha notices them too. Sasha is keeping his end of the bargain. Now we just have to hope the rest of the assembly will embrace the new direction. Sasha circles back to my military retreat idea and explains how, with Gosha at the helm, we can use the Organizatsiya's own money to take them down.
If we don't recover these bombs, we'll have to obtain weapons outside of our borders, which carries a much higher risk of alerting our enemies. It will cost us more, and we'll end up with inferior weapons. This mission is a top priority.
Sasha names another team to create disruption and discord using information from Dmitri on upcoming transactions. Gosha will oversee them as well. Keeping the government and the families in a chaotic state and suspicious of each other will help us go unnoticed.
Finally, recruiting. I propose that Yulia,
he clears his throat,
be appointed the head of recruiting, as she has the largest network.
The words are probably the last things he wants to say.
I open the floor for orderly discussion.
Sasha ends. Daniil slaps the table.
If we're finally going to do something, I'm in.
I, for one, would like to discuss.
Natasha's decadent voice silences the room.
Why have you opted for the veterans retreat over a smaller search party of our own?
I watch my brother outline the pros and cons, my regard for him growing with each point. He was born a leader, but age and loss have buffed away the jagged edges of ego and bravado. Before Dima came into our lives, Sasha and I were inseparable, but once there was another option for companionship, one who could run faster and keep up better, I got pushed to the outskirts. I always felt like I was pushing my way into Sasha's world. Now he's creating space for me, and I'll take it. As he lays out the plan, I realize it's the most hopeful I've felt in weeks, years, really. After a lifetime of turning a blind eye, I'm hungry to right my father's wrongs. Anton raises his hand.
I don't know Colonel Volkov and where his loyalties lie. Daniil, Larissa, what do you know of him?
Daniil shrugs.
He was so high up in the military that I don't think we even attempted to recruit him. He has a clean record, though.
Larissa shrugs.
I was never involved with recruiting inside the military. I was always in communications and tech.
Anton continues.
Well, I don't like the idea of not knowing who these 200 searchers are, no matter how trustworthy the colonel is. How can we be sure of the names on the roster? Do you have military contacts you could reach out to? Sasha asks. None that would be happy to hear from me, Anton answers. Deserters aren't exactly welcomed back.
Startled by his revelation, I turn around in my seat. No one else looks surprised, so I carefully compose my face and store the knowledge in a folder in the back of my mind. I wonder what other skeletons are in these closets. I stand and raise my hand. That is a valid concern. I can have the colonel submit a proposed list. Gosha can run background checks to help ascertain their loyalties, and I've probably met many of them. I'll add my personal approval. Anton nods, appeased by my answer.
Any other suggestions?
Sasha asks. When no one responds, he turns to Gosha.
Let's talk logistics. Our equipment needs an update. I've asked Gosha to prepare a summary.
Gosha stands, clears his throat, and consults a slip of paper in his hand.
I need better equipment, preferably not built in the Dark Ages.
He returns to his seat. Sasha purses his lips, and I feel his frustration with Gosha.
Perhaps not quite such an efficient summary. Elaborate, please.
They're not complete novices.
Larissa laughs, breaking through the offended tension.
They've listened to me ramble for years. Give them the overview, and I'll translate if they can't grasp the more complicated aspects.
Gosha stands again and shoves the slip of paper into his pocket. He explains the Biezo and how the current system can't run the programming. He assures the assembly that he can prevent messages from being intercepted, identify any chatter about the Mieczejniki, and help us move around undetected. When he takes questions, the assembly seems skeptical about his claims to be able to manipulate the Paradacha, but his family's fame for developing the technology is undeniable. Who else could possibly do this job? The cooperation I see in the assembly buoys my hope. I need them to move fast. My father is already on high alert. How long before he realizes the enemy is lying in a hospital bed right under his nose?
I move to vote,
Daniil grumbles.
I second.
Larissa Petrovna raises her feeble hand, and the room pulses with the energy of pending action.
All in favor?
Sasha asks. Every hand in the room goes up. Gosha rubs his palms together.
Time for shopping.
Sasha turns to him.
Don't scrimp. When Yulia goes to Moscow to start recruiting, it's up to you and your new equipment to make sure she survives. Let's just say I know how my family always managed to find who they were looking for without being detected. The Biezo makes it that much easier.
In less than a minute, we're watching Dima leave a seedy-looking warehouse, followed by a guard. A driver waits for him beside a car.
Find me a hotel,
Dima orders as the guard slides in next to him, and they both disappear from the camera as Gosha switches to a portable installed in the car. Dima leans his head back against the seat and holds his shoulder, massaging it. I study him, trying to read the history of the last month in the shadows under his eyes, or the way he falls asleep almost instantly. He's alive, injured but recovering. My starved soul feasts upon this comfort. Gosha steps back, leaving me to watch in as much privacy as he can grant. I watch Dima sleeping and remember the way he once held me close. Sasha opens the door.
Yulia, are you...
I jump, as though he's caught me in an indecent act. Sasha looks at the screen and sees Dima. He peers at me, waiting for an explanation. Gosha comes to my aid.
He said he tried to send messages. Figured we should start monitoring him.
Sasha purses his lips, but he can't argue with that.
Are you coming to lunch?
He asks me. It may have been an invitation when he first arrived, but now it's clearly an order. When Sasha turns away, I mouth, "Thank you," to Gosha. He shrugs in response. Coming from him, it's as good as a hug. Chapter 20. 20. The past few weeks have been filled with 3 things: training, planning, and playing dolls with Yelena. I've been living here for more than a month now, and my recovery has progressed well. I was ordered 4 to 6 weeks of rest. Instead, I focused on training to prepare for recruiting in Moscow. Lev tells me I'm a disobedient patient, but he occasionally mumbles about being impressed with my recovery. My newly healed arm, ribs, and I are about to leave on our first mission. In a week, Colonel Volkov will be in Moscow for a defense meeting on Veterans Affairs. Gosha hacked into every hotel in Moscow until we found his reservation. Then Gosha rearranged the reservation and booked the suites on either side, one with a connecting door to Volkov's room. I've come to Sasha's apartment to say goodbye to his family and Zhenya. It's an amusing dynamic to watch Zhenya's attempts to clean, cook, and care for the children, while Zelia attempts to care for Zhenya. Sasha has had several conversations reminding her that she is not a servant, but family. Yelena even calls her Baba. But the next day, she is back in the kitchen scrubbing some surface. I don't think Zhenya knows what to do with herself if she isn't caring for someone. In some ways, it feels like we've been together for years, not weeks. Julia coos in Zhenya's arms, while Zelia comforts a pouting Yelena. Yelena is just realizing that I will be away and unable to spend hours of my day dedicated to her happiness. That little girl has me wrapped around her finger, and her jutting lower lip tugs at my heart. I squat down to Yelena's height. In a few days, I'll be back to play dolls. Why don't you look for things we can use to make them new clothes while I'm gone? Yelena shrugs, but she's still too upset with me to give me a hug. Zelia gives me an apologetic half-smile. Sasha taps his portable as he opens the door.
Yulia, they're waiting.
Gosha upgraded the whole facility's communication systems, and the Mieczyszniki embraced it almost overnight. The halls are much quieter now that face-to-face conversations aren't required. I kind of miss it, but it's the price we pay for efficiency. I give a final wave and marvel at my reluctance to leave the apartment. I didn't expect to miss my newfound family so much. Yelena wraps her arms around my legs. I lean down and pull her tighter. I'll be back before you know it. I smile widely at her and wonder how many times my mother smiled at us while knowing she was stepping into danger. During this month filled with daily family time, I have felt more safe and secure than I felt for as long as I can remember. If it weren't for the Dima-shaped hole in my heart, I might finally feel complete. Somehow, this mission feels connected to Dima. Like if I succeed, I might be able to bring him back. We've monitored Dima nearly around the clock. He works, sleeps, and spends a significant amount of time alone. He hasn't communicated anything to us. He's playing it so safe that I hardly recognize him. Part of me is relieved he's not taking the risks I'm accustomed to, but I also worry that his uncharacteristic behavior will rouse my father's suspicions. The entire assembly has grown anxious in these past weeks with no news. We all need this mission. We all need to feel like we're doing something, or we'll be crushed by the weight of our inaction. Sasha places his arm around me as we walk through the cinder block halls.
If anything goes wrong, pull back. We can always try again, but we can't replace you.
The lecture is familiar. I've heard it daily. Some days there's even a matinee performance. I know. Stop talking, you're making me nervous. He pulls me closer and kisses the top of my head.
Don't worry. Gosha knows what I'll do to him if anything happens to you.
Sasha says it like a joke, but I know better. The command center buzzes with activity. Artyom and Anton perform maintenance on the weapons that will travel with us. Nina and Natasha pack wigs into plastic bags and vacuum out the air. Sasha sees Gosha pointing something out to Larissa on a clipboard and goes over to speak with them. I gape at Gosha. His hair is dyed red, and it looks like he's had his face reconstructed. Deep lines sink into his face, making him look sickly, and a tattoo spreads down one side of his face from temple to jaw. He would fit in with the addicts, which is probably the point. We're going to keep him out of sight as much as possible, but we can't take any risks that the most wanted man in the country might be recognized. Lev pushes past me with a large medical supply bag over each arm.
Wrap it up, everyone, Daniel croaks. Wheels up in 30 minutes.
Now that we're doing something, Daniel is in his element, and he moves around the room keeping tabs on everyone's progress and reminding us that the pilot won't wait around. They're old army buddies, and though we're paying him well for his services and silence, he's not going to take 1 ounce of risk more than he signed up for.
Get changed,
Daniel barks at me. I reach up and tug on the ends of my hair.
It'll grow back.
He waves me toward Natasha, who's already beckoning me over to a chair.
Last chance to change your mind, she says.
Gosha can make me invisible to the Paradacha, but he can't make me invisible to the people on the streets. That's your job. Just make it quick and painless, I say as I sit down. She gathers my hair together. A few tugs later, my head snaps forward, free of Natasha's grasp. I turn to see her pass my long, blonde locks to Nina, who places them in a box. The hair will be used later for more wigs, but it feels like a death of sorts. The box looks like a tiny coffin signifying the death of Yulia Bituskaya. I touch the hair I have left, the length ending too abruptly, like it belongs to someone else. Maybe it does belong to someone else. I've begun my rebirth as Yulia the Mieczezhnika. Natasha pulls out the clippers, and I close my eyes as she shaves my hair close. It's the best way to ensure I can change my appearance quickly with wigs. It will also allow me to disguise myself as a man. No matter how practical and necessary, I still can't bring myself to touch my shorn scalp. Nina gives me a sympathetic smile and opens her cosmetics box. People walk by us and sneak glances. They try to be nonchalant, but my bald head would be a spectacle all by itself. Nina is using makeup to contour my face enough to trick the Paradacha's facial recognition. She's also convinced the assembly that making me look dangerous with dark, dramatic makeup will cause most people to avert their eyes. Nina swats at something above my head.
Do not touch her hair.
Who's your friend?
Artyom asks from behind me.
She's sexy.
I roll my eyes.
Go away,
Nina orders. Nina hands me a mirror.
He's not wrong, but I'd go with gorgeous warrior.
The stranger in the mirror is pale and fierce. Harsh black eyebrows stand out against my fair skin. Black eyeshadow rims my blue eyes, which seem to glow in contrast. Even more impressive is that Nina has constructed a completely new face. Lower cheekbones, wider nose, and a dimple on my chin. She's narrowed my jaw and broadened my forehead to create a heart shape.
Clothes are behind the screen,
Natasha says, pointing to a curtain hanging in the corner.
I'll keep my son out of your way.
I step behind the screen and pull on a set of clothes, my first of many disguises. The charcoal leather pants cling to me like another layer of skin, and the gray sweater falls comfortably into place. I slip my feet into leather boots and pull up the zippers. We chose level 2 colors because they can travel freely but are not important enough to attract notice.
Pass me the mirror.
I want to meet the new Yulia, if I can even call her that, before everyone else. Nina passes the mirror around the curtain, and I survey every inch of me, from my head to my toes. This new me feels strong, brave even, and she sends a message. Don't talk to me. This feels right for my first trip back to Moscow. Next time, I will be someone else entirely. I walk out from behind the screen to face a small gathering of people, all waiting to see me.
Whoa,
Artyom breathes out. I'm ready, I announce.
Not yet.
Daniil hands me a holster, a gun, and a dark leather jacket. He smiles at me. It's the first smile I've earned from him, but it doesn't make him more inviting.
Let's move, people,
Daniil yells. Sasha wraps me into a hug as the others say their goodbyes. Neither of us speaks. I cling to him and try to absorb his strength. He sniffs and releases me.
Take care of her,
he demands of Artyom.
Don't let her more than 15 meters away from you at any time.
For once, Artyom has no jokes to offer.
I swear on my life.
The two men embrace. When Daniil comes over, I expect him to hurry me along, but I watch in shock as he and Sasha share a quick and awkward embrace. Sasha walks me to the car that will take me and my team to the plane. My reflection in the tinted glass surprises me. I'm not the same person who arrived here a month ago, but I pray that this woman, whoever she is ready for what comes next. Artyom stands in my eye line, pretending to read the train schedule. It's so embarrassing, I say. I hand it over. He opens the passport to see the beautiful girl with long brunette hair and piercing blue eyes, almost the same color as mine. Again, he does a double take.
What happened to you?
He asks longingly. Daddy issues? I shrug. Or maybe an older brother who's a bad influence. I nudge Gosha, and he takes the hand off perfectly.
What happened is my sister is an idiot. Our father won't let her travel alone. I'd apologize for her behavior, but you two can be rid of her at any time. So you're in charge?
The older officer asks Gosha, taking in the sunken cheeks and face tattoo.
Says a lot about how much of an idiot she is, doesn't it?
Gosha snorts.
The last time she left the house unchaperoned, our father had to leave a meeting at Goryachi Mesto to pay off a hotel manager who found her skinny dipping in their pool. It was midday.
The officer's face sobers as Gosha complains about my skinny dipping. I grin mischievously.
Can we go?
Gosha looks toward the platform.
If we miss the train, I'll be stuck with her even longer.
The younger officer hands my passport back.
Have a safe trip. Good luck with that one,
the older one says to Gosha. They head back to their post, and one of them speaks into his portable.
All clear.
Gosha hurries us toward the platform. Artyom steps out in front of us, moving slowly enough that we can pass him.
If they follow procedure, they'll review the film of all incidents when their shift ends,
Gosha whispers. Film that we won't be on.
Then we'd better have disappeared by the time they realize the system has been tampered with,
Artyom mutters from behind us.
They'll be waiting for us in Moscow. I wish I could get a message to Larissa and have her call in a bomb threat or something, overwhelm them.
Relax, Artyom says.
We'll do this low-tech and get off at the next station. We'll wait for a couple of trains and then get back on. Tell the others,
Gosha says, and we pick up the pace to put distance between us and Artyom. Travelers still avoid eye contact, but my invisible disguise suddenly feels very conspicuous. Chapter 22. 22. Moscow. I wonder how many missteps this mission can take before we have to call it a loss and go home empty-handed. Colonel Volkov never checked into the hotel. The media broadcasted pictures from the meeting, but they could have been old or altered images. Gosha scoured Paradacha recordings until he found Volkov entering Building 6 on Akademika Zelenoskogo Street, one of the government-owned apartments near the Kremlin that top officials rent for nights they need to work late or meet with their mistresses. Volkov is nowhere near the stature of the usual tenant, cluing us in that something was amiss. We've been inside the attic of a cigar store across the street from Building 6 for 24 hours, doing surveillance and plotting our next move. It's cramped and dusty, with smoke wafting up through the floorboards. The owner is loyal enough to the cause and excited enough for the payment to keep his mouth shut. His wealthy patrons are another story entirely, so we stay invisible during business hours. Gosha's portable streams a broadcast on mute, and Dima's picture catches my attention. "Turn it up," I say. "Making his first official visit to Moscow since the nation's great loss," the woman reports. "He is expected to make an appearance at the Kremlin tomorrow." Daniel rolls his eyes.
"Security at the Kremlin will triple."
We had considered trying to connect with Volkov inside the Kremlin. The security would be higher than it is at this building, but there are more people to blend in with. I personally know everyone who lives in this neighborhood, and the residents would instantly recognize and report an outsider roaming their halls. My heart surges at the thought of Dima being so close. I know I can't see him, but just knowing we're in the same city brightens my mood. Gosha shakes his head.
"That Ubliudok knows we're here. He's keeping Volkov out of reach."
"Has your Biezo failed, or has Dima developed omniscience?" I scoff.
"Dmitri knows you're alive, and he knows that Volkov is a key contact. He also knows there's no way you're going to sit and rot in the compound. He's playing the odds."
Gosha balls his hand into a fist and punches his leg in frustration. "That's a big leap. Why wouldn't I reach out to the colonel at his home in St. Petersburg? Dima wouldn't put in that much effort for something so unlikely," I argue.
"Could he be tracking us somehow?"
Daniel asks.
"You've seen me check for bugs," Gosha says. "No one could be tracking us."
Nina's hand flies to her mouth.
"Nina,"
Daniel growls.
"what have you done?"
She digs through her cosmetics bag and pulls out a zippered pouch. "I'm so sorry," she says as she pulls out Dima's ring. "But it's been in this case the whole time, and you've scanned it. It can't be transmitting, can it?"
"It's a Suba."
Gosha pinches the bridge of his nose.
"Ugh, I didn't even think of this once you took the ring off. I assumed you'd given it back."
"I did." I shoot Nina a look. "What is a Suba?" Gosha reaches out for the ring.
"Old technology. Subchenie are hard to discover because they only transmit signals periodically. I programmed this one to scan its location at 3 random times per day and send a message if it was ever outside of a predetermined boundary. It was supposed to alert us if Yulia was kidnapped. Dmitri must have reprogrammed it to tell him when you left the base. It would be a simple switch once he was back in Petergov. The source program is on his computer."
Dima turned his mother's ring into a tracking device? I think back to the first time he gave it to me. He seemed so nervous and ardent.
"It was my mother's, and before her, my grandmother's. I want you to have it."
Once again, he has manipulated me because he thought I needed constant supervision. Gosha pulls out a laptop and places the ring on a scanner pad.
"Dmitri bought it off a Nyanuzhny who was trying to feed her kids. He gave her 3 times its value."
"Is that supposed to make me feel better?"
"So he knows where we are?"
Daniil asks.
"Not quite. He knows she left the base. He knows she's on the move, but it's not the most precise tech. He would have figured out the gist of our plan easily enough."
A progress bar appears on Gosha's screen and gradually begins to fill.
"Why don't we just ditch the ring?"
Artyom scowls at the ring like it has personally offended him. Gosha shrugs.
"A Suba can also transmit a message in an emergency. Once it does, the device will self-destruct, so it's a last-ditch effort. But I wouldn't want to give that up."
"So instead you're broadcasting the location of our families and putting our mission at risk,"
Daniil huffs.
"The only location memory is inside this ring. Dmitri just had to program it to establish its current location and transmit a memory if it moved more than a certain distance away from that point. The message itself goes through the same encryption web I use for other messages to obscure their origins, and it looks like junk mail. Only Dima and I would know what it is."
The progress bar reaches 100%, and Gosha picks up the ring.
"It won't transmit the location anymore, no matter where it is. But we should count on Dmitri figuring out that we're on to him."
"I'm so sorry," Nina says. "I went to see him before he left. I wanted to hear him out. He asked me to keep the ring with me. If he died, I was to give it to Yulia the second she got the news. They'd just broken up. He was crying and everything." Of course he was. He is the master of manipulation. It feels like reopening a wound that had just started to heal. There are so many lies layered beneath our love. Gosha looks at me to see if I will defend Dima, but I'm struggling to find justification in my mind. Gosha speaks for me.
It's not worth fighting over. He'll be watching all of Yulia's contacts closely. This just gave him a heads up. The real question is, why is he getting in our way?
Do you trust he's on our side?
Daniil asks, looking at me and then Gosha.
Truly and honestly?
Absolutely, I say at the same time Gosha says,
No question.
Gosha gives me a grateful nod. As twisted as Dima's methods can be, we are the only two who know the depths of his loyalty. Gosha and I have to stay united if we are going to keep that channel of communication open.
Then he knows something we don't, Daniil says. He wouldn't have risked showing his hand for nothing.
Nina sits up straight. He must be trying to help us. Maybe that's why Colonel Volkov is staying in the building. Dmitri is arranging the meeting. Gosha shakes his head.
He would have sent us some kind of message. That's what doesn't make sense to me. He's acting on the information he's receiving, but he's not reaching out.
He's protecting me, I say. Or at least he thinks he is. He and Sasha both want me inside the compound. He's being a stubborn kozel and trying to prove that he knows best.
Sounds about right,
Gosha says. So what do we do? Nina peeks through the curtain to the grimy window and surveys the street below. I take the ring from Gosha and turn it over in my hand. As frustrating as he can be, I still trust Dima. And if he needed to get a message... Chapter 23.
23.
It only takes Gosha an hour to get the footage of Volkov he needs to program the Biezo. The colonel wears the same uniform every day. He comes home at a predictable time, eats dinner, and falls asleep watching old movies in the bedroom.
Fortunately for us, this fool's about as predictable as they come.
Gosha tucks the Biezo receiver into a pocket in my protective vest.
I couldn't ask for an easier program for the Biezo.
Gosha loads the cartridge into my handgun and places it in the holster.
If Dima figures out that you are on the move, he'll try to intercept you. Are you sure you can handle him?
Artyom scoffs.
Oh, I can handle him.
He places his gun in the holster and then attaches a knife into one of the loops on his vest.
I'm not talking to you, fool,
Gosha snaps. I would feel much better about running into Dima with Gosha by my side rather than Artyom, but Artyom has orders to stay no less than 15 meters away from me at all times, so Artyom it is. I can handle him. You're sure he can't track me with this? I tuck the Suba under my shirt as Gosha nods. What's he doing now? I ask.
Same. Working on his bed. It's an easy scene to record. I expect him to use it as a prism and try to intercept you at some point.
How will he do it? I ask, inspecting my gear. I've inspected it 5 times already, but it calms my nerves.
I've replayed all the footage from this building over the last week. The morning they arrived here, a service crew cleaned the lobby and halls. I'm guessing they left behind some independent surveillance equipment.
So that's why we're taking the roof. I thought you and Artyom just liked the idea of dangling 20 stories above the ground for fun, I murmur.
For you, I'd dangle 49 stories.
Artyom winks at me. Not 50? I joke, wanting to distract myself from the tension that is winding tighter and tighter in my chest.
Everyone has their limits, but if you want to try to talk me into that extra story, you've got plenty of time. Ready, Kiska?
Artyom looks ready for battle. To the roof. I place the black hood over my bald head. It's already growing a prickly stubble. Nina leads the way to a narrow staircase to the roof entrance. She ensures the roof is clear before waving us forward. Artyom places his hand on my shoulder, holding me back.
Listen, Yulia, we have to be in sync tonight. Both of our lives depend on it. If I tell you to do something, you do it. If you tell me to do something, I do it. No questions asked. Complete, two-sided trust.
He's resolute, and I'm grateful for his protection. I promise. His eyes crinkle as his smile broadens.
Then let's do this, Kiska.
I stand on the roof ledge and look down at the street below, immediately wishing I hadn't. The height makes me dizzy, but I force myself not to think about it. We're on the top floor of a 3rd-story building, attempting to reach the rooftop of a 26-story building. I swallow and take a deep breath to steady my nerves.
Climb on, Kiska.
Artyom bends down to make it easier for me to wrap my legs around his waist. I wait for Artyom to make some lewd joke about the position, but he doesn't. At least then I could laugh at him. Instead, the nervous energy just builds up until I'm wound so tight I feel like snapping. Gosha tightens a safety strap around the two of us like a belt.
How's your balance, Artyom?
Artyom takes some steps around, accustoming himself to my extra 68 kilos.
It's workable.
Yulia, how's your grip?
Daniil asks. It's fine. The belt helps more than I would have thought.
Hold tight. Falling is fast. Pulling you up is slow.
Artyom clicks a carabiner from my harness to his. Gosha pulls a kogut from his holster. It looks like a harpoon from the Nautical Museum, only smaller. He aims at the roof of the next building and fires. Metal shoots silently through the air, and there's a crunching sound as it connects with the apartment building. The streets below are nearly empty at this time of night, but the few pedestrians look up to find the source of the noise. The black cord blends with the black night, and the pedestrians move on.
The birds are singing for us tonight,
Artyom sighs as the other team members set up the pulley. Gosha looks through his night vision binoculars.
It's a clean hit, but you'll have to pull yourselves over the ledge.
Daniil secures the cord to the metal bracket on the roof. He pulls and tests, making sure his system will not come loose. Satisfied, he stands.
Leave no trace that you were ever there. We'll wait inside.
Gosha turns without a goodbye. Only Nina gives us an encouraging pat before joining the others. Artyom steps onto the ledge and clips another carabiner onto the pulley system. Then he sits back, testing his weight.
Now or never.
He begins to pull, and we slide silently into the air. This is easier than I thought, I whisper into his ear. He grunts with the effort of pulling our weight up 26 stories, and I smile in spite of the circumstances. I look down and immediately wish I hadn't. Everything spins below me as irrational fear takes hold. I've never been this high up without something below my feet. I close my eyes and bury my face into Artyom's back.
Look up, not down, he says softly.
We're almost there. I feel a jerk and crack my eyes open. We've reached the other side, but are still dangling a few feet below the roof. Artyom fiddles in his belt for his grips. He swings his legs forward to get momentum, and with the movement, the belt slips. I grasp tightly around his neck, my heart pounding in my chest like it's trying to escape so it can run off into the night.
Too tight,
he chokes. The belt slides down below my hips.
Grab the belt. We can't let it fall.
His whisper is strained.
I can't.
My voice shakes.
If it falls on someone's head, they'll notice and report. My hands are a little full. You won't fall far, he urges.
I release one arm and reach down for the belt. It slips again, dropping past my knees. I let go and feel the silent scream move through my body as I fall into the night. I catch the belt, and the carabiner catches me. I sway back and forth, dangling over the street. I slide the belt over my shoulder and clasp my trembling hands over the thin cord keeping me from death. Artyom fumbles to secure his grips back into his utility belt.
I've got you.
Artyom strains as he pulls me up by the cord. I reach his waist and grasp for him desperately as he continues to pull. I wrap my arms tightly around his neck, feeling paper thin, like the next breeze might blow me away. He holds me tightly and whispers in my ear,
"You're safe, Kiska. I won't let you fall."
I nod but don't move. My breath comes fast and shallow, sending puffs of white into the crisp night air.
"Hey,"
he grins at me.
"I know you're pretty cozy here, but we still need to get up this wall."
He waggles his eyebrows at me and nuzzles his beard against my cheek. I let out a silent laugh, and the tension and fear ease ever so slightly.
"There you go," he says patiently. "Now get the belt back on. Tighter this time."
He locks his arms around my waist, and I reach behind him, fiddling with the safety strap.
"All right, I'm swinging again."
He swings his feet, this time reaching the wall. He stretches his arm, and his grip connects. He locks it in place, then situates the next one on the brick and twists it into its locked position. He secures his footing on the wall, but hesitates to climb.
Kiska? This is going to be a little tricky with your legs dangling down like that. Could you wrap them around me?
I awkwardly swing my legs around his. Like that?
Can you get up higher?
Like a baby monkey? I ask.
Sure, like a baby monkey.
He places a hand under my bottom and hoists me up. I wrap my legs around his waist.
Or like lovers,
he smirks. Daniil crackles through our earpieces.
Don't make me tell your mother about your behavior.
We both laugh, relieved to feel a little more secure. Artyom begins to climb the last few feet to the roof. When he pulls us over the edge, I look for Dima lurking in the shadows and am disappointed when I don't see him. It's always complicated with Dima. I don't want him to interfere, but the thought of being this close without seeing him is painful. Artyom rolls over the ledge, releasing the safety strap and disconnecting the harnesses.
Is he there?
Gosha asks in my earpiece.
No psycho yet,
Artyom answers.
Isn't that odd, Yulia?
Gosha asks. I don't know. I'm not his mind reader, I snap, still smarting over the lie that is currently hanging around my neck.
Maybe he's trying to keep eyes off you,
Gosha suggests. What's happening in his apartment? I ask. Does it look like he's using a prism? Gosha delays answering, and my worry fills the space.
It's a prism I built for him a couple of years ago.
Something in his voice is off. What's happening in the prism? Gosha hesitates.
Does it matter?
Apparently it does, if you're keeping it from me, I whisper as sharply as I can.
He's with another woman.
I swallow down the sick feeling. That scene was recorded somewhere at some time. She didn't just show up? Did you see her walking through the lobby?
No, but Dima has lost his privacy clearance. Others in this building have it. There are some halls that have blocks, so mistresses can't be seen entering their lover's apartment. She could have gotten in unnoticed.
Gosha answers. So it's real? My voice comes out too high.
I think he's sending you a message,
Gosha tells me. And what message would that be? I ask.
This is a dangerous prism to use. Once the clothes come off, anyone watching will realize he's missing several scars. I think he's telling you to leave, that he doesn't want you here.
Of course he doesn't, I mumble. Do you think it's a warning?
It could be,
Gosha answers. Yulia, if it looks like a trap, we've got to call you back. It's Nina this time. Gosha, sweep the entire building again. What else is going on?
Mostly people are sleeping. A woman is watching TV, and Dima's prism is drinking wine and flirting.
What about the blocked apartments? Can you break through them?
I've already started. Fortunately, I built them.
We wait, and I feel ready to scream. To be this close and go home empty-handed feels like a punch in the stomach.
The building is clear,
he announces. And can you verify that this woman in Dima's room did or did not actually enter tonight? I ask, caring more about the answer than I should.
Of course, but that will take longer than we have since the only images saved are of empty halls. I'd have to scan footage of the entire area and track her movements.
Artyom raises his eyebrows at me, questioning.
What's our move?
I pace back and forth across the roof. Where's Dima actually? Gosha hesitates, and I imagine his eyes moving from screen to screen.
I can't find him anywhere.
Artyom wrinkles his forehead sympathetically.
Maybe it's not a prism, and he's really engaged with a woman. It's possible, but this looks really familiar,
Gosha says.
Your call,
Artyom declares. It's refreshing to be asked when I'm used to being told. I think we're too close to go home empty-handed. If we wait for the perfect moment, we'll never gain support.
Let's move.
He motions for me to follow closely.
I'm unlocking the door,
Gosha informs us. I silently follow behind Artyom as we enter the building through the service door, where we will be unlikely to run into anyone at this time of night. We learned our lesson in the train station. Even if we are invisible on the Paradacha, it's hard to predict people. It's easier to avoid them. The little stairwell is lonely and overlooked, stripped of all the finery the inhabitants of the building demand. I imagine they would be appalled to see the grime layered on the metal steps or to smell the damp rot in their walls. Or maybe they wouldn't care as long as they don't have to see it. We tread softly, but the sound of our feet on the metal steps still echoes, making my pulse thrum. "It's too loud," I whisper.
This flight of stairs will lead you below the penthouse level. Then you can take the door on the left and go into the service hallway. From there, we'll move you down the elevator shaft. It will be quick and painless,"
Gosha directs. Artyom motions for me to stand to the back against the dingy wall as he cautiously sides open the door, sweeping the area with his gun. He waves me forward into the barren corridor. I jump as the rush of water moves through the exposed pipes above us and drowns out the sound of my heartbeat ringing in my ears. I don't know why I expected to see Dima's shadow leaning against the dingy sheetrock. Gosha would tell us if he were here, wouldn't he? I can't help it. I anticipate Dima at every turn. We move our feet silently across the cement floor that looks as though it has never met a mop and make our way to the elevator shaft. Gosha times the door opening perfectly.
"No Paradacha in here,"
Artyom whispers as we look down into the smooth, dark void. "Faster than the stairs." I take a deep breath as he attaches cables to the long, thin metal rod that runs down the length of the shaft. Artyom tugs on the carabiner connecting my harness, and then tugs on his own.
"Time to jump."
His boyish grin tells a different story than my grimace.
"You're wasting time,"
Gosha warns. I close my eyes, reach out for Artyom's hand, and jump into the void. Every cell in my body screams, but my mouth clamps firmly shut as I swallow my terror. We drop 15 stories before the cord starts to slow to a rough stop. My ribs scream in protest to being jerked and jostled when they have just decided to heal.
"The hall is empty. I'm opening the doors."
Gosha speaks into my ear. Let's pray it stays that way. My heart is racing and my hands shake as the door slides open just above us and the light floods into my eyes. Artyom swings his legs back and forth as he reaches for the sides of the open elevator shaft. He pulls himself into the hallway and lies down on the ground, reaching his arm out toward me.
"Your turn."
I swing my legs, and Artyom grabs my hand, pulling me up and out of the elevator shaft. I fumble with my release button as my shaky hands disclose my weakness. Artyom places his hands on my legs to steady me, and then pushes my release button. My cord dangles in the dark shaft next to his. This hallway paints a very different picture than the one we just left. Perfectly designed lighting glows softly over the rich blue walls. The carpets have intricate hand-cut designs, turning them into little pieces of art that do nothing more than cushion the feet of wealthy men. Artyom moves like a leopard stalking his prey. Maybe I shouldn't resent the carpet. Tonight it works in our favor, absorbing all sound. We reach the door marked 1503. "Open it," he whispers. I hear the click as Gosha overrides the security system. The apartment is obscured in darkness. My eyes struggle to adjust as I peer into shapes and shadows. Artyom secures his night vision goggles and scans the room. He holds up his hand, signaling that all is clear. I pull off my hood and slowly pull down the zipper on my protective vest. Inside, I open the compartment that houses the blonde wig. We thought it might be easier for Colonel Volkov to be woken from a dead sleep if he recognized the waker. I straighten the wig and nod to Artyom. He slinks to the bedroom door and opens it quietly. He scans the room with his night vision goggles and motions all clear again. I nod and enter the room by myself so the colonel won't feel ambushed. Artyom waits at the doorway. I walk toward the sleeping form and shake him on the shoulder. "Colonel Volkov, wake up." Age hasn't slowed his reflexes. He locks his hands around my neck and pins me to the bed before I can tell him my name. Chapter 24. 24.
Who are you?
The colonel growls in my ear. His knee presses painfully against my back as he wraps one arm around my neck and fumbles in the nightstand for something. I can't take the breath I need to stay conscious, much less identify myself. Light breaks through the darkness, leaving both of us blinded for the moment. I blink up at Artyom's massive form filling the doorway.
If you grab that gun, I'll shoot,
Artyom warns.
That's Yulia Bituskaya you're kneeling on. Yulia is dead.
Volkov doesn't release the pressure on my neck, but I feel his weight shift as he studies my face.
No, but she will be if you don't give her a chance to breathe.
Blackness rims my vision, and Artyom swims out of focus in my eye line. Artyom is calm, like he's speaking to a wild animal, trying to keep it from attacking.
You might want to make a decision before I have to shoot you. I will not let you kill her.
Volkov lifts his knee slightly, and air rushes to my lungs so fast I choke on it. Something clicks with Volkov, and he gasps.
Yulia?
He leaps off me, backing up toward the wall. Relief feels almost as sweet as the air flowing through my lungs. I sit up, rubbing my neck. My voice is hoarse, barely above a whisper. I'm sorry to surprise you like this, but it was the only way I could reach you. That's Artyom, my guard. Volkov moves quickly for such an old man. Artyom realizes what's happening before I do. No, he hisses, but it's too late. Colonel Volkov pulls his gun from the nightstand and points it at Artyom. He's not only fast, he's also a good actor. Volkov looks between the two of us, and I can see the wheels spinning in his head, calculating his best escape route, and likely who to kill first. Instinctively, I step in front of Artyom before my common sense can tell me what a stupid idea it is. With a gun now pointed at my head, there's no turning back. All I can do is push forward. You know me, I tell him as calmly as I can. I force my voice to work even though my vocal cords protest in pain. Look at me. Volkov scrutinizes me and narrows his eyes in distrust.
You may look and sound like her, but you're not. Who are you?
The last time we spoke was in a utility closet. You told me about those poor pregnant girls. He's scrutinizing me more closely now, looking for some slip in my disguise, someone else in this body. But there is no one to find. It's just me. I am not dead. I'm fighting for the good of our nation. He keeps his gun raised.
Tell me everything you remember about that conversation. One false step and I'll shoot.
I spend 5 minutes recalling every last detail. The time of day, what was on the shelves, what I did before and after, and why we were in the closet in the first place, and how Zhenya slipped up and mentioned waking Dima Cheshniki. Finally, he's satisfied enough to lower the gun, but he keeps his finger on the trigger. He motions toward the living room.
Let's sit down.
In here is better. Fewer windows, and my team is overriding the Paradacha so we can speak freely. I motion toward Artyom, and he closes the door. The colonel pulls the blinds closed. Artyom, lower your weapon. We're here as friends, I tell him. He gives me a brief warning, disagreement and concern clear in his eyes. Volkov still holds his gun, and no soldier would willingly put themselves at such a disadvantage without a good reason. Artyom hesitates for a moment, then holsters his gun. I'm surprised he listened. Dima would never have done that. The colonel nods.
Your soldier respects your command.
We're not here as soldiers, I tell him. We're here as diplomats, seeking allies for our nation. I know how much you love this country, and I need your help. Together we could do much good.
I'm listening.
My father cannot remain in power while he supports the criminals that trade our children, oppress our citizens, and destroy our economy. Volkov widens his eyes as I level harsh accusations against my father.
Do you have proof that he stands by and allows these crimes to happen?
I have proof that he is an active participant in these vile crimes, I tell him. His nostrils flare in anger.
Then your anger is justified. But your actions are asinine. You can't possibly succeed at overthrowing him.
We're better equipped than you realize. We can get powerful artillery. We have a way around the surveillance that cripples the military, but we don't have you, yet. His cheeks flush with color, and he balls his fists.
The only people I know with those resources are the Mafia themselves. Who exactly are you working with?
Not the Mafia. I reach out and touch his hand. The Mafia go down with my father.
Then who?
The Mieczyszniki. They've been working in the shadows for decades to protect our nation. We have a plan, but we need your help. His face turns a deeper shade of red. He jumps up and aims his gun at me. In a second, Artyom's gun is trained on Volkov.
You would align yourself with the terrorists that murdered your mother?
No. I step into Artyom's line of fire.
Yulia, get out of the way,
Artyom says calmly. I don't move. I look into the colonel's angry, tired eyes. The Mieczyszniki didn't kill her. My father did when he discovered she was working with them. His hand falters for just a moment, and I pounce on his doubt. My father shot my mother. He ordered the death of my brother. None of us are safe with him in office. I will fight with the Mieczyszniki for our country to have freedom and decency. My chest rises and falls as the righteousness of my cause pumps through my limbs, making me bolder and braver. He lowers his gun.
I see you believe in their cause, but you don't know the damage they've done. We had a bad leader, so they blew up the whole government and sentenced our nation to decades of decay. You've chosen the wrong side. I can help you go into hiding.
I won't go into hiding when our people need help. I feel my face fall, even as I try to appear strong and brave.
The people have lost hope over your death. They believed if they could just hold on long enough, you would be in charge. Now they have nothing. You have chosen a helpless rebellion over your duty. I'll have no part of it.
His words dig into my heart and plant briars throughout my soul. I was so certain that the colonel would eagerly join this cause. But when my father murdered my mother, he placed blame so perfectly that it now feels like he's beside me, sneering at my failure. The Mieczyszniki are terrorists, to be hated and feared. He ensured the entire nation would never trust my mother's rebellion. He buried them when he buried her. How will I ever rally the support we need when everyone sees us as monsters? Colonel, I am helping. I try, but he cuts me off.
You're helping strangers who slink in the shadows. And what help have they offered? I haven't seen them clothe the poor or feed the hungry. I haven't seen them shut down the work camps. I haven't seen them at all.
They're not strangers, I say, desperate to make him believe. Artyom clears his throat, reminding me not to speak of Sasha. I've clearly lost, and now I want nothing more than to escape before something worse happens. But I have to try one more time. Colonel Volkov, I'm still the person the people can count on to liberate this nation, but I can't do it without your support. You don't have to trust the Mieczyszniki. You just have to trust me.
Kill him,
Daniil grumbles in my earpiece, taking me by surprise.
He knows too much.
Artyom motions for me to move out of the way, but I stand my ground. Daniil is too bloodthirsty. We'll leave you now, Colonel. Safe and whole, I say. I believe you'll see the truth in time, and when you do, I'll welcome your support. Be well, my friend. I kiss him on the cheek, and he pulls back like I've somehow stung him.
Let her go,
Artyom says. Volkov lowers his weapon in defeat. Artyom does not lower his. He reaches for me, pulling me behind him as he backs toward the door, his gun still raised.
We found you once, and if you betray her secrets, we will find you again.
He lets me out and shuts the colonel in the bedroom.
Will he pursue us? Artyom whispers. He's sitting on his bed and about to cry,
Daniil quips. I'm humiliated and devastated. I want to lock myself in a room somewhere and never come out. Gosha speaks in my earpiece.
Get to the elevator shaft now. This night is about to get worse.
Chapter 25. 25.
The elevator is still in place, and the hall is clear. Run!
Gosha's urgency registers like sound waves through water. I hear it, but it's dimmed by the defeat beating in my head like a drum. I failed. I can't deliver the one thing I promised. The people won't rally around someone they feel abandoned them. Colonel Volkov may be just one man, but he's representative of the nation's people. We reach the elevator and wait for the doors to open.
Kiska, he's just the first one we've tried to convince. There will be others.
I blink back the moisture from my eyes as I'm filled with gratitude that Artyom hasn't lost faith in me.
Get in and don't make a sound. I've raised the elevator to the floor below you. It's not a big jump, and you must move quickly,
Gosha directs as the elevator doors open to an empty shaft.
We have trouble.
Artyom and I lower ourselves down into the elevator shaft. Artyom jumps first and then lowers me down. My feet hit the top of the elevator box as the doors close, plunging us into darkness. Artyom pulls out his gun, pointing it at the elevator entrance, but nothing happens.
Sorry to spring this on you now, but I didn't want to throw off your game,
Gosha says.
Dimitri's heading toward the elevator, and he's not alone. The scene we saw earlier wasn't a prism. I've tapped into the audio.
A cold, sickly chill spreads over me, and I lean into Artyom for support as we both look down the air vent and into the elevator below. Mariana Evgeny steps in and tugs on Dima's arm.
I'm sorry.
Dmitri places his hand on the door, holding it open, but remains outside the elevator. He doesn't sound like himself. He's weepy and weak.
I thought I could do it, but I can't.
You invited me over for a reason. Let me make you feel better. She purrs seductively and wraps herself around him. She presses her body against his and kisses him in a way that belongs to me. I feel nauseated. A sob bursts from Dima as he pulls back.
I'm so sorry.
He extricates himself from her, and the doors close. Artyom looks at me as if to say, "What in the world was that?" I shrug my confusion. Mariana huffs below us in frustration and pushes the button for the lobby. Then she starts speaking into an earpiece. He's a mess. I can't believe I wasted my entire day on him. He had me wait in the service hallway with that prism for hours before letting me in. He never went to such lengths to keep our trysts hidden before. Why now? Who is he trying to hide me from? And just when I was getting close to getting his clothes off to verify whether he actually has gunshot wounds, he broke down in tears. I have nothing to confirm. Maybe he was shot by Gosha. Maybe Gosha created the footage. Waste of time. Next time you send me on a mission, make it a short one. The elevator reaches the ground floor, and Mariana steps out.
She's talking on a secure line,
Gosha says.
The only people I know with secure lines are in the Organizatsaya.
Her father is a government official, I say.
She's a honeypot,
Daniil laughs. What is Dima doing now? I ask.
Which one?
Gosha deadpans.
The one crying in the hall or the one running up the service stairs?
One of those options is the Dima I recognize. Stairs.
Good luck. He's not going to let this go.
Gosha groans. Adrenaline shoots through my limbs, and I tense up. Artyom gets surprisingly quiet next to me.
Clean up the cables. This is too much surveillance interference for one place in one night,
Gosha says.
Don't leave a single trace that you were here. Dimitri's on his way up.
The elevator doors open, and Dima glares down at us, arms folded across his chest, without a tear in sight. He's thinner than when I last saw him, but still imposing. I wonder if it's the toll of the gunshot wounds or if he's just playing a role. He looks at me with a cautious expression, then turns to Artyom. Recognition flashes on his face.
Did you miss me?
Artyom asks. Dima ignores him, turning to me.
Why did you come?
He reaches down to help pull me out of the elevator shaft. His arms shake a little as he exerts himself against my weight. He helps me to my feet and then drops my hand, taking a step back to catch his breath and grasp at a healing wound.
Sure, no problem, mate. I'll just help myself out,
Artyom says as he fumbles with the cables and then drags himself up onto the floor.
Give us a minute,
Dima orders, out of breath.
Not a chance. Where she goes, I go.
Dima bristles.
You had to bring that one?
Artyom lifts himself to his full height, towering over Dima and me.
We're working very closely these days.
He glares down at Dmitri and puts his arm around me. I shrug it off. Give us a minute, Artyom. I walk down the hall and motion for Dima to follow. I stop next to a heating unit, out of earshot from Artyom.
5 minutes,
I warn Dmitri.
Productive meeting?
He asks coldly.
Not particularly,
I answer.
I tried to tell you it wouldn't work. Why didn't you follow my lead?
What lead? You've given us nothing. No messages, no signals, nothing.
I threw up every obstacle I could to get you to change your course.
He refuses to back down.
That was a signal, and you're too smart to have missed it.
I glare at him.
You were trying to block me. You never wanted me leaving the compound, so you sabotaged me when I ignored your wishes.
Why would I do that?
He growls. His calm crumbles and gives me a peek at his anger. Now that I've found the crack, I want to dig in and widen the gap. I'd rather be burned by his heat than feel forgotten in his control. You say it's to keep me from danger, but I seem to recall you bringing me into danger several times. Personally, I think it's because you like your orders to be obeyed no matter what.
You came all the way out here and put yourself in danger for no reason, he huffs. You're not the only one who thought the colonel could be useful. I've spent time with him at the orphanage. I've put out feelers, and I discovered he is deeply prejudiced toward the Mieczyszniki. I tried to steer you away. Now I may have to put a bullet in his head if his loyalty to you isn't enough for him to keep his mouth shut.
His words cut like little knives.
How did you know we were on our way to meet with him?
I ask. Dima doesn't hesitate.
I didn't. I knew he was on a short list and that this would be your first opportunity to intercept him, so I acted as if you were coming. It's a sophisticated method known as better safe than sorry.
So it has nothing to do with this? I pull the Suba out from under my shift and glare at him. No more interfering. Your will doesn't override the Assembly's vote. Do your part and let us worry about the rest. He matches my heat, widening his stance.
I will interfere if you're pursuing contact who I'm sure will say no. Inside information is kind of my job.
He glares at me. You're not a mind reader, Dima. You don't know who will say yes. I take another step closer, challenging him. I'll ask every person in this nation if I have to.
Then I'll ensure you can't make it into another key city again.
We're eye to eye, seething and scorching each other with our glares. We're so close that his cheeks flush with warmth. The line between wrath and wanting melts until I can't see one from the other. Maybe one inspires the other. I rest my hand on his chest, close my eyes, and attempt to calm the storm. Whatever winds rage between us, we have to be on the same side. I open my eyes and gaze deep into his. We both have a job to do. If we get in each other's way, it's only going to drag this out and put us both at risk. I need you to be alive on the other side of this. He looks to the floor as though he wishes he could withdraw, but there's nowhere for him to hide from me. I place my hand on his cheek and stroke his whiskers. His mask breaks down under my touch, his gaze softens, and when he looks at me, my heart beats for him. My love is once again painfully potent and mirrored in his eyes. I feel him melt into my hand, and I imagine him sliding his arm around my waist, pulling me in closer until I am drunk from his scent. But he doesn't move. Neither of us does. I breathe in the faint, woody cologne with a tinge of citrus, so intoxicating I want to drink him in. The hairs on the back of my neck tingle with anticipation, but he pulls away.
You've got to be more careful.
He has wrangled his anger into submission and his passion along with it.
Until you figure out what that means, I have to protect you.
I want to fall into his arms and taste his mouth against mine. I want to savor the feel of his firm chest against my breasts. But I don't have that luxury. He's committed to this breakup, and if I show weakness, he'll use it to prove his case that I'm not suited for espionage. I point at Artyom, who is pretending not to watch us. He protects me. Dima stiffens. Gosha protects me. The Mieczyszniki protect me. Why? They do it because they know I'm valuable. You protect me because you think I'm vulnerable. I don't want or need your protection. I look into his highly complex onyx eyes. I've lost myself to those eyes before. Don't stand in my way again. My will is fading, and I wave for Artyom. Goodbye, Dima. Dima holds his hand up for Artyom to stop, which Artyom ignores.
You are too tender to be in the middle of a war.
Dima strokes my cheek and wraps his arm around me, giving me everything I wanted moments earlier, and it infuriates me. White-hot rage rolls up my spine. How dare he use my feelings to manipulate me into submission?
Please, love, he says desperately. Find another way to help.
Too tender? I hiss. That girl is gone, Dmitri. I take off the wig. This girl scales elevator shafts, and you will not get in her way. Dima's eyes grow big as he takes in the dusting of blonde fuzz. Artyom smirks and pats Dima on the shoulder, harder than necessary.
Takes a minute to get used to, but I still think she's sexy.
He laughs, then follows me as I stomp toward the service stairwell. Gosha's voice sounds in my ear.
You can kill me later for this, but you need to go back and give him the biezo.
What? No, it was perfect, Artyom whispers, catching up with me.
You should have seen the look on his face. We saw, heard, and recorded everything. We'll review the play-by-play when you get back. I can't pass up this opportunity to give us more reliable communication.
It doesn't even work to send messages, I argue, trying any excuse not to go back.
It will eventually, and who knows when we'll have this chance again.
Artyom holds his hand out to me for the biezo.
I'll do it,
he offers. I can't send an errand boy. No, I will. I unzip my vest as I walk back down the narrow hall. Dima looks at me, questions in his eyes, and something else I can't pinpoint. I want it to be hope, but he wipes his face of all emotion so quickly I might have just wished it. I want him to want me back. But Sasha's assessment of our relationship taunts me. Even if Dima and I do survive this war, what chance do we have? I slide my hand inside my vest and give him the box. From Gosha.
A prism?
A biezo. It's a prototype. It will allow you to tap into the Paradacha to move undetected, but Gosha is especially excited about the covert communication feature.
How does it work?
He turns the box over in his hand. The communication feature doesn't exist yet, but the biezo acts like a prism and a block at the same time. It's the reason you couldn't find a single image of me in the Paradacha recordings, and the reason you won't be able to stop me from fulfilling my mission. Hopefully, when it's fully functional, it will help you fulfill yours. For now, just protect it and keep it safe. Now that you've lost me, you'll need something else to keep under lock and key. Keep it safe. Keep it protected. Unlike what he did with my heart. Once again, I walk away without looking back. I fume as the stairwell door closes behind me, and I attempt to lock the door to my heart. I hate you, Gosha. Is that offer to kill you still good?
But your encore was even more impressive than Act 1,
Gosha deadpans. Back at the cigar shop, Gosha and the team are packing up.
We need to get out of here,
Gosha says.
We've wasted enough time already.
Our evacuation plan involves the cigar shop owner driving us to a parking lot where Mieczyszniki operatives connected to our last safe house have agreed to rotate getaway vans for the duration of the mission. Daniil drilled the plan into our memories as soon as we arrived, so we all know what we need to do. I join Nina in packing our belongings. Artyom starts dramatically quoting from my argument with Dima as he puts away the equipment.
That girl is gone, Dmitri.
He bursts into raucous laughter.
Did you see the look on his face when she took off her wig?
He howls. Mirthful tears stream down his cheeks at the memory.
His eyes!
Artyom widens his eyes in mock horror, and I can't stop the corners of my mouth from turning upward or the giggles that follow. The absurdity of that moment hits me now. Of all the things I could have done, I showed him my peach fuzz as a sign of my newfound ferocity.
My ex-lovers got their revenge by looking extra hot after a breakup. I think you got it backward.
Gosha smirks. Nina's head turns at the mention of his past love interests. Artyom rubs my bald head like a good luck charm.
No way. I've never seen anything so perfect in my life.
Pressure that's been building for weeks as we prepared for this mission dissolves into this reckless release with Artyom. There's something boyish and light when he laughs, the opposite of my lifetime of careful control.
Shut up and finish packing, you fools.
Daniel presses a backpack into my arms as I shake from laughter.
Tonight was a complete failure, yet you think you've earned some kind of celebration.
The truth trickles down my back like ice water. Its sobering effect is instantaneous. I don't look at Artyom again. Chapter 26. 26. The safe house is a shack in the middle of the woods. It took us hours to find it, even though Daniil swore he'd been here many times before, and we pulled in just before dawn. If he weren't the most by-the-book operative in our group, I would have wondered if he had just found an abandoned dacha and given up the search. The sun is high in the sky by the time I hear noise in the kitchen. I squeeze out of the fold-out couch I shared with Nina and try not to wake her. Artyom is stretched on the floor, bare-chested, his hair spreading across his forehead in waves. I step over him and sneak into the kitchen. Gosha fiddles with a pot, trying to figure out how to make coffee. He looks about as hopeless as I am in the kitchen, but at least I can bumble quietly. Daniil snores on the couch, his gun slumped against his legs.
Remind me not to let him be the lookout again,
Gosha whispers to me. I search the cupboards for coffee and find nothing. I locate a tea kettle and fill it with water. Come on, I nod toward the door. Maybe we can find some wormwood in the woods or lingonberry to make tea.
Is either of them any good?
One is sweet and one is bitter. Either one is something. I grab a plastic bowl from the cupboard. He turns up his nose, but he follows me out into the afternoon sun. Our guard doesn't stir as we close the door behind us. Gosha stretches.
It's nice to be above ground, seeing the sunlight in the middle of the day.
Don't get used to it, I tell him, as I lead the way into the woods. I scour the forest floor for signs of either plant.
You never struck me as a botanist, he remarks. What am I looking for anyway?
Let me know if you spot white flowers or small red berries.
How did you learn all of this?
He asks. I spent a lot of time in the woods outside of Petergov as a kid. It was safer than being in my father's way. He gives me an understanding nod. We were both raised in a life of privilege, but both of us lost our mothers and had fathers who came up lacking in every meaningful way. Here, I call to him. Lingonberries. I pick up a handful of berries, and their red juice smears across my fingers as I drop them in a bowl. I hand a berry to Gosha. Try it. He looks at me like I'm handing him poison, so I pop one in my mouth. He tests it on his tongue first, raises his eyebrows, then eats the whole thing.
Not bad. A little sour.
I put the bowl on the ground and begin filling it with little red berries. Gosha squats next to me and holds the bowl as I move from plant to plant.
I've been thinking through last night, and you won't like my assessment, he says.
I can't imagine it's any worse than my assessment, I reply bitterly. As exhausted as I was when we arrived, all I could think about was my myriad of failures. I'm leaving Moscow empty-handed after I assured everyone in the assembly I could find support. And it's hard to displace the images of Dmitri and Mariana wrapped around each other. As though he's reading my mind, Gosha says,
Inviting Mariana over was brilliant. He ensured all eyes were on his apartment, just in case we showed up. His little breakdown left him looking weak to your father.
I'm glad last night was a huge success for him, I snap, concentrating on clearing each plant of berries.
He was trying to warn us all along. We just didn't understand the messages. We'll recognize them next time. And I think we should listen.
So he gets to approve my every move? Who I speak to? I stand up, the frustration of last night flooding back. I already have Dima and Sasha treating me like I'm helpless. If you're joining that team, we're going to have a problem. I don't have anywhere to wipe my sticky hands, so now I'm left looking helpless after my little speech. I nonchalantly lick my fingers as though that's what I intended all along.
You're capable, Yulia,
Gosha admits, like the concession is slightly painful. He picks at the bowl of berries, finding the juiciest ones to eat now.
I'm suggesting we make Dmitri a participant in our conversations. We listen to what he's telling us and take it into consideration when making decisions.
I start heading back to the dacha, eager to end this conversation. Gosha persists.
If you had known how Volkov would respond, would that have changed anything?
I still would have asked, but I would have approached it differently. I kick a little pebble and watch it disappear into the bush.
You're important to this war,
Gosha says.
Dmitri's wrong when he thinks warriors lack compassion. He believes it, and he lives it, but it just isn't the reality.
I lift my palm to interrupt his little speech. I don't want another empty pep talk. Gosha slows his pace and studies the bowl of berries for several seconds.
Want to know my father's nickname for me? Snezhinka, because I was delicate like a snowflake. He never forgave me for that weakness.
His face wrinkles like he's chewing on a bitter memory.
Not even Dmitri knows that, and I'll deny everything if you ever tell anyone.
I look at big, strong, sarcastic Gosha and can't imagine him being delicate in any way.
It's why I stepped away from my family. I couldn't close my eyes at night without a head full of cries. I've done my best to atone for my early years, but those cries are still there. Compassion is not weakness, Yulia. It is your strength. My strength is guilt, and that guilt fuels me. Your compassion drives you too. As misguided as his efforts are, Dmitri's trying to preserve that. And I'll do the same, but without locking you up in an underground bunker.
We reach the clearing with the shack. Thanks, I say. And I'm really sorry about your father. If you ever want to talk... Gosha shoves the bowl of berries into my hands.
I've reached my limit for deep and meaningful revelations. Maybe next month. Or a year. Decade, even. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to go mess with Daniil.
Gosha walks inside without a second glance, slamming the door loudly behind him.
Wake up, old man. You failed your post.
Artyom hurries outside. Based on his glare, I'm in big trouble. Chapter 27. 27. Artyom stomps across the small clearing toward me, scowling.
15 meters, Yulia. That's the farthest you can be away from me.
I'm sorry. Gosha was with me. I feign cheerfulness, hoping it will diffuse his mood.
That makes complete sense. His voice drips with sarcasm. The two most recognizable and most wanted faces wandered around alone and unarmed.
He's right in front of me now, glowering down at me. I doubt Gosha was unarmed, but now doesn't seem to be the right time to point that out. Even with his anger at this proximity, I feel a sense of true safety. Sasha and Dima talk a lot about my safety. They use their connections, their influence, and the people within their command to try to bend me to their wills. Where they are men of words, Artyom is a man of action. He's never once delegated my protection. I'm genuinely grateful for Artyom's concern, but it doesn't make him any less annoying at this moment. We're in the middle of nowhere. We just walked a few minutes into the woods. He cuts me off and takes a step closer.
I have sworn to Sasha that I won't be more than 15 meters away from you. I've given my word to keep you safe, and I intend to honor it.
His hazel eyes are still cloudy with exhaustion, his hair tousled and his broad chest bare. Aside from Dima, I've never been this close to a man's bare chest before. My insides squirm. I'm not sure where to look. I study his bare feet and realize I probably look ashamed of my walk with Gosha, so I look him directly in the eye. I want it to be obvious to him and anyone watching that there was no lingering gaze on his objectively impressive physique. Eye contact also feels like a mistake. It's much more intimate, and yet I'm still aware of everything that should be covered by a very large shirt. I'm going inside to make tea. I hold up the bowl between us, an unnecessary visual aid.
Not yet.
He plucks some berries from the bowl and tries them.
So this is what betrayal tastes like. You run off without me again, and I pull the plug on this mission and take you back.
He towers over me, more grave than I've ever seen him. I'm sorry. I place my hand on his wrist and give it an apologetic squeeze. His hazel eyes lock with mine, but he is not swayed by my quick apology. I dig a little deeper for a more meaningful truth. I'm used to men ordering me around based on their whims. I assumed the same of you. He shakes his head and rests a hand on my shoulder.
Don't dump me into that category when I haven't earned it. I don't play games. I trust you. Don't give me a reason to rethink that.
I nod, and he withdraws his hand from my shoulder. He relaxes by a degree.
I'm not here to control you. My job is to make sure you can do your job safely. That means 15 meters. Хорошо?
Okay, I concede. He still isn't satisfied.
Do you know what trust looks like?
He asks. It isn't an attack, but it feels like one. I shift my weight. I trust you. I'm getting defensive, and I can't quite pinpoint why.
He scrutinizes me. You smile when you're angry, when you want to cry, and when you stare into the faces of the people you despise.
So now you're judging me? The pitch comes out higher than I intended. He's hitting a nerve. You don't know how overwhelming it is to be observed 24 hours a day. I feel like I'm on display. Even zoo animals have their own space. He cuts me off.
I'm not judging. I'm offering. When it's just us, you don't have to pretend for me. If you're pissed, be pissed. If you're sad, you can be sad. You don't have to be anything for me.
Now that he's giving me permission to feel it, the weight of this mission crashes over me. I look down at the ground and scoff as a few tears escape. I wipe my cheeks. I'm terrified all the time, I admit.
Artyom nods somberly. Yeah, but you don't let it stop you. And that's courageous as hell.
He wraps me in his arms, drawing me close. I stiffen under his unfamiliar touch and so much skin.
Kiska, it's just a hug.
He laughs. He pats me on the back like I'm an old buddy. Nothing romantic about that. He straightens and takes a step back, and I can't understand why I wish he'd stay put. I take a deep breath as the breeze carries his scent to me. He smells like sleep, Saturday mornings, and the woods on a warm spring day. I exhale and release weeks of tension. There's something about him that I can't quite place, a quality that is uniquely Artyom. I find myself wanting to understand him better. I look up at him. What would my brother say if he saw his shirtless bodyguard hugging his sister?
He'd think about how much he wished he had my pecs.
Artyom grins at me and flexes his left and right chest muscles in turn. Warmth and peace fill me as though I am somehow borrowing his brightness. I return his smile. He taps my cheek with a forefinger.
Ah, that's a real one.
Gosha clears his throat from the doorway. I see Nina's grinning face in the window.
Dmitri's about to give a speech,
Gosha says. Then he walks back into the shack. I can feel his judgment. Nothing inappropriate happened between Artyom and me, but even if we had shared a romantic moment, it wouldn't have been wrong. Dima broke up with me and told me to go find someone new. Artyom is definitely new. Almost like he's reading my mind, Artyom rubs my head.
He's just jealous. He laughs. Gosha, you want in on the action?
And just like that, annoying, inappropriate Artyom is back. I laugh, and for once I don't try to hide it. Artyom walks to the door and turns, one eyebrow raised, waiting to see where I'll go next. 15 meters.
Unity and strength we stand, now and always, against any force seeking to lessen us. You, the people, make Novaya Rossiya a beacon to the world. Strength and compassion.
Strength and compassion, the people cheer, and a shiver runs down my arms. Gosha mutes the feed.
I've heard this song before.
He's a piece of work, Artyom huffs, patting Gosha on the back. He didn't have a choice, I say. I've been in his position. But my father must be more paranoid than ever if he's bribing citizens to become informants.
It's going to hurt us,
Daniel grunts in my direction.
He's made his paranoia contagious. No one will know who they can trust, so why would anyone trust you?
We have to move quickly. I bite the inside of my cheek, trying to force my courage. And we're not going back to the compound until we've secured some support.
What about our celebrity friend? Artyom nods in Gosha's direction. Traveling was already a bigger risk than we wanted. It's all but impossible now. Nothing a bigger budget can't solve, Gosha says. Private cars, private trains, bribes for checkpoints.
Artyom points his finger in the air.
Or we could find a plastic surgeon to turn you into a girl.
Nina bursts into laughter, and even Daniil snickers as Gosha turns bright red. I look at each face in my beautifully strange team. I wouldn't have chosen them, but I'm so grateful they chose me. There's a connection between us now. Maybe it's survival instinct, maybe it's loyalty, but I will not let this group go home empty-handed. I will not allow this mission to fail. Too much rides on our success. Chapter 29. 29. A group of level 4 men make lewd comments about me as I pass by with Artyom and Daniil. They're trying to get us to engage. I keep my eyes trained straight ahead as we move in the direction of the Church of St. Nicholas, located in the Nyenuzhny district. Today is the annual coat drive. I've attended this event annually since I was a child. The Iermonach, Father Abram, was a close friend of my mother's. In a few hours, I'll know how close that friendship really was, and whether that friendship extends to me. My 2 bodyguards and I are disguised as the poorest citizens. Nina has once again reconstructed my face with her artistry. Today, my face is gaunt. I wear a mousy brown wig and brown contact lenses. She even smeared dirt across my face. My gray dress, purchased from a woman on the street, is dirty, smelly, and threadbare. It does nothing to keep the breeze from biting my skin. It's a loud reminder of why we're doing this. I will be cold for a few hours. Others will shiver through the entire winter. Daniil looks believable, but Artyom is far too strong to be half-starved. Plus, he smiles too much. But this morning, his eyes are steel as he looks out for friend and foe. Everyone is a potential threat, whether they happen to recognize me or not. Gosha argued fiercely that he should be involved in the party, but none of us felt it was safe. In the weeks since Dima's speech, there have been beatings, arrests, and even murders, all claiming involvement with Gosha. The crime families are taking advantage of the manhunt to harm their enemies and have their violence celebrated as patriotism. An advocate for gender equality was beaten, her attacker claiming she was harboring Gosha. Graffiti at the scene of a shop owner's murder read, "Justice for Yulia." Gosha knew it was a shop that avoided paying for Organizatsiya protection. The common people have started to pick up on the strategy, attacking one another in a cruel competition over limited resources. That's why Artyom insisted Daniil accompany us today. The hope is that 2 imposing men will discourage any would-be muggers, but if anyone is foolish enough to try, one of my companions can get me to safety while the other one deals with the threat. We round the corner, and I see the domes of the church in the distance. I wrap my arm through Daniil's as he begins to limp and lean on me for support. Artyom buys a piece of stale bread from a vendor, allowing him to hang back and follow behind us. I wonder if he's counting the meters between us. I press my lips together to stifle the smile that thought rouses. It's not the time for smiles. I review the plan in my mind. Fellow Mieczeszniki should have gotten a message to Father Abram that someone close to Yulia Bituskaya would seek an audience soon with an important message. It's an adjustment to our approach after the disaster with Colonel Volkov. Once we are on site, I will faint. Daniil, my ailing grandfather, will be helpless to aid me. Artyom will step in as a good Samaritan and carry me to the infirmary, where I know from experience that Father Abram visits each patient personally. The coat drive will begin in an hour, and already the crowd must number in the thousands. I always hated this day. There was never enough for everyone. My smiles and words of sympathy did little to keep the people warm when the temperatures dropped. We follow a line to the first checkpoint, and I recognize several of the volunteers holding clipboards. The woman working our line helps each year. I believe she's a sister to one of the clergymen. Name? Age? Size? She asks each person. I examine the crumbling pavement at my feet. My heart rate spikes as we draw closer. Name? She asks. Her eyes don't leave the clipboard.
Masha and Stepan Goldfarb,
Daniil answers. Ages?
19 and 79.
Sizes?
Women's medium, men's small.
She writes our information on 2 perforated tickets, tears them in half, and hands us the sides with our numbers. She drops the half she wrote on into a bag for sorting and matching. Those whose numbers are called during the event must present their ticket and give their name to verify they have not stolen the ticket. It's an archaic system, but it works, and Father Abram won't budget for upgrades when people are freezing. We join the waiting crowd, and Daniil pretends to require a rest, leaning up against a building while we wait for Artyom to come through another line. I grasp Daniil's arm to look like I'm supporting him. A woman walks closer, and I recognize her. She has 3 children already, and her belly is swollen again. "Do you need help with your grandfather?" she asks me. I shake my head and deepen my voice. "No, thank you. He just needs to rest after the walk here." "All right. Be careful of the ice here." She points to a thick layer of ice on the ground from the leaking gutters above us. Daniil shivers, and the woman looks at me and then him. She sighs and says, "Please, take this." She pulls the woolen shawl from her shoulders and wraps it over Daniil. The knitted fabric is a riot of colors, likely made from yarn repurposed from sweaters and socks, and it's been mended many times over. Still, wool garments like these are envied for their warmth. "We couldn't," I say. "I will make another," she says. "Neither of you has anything to shield you from the cold." While we paid well for these thin clothes, we did not buy coats from the poverty-stricken. Those are in too short of supply and would make us ineligible for this drive. I pull out a few coins I have in my pocket and offer them to her. "At least take this." She considers my offering for a moment before taking the coins. It's not nearly what the shawl is worth, but I can't risk drawing attention. If all goes well, I will have Father Abram return the shawl to her later. "It's not the same this year, is it?" she asks. "Gasposia was the heart of it all." I nod. The woman's middle child, a boy, comes running toward her and skids on the ice. He collides with her, and she loses her balance, grasping at her pregnant belly. I instinctively reach out to catch her, and she desperately clutches at me, dislodging my wig. The commotion caught the attention of those nearby, and a low, excited hum spreads through the crowd like bees hovering around spring flowers. I'm clearly not one of them. Police officers pick up on the excitement and walk through the crowd, hands on their holstered weapons, reminding the people they're not allowed to have such energy. After all, an energetic crowd can be a dangerous one. With the woman now steady on her feet, I look around and find that Artyom has made it through the line. People are closing in, keeping Artyom at a distance from me. Their suspicious eyes try to figure out who I am and whether I pose a threat. Chort, this is bad.
"What's going on over here?"
An officer shouts, firing his gun into the air. People cover their heads, and a few scream. The officer starts pulling people away, trying to discover the source of this commotion. Artyom ducks with them, but uses the opportunity to move closer to me. Daniil clutches his chest and gasps, brilliantly faking a heart attack brought on by the shock of the gunshot blast. There's no time for me to think. I only have a moment to react. "Diedushka!" I cry out. I straighten my wig and tap my finger to my lips with a tiny shake of my head. I mouth, "For Gasposia," and I hope the people accept that I'm a friend. I instantly regret my choice of rallying figure as murmurs of "Gasposia" spread from person to person while hundreds of eyes scrutinize me.
"This man is ill,"
Artyom cries out, pointing to Daniil. The officers move toward us. I am frozen with panic. Daniil holds his breath until his face turns red. Artyom has reached us, and together we hold Daniil up. Artyom squeezes my hand behind Daniil's back. His mere presence lends me courage. The officers look at Daniil.
"We have a medic inside. Let's go."
They won't deign to touch Daniil, which both infuriates and relieves me. "Will you help?" I ask Artyom. He scoops Daniil up as one of the officers speaks into a radio. Father Abram meets us at the church door and looks us up and down, assessing the situation. He directs an acolyte to fetch a medic from the infirmary.
"Sophia, we will care for your grandfather in my private chamber,"
he tells me. I was expecting the infirmary, as were the officers.
Don't sully your bed for this old Nyanuzhny,
an officer says.
He is my parishioner. I've known him since before Sophia was born.
Father Abram gestures to me. Our allies have gotten him the message, but how did he recognize that we are the ones he was waiting for? We're off plan, and I don't like it. If someone checks our numbers, they'll see different names. I've seen people sent to work camps over stolen tickets. Why do I feel like I could be walking into a trap?
Right this way,
Father Abram urges Artyom. To my dismay, one of the officers follows. Once we're in his chambers, Father Abram instructs Artyom to place Daniil on his bed and sends me to dampen some towels in the bathroom.
Keep the bathroom door closed to avoid causing a draft in here. I will get some blankets,
he tells me. I go into the bathroom and take my time pulling some ragged towels from the shelf and wetting them in the sink. There's another door near the tub, and Father Abram enters from the adjoining room a few moments later, carrying a blanket.
I was told you'd be coming,
he whispers. Still unsure whether this is a trap, I say, Father, you must have me confused with someone else.
Your shoes are too fine to be as poor as your clothes suggest. Who are you?
Fine is stretching it. We traded Daniil's boots for a shabby, mismatched pair, but hadn't found anyone my size to trade my sneakers with. I'd scuffed them with a fork and caked them in dirt. I make a split-second decision to go all in. It's me, Yulia. He surveys me, looking beyond the makeup and the wig. I keep going. Last year we gave out 378 coats, but we had more than 1,000 requests. You gave your personal belongings away, and I replaced them. You gave those away too, I tell him, trying to prove myself. He crosses himself and wraps me in his arms.
Chwała Bogu,
he praises God.
We have been in despair.
I need your help.
I don't have much to give, but you'll have all of it. I can't get rid of the officer out there without arousing suspicions, and I have so many questions. Where are you staying?
He asks. I hesitate, unsure of how much is safe to tell. I describe a large apartment building down the street from where we're staying and make up an apartment number. Gosha can keep surveillance on that building, and we can intercept Father Abram when he arrives there, assuming he arrives alone. He repeats the location back to me.
We will say that your man has had a panic attack, and I will release you both. We can speak more freely when I visit you tonight.
He disappears through the other door. I rinse a cloth and rush out of the room to place the cloth on Daniil's forehead. A medic is already taking Daniil's vitals. Daniil gives an overly dramatic groan, but the doctor doesn't notice.
His heartbeat sounds strong, the medic says. The good news is it's not a heart attack.
He's had panic attacks before, but this is worse than I've seen, I say. It started when an officer fired his weapon in the air. I glare at the officer. He doesn't care. Father Abram enters from the hall carrying a pile of blankets. The medic begins counting through some deep breathing exercises with Daniil. After several minutes, Daniil is more relaxed, but he feigns fatigue and trembles visibly. Impatient, the officer declares Daniil well enough for us to be on our way. Father Abram objects. It's fine, Father, I say. Then I gesture to Artyom. If this kind man can help us home, I would be very grateful.
Konechno,
Artyom agrees with a hint of a smile. I give him a warning look when the officer isn't looking, and he wipes the smile off his face with a wink. I hurry them toward the door, then remember the tickets in my pocket and pull them out. Father, if our numbers are matched, will you please take care of it?
Of course, he says. I'll deliver the coats myself.
He places the tickets in the pocket of his robe, and I see his fist clench around them, crumbling them into a little wad that will look like nothing but trash if he should be asked to empty his pockets. Now there is no chance we'll be caught with stolen tickets. Waiting has a way of expanding hours and elongating seconds. It's been ages since the coat drive ended, and even Artyom has lost his ability to be lighthearted as we take turns watching the Peredacha feed of the apartment building. He just turned the monitor over to Nina. He promised to come, I repeat. He'll come as soon as it's safe. I am once again dressed like the old Yulia. Blonde wig, white dress, blue eyes. It all feels so foreign. She feels foreign to me, like an old friend I haven't kept in touch with and am awkwardly trying to pretend like no time has passed. But both of us have clearly changed. My assurances are as much for me as they are for the rest of the team. After the Colonel Volkov failure, I've lost my confidence, and there's a small part of me that is worried Father Abram might betray us. "Here comes someone dressed like a priest," Nina says. Artyom leans over Nina's shoulder to peer at the monitor.
Yep, that's him. You're up, Daniel.
Daniil heads to the door and up the street, circling around the back of the apartment building so as not to give away our true location. When he reaches the front door, we see Father Abram exit the building, confused either because the apartment number I gave him didn't exist or because the people in that apartment had no idea who he was. Daniil is supposed to send him to a nearby park to wait, so we can see if he has any accomplices trailing him. Father Abram pulls something out from under his collar, and Daniil beckons for him to follow, leading him in our direction. Artyom, Nina, and Gosha all reach for their weapons, so I follow suit. Artyom, who has positioned himself between me and the door, glares at me. I realize he's in my line of fire and lower my weapon. Moments later, the door handle turns, and Daniil speaks through the crack.
"He's a friend. Lower your weapons."
Artyom does not obey. Nina and Gosha lower their weapons, but keep them in hand. I peek around Artyom. Daniil enters first, then ushers Father Abram into the crowded room.
"Show them,"
Daniil orders. Father Abram pulls a string from beneath his collar and shows us the wooden pendant he wears around his neck. The tiny egg, painted green, has a hole drilled through it attached to the string. It's much less ornate than the green egg Natasha gave me when the Mieczyszniki gave me my initiation mission, but I don't miss the significance. Nina gasps. "It's one of Yelena's." "That belonged to my mother?" I ask.
"She developed sleeper agents and gave them these pendants to identify themselves,"
Daniil says.
"She kept their identities secret from everyone."
Of course my mother created a contact network. I'm both annoyed and honored to share the credit with her for finding Father Abram. I only wish I knew what she'd told him. Does he know the significance of the egg, and that my mother was Mieczyszniki? Artyom lowers his weapon, but keeps it close. Father Abram examines each face as though he can see through to the soul and read everyone's intentions. He rests on Gosha a little longer than the others. With Gosha not wearing any disguise, Father Abram must recognize him.
"Are you in trouble?"
Father Abram asks me. He glances toward the door that's blocked by Daniil. "I'm well protected," I say. "You're in no danger here. It's the nation that's in trouble, and I am finishing my mother's work to overthrow corruption." I am more careful this time in how I introduce the Mieczyszniki.
"I believe you, child. She told me I'd be called upon to help,"
Father Abram says, rubbing his thumb over the egg around his neck.
"Since she died, I'd all but given up hope, but I kept this. I try not to be a vengeful man, but her murder remains a great trial to me. I only hope that God will punish the man who pulled the trigger and anyone who enabled him."
"My father murdered her," I say. Father Abram stares at me for a moment.
"Never,"
he whispers.
"He loved her so."
I move past Artyom and stand in front of Father Abram. Artyom moves with me, hovering over us. I do my best to ignore him. He loved Mama, but not as much as he loved power. When he discovered her betrayal, he executed her with his own hand and blamed her allies for her murder. He chose to appease criminals over his family and duty to our people. He is selling our children, filling our streets with addiction, and creating a playground for crime.
"I knew he wasn't a kind ruler, but I never dreamed it was this bad. You're saying, then, that he is to blame for our problems? That you are not his emissary?"
"He is a vile, evil man, and you want nothing to do with his emissaries. We have a plan to replace him with leaders who will restore goodness to our nation. We must also defeat those who put him in power in the first place, but we need your help. Can you trust us?" He bows his head.
"You knew Yelena's token, so I must trust you. I will help, though I can't imagine why you would need it. The people would rise up today if you called upon them."
I grasp his hand, overcome with gratitude. If I asked today, they would die because of it. Before we call for the people, we need more allies. We have a band of loyal, decent men and women, but we're too few in numbers to overthrow my father and the Organizatsaya. Father Abram shakes his head.
I've heard whispers of this Organizatsaya. Are you saying they're real?
Gosha speaks up.
They're organized, militarized, and have their tentacles wrapped around every inch of our government. When we attack one, we attack the other. Retaliation will be fierce.
Father Abram considers this.
Are you a man of faith, Georgi Dragovich?
Gosha scoffs at the idea.
God's not looking for men like me. God has always worked with flawed men. He doesn't look at position, only at pure intentions. You see a nation full of corruption. I won't argue with that. But I also see God's children, humbled enough to be redeemed. We are not a lost cause. If we have faith, God will deliver us from evil. Faith doesn't win wars, Father, Gosha says. Not even holy wars.
Father Abram drops my hand and sits on the sofa. He stares at the floor in front of him.
War.
He breathes deeply and exhales through pursed lips.
I fear for the innocents that will be caught in the middle.
I sit down next to him. We will do everything we can to protect them, but in the end, even Moses had to lead his people into danger before he could lead them to freedom. I take his hand again. You know I will protect them if I can. He looks deep in my eyes, searching for something. He nods.
Tell me what you need, and I'll do all I can.
Tears of relief prick at the corners of my eyes. I kiss his hands. Thank you, Father. My solace is so sweet it pierces my soul. My uncle was a scientist from the last government. He designed powerful weapons for just this purpose and hid them near enemy strongholds. But just like my mother kept her contacts a secret, my uncle never revealed his hiding places. Father Abram shakes his head.
I am afraid I will be little help. Yelena never passed this information to me.
We have clues, and we know the general areas. We need your help with the clue, 2 domes, 1 spire, all green. The clue must refer to a church, and you would have access. He frowns.
We're a nation dotted with domes and spires, but I can inquire if you tell me where to look.
I glance at the others. Nina shakes her head ever so slightly. Artyom glares. That's all I can tell you, I say.
If you wish for me to search, I will search. If I'm meant to be of service to you, God will show me these domes and spires.
His wise eyes crinkle with sincerity.
Tell him,
Daniel says.
I trust him more than that one.
He gestures to Gosha. Gosha recites,
Belgorod, Perm, Novosibirsk, Omsk, and Khabarovsk. That helps.
Father Abram repeats the list with Gosha's help until he has it memorized. Meanwhile, I look at Nina and smile at our success with Father Abram, even if it is largely due to my mother. If only Volkov had gone this well, we'd be lining up military vets for a retreat right now. But if that had happened, I would be back at the compound without having spoken to Father Abram at all. Perhaps my mother is still guiding her rebellion. What would she do if she were here? There's something else, I say, the idea falling into my head as though she placed it there herself. We suspect there is a weapon outside of Sochi, somewhere on Krasnaya Polyana. We need help searching the grounds. Could the seminary host a retreat so we could get more people searching? He ponders for a moment.
Will I be putting anyone in danger?
We'll do our best to keep them safe,
Daniel grumbles.
What of the cost?
Father Abram frowns as he makes mental calculations.
How many men?
As many as you can get, I say. Ideally at least 200, but we'll gratefully accept however many you can provide.
We'll fund their stay,
Gosha adds.
That is incredibly generous, Father Abram says. But we are a simple lot. Such a trip would be a frivolous waste of money and would suggest corruption. I'll make it look like a donation from a grateful benefactor. If I had such a donation, I would buy more coats to distribute, not take my friends on a skiing trip.
Father Abram stands.
God will provide a way, and I will think of a solution. Perhaps a pilgrimage of sorts. We can proselytize to the tourists. How will we search?
They just need to carry small sensors as they walk around and let us know if the sensors pick up on anything. It'll look like they're pondering God's great mysteries in a beautiful place.
Then let it be done. Father Abram crosses himself. I'll send my seminarians, and I'll stay behind to locate your green domes.
Thank you. I hug him, and tears of relief drop down my cheeks. Finally, something is going right. I feel less alone, and not just because Father Abram has agreed to help. Chapter 30. 30. Mieczejniki Base. It's a testament to how long it has been since we made any progress that Sasha is even entertaining connecting with Dmitri. We've made no progress in our search for weapons. I haven't been allowed back out to recruit in weeks, and Gosha is frustrated with the lack of action and abundance of bureaucracy.
What if he's being watched?
Sasha demands.
He's a pro, so he always thinks he's being watched.
Gosha throws his hands up in the air. I don't say a word. Sasha scowls if I even mention Dima. My support would not help this cause.
And that's supposed to make me feel better? We already have Colonel Volkov out there knowing Yulia's alive.
Sasha's neck is turning red. Never a good sign. A secret that he has kept to himself. I defend myself. Every time I come up with the idea of someone to meet, he throws the Volkov failure in my face. Gosha continues to push.
When I buzz the piezo, he'll wait a while and then find a place where we can disrupt the feed without it being noticed. We'll have a quick chat, find out what he knows. You know how much we need the info.
Sasha sighs. Of course he knows how much we need information from Dima, but he also has lives depending on him. The scales he holds are heavy, and he is constantly balancing the safety of his people versus the safety of the rest of the country. Sasha pinches the bridge of his nose, then sighs and nods. I hold my breath as I watch Dima appear on the screen. After his message in Moscow, I found myself gravitating back to this room far too often. It's like a sick feast that always leaves me hungry. I watch for any of our old clues, but he has given me nothing. I always walk away more empty than I came, and yet I return over and over again.
Sending the signal now.
Gosha types some code. Dima flinches ever so slightly at the surprise of the buzzer, but he turns it artfully into a shift in his seat. He walks to the kitchen and grabs a drink from the refrigerator. He stretches his back, drains the bottle, and sits back down to work.
And now we wait,
Gosha says. 10 minutes later, Dima scoots back from his desk and heads toward the toilet.
Told you so.
Gosha gives a little bow with a flourish in his chair. Sasha shakes his head.
Don't gloat.
Dima walks into the bathroom and unfastens his belt. He's not really going to... I look up at the ceiling as he unzips his pants and begins emptying his bladder. He knows we're watching.
Always wrap a lie in layers of truth, Sasha says. And it's not like you haven't seen...
I turn to hide my face as it reddens.
I stand corrected, Sasha says. And confused. Did you know this? He asks Gosha.
My love life is none of your business, I snap at them.
Or lack of one. Dmitri's reputation was well earned.
Gosha looks at me.
Did you break him, Yulia?
He and Sasha snicker at my discomfort. Funny how they only get along when teasing me. It's like having two older brothers.
You're safe to look again, Kiska,
Gosha mocks. Dima has refastened his belt, and he slides the piezo out of his pocket as he turns on the sink.
Gosha?
He whispers. Gosha enters some more code, and Dima jumps as the three of us project into his bathroom. I guess he wasn't expecting a two-way hologram, although I'm not sure why he would expect anything less than perfection from Gosha. It feels like Dima is here with us, so close I could reach out and touch him. I wonder if his heart pangs like mine. If it does, it doesn't deter him from getting right down to business.
What updates do you have?
He asks Gosha, not even looking at me. Sasha answers.
I was going to ask you the same thing. Progress is slow here. Yulia has a group of seminarians trekking through Krasnaya Polyana, but they haven't found anything yet. A priest in Moscow is looking for the potential church location. And you? Tensions are high. Maxim Rusolnovich and Ilya Ilyevich are ready to have Vladimir assassinated. They think he's sabotaging their shipments, so nice work on that interference.
The corners of my mouth turn up in a vindictive smile to think of those horrible men struggling to find their footing. One part of the plan is working. We're turning them against each other. Nice work, Gosha, I echo. Dima barely glances at me before turning back to Gosha.
Kirill Matyevich and Alexei Andreevich are holding lengthy private meetings to discuss their son and daughter's wedding.
She's 15, and he's at least 35.
Gosha wrinkles his nose in disgust.
It's essentially a merger. I made sure that high-ranking members of other families were aware of these meetings, and now there are whisperings of treaties between other families.
You have been busy, despite how boring it's been watching you,
Gosha teases.
Andrei Stepanovich is working overtime trying to keep the families from turning on each other. He's also looking for you.
That's a given,
Gosha says.
He knows you're behind some of the large tech purchases over the past few months, but apparently everything ended up in Armenia. He thinks you're smuggling.
I am smuggling,
Gosha shrugs.
But in this case I smuggle food to Armenia.
How are things between you and my father? I ask. Dima looks down at the ground.
He has me watched day and night. He keeps me close and hasn't let me go on a solo assignment.
You'll earn his trust. I'm sure of it. The assurances sound petty as I listen to myself say them.
I won't, but I never expected to. I'm the new lamb.
He looks at me this time, and his eyes smolder with so much resentment, I am taken aback. I don't understand.
The sacrificial lamb. He's already decided I will die. He's just waiting until my death will bring the most impact.
Does he blame me for this? Is that the heat behind his resentment? Sasha attempts to control his voice, but I hear the quiver of fury underneath the blanket of control.
Welcome to the club. I probably have a few months at least. I imagine he wants to ride the wave of support following Yulia's death. I make a great pathetic figure.
I want this mission to end today. The thought of Dima dying at the hand of my father opens a deep ache in my chest. I'm sure Gosha could find a way to conceal his escape, but I'm equally sure that it doesn't matter what I want. Dima has always known he would die bringing Vladimir down. Even in our most intimate moments, I couldn't prevail upon him to change his mind. All I can do now is buy him time and finish this war before my father makes his move. Ease off on creating discord. Let Andrei calm the waters. If things get too chaotic between the families, he'll use your death to unite them. I blink rapidly, trying to sound braver than I feel.
I think it would be best,
Dima says diplomatically,
if Yulia were not involved in our future conversations.
He avoids my gaze, and I feel as though he's just slapped me. That's not your choice. I grit my teeth, knowing that Sasha gets the final word. If Dima pushes the issue, even I would appease the agent in the field. He brushes me off.
I need to go. How do I contact you?
Dima looks at the Biezo box.
We need to establish a signal and a timeline, Sasha says. You give the signal, and we contact you at an appointed time. Something we can see in your home or your calendar, because I can't keep wasting good people to watch you constantly. Ah, I'll miss my voyeurs,
Dima says. I know what Sasha is doing. He's aware of how much time I spend watching Dima, and since I'm watching for signals, Sasha can't object. He's taking away my excuse.
I leave coffee mugs all over my place,
Dima says.
The housekeeper hates it. If I leave a mug on the windowsill by my desk, the position of the handle will tell you what time that evening to contact me. Straight out the window is 12 midnight.
What about emergencies?
Gosha asks.
You have regular appointments with your trainer. Let's use your calendar.
His trainer is a leggy blonde with a tiny waist and breast implants who flirts with him every time they work out. She's also a masseuse and has been giving him weekly massages.
I'll ask my assistant to schedule a second massage for the week,
Dima says.
That will mean contact me ASAP.
Let's call it a second leg day that week, I say. He hates leg day. You're supposed to be getting stronger, right? Getting 2 massages is a little soft for the image you're going for. Sasha backs me up.
Leg day is more believable.
I'm about to say thank you when Sasha adds,
unless you're sleeping with the masseuse.
I glare at Sasha. How dare he suggest that in front of me? Why am I even here? Every day I set a place for Dmitri at my table, and every day is empty. Why do I keep holding on to something that is gone? Gosha laughs quietly.
That would be Dmitri before Yulia broke him.
It sounds like you found your new plan. Enjoy the masseuse. She looks like fun. I glare at Dmitri. He clenches his jaw, refusing to be baited into a reaction. I can't keep coming here, subjecting myself to this pain. I head to the door and hurry down the hall, once again feeling so empty I don't even know what could fill this void. I have to get away from here, but it's not space that I need. There's so much space between Dima and me that I'm lost in it. I replay everything that has happened between us over the last few months, looking for anything that can help me hold on a little bit longer. The last time we spoke, there was something between us. I know there was. I saw it in his eyes. Tonight he wouldn't even look at me. How can he bury it all so deeply? I turn the corner toward the apartment I share with Nina and nearly collide with Artyom. I attempt to step around him.
Do I at least get a hello? Kind of hard to miss me.
He gestures to his broad chest. I wave and continue toward my destination. He jogs a few steps to catch up with me.
Is everything okay?
Fine, I smile. He nudges me.
Fine, huh? Remember that no pretending rule? It still stands.
Well, clearly I'm not pretending very well, so I'm not breaking any rules. I walk faster, wanting to get away from him. I don't want to talk.
Okay, but you look like you either need to punch someone or hug someone right now. So just let me know which one is coming. I'll brace myself either way.
He puffs his chest out, pounding his fist against his pecs.
Ready.
He's so earnest and ridiculous that I turn and face him. He doesn't want the pretense, but I wonder if he can handle the reality right now. I scowl as I try to pull myself out of the massive pile of broken things I can't fix. I close my eyes and slump against the wall, leaving a safe distance between us. I want to get out of here for one normal moment, not for some mission or act of war. I just need to breathe.
Where would you go?
To the woods, I answer without hesitation. They've been my only source of freedom my whole life, the place where I could go to feel anything without judgment. He smirks.
I pictured you as more of a spa girl. I'd have offered you a massage.
I think of Dima and his trainer and don't try to hide the pain it causes.
Hey, Artyom says. I think you need to at least experience one of my shoulder rubs before reacting like that.
I swat him in the stomach and he laughs.
Sasha and I used to sneak out every once in a while. Let's go find some woods, or at least a tree or a bush or something. And you know the best part?
Fresh air? I venture.
15 meters.
He holds out his hand, grinning with a glint of mischief in his eyes, and I finally realize the quality I've been trying to unravel in Artyom. It's freedom. Exactly what I've so desperately been looking for. I take his hand. Chapter 31. 31. Artyom holds the SUV door open for me.
Kiska?
He winks as I slide in. The shift supervisor in the garage throws Artyom the keys. He's small and maybe 18 years old. Given Artyom's size, his connection to Sasha, and our story about needing to help Gosha test two-way communications, the poor boy didn't have a chance. That was easy, I mumble as Artyom climbs in and adjusts the driver's seat.
It's not a prison.
It sure feels like one. The engine roars to life, and he rubs my fuzzy head, breaking into a belly laugh. My hair has grown back maybe half an inch. Artyom has taken to rubbing my head for good luck whenever he has the chance. We reach the end of the tunnel, and the guards open the barn doors. Artyom rolls down the window.
We'll be back within an hour.
The car fills with cold night air, and tires crunch against the snow. I roll down my window as Artyom rolls his up.
Gah, it's cold, Kiska.
It's fresh air. I lean my face out into the breeze and feel the chill wash over me. I fill my lungs with air no one else has breathed and let my worry blow away.
At least put my shapka on so you don't get sick.
He passes me his hat.
Sasha's going to be mad enough when he hears about this. At least let me bring you back healthy.
I slide the hat on, pulling it over my ears.
Much better.
He pats the hat and grins. I lean my arms on the edge of the open window and rest my chin to look out at the quiet night. He's driving alongside a field toward the edge of the woods. He pulls the car under the trees and parks.
There's never been anyone out here, but remember, 15 meters.
He grabs his gun from the back seat and moves to open my door.
Then keep up,
I say. Dima doesn't even want to talk to me, but Artyom is excited to keep me in his sight. We walk in silence through the woods, our boots breaking the icy top layer of days-old snow with a satisfying crunch. My cheeks burn, but I'm hot inside my heavy fur coat. I walk as fast and as far as I can until my legs start to burn, matching the burn in my lungs. I slow to catch my breath. A lone log lies decaying on the ground. I press the toe of my boot into it and watch the wood slowly crumble away. It feels symbolic. Maybe I am meant to crumble alone. Artyom squats down, resting his arms against his thighs, and looks up at the sky. He cared enough about me to find out what I needed and provide it, without expecting anything in return. He hasn't pushed me to talk about what's bothering me. He's content to just walk in the woods and enjoy the night. Sasha would be telling me that he warned me about Dima months ago. Zhenya would be brushing away my concerns and telling me that Dima is just doing his job and some garbage about women and sacrifice. Maybe it's the lack of pushing or the fact that I just burned off some of my anger, but suddenly I need someone I can talk to without judgment. Have you ever been in a relationship? I ask him.
A few.
He lifts his eyebrow.
Would you count the girl I kissed behind the school in grade 8?
He waggles his eyebrows. No, I smirk. I mean a real relationship.
Then I would say 1.5.
I don't think that's a real thing, I laugh.
Sure it is. You think you're in a relationship, but she doesn't.
He grabs a stick and starts drawing designs in the snow. I bump him with my shoulder. I think that's called stalking.
It's been hard to make a relationship work. Moving from safe house to safe house, you're not with anyone long enough to build a relationship. And can you imagine dating in the compound? You'd be locked up with all your exes.
I release a quick little humorless laugh. It would be extremely awkward if Dima were in the compound and I might run into him at any moment. And then if he started dating someone like Nina, how would she and I manage our friendship? Why does it have to be so hard? I ask. He looks up at me, and his hazel eyes seem to glow in the setting sun.
Objectively speaking, I would say it's exceptionally simple. The right one makes you feel better, not worse. Not all relationships last, and sometimes you just have to be patient and wait until you find that right person.
Does Dima make me feel worse? I can't gain my bearings with him. He was my light in the shadows. Our stolen moments made me feel alive. But the next moment, I was back to suffocating in the inky darkness. What if he makes me feel better and worse? It was good and easy with Dima for a while, but we never seemed to be moving in the same direction at the same time, I sigh.
Maybe it's time to just go your own direction for a while,
he says nonchalantly, but he peeks up at me through his honey-colored waves, and I sense his advice isn't purely objective.
We're thousands of miles apart. How much more can I go my own way?
He straightens and brushes his hands against his pants. He looks up at the stars.
The first time I met you, he was telling you to go, but you ran back to him. You're still doing it now. You can't change him or the situation, but you can stop chasing him and change yourself.
He keeps his eyes skyward while he speaks, allowing me some semblance of privacy while his surprisingly wise words sink in. "What if I don't know how to do it?" I say softly. Hearts seem to come in different makes and models. Some are resilient. Some seem capable of loving anyone. I think my model is only programmed for Dima. Maybe I need an upgrade. "How did you get over your 1.5 relationships?" I ask, hoping he will distract me with some anecdote.
I'm hardly one to give you pointers. What worked for you with your past boyfriends?
"You've got me beat by half a relationship. More, since I'm still finishing up my one. So you're the expert."
He's a fool. If I had someone like you, I'd never push you away.
He grins slyly, and my pulse jumps. Artyom has always been flirtatious, but in a way I could brush off as meaningless. This feels sincere. I'm clearly not ready to jump in, but I'm still curious what it would feel like to dip my toe. "You're not allowed to push me away," I tease. "At least, not more than 15 meters.
That was Sasha's idea. I wanted 5 meters.
He strokes his beard in an exaggerated attempt to act natural. He's giving me an out to interpret his words as typical, nonsensical flirting, but we both know it's more. I also know I'm not ready for it. I take the out and change the subject. "What's going on under that beard?" I ask. "Are you actually hideous?" He wrinkles his nose.
Picture the face of a 12-year-old boy on this body. Some of us require beards to even qualify for manhood.
I laugh again, grateful for one person to talk to who doesn't wear a constant scowl. I'm relieved that he doesn't push or force. I need time to untangle my heart, and he's giving it.
"We should head back,"
Artyom says, and I jump out of my thoughts.
"We don't want a search party after us."
We walk in silence for about 10 minutes. It's nice. I feel safe with Artyom, and not just because of his size and the weapon he's kept in his right hand all this time. I can trust him to put me first, and that's not something Dima could do. Dima probably thinks pushing me away is putting me first, but that's not what I want. Artyom was right about me and Dima. If Dima really put me first, he would have recognized that he and I wanted the same things, and he would have made a place at his side while we faced our challenges together. Instead, he selected my path for me without so much as getting my input. It's so complicated, but when I look at the situation through Artyom's eyes, everything sorts itself out. I can't change Dima, and I can't change the situation. I can, however, change myself. Artyom feels safe because he's simple, honest, and wonderfully predictable. 15 meters. He follows my lead sometimes, and other times I follow his. One person's direction doesn't always take priority. As we follow our footsteps in the snow and move back the way we came, it feels like a completely new direction for me. Chapter 32. 32. Back in the command center, I take the remaining empty seat on a threadbare couch next to Natasha. She scowls at me, probably annoyed I got her son in trouble with Sasha. Sasha was waiting for me and Artyom when we arrived back at the compound, and everyone in the assembly heard about our escape. None of them are pleased with us, but Natasha has a real gripe with me being the reason her son might have fallen out of favor with Sasha. Or is it more than that? The more Artyom and I have become friends, the deeper her frown lines when she sees me. I thought she kind of liked me when I first met her. Gosha fiddles with the biezo, and I study the slump in his shoulders. The first day we used the biezo, his shoulders were triumphant. Today, they bend under the weight of the information he steals and sends each day. Bad always comes in, and good never goes out. Sasha enters, followed by Artyom, to conduct another daily briefing. Every day, we see an increase in police brutality in the Nyenuzhny districts. We've watched them being lined up for interrogation and shot if they resist. We've seen dozens of shipments of children sold across our borders. Every day, we're reminded that the Organizatsiya is strong, and we are weak. Sasha stands in front of the room.
We have news today from one of the search zones.
Finally. We've had teams out scouring the countryside for weeks, but until now they haven't found anything. Daniel's hologram joins us. Exhaustion clouds his eyes, but this time there is a spark in them.
Last night we stumbled across some readings. We want to see what we've got before the snow comes in. Let's not get our hopes up, he grumbles. But we've got to pursue it. We'll start digging as soon as you give the approval.
Is the extraction team ready?
Sasha asks. Daniel shifts uncomfortably.
They've been out all night, but they don't mind going out again this morning.
2 days ago, Daniel reported to the assembly that some eager churchgoers visited the mountain to see if they could listen in on the God in Nature symposium events. They introduced themselves as members of the Stepanovich family and promised donations from their father, Andrei, for the honor of participating. They recorded the names and seminaries of all the men, and I have no doubt those donations arrived as promised. Stepanovich has a unique ability to mask his violent intentions under a layer of goodwill. The seminarians halted searching for the last 2 days as they held discussions with their new friends. The extraction team took over, working under the cover of night, while Gosha kept tabs on the movements of the Stepanovich family.
All in favor of closer investigation and possible extraction?
Sasha asks the assembly. My arm is covered in goose flesh. Andrei Stepanovich is calculating, always up to something. The assembly knows this. We've debated it at some length in the last 2 meetings. The assembly looks at Daniil for his vote. He's at the site, so his decision will guide theirs. Daniil raises his hand.
If this is our chance, we ought to take it. Gosha has kept us safe so far.
Every hand lifts in unison, and just like that, we set out to recover the second bomb. It's been hours, and I stretch out the stiffness in my back. Daniel's hologram pouts in a chair a few feet from me as we watch the shaky camera stream from the team on the ground. He threw a fit when the assembly ordered him to stay behind and man the Biezo. His desire to be in the action borders on obsession. I wonder if he was one of those teens addicted to risk. Gosha didn't want the Biezo receiver near the bomb, so the extraction team is using a short-range camera. Daniil has the receiver, so we see what he sees. Gosha didn't want to use the short-range cameras at all, since they can be traced, but the assembly determined that the risk of not having eyes on the team was greater than the risk that someone might find the cameras, realize they weren't the government's, and trace them back to Daniil. So as long as Gosha keeps a constant vigil on Andrei, we'll be able to warn Daniil to evacuate if there is any indication Daniil has been compromised. Daniil sits up straighter, and we all lean in to see.
That's definitely radiation. They found it.
One of the men reports,
We can't see the size, but the outer casing appears to be made of steel.
Just like the last one. Nina grins at the image like a child looking at the presents Father Frost left for Novy God. The last one. It seems like such a long time ago that Gosha, Dima, and I were trying to deliver a weapon to the Mieczyszniki. That night ended in disaster. Tonight, everything moves smoothly, but I still feel the tension of the last time written in my muscle memory. Artyom moves behind me and massages my shoulders.
Relax, Kiska. You look ready to pounce.
He was right about his shoulder rubs. He is good. With hands that size, it would be hard not to be. I notice Natasha glaring at us and swat him away.
How much longer?
Anton asks.
We'll have it loaded within an hour,
Daniel responds. There's a movement behind him. I lean in closer, thinking it was just a shadow, but our room fills with new figures, holograms of our enemies. My eyes lock on the calculating blue eyes of Andrei Stepanovich, and his smile widens. Artyom pulls me from the sofa to the ground, huddling over me, but it's too late. Gosha curses and stops the video feed.
Can't say it's good to see you,
Daniel grumbles. We still have audio. Gosha grabs the Biezo and flips a switch.
It's muted,
he says, as if anyone is going to have a conversation right now.
Daniil, my old friend.
I shudder at Andrei's familiar, friendly banter, knowing that underneath his charm is a truly vile villain.
I'm no friend of yours.
Daniel grumbles.
Why are you here?
I came to have a drink with an old friend.
Andrei laughs.
I was expecting to find Gosha here, but I suppose you will have to do.
I wiggle free of Artyom, and he places a hand on my arm, like his proximity can keep me safe. I look around the room at the stunned faces. No one moves except for Gosha, who is furiously typing code into his computer. The image of Daniil and Andrei Stepanovich returns, only this time on the monitor.
Clear,
Gosha announces.
They tried to hack the signal and didn't even get close.
I nod to Sasha, and the two of us walk behind Gosha to look at the scene playing out on his monitors. On one monitor, Andrei Stepanovich is sitting in his office. His secretary is taking notes. He takes a sip of his drink. Curse that well-designed prism. He even tricked Gosha.
Take the drink.
Andrei places 2 glasses on the table, and one of his men hands him a bottle of the finest vodka. He pours and passes a glass to Daniil. Daniil dumps the vodka on the floor and then returns his glass to the table.
Manners, my old friend.
Andrei's smile slips into a hard line. He refills the glass and nods to his men. They surround Daniil. One holds his head back and forces his mouth open. The other holds him still as he thrashes, and the third pours the drink down his throat. Andrei raises his glass with a warm expression and toasts.
To friendship.
Then he throws his glass in Daniil's face. It hits with a sickening thud, and Daniil's nose drips with blood.
May it be better received in the future.
Andrei simpers.
Why are you here?
Daniil pinches the bridge of his nose with one hand and uses his other sleeve to staunch the flow of blood.
This government's gone to pot,
Andrei says.
Just look at the chaos. I thought you and I might overthrow it again. Bring the old gang back together.
Andrei lights a cigar and crosses his legs like he is speaking with an old army buddy. Were they really friends once? Everything about this conversation makes my stomach queasy.
What a brilliant piece of technology.
Andrei examines the piezo.
It probably holds the answer to many of my questions. One of my men discovered a camera while patrolling. Wasn't too surprising, considering Vladimir's paranoia, but it's always good to know who he's watching. When we started searching for signals in the area, we found something we couldn't account for. Something new and unbreakable.
I don't know what you're talking about,
Daniil growls.
Nonsense. Gosha, if you're listening, you have my sincere thanks for killing your brother. You did us a great service. We also appreciate your attempt to take out Dmitri. Your aim was a little off, but computers are more your thing, I suppose.
Andrei speaking to Gosha makes me feel exposed, and I'm grateful for Artyom's bulk nearby. But what Andrei says next destroys my whole world.
My regards to Sasha. How nice it is to see him in good health. Another miraculous survivor of questionable aim.
Have you gone mad?
Daniil asks.
You talk of the dead and ask me to pay my respects?
He laughs, and I'm impressed with his disdainful delivery.
When I saw Gosha shoot Dmitri, I wanted to know who he was working with. My team spent days working with the footage of Dmitri being shot until we found an angle that gave us a peek inside the car. I always thought the ghost was you.
Andrei chuckles.
Sasha always was a clever boy. Don't look so frightened, friend. I haven't breathed a word of it to Vladimir. I'm not here as your enemy.
I grasp Sasha's hand. His face has gone pale. Artyom hurries over to his mother, who clutches at him. He was with Gosha and Sasha. Andrei surely knows who he is, too. My stomach clenches. Knowing Gosha, Dima, and Sasha are working together gives Andrei leverage. But how does he plan to use it for his own gain?
What do you want?
Daniil shouts, his temper rising as he realizes the damage that has been done.
We are fighting the same war, and you are the fuse ready to ignite. But what good is a fuse without a bomb? It's useless. My organizация is the bomb, and we need your spark. You need our power. If we combine our resources and manpower with your key players, we could take out all the government leaders within the month.
Daniil has composed himself and is calm in his response.
I would never accept your help, and I would never help you increase your power.
Never? Don't be a fool. You have already accepted my help. Do I need to remind you how you all came looking for it? Larissa Petrovna worked for months to secure the meeting. You and I sat across a table and shook hands like gentlemen. You were much more civilized back then. You haven't aged well.
He grumbles, and my heart sinks. It cannot be true. I look to Larissa for denial, but her head sinks in shame. I don't even have time for the words to sink in before Andrei presses forward.
You need someone to take the fall for starting the war. It is much better if the new leaders rise up from a rebellion rather than incite it. The public feels safer.
Daniil scoffs.
I don't care if the public feels safer. I care that they are safer. That can never be the case with you in the picture. Get out.
Andrei nods, and one of his men punches Daniil so hard he slumps out of his chair.
Not so hard. We need him to deliver the message.
Andrei's voice is as pleasant as ever.
Must everything be a battle? You haven't heard my whole offer yet.
Daniil breathes heavily.
The answer is no. You've milked the life out of this nation. You've stolen our children and pumped their parents full of drugs. The nation will crumble because there is nothing left to hold it up.
Your assessment is correct. The nation is on the verge of collapse. The government's role in the organizatsia has made the families bold and overreaching. They have installed leaders who have gutted this country's future for the family's profits. This is not sustainable, but you and I will both benefit from a single solution, as will our country and her people.
For a moment, no one speaks. Daniil and Andrei stare at each other, neither one willing to give the other the satisfaction of looking away.
The families have over-harvested Novaya Rossiya,
Andrei continues.
None of our trades are profitable here, but we are restrained from doing business outside of our borders. If we overthrow the government, we separate the politicians from the families. You put your leaders in place, and we are free to pursue our international supply chains.
No,
Daniil grumbles. Andrei Stepanovich laughs.
Novaya Rossiya could grow strong again, with safe, healthy children growing into productive adults.
Until it's strong enough to turn another profit for you,
Daniil says.
You and I will be long gone by then, my old comrade. Let the next generation handle it. If you pick the right leader, you have nothing to fear. You'll have complete control over that choice. We no longer want the country's leader to have any role in our operations, but it would be nice to keep a communication channel open.
What's the catch, then?
Daniil asks.
There are no catches. You install your leader, and we expand our business ventures. What do you have to lose? You already have your leader waiting in the wings, but the people will find a new hero soon. You can't wait too long to bring her back from the dead.
Andrei chuckles.
You really need to learn some new tricks.
An icy chill runs down my spine. He definitely knows I'm alive.
I don't make deals with villains.
Daniil's whisper expands the ice over my entire body.
Of course not. But you're not the one who gets to make the deals, are you?
I hear chairs scrape across the floor, then footsteps.
Besides, it was her idea in the first place. She gets the government, while we use the world as our playground. It was a good idea. Delivered to an imbecile, but still a good idea.
I shudder as he throws my own words back at me. I hated the sound of them when I gave them to Kostya Dragovich. I hate them even more now, hearing them from Andrei Stepanovich.
You have 2 weeks to decide. Should you choose to go another direction, I'll give Vladimir everything I have. He will stop at nothing to root out every single one of your people, and that includes your beautiful daughter. I haven't caught so much as a glimpse of her in years, but she looked so promising. Send her my best.
Sasha is staring at the Biezo, and I can see the struggle within him as Andrei threatens his wife. I place my hand on Sasha's trembling arm.
I suppose I should mention,
Andrei adds an afterthought, as though he'd forgotten a trinket at a party.
We found that bomb ages ago. Its location suggested someone planted it with the intent to harm my family. I don't like that.
But the radiation. If there's no bomb, why the radiation?
For the first time, Daniil sounds desperate, close to tears even.
What have you done?
I should have mentioned that before they got this far. Oops.
A distant explosion rumbles through the sound waves. All those men. I sent them there. Sasha moves toward the Biezo receiver. Artyom is still with Natasha, and though he moves quickly, he doesn't reach Sasha in time. I try to pull Sasha back. Sasha flips the mute switch and yells,
"You'll pay for every lost life, every child you've sold, and every scar you've left on our people."
I bury my face in Artyom's chest.
"Sasha, is that you, son?"
Andrei sounds delighted.
"My door is open, but for now, I need to send a little message to the church. They're unwise to plot against me, and I can't have word out that I let them live. We must all keep our paths clear of threats. I'm sure you understand."
"What are you going to do?" Sasha is panicking.
"Same thing they were planning to do to my little ones. Kill them all."
Andrei gives the command, and I feel my body begin to tremble, as though I am on the firing line. But I can't tell if I feel like the one about to pull the trigger or the one about to be fired on. I'm both. No matter what I do, I will always be both. It will be my fault when the innocent die, and I will feel the pain of every egregious crime. Artyom wraps his arms around me, trying to quiet my trembling.
"Gosha, you know how to reach me. Yulia, I think the nation is ready for a female leader. You could be their Catherine, or you could be hunted and hanged as a traitor. I'd rather see pearls than rope around your pretty neck. Until next time, my old friends."
The void Andrei Stepanovich leaves behind echoes through the room. "Failure," the void screams. "Murderers," it accuses. It was my idea to send those men there, those young, faithful men. I add them to my list. How many more will die because of my actions? Their screams echo through my mind, interrupted only by the sound of Gosha's fingers on the keyboard. He slams his fist on the table and storms out of the room. I jump at the sound, and it pulls me from the depths of darkness. I look around at the fear-stricken faces I've grown to trust, and realize the story I've been told was filled with holes. They were not the heroes in the tale. If what Andrei Stepanovich says is true, they were the villains. Didn't I seek them out because I refused to work with the Organizatsaya? This revelation stings even more than discovering my father's treachery, because deep down, I always knew he was bad, but I thought these people were good. Betrayal fills the room like a rising tide until I feel like I'll drown in it. I follow after Gosha, disgusted and disenfranchised. Chapter 33. 33. My questions swirl, one over another, and I can't seem to wrap logic into the mix. It's all anger and betrayal, hot and condemning. I run to catch up with Gosha. He glares at me over his shoulder.
"Did you know?"
I shake my head, too livid to open my lips. Our footsteps echo angrily down the hall. I can't believe Sasha didn't tell me that we had worked with the Organizatsaya. We fed the monster. No, not we anymore. It's never been we. Artyom, Nina, Daniil, the whole assembly. None of them told me. We get to the communication center, and Gosha slams the door so hard a monitor rattles, threatening to fall. I pace the room. What do we do? Should we leave? You could keep us under cover. We'll work together. Even as I say the words, I recognize their foolishness. I sit down on the worn couch and place my head in my hands.
"I'm not running away. I'll see this through."
He pounds his fist on the wall.
"They should have told us. At least in the Organizatsaya, they don't keep secrets from their own."
He's more concerned about being left out of the secret than the whole history of the Mieczyszniki. How can you continue to work with them? The judgment seeps through, and he glares in response.
What difference would it have made? We still would have looked for the bombs. Those men would still be dead.
Sasha appears in the doorway.
We need to talk about what you heard.
Gosha huffs.
You can create alliances with the Organizatsaya, but I'm limited to where I can get funds? Your line between right and wrong gets blurrier by the day.
How am I supposed to trust any of you? I blurt out, stopping just short of saying what I really mean. How am I supposed to trust you, Sasha? Sasha grinds his teeth, and I wonder how far I can push before he snaps.
Years before I was even born, the older members made alliances with the Organizatsaya. At the time, they believed it was the best solution, but it was a mistake. Our current rules are in place to make sure the later generations don't repeat the same errors, and you've seen how seriously they take those rules.
Zhenya waddles into the room, escorted by Artyom, who must have filled her in on the situation. She motions for me to scoot to the side so she has space to join me on the sofa. She moans a little as she sits down.
So, you found out, did you?
She huffs. You knew too? And didn't bother to tell me? My family is built on a foundation of lies and secrets. What is wrong with this family? She laughs without humor.
When should I have told you, Yulichka? When you were in your room being watched? When I was trying to shield you from your father? When exactly was this magical moment of disclosure supposed to happen?
I fold my arms tightly across my chest. When we arrived here and became a part of this. She sighs.
I've kept your family's secrets for so many years that the secrets got lost in the secrets. They hide other secrets I didn't even know about. It was never for me to decide when they came to light.
Artyom closes the door and stands in front of it.
Everyone might as well get comfortable.
Gosha takes his usual spot by the monitors. Sasha leans on a table. Zhenya looks around the room as though unsure where to begin.
I had just turned 30 when your uncle came to me.
She takes a deep breath, her voice shaky as she begins unwrapping her long-kept secrets.
My husband had just been taken to a re-education center because he'd spoken out against election fraud. I never saw him again. Years later, I learned they'd shot him just outside the city limits and left him in a ditch.
Her voice catches, and she exhales a lifetime of silence.
His body rotted less than 30 kilometers from me. I didn't even get to say goodbye.
I reach out to grab her hand, and she shoos me away, as though the story is too ancient to store any feelings. But the sheen of her eyes betrays her. Pain this old has simply become a constant throb she's learned to live with.
Your uncle was a member of the group that called themselves the Loyalists. They worked quietly inside the government to dismantle the corruption and return power to the people. Not that we ever had much of it, she continues. That's how it started. The Mieczyszniki were first Loyalists. We had been through communism, and everyone could see that our current dictator was leading us back to the same dark place. But no one knew how to stop it. People who spoke out didn't live long. Every time the government silenced a voice, it left behind an echo. Anger was building. The people were getting impatient, and the government had decided the echo was dangerous. Your grandmother and grandfather, Ekaterina and Victor, were killed around the same time as my husband for similar reasons, leaving Yelena an orphaned infant. Your uncle showed up on my doorstep late one night with an offer. Sergei told me of a plot to round up innocent family members, to send a message to anyone that would even think of speaking out. I was in danger. He said he would protect me if I would raise a motherless child. I said no at first. I had friends, and my parents were aging. Who would care for them? I definitely didn't need the burden of a child, since I was grieving myself. He gave me an address of a contact I could go to if I changed my mind. The next day, I noticed men following me at different times. I searched my house and found surveillance equipment. I picked up my keys to head to the market and never saw my home or family again. Your uncle put Yelena and me in a dacha a couple hours outside of Samara with new papers and surnames. I learned to cook and sold pierogi to the neighbors. I educated Yelena at home until the government mandated public education. We lived a quiet life. Your uncle kept us supplied, but rarely came himself. When he did, he brought us stories from the outside world. I waited for them hungrily, even though none of the news was good. It's easy to look back and judge, but if you didn't live it, you can't know the motivation behind the mistakes. When I was a child, nearly everyone was poor, while a handful of people had unimaginable wealth. We stood in line for hours trying to get bread. Doctors and engineers did laundry in the evenings, trying to scrape by a few rubles. When a new leader promised to balance the scales, we didn't recognize him for who he was, a leader who would get power by any means and maintain it with an iron fist. The government slowly stripped freedoms away, turning encouragements into requirements. The leader attacked the press, deeming anyone who reported unfavorably upon him as a liar who wanted to destroy the country. He used his podium at first, discrediting the news organizations. Then, reporters started disappearing, and the people cheered as he silenced those who disagreed with their beloved leader. Before we knew it, there was only one voice, and it was his. Police patrolled the streets to keep people in line. No matter how brutal their methods, the blame was always laid on the people. He shouldn't have been carrying drugs. She shouldn't have gotten so worked up. I'm sure you can imagine. You've seen similar scenes. The loyalists emerged within the government, and your uncle was one of them. But they split, and somehow the Mieczyszniki came into power.
She takes several deep breaths, and Sasha passes her a glass of water. Artyom speaks up.
Larissa Petrovna had contacts abroad. Foreign governments wanted to overthrow our dictator, but didn't want the political ramifications for such an action. They promised support, but only if it was untraceable. So Daniil sought out Andrei Stepanovich for his help. Daniil promised a quick coup with very limited casualties. He found his allies, but not everyone was on board. The decision splintered the loyalists, and those who were left slunk into hiding. It was before my mother's time, but she warned me about the dangers of choosing allies and friends unwisely.
Zhenya sips her water and sets it on the table, finding her words once more.
Once the coup began, it took only a few months. Stepanovich rallied some of the crime families and joined with the growing rebellion. They worked together to overthrow our government. And right at the end, the foreign government swooped in to help liberate our people and try our old government for crimes against humanity. There were very few deaths, very little damage, and we rejoiced as a nation. We thanked the foreign governments for ridding us of the tyrants. But then they stayed. At first, we thought it was to oversee the new election. Not long after, they announced there would be no election. We were not allowed to reform our own government because of our history of violence and oppression. We answered to the foreigners. But they had made a critical mistake. Organized crime flourished like an infection, and no one was able to keep it in check. The Mieczyszniki fought harder, trying to right the wrongs. Sergei and the other loyalists went into hiding. They had refused to join and had no allies. Your uncle was so afraid of discovery and punishment that he left the country. The mafia was getting bolder and more ruthless. The Mieczyszniki were desperately recruiting. I fought so many battles with Yelena to keep her from joining. Sergei even tried, but Yelena stopped taking his calls and reading his letters. My girl was determined to make a difference in the world. I flatly refused to support her marriage, and she didn't speak to me for several years. When she had Sasha, she reached out to hire me as a nanny and maid. By that time, she realized how deep she was in. Her life would never be free, but she hated that her choices passed that life on to her children.
I'm ravenous for more scraps of information about my mother, and while I know I need to circle back to the Mieczyszniki and their guilt, I can't find the strength to redirect her. This information is filling in holes about my life, and as hard as it is to hear, I need to know.
She should never have married your father.
Zhenya sighs and looks up at the ceiling like she's watching painful scenes on a movie screen.
He was an assignment at first. She was what they call a honeypot, meant to get information and spread disinformation. But he took a liking to her, and he was growing more powerful as the family started to organize. So instead of moving on to the next peripheral target, Yelena stayed and focused on him. Somewhere along the way, she fell for his charisma and big ideas. She was a drunken fool, high on his vision for the country. When they married, the newly formed Organizacja celebrated the fact that their puppet had found the perfect woman to lead the country by his side. They knew how much the people would love her, and the Mieczyszniki celebrated that they would have someone in the top spot. I cried more that day than I remember crying in my whole life, because I knew the price she would pay.
Zhenya's voice cracks, and the lines on her face seem like battle scars. My mother carved them with her recklessness. She takes a deep breath, and I glance at Sasha. He radiates tension from the tightness of his jaw to the tick in his temple. His anger is alarming.
And yet we celebrate her as some hero, Sasha growls.
I will never celebrate what she did to you, though I will love her with all my heart for all my days.
Zhenya's voice is hard.
She's no different than the Mieczyszniki. They both took a bad deal, thinking they could win. They both lost at a heavy price, and in the end, they learned their lesson too late. So judge them, join them, forgive them, or turn your back on them. You can't change the past.
At this familiar refrain, I glance up at Artyom. I can't change the situation, but I can change myself. Do I fix my direction alongside theirs, or do I chart my own course?
What am I supposed to do? I scowl. You learn from it, and you do better. Both of you.
Sasha's face twists in silent rage. Zhenya struggles to stand, and Sasha helps her up. She places her hand on his forearm.
Forgive my omissions. I don't know any other way.
She kisses his cheek and shuffles toward the door. Artyom and Gosha help Zhenya out of the room, leaving Sasha and me alone.
I'm starting to hate our mother, he says through gritted teeth. She should never have had us. She condemned me to this life.
He punches the door.
And now I've condemned my girls to it. I'm a terrible father.
You haven't condemned them to anything. You love them as much as Mama loved us, I soothe.
She was selfish and stupid, and I'm no better.
He runs his hands through his hair, making the ends stand up.
Our mother lost her parents, we've lost ours, and now we're starting a war. I'll fight and I'll lead because it's what I have to do, but I wish she'd never joined the Mieczyszniki. Sergei gave her freedom, and she walked back into captivity. Let me hate her for a minute. It keeps me from hating myself.
I kiss my brother on the cheek. The fact that you don't want it but are willing to do it is exactly what makes you the perfect leader. This will end with us. We'll pay the price so the girls don't have to. I look deep in his icy blue eyes that look so much like mine and so much like hers. And when I speak, it's almost like I'm speaking to both Sasha and my mother. But I need you to promise me, no more secrets, no more lies. If we want to change our family's path, let's start here. He nods, then pulls me in tight and sighs.
If you insist, there are a few more things I need to tell you, but don't shoot the messenger, okay?
Spill it.
Recruiting Andrei was Daniil's idea. He blames himself. He's going to go into hiding for a while. He thinks the Organizacja will try to track him back here.
I try to picture Daniil younger, less cynical, and can't come up with anything. That explains why he is the way he is. What else?
Zelia thinks Artyom is in love with you and is over the moon about it. Get ready for her matchmaking.
Ugh, I groan. Is that why she invited the two of us over to play cards and insisted I sit next to him?
I told her to back off,
he exhales, and I can feel the tension melting away.
I wasn't successful, but I'm hoping you'll give me points for effort. I know you need time to work through everything with Dmitri.
Sasha, He shakes his head.
For the record, when you're ready, you could do a lot worse than a guy like Artyom.
I think of the unbroken cycle of lies that bind my family into our predetermined roles. No wonder I'm drawn to the freedom Artyom exudes. He could do a lot better than me. Neither of us mentions Dima, although I'm certain he's on both of our minds. I reach for the chain around my neck that holds his suba. It's a mixture of lies and love. I tell myself that the reason I hang on to it is because it's the only way he can connect with me for certain. But maybe it's something deeper and more disturbing. Maybe I'm stuck, along with the rest of my family, in this unbreakable pattern. Maybe we don't know how to love without the lies. Chapter 34. 34. The next morning, I sit in a corner of the command center, scowling at everyone. They'll decide today whether they take Andrei's offer, and I don't want to hear their justifications. I certainly can't stomach them minimizing their past mistakes. Soft-spoken Anton isn't dissuaded by my coldness and takes a chair next to mine. He sits quietly and gives me a slight nod. I fold my arms tightly across my chest. Gosha is the last to enter. I'd started to wonder if he was going to come. He fills the doorway with both his size and his ferocity. He takes a seat on the sofa front and center, forcing Natasha to scoot to the side and Lev to relocate. I adore his boldness. With everyone in attendance, Sasha begins.
We lost all but one last night. I expect the church will withdraw their support in order to avoid any more retribution from the families. We're no closer to obtaining new weapons, and we have a 2-week ultimatum. So today we need miracles, and we're not leaving until we have them.
Anton moves toward the front of the room.
I think it's time to move on to our final plan. If we're honest with ourselves, we've always known it would come to this.
All eyes turn to Sasha, and Anton pats him apologetically on the back. The hairs on the back of my neck stand stiff with nervous energy. What is the final plan? I ask. He looks at me, deliberating how to say it.
I announce my existence and intention to lead. I rally foreign support, I rally the people, and we hope it's enough to win the war.
Last night's conversation about his daughters rings through my ears. I can't let this happen. There are too many enemies. Many foreign leaders want to see an end to Novaya Rossiya's problem, I say, but will they be willing to send actual help? Troops? Money? Gosha leans back in his chair.
If they did, the Organizatsiya would hold their digital infrastructure hostage. I can't imagine anyone willing to risk that level of retaliation.
There has to be a way to find the bombs. I search my mind desperately, unwilling to consider the alternatives. I found 2 already. I can find the others. Anton shakes his head.
Even knowing the exact mountain to search, it took us 3 weeks to find the bomb, and it ended in disaster. We don't have 3 weeks. Time is out. Andrei Stepanovich wants a Bituskaya to announce their intention to lead.
Sasha sounds resigned.
He'll get it, just not the one he hoped for.
He's the next lamb, sacrificing himself by taking my place. Dima's voice echoes in my ears.
It's your family. There's got to be some connection. I'm praying your mother left you with some clues.
His voice is joined by Zhenya's words from last night.
I've kept your family's secrets for many years. Sometimes the secrets hide secrets I'm not aware of.
He hid the bombs in places where he thought my mother could find them. He didn't trust me at Cheshniki because of the fracture, but I think he always trusted her, and she trusted Zhenya.
We have to move forward, Yulia. The bombs are a lost cause,
Sasha declares. Humor me. I found the last bomb because Mama told me stories about the island. She must have given you some clues, and Zhenya knows far more about our family than we do. If the 3 of us can't come up with anything together, then I'll let it go. He deliberates for a moment, and I know we are both thinking of his family.
Bring her in,
Sasha orders Artyom. I ask Gosha to pull up maps of the remaining locations. 5 different topographical holograms pop up in the center of the room, and people move to the sides.
Belgorod, Perm, Novosibirsk, Omsk, and Khabarovsk,
Gosha announces. Sasha and I circle the maps. Did you take any vacations near these places? Nina asks.
The only vacations my family took were either for photo ops or to serve my father's political purposes,
Sasha says.
That doesn't rule them out as meaningless,
Natasha says. Artyom escorts Zhenya into the room. She scowls, and I understand now why she's kept herself so removed from everyone in the compound. She blames them for taking her girl from her. Artyom grabs a chair for her to sit on near the maps.
What is so important that I can't finish rolling out my dough? Dinner won't make itself,
she grumbles as she surveys the maps. Some of the very people who recruited her adopted daughter into a life that killed her are in this room. After retelling the story last night, those wounds must be raw.
Zelia can make dinner.
Sasha invites her to sit down. She scans the room warily and chooses to remain standing.
Zelia shouldn't have to take care of babies and cook dinner on her own,
she snaps. Zhenya, we need to know more about my mother's childhood or the early years of her marriage. Did she ever visit any of these cities? I motion to the maps.
I don't know where she and Sergei went on their excursions. I didn't ask, he didn't tell.
She folds her arms, one foot directed toward the door.
She went on excursions with Sergei Mikhailovich?
Natasha clarifies.
She never told me that.
Zhenya glares at her.
Every summer. Sergei took her away for a while and brought her back so I could have some time to myself.
From the murmurs in the room, these excursions are news to everyone.
Didn't she say anything about their trips after they came home?
I ask.
Not really, she shrugs. The less I knew about Sergei's comings and goings, the better.
Anton interjects.
How many trips?
They began when she was 7 and ended when she was 14 or 15, when the war broke out and he left the country.
So they went on 7 trips, I breathe out. Could he have been using the trips as cover to hide the bombs? Everyone perks up. Did she ever mention any places she'd visited to you? I ask Sasha.
I'm racking my brain, but I can't think of anything. You?
I shake my head. She might not have said it directly. Look for any connection to these places. A song she sang, a movie she made you watch, or something she wanted to do.
We're wasting time, Sasha says. The only people that know where they went are dead.
An idea floats into my mind like a life preserver. Yana. Unlike Zhenya, Sergei's wife would have looked for information. Maybe Yana saw travel itineraries or receipts for hotels. She's intelligent, cunning, and fiercely loyal to him. We need to find her.
Let's do it.
Artyom reaches over and squeezes my hand with a grin. I slide my hand loose, gesture to Gosha, and hope the whole room didn't notice me rebuffing his attempt. Could you find Yana Grigorovna? The last we knew, she was in Kazan. She grew up in that area.
Gosha shrugs. I can find just about anyone.
I look around, but no one seems to be as excited as I am.
Yulia, Anton says quietly, we know Yana. She's not very trustworthy.
She loved Sergei and kept him safe. If he found her trustworthy, then so do I, and I think she'll talk to me. Sasha rubs his chin. Sasha, please. We need to try. I look over the crowd, searching for allies. We can't send Sasha out to the wolves before trying everything at our disposal. One by one, they consider. Nina's brow is creased, but she raises her hand. I propose we find Yana Grigorovna. Even if she isn't trustworthy, how much damage can she do in 2 weeks?
The less I know, the better.
Zhenya stands and leaves the room.
All in favor?
Sasha's voice is strained. All hands lift, and I feel the weight transfer to my shoulders. I must find a way to make this work. Sasha's family needs him in their futures, and it's not just his family's safety that depends on me. Every family deserves this victory. I force my voice not to quaver. Find her, Gosha. Chapter 35. 35. Nina peers out the window to the street below, looking for Artyom and Yana. Gosha found Yana working as a prostitute at a seedy club frequented by members of the Romanovich family, and tonight Artyom will bring her to us.
I've got a visual on them,
Nina says. We all breathe a sigh of relief.
Took him long enough. How hard is it to convince a whore to take your money?
Daniel grumbles from his chair at the table. We met up with him at a safe house near Chelyabinsk, and he insisted on coming with us. Having another member of the team with us seemed like a good idea at the time, but he's been even more unbearable than normal. Nina grits her teeth. Artyom did an amazing job. She's right. Gosha tapped into the club's paradacha, and we watched the entire exchange. He spent time at the bar, pretended to get drunk, rebuffed several offers from prostitutes, and lost at cards while all the younger, attractive women were being engaged. Then he finally felt so dejected that he accepted Yana's offer. No one watching would suspect anything. Gosha ushers the others into the bedroom and out of sight. I place a case of cash on the little table. I insisted on seeing Yana one-on-one, but Artyom objected. After plenty of argument, he agreed to bring her to me so he'd be in the room with us. If she causes any trouble, we'll be out in a second. Nina squeezes my shoulder. I nod, taking a deep breath to calm my nerves. The last time I met Yana, she wasn't exactly forthcoming and helpful. She definitely won't be excited to see me again, considering I killed her husband. I hear them on the stairs. Her deep, throaty laugh feels too loud. Gosha found an empty apartment belonging to an organizatsiya member who travels extensively. The Biezo ensures it's still registering as empty, but neighbors aren't deaf or blind. They shouldn't be lingering. I hear the beeps of his fingers on the keypad. Finally. Artyom tries the handle, but it's still locked. He keeps up the charade as he re-enters the code. I hear their kisses. She gives him the words that empty men everywhere pay to hear, and I blush at his responses. He gets the door open and brings her around the corner into view. She's so tangled around him, he's practically carrying her. I straighten up and brace myself. Hello, Yana. She unwraps herself from Artyom. He blushes, avoiding my gaze. Her eyes, round with shock, narrow as she takes in my short hair and then examines my face. Finally, her eyes settle on the case of rubles on the table.
You're supposed to be dead, she says.
She looks back at Artyom, who has taken 2 steps toward the door, both to block any escape attempts and to give her space.
What's this?
I need your help. Her shrewd eyes survey the cash.
What makes you think I'd help you after what you've done?
I flinch, physically pained by the memory of that night. The trust in Sergei's eyes, the deception on my lips, the poison I poured down his throat. Yana had given me the poison and asked me to give it to Sergei. We both knew his senility would not save him from torture. But in her eyes, I'm to blame. Sergei was dead the second Dima and I walked into their apartment. I'm so sorry, Yana, but his death doesn't have to be in vain. He could be the hero that saves all of us, but you must help. She swallows and wipes at her eyes even though she hasn't allowed a tear to escape. I already told you. He never told me where the weapons are. By the time he started rambling about them uncontrollably, it was gibberish. That's not the information we're after. We'll pay. If you think I'm so easily bought, you shouldn't have shown me your face. Your father will pay 1,000 times that. Artyom widens his eyes at her insistence that she's not easily bought, considering the circumstances that brought her here, and I'm disappointed that he is yet another man underestimating her. We're both trying to stay out of Vladimir's way, I interject. There's enough in here to keep you for a couple of years, and as long as I'm alive, you'll be taken care of. Her shoulders relax ever so slightly. I sit down on the couch and pour her a drink. I set it down and scoot to the side, offering space for her. She takes the drink but doesn't bring it to her lips. She sits on the edge of the sofa, like a cat pursuing her prey, stiff, still, and ready to pounce with the slightest provocation. I don't know whether I will have the information you seek or not, so my fee for cooperation will be paid now, not at the end. As long as you agree to tell me everything you know. Konieczna. She offers me a seductive smile. I look at Artyom, and he shakes his head. She's trying to take the money without having to cooperate. Half now. I slide the case toward her, and Artyom rolls his eyes. And I'll double it when I get the information I need, plus the assurance that there will be more. I pull another case of money from behind the sofa, which was placed there in case she demanded more. She's desperate for the money. I can feel it. You can take that with you now, and no one will stop you, but you won't see another ruble for the rest of your life. And if you go sneaking to my father, Dmitri will know. You won't live long enough to spend what Vladimir will give you. The words feel wrong in my mouth and come out unconvincing. It's clear I haven't practiced threats to the level she's accustomed. Yana smiles at me knowingly. What is it you wish to know? When my mother was young, Sergei took her on a yearly excursion. Do you remember that? Of course. It was a vacation for both of us. She nods, a wicked smile on her lips. Where did they go? I ask. He said they were history trips. He took her to a Civil War battlefield somewhere in the middle of nowhere. He wasted good money on camping gear he never used again. Where else? Yelena left a doll in a hotel in Belgorod. They called looking for an address to send it to. I told them to throw it out. I suspect she's trying to provoke me, but I don't take the bait. What was the name of the hotel? It's been so long. You can't expect me to remember all the details. She shrugs, her lips pouty, and bats her eyes at Artyom. She's deflecting. I grab another stack of rubles from the second suitcase and set it on the table. To help you remember the name? The Friendship Hotel. She adds the stack of rubles to her open case of money. I nod to Artyom, and he snaps the case closed and pulls it off the table. Yana's smile slips into a hard and unforgiving line. Rage turns her beautiful face into something to fear. I think Artyom is surprised by it because he steps closer to me. You agreed to tell me everything you know. If you're not going to uphold your end of the bargain, why should I ask calmly. Because you're desperate for the information, she sneers at me. And you're desperate for the money, I glare back. We sit across from each other, eyes locked in a stalemate. I can see her frustration building. She is used to dealing with men who assume her weakness. She's gotten away with too much for too long. Let me see what else I can recall, she says through gritted teeth. I think he took her to Lenin Square. She chews on her bottom lip. Somewhere in the Far East. I thought it was ridiculous to go so far when half the cities in Novaya Russia have squares dedicated to Lenin. The square, the one we love to hate, of course. It seems so obvious now. She sits up straighter. Those trips have something to do with the bombs, don't they? I simply wish to know about my mother's life, I shrug. We're pursuing other leads for the bombs. Her smile spreads wide and devilish across her beautiful face. Who would offer so many rubles just to take a trip down memory lane? My prices have just gone up. She settles herself comfortably on the sofa and sips the drink I offered her. You know, I was looking forward to you, she purrs at Artyom. These days I only get the old or fat ones. It's been a while since I've had one as fine as you. Maybe we can leave Yulia to think about her choices and go have some fun. She's playing with me now. She knows how badly I want this information, and she knows there's no way I will leave without it. Chort, she is good. I nod to Artyom, and he returns the money to the table. Her grin widens even more, but she starts talking again. One year, they went to meet with an old friend who ran a church. I overheard a phone call. What was his name? She looks up as she tries to retrieve the name from the 40-year-old folder in her memory.
Father Pyotr Fyodorovich or Fyodor Pyotrovich.
Do you remember where it was?
They bought train tickets to travel from one side of the country to the next, but they came home much too quickly for them to have actually traveled so far. That was one of the last trips they took.
Yana continues.
1 year, he bought a picnic basket. 1 year, hiking boots. And he always bought French chocolate before he left. It was reckless because French goods were outlawed at the time. It seemed a pointless thing to risk. Maybe the French were involved with the bombs?
I change direction, not liking that she knows so much. Can you think of anything else? Any other memories with him? I can see they're the wrong words as soon as they're out of my mouth, but it's too late. She glares at me.
Yes, Yulia, I have many memories of him. That's all I have now.
Her words bite. She stands and reaches for the first case, closing it and securing the clasps.
You couldn't possibly understand, so don't judge me. I'll take the rest now.
She holds out her hand. Artyom snatches the case from her, and she screws up her face in indignation, ready to scream for all the neighbors to hear.
Swear on the grave of Sergei Mikhailovich that you'll never disclose that you saw Yulia.
He holds the case out to the side, making it clear this is the only way she'll touch that money. Her nostrils flare.
Sergei trusted me. I never betrayed his trust. That means more than empty words.
Swear it, he growls.
Fine, if you insist. I swear not to tell anyone I've seen Yulia.
Swear it on your husband's grave.
She growls.
I swear on the grave of Sergei Mikhailovich that I will not tell anyone I've seen Yulia.
He shoves the suitcase into her chest, a little too roughly. She laughs at him.
You're enamored with her. What a shame. If she's anything like her mother, she'll destroy you.
I hold out the second case. Thank you for your help. I wish you happiness and health. She snatches the case and turns to leave without so much as a das vidanya. The front door slams. Artyom places his arm protectively around my shoulder.
I don't trust her.
We have no choice. Call the others. We're heading to Lenin Square in Khabarovsk. We leave tonight. Chapter 36. 36. Khabarovsk. Nina steps through the door and stomps the remaining snow off of her boots before removing them and placing them below the stool near the door. Her face is red and chapped from the cold.
Anything?
Gosha asks. She shakes her head, and snow falls from her hat. Gosha helps her remove her coat, hanging it on the peg.
There's no way this is the right city,
Artyom says for the 500th time. We haven't gotten a single radiation reading, and the square is always full of people. It's unlikely that my uncle could have hidden a bomb in this square. This is the only target in the Far East, so we know they came here. The bomb doesn't have to be here, though. Maybe something in the square is pointing us to another clue, I say, grasping at straws. We've all looked, Nina blurts out in frustration. Tensions have been building each day as the team comes home cold and empty-handed. If it's not here, we might as well deliver Sasha to my father's doorstep. The clock is ticking.
Gosha scowls. We haven't all looked.
I don't want this argument to start again. The three of them keep voting that Gosha and I cannot go out. It's not safe. Gosha understands why he needs to stay hidden, but he's convinced that I will see something in the square that the others wouldn't understand as significant. To that end, he has been taking care of security while I tour the square virtually. I look at Daniil and study the lines in his face. He turns and heads into the kitchen, uncomfortable under my gaze. The rest of the team moves back to the living room to watch the monitors and comment on the comings and goings of the people moving in and out of the buildings. I debate for a moment whether I should join the group, but there's a possibility tugging at my brain, begging to be pursued. I follow Daniil into the kitchen. He's adding water to a pot. I light the gas stove and pull the tea out of the cupboard. He grunts in a way I've come to learn means thank you. I sit down at the table and look out the window. I must look non-threatening enough because he sits down next to me. I can't send Sasha to the wolves. Zelia needs him. The girls need him. He runs his thumbnail under each fingernail, one at a time, cleaning out the debris, but says nothing. You've taken big risks before. I don't understand why you're being so cautious with this one. I'll wear a disguise. Between my coat and hat, no one will recognize me, and you know it. Please vote with Gosha and I, so we can protect our family. He looks up and struggles to find his words.
Andrei knows you're alive. Now Yana does too. Yana can even give a list of places you're likely to show up. We don't know who else knows. No one will miss me if I don't come back. But if we bury you out here, we'll never save our people. Sasha can't lose you again. The girls can't lose their Tetya. And Zelia...
He clears his throat and closes his eyes, unable to finish. I place my hand on his and give it a squeeze. You mean the world to them. I never had a father who kept me safe from anything. They're lucky to have you. I'm lucky to have you. He sniffs and resumes picking at his fingernails. I need to be out there. I can feel it. I don't even know what I'm looking for, but it will make sense when I see it. Come with me. The tea kettle whistles its mournful cry. He looks over to see the steam pouring out of the hole and gives my hand a little squeeze.
Bring me some tea, and then tell them we're going out.
I stand. I know how much he'll hate what I'm about to do, but I am touched by his protection and devotion. I bend down and kiss the top of his head. Pfft. He pats my back and then waves me toward the tea. In the main room, Nina and Gosha observe the square through their monitor, while Artyom stretches across the couch. Daniil and I are going out, I say. You're not going out, Nina juts her chin stubbornly. We voted. Daniil has changed his vote, I inform her. Daniil shuffles into the room.
We agreed these two would not go out in public while we can do the job,
Artyom reminds him.
Well, the way I see it is...
He blows on his tea.
We can't get this job done, but maybe she can. If we fail, we move on. We don't have any more days to waste.
No one can argue with that. It's been a week already since Andrei Stepanovich gave his ultimatum. That date is tattooed on our brains. Artyom pulls me to the side.
I'm going with you.
I look down at his hand on my waist and shake my head. No, I want to go with Daniil.
15 meters.
He reminds me, and picks up his coat from the back of a chair. Chapter 37. 37. The cold makes my disguise easy. A heavy hat over my wig, sunglasses, and my face wrapped in a scarf. The cold air bites at my cheeks as I look at the gray face of Lenin. My eyes water as the wind whips at my hat, and I pull it down tighter against my ears. Suddenly, the square seems so much bigger. There are too many inches to examine. Artyom stands nearby, checking his watch periodically as if he's waiting for someone. Let's start at the perimeter and work our way in, I whisper to Daniil. We lock our arms together, and I examine every inch of the copper brick building behind Lenin's statue. I am relying on Gosha's ability to keep me invisible on the Peredacha, because my behavior would look highly suspicious. I'm hoping most people are either finishing up work or focused on making dinner. Those walking through the square seem too intent on getting indoors to pay any attention to us. We make our way around the square, but nothing stands out. I try not to breathe too deeply because my lungs burn with the cold. My scarf is heavy with moisture as warm breath leaves my body and meets the winter air. Let's examine the statue next, I whisper. He doesn't argue, but I get the sense he's just appeasing me. We make one loop around the granite platform. I see nothing out of the ordinary. I slow my pace and look at each brick one at a time. Initials and inscriptions have been carved into the bricks over the years. My mother hated to see history defaced like this. An old memory falls into my mind. I was 16, just a few months before she died. I had carved mine and Dima's initials into a wooden panel in some forgotten corner of the palace, and my mother was livid. This palace is not yours to leave your mark on.
It belongs to our nation, and long after you are gone, this history must remain. This behavior is risky and disrespectful, she hissed at me. I couldn't understand why she was so upset. It's a hallway no one uses except the occasional servant, I whined. If it was Sasha, you wouldn't be so upset. Sasha wouldn't be so stupid as to couple up with someone living in this house right underneath your father's nose. She barely whispered it, but her voice quaked with rage. Dread filled my heart as I pictured Dima being sent away. He told me no one could know about us, or he could get kicked out. I was so stupid. I looked at my mother with tears starting to form in my eyes, and her anger softened. She pulled me in. My love, you don't get to make the mistakes other girls make, she sighed. I defaced a historical monument too when I was your age. I looked up at her, shocked to hear her say something so rebellious. My mother was the picture of decorum at all times. Who was the boy? I asked. It wasn't for a boy. It was my family's initials, and I got talked into it. But I felt very guilty, and you should too. We're going to send Zhenya down to fill and stain the wood. And you will never leave personal information to be discovered by anyone ever again. Important things need to be protected. I remember feeling confused about my crime. Was it defacing the palace wall, or was it leaving a trail for my father to discover how I felt about Dima that she was most upset about? We never mentioned it again. It's here, I whispered to Daniel. In the carvings on the bricks. I know it's here.
We've looked at all the bricks already. Not one says Yelena or Sergei, he grumbles back.
I scan every block, feeling my hopes lift with every new set of initials and fall when they mean nothing. I can't even make out the ones higher up. Gosha, just above the golden seal, something about the brick looks different. The mortar is slightly off color. Can you zoom in?
Give me 1 minute, he answers in my earpiece. There are some letters. It's hard to make out.
I wait with bated breath.
It says Sevi.
That's it. It's their initials. Sergei, Ekaterina, Victor, and Yelena. I'm sure there's instructions inside. Artyom, you'll head back here tonight once the square is empty. Get packed, everyone. We'll leave as soon as the message has been retrieved. We stand in the hallway, waiting for Artyom by the door. We watched his shadow move through the streets, but couldn't make out enough details to know what was really happening.
It was there,
he chatters. His hands fumble as he tries to undo the buttons on his coat to reach the paper. I throw my arms around him and kiss his frozen cheek. I knew it! Nina joins us, wrapping her arms around us in celebration. Let's get this off. She unbuttons his jacket and reaches into the inner pocket for the paper. It is yellow with age. Artyom is shivering violently.
Read the note. I'll pour you some tea,
Daniel mumbles. Artyom nods in appreciation. What does it say? I prod as I rub my hands up and down Artyom's arms, trying to bring the warmth back into him. It's numbers. I think they're coordinates. Nina scans the paper. Gosha, can you pull these up on the map? I follow behind, and Artyom reaches out with his icy hand. Good heavens, you're half frozen.
I thought I saw someone in the shadows, he stutters. I had to take the long way back to make sure I wasn't followed.
We'll check the film, I assure him. It was dark, so it could have been anything. Gosha can tell us. Artyom nods in relief and takes a deep breath, trying to calm his shivers. I grab his hand, trying to warm it in mine. You were great out there. You found it. He smiles at me and pulls me in for a hug.
No, you found it.
He doesn't release me, and I start to wriggle free.
Don't leave me. I need your body heat.
I whack him in the stomach, but don't move too far away. He's so easy to celebrate with, and it feels nice to have something to celebrate after all this time. The map is open, and the others are surveying a spot just below a lake. How far is it? I ask.
A couple hours,
Daniel answers. Gosha throws Artyom a blanket, and he wraps it around his shoulders. How fast can the extraction team get out here? Nina chews her bottom lip.
Gosha, get the message to Sasha,
Daniel instructs.
The team can probably get there by late afternoon tomorrow.
Shouldn't we get confirmation with sensors before we call in the extraction team? I ask.
No time to waste. I'd leave tonight, but I don't imagine we'll be able to find anything in the dark, and there's nowhere close enough to camp in this weather.
The scowl Daniil has been wearing since he lost his team at Krasnaya Polyana sags into something like relief.
You don't want to be out there tonight.
Artyom steps behind me. He wraps his blanket around me and puts his icy hand on my cheek.
Trust me.
I squirm, and he wraps his arm around my shoulders.
The message is sent.
Gosha nearly smiles.
Tomorrow we can take the sensors out, so we can call off the extraction team if we don't find anything. No matter what, we move on to the next location at that point.
Daniil scoffs.
I'm staying until the blasted bomb is out if it's the last thing I do.
I agree with Gosha, I say. The extraction team won't need us, and we don't have time to stay and watch. I'm finally feeling hopeful. By tomorrow we'll have 2 bombs. It's still not enough, but hopefully it will be enough to force the Mieczeszniki to consider other options less dangerous to Sasha. The thought makes me sick every time I imagine it. Instead, I imagine bombing Andrei Stepanovich. My gut tells me that he is the linchpin. If we can get him out of the way, everyone else could be managed. Still, I don't like dwelling on death, even when it is deserved. Let's all get some rest, I tell my team.
Grand idea. If you expect me to be up before the sun, I'm signing off.
Nina heads off toward the bedroom we're sharing.
Spokojnej nocy.
I know I won't be able to get to sleep yet. Tonight proves I can crack the code. I want to work on some of our other locations. I'll be in soon, I tell Nina.
I was promised tea,
Artyom says as everyone retires to their rooms.
But I guess I'm on my own.
He releases me and heads to the kitchen.
Do you want some?
He pauses by the door. Da, spasiba, I nod. I take out a pad of paper and begin writing. 7 bombs for 7 families. Known locations of the families. 1. Krasnaya Polyana, the Red Mountain, outside of Sochi. Home of Andrei Stepanovich. Bomb gone. 2. Bojavny Ostrov, the island in the city. Samara Chernovsky, home of Vasily Romanovich. Bomb recovered. 3. Plosha Lenina, Khabarovsk, home of Ilya Ilyevich. Bomb known location. 4. Omsk, home of the Dragovich family. Destroyed. Bomb unknown. 5. Perm, home of Alexei Andreevich. Bomb unknown. 6. Novosibirsk, home of Maxim Ruslonovich. Bomb unknown. 7. Dubovo, home of Kirill Matyevich. Bomb unknown. I look over my list and add to it clues from Yana. 1. Civil War battle site. 2. Bogograd. 3. The Church of Pyotr Fyodorovich or Fyodor Pyotrovich. Clues from Sergei. 1. The forest. 2. Red versus white. 3. Blood. 4. Under the Easter waters. 5. 2 domes, 1 spire, all green. Artyom brings me a cup of tea and sits next to me on the couch.
Any progress?
I think so. Bogograd is the easiest. It's the closest city to Dubovo. I do a quick search for historical sites and look over the top sites. My eyes light up as I find a listing for the Easter Fount under the Easter waters.
That's our spot.
Artyom squeezes my leg, and I try to suppress the warm feeling that spreads across my skin and lands like butterflies in my stomach. It's both confusing and distracting. Yes, but it's on the other side of the country. We need enough winds to show the assembly that we can do this, and that won't happen if we're wasting days crossing the country. We need something closer. I have more clues than sights from Sergei, and not enough clues from Yana.
What if red versus white and blood are together? It might be the battlefield.
Artyom points to my list. Of course, the red and white armies. I laugh at how easily this is coming together. I search for famous battles between the red and white armies between 1917 and 1923. A list pops up in front of me. I reach out and scroll through it.
Go back up.
Artyom reaches out and taps my hand. Where? I ask, moving the list back 5 slots.
There.
He pulls my hand away from the hologram.
Perm was taken in the war.
This is amazing. I lean back against the sofa.
You mean you're amazing?
Artyom leans back with me, and I look toward the wall, hoping he can't see my blush. I change direction. The whole team is amazing. If we can weaponize quickly enough, we could take out Andrei and enough of our enemies to make winning this war a real possibility. The heat in my face cools as I talk strategy. I like Artyom. He's fun, and he makes me laugh. He's uncomplicated, but what he wants is anything but simple. I angle my body toward him and pull my legs up under me, allowing myself to scoot a little farther away. Once we have the weapons, I can go back to Colonel Volkov and make a compelling argument.
I don't think it was the weapons that kept him out last time.
Artyom rubs his beard. If I had known the history behind the Mieczniki's origins, I would never have approached him like that.
Then how will you approach him? He asks.
I will tell him about Sasha and acknowledge that he has valid concerns. When he realizes we have a legitimate leader, with the technology and weaponry to win, he won't turn me away so easily.
Can I ask you a question?
Artyom turns toward me, lifting one knee onto the sofa and leaning back against the cushions. I guess, I say apprehensively.
All this talk of Sasha leading, why not you?
It feels like a betrayal to even have this conversation. I'm not trying to take over Sasha's position. He's a great leader. Artyom chooses his words carefully.
He's a great friend. He's a great father. He's great at running meetings. But his heart isn't in this revolution. Not like yours is.
I don't, I stammer, looking down at the knit pattern on his blanket. Artyom reaches out and strokes my cheek, his fingers warm from holding his tea.
You've accomplished more in a few months than Sasha has in the years I've known him, and you don't even have veto rights in the assembly. You're just getting started. He delegates and organizes, and he looks out for everyone, but he's passive. He waits for things to happen. You make them happen.
His hand is rough but tender against my cheek, and his words stir something in my heart. This is all too comfortable. This type of division is dangerous. I reach up and place my hand over his, and then slide his hand back down into his lap before folding my arms carefully across my chest. I would never take this from him. I'm just here to support him. Artyom's boyish grin returns, and he inches a little further away.
Of course not. And he would never ask it of you. My brain must have frozen out there.
I'd better go to bed. I force a smile to my lips and feign positivity. Tomorrow is a big day.
Yeah.
He returns my smile and lays his blanket across the sofa.
I think I'm going to crash here. Daniil snores.
I don't move for a moment as his words circle through my mind.
Hey.
He reaches out for my shoulder and gives it a playful shake.
I didn't mean to upset you, and I'll confess my treason to Sasha. I'm not trying to start any power struggles.
He leaves his hand on my shoulder and rubs a circle with his thumb.
Besides, if I'm being honest, I don't really want you to do it anyway. I'm selfish.
He gives me a half smile.
I would much rather have you here with me.
He's been flirting with me for months, and I've allowed it. I'm sure he expects us to be closing in on a relationship, but I need to put the brakes on it. I'm not ready. The context is all wrong. He's Sasha's best friend. We're working together, and I value his friendship. Plus, I'm still not over Dima. The attention of a kind, attractive man cannot push Dima out of my heart. It wouldn't be fair to give only a portion of my heart to Artyom. I've been avoiding this conversation, hoping that it would just go away, or that I would magically stop caring about Dima, but it feels like we've crossed a line, and now I'm encouraging him with my evasiveness. I need to be honest with him. Since I haven't made a joke or changed the subject, Artyom scoots closer toward me. I place a hand on his chest to stop him. You're a wonderful friend, and I'm grateful to have you as a team member, but that's all we can be, friends and colleagues. He purses his lips and nods slowly. His hand retreats from my shoulder and makes its way back to his lap.
Is it because of him?
He asks. It's because of me, and because of the war. His raised eyebrow says that he clearly doesn't believe me.
Well, I guess that's good news.
He folds his hands, interlacing his fingers. Why would that be good news? I ask, starting to feel annoyed at his refusal to back down.
Because you might change your mind. And, according to the greatest literature, wars come with great love stories.
He looks up at me, his hazel eyes full of admiration. It would be so easy to let him try to win my affection, but the ending is already decided. Neither of us would have what we're hoping for. I have to stand firm. I mean it, Artyom. This flirting needs to stop. It's not good for our friendship, and it's not good for the team. He swallows his hurt, then looks back at me.
If that's what you want,
he says sadly. He gazes into my eyes and penetrates all of my defenses, though I'll never admit it to him. I am attracted to him. I don't avoid him nearly as much as I should. I don't brush off his touch because I like it. Being near him is like standing in the sunlight on a winter day. He warms me up. But it doesn't change anything. A little attraction is nothing compared to the years I've loved Dima. I won't take comfort in Artyom's arms when my heart still longs for someone else. I stand to leave. Thank you for your help tonight, I say as professionally as possible.
Always,
he answers softly. It's done. I said what needed to be said, and now we just need some space between us. No need to even bring it up again. It's a nice idea, except that I lay in bed for hours afterward thinking about his hazel eyes and wondering what it would be like to lean in rather than push him away. Chapter 38. 38. I bump into Nina as the SUV rumbles over a rough patch on the road. I'm not sure this qualifies as a road. It's more like a path in the snow carved by wind. The studs in the tires crackle against the snow below, and the plow attachment clangs against the road. Nina points to the holographic map projecting from Gosha's Biezo box. She reaches forward. The lake is here, to the north. We're heading east.
We'll take the easy path as long as we can, and then we'll plow through at the tail end of the lake. I'd rather not have to dig us out today, Gosha retorts. Don't doubt the brain.
Artyom glances away from the wheel and over his shoulder. Watch the roads, Nina scolds.
You think I can't watch the road and stand up for the most brilliant man on earth? It's called multitasking.
Multitasking has been universally proven ineffective, Nina grumbles. Daniel snores next to us. I can't understand how he can sleep during this bumpy ride. I feel nauseated. I lean my head against the cool glass and close my eyes, wondering if maybe Daniel has the right idea.
Why so quiet, Kiska?
Artyom asks me as though nothing happened between us last night.
You look tired.
I open my eyes and see him smirking at me in the rearview mirror. He grins.
Trouble sleeping?
Your driving is making me sick. I close my eyes again and hope the cool glass will also cool the flush burning in my cheeks. Of course he would turn this into a joke.
Should I slow down?
He asks with concern. No, we don't have nearly enough time. If possible, go faster. Nina and Gosha argue about whether or not we're moving in the right direction, and I focus on breathing and not thinking about my conversation with Artyom.
Look,
Gosha shouts victoriously.
I see the water.
Through a break in the snow, I see it too. Daniil grunts and wakes up. Artyom turns, plowing through the space between the snowdrifts. The vehicle slows to a stop just at the edge of the water, and my heart pricks as I picture how beautiful this would have been the summer day my mother and uncle came here together.
Split up or stay together?
Artyom asks.
Split up. It's so cold you could freeze wolves. So the faster we find this bomb, the better.
Gosha reaches for his shopka and pulls it down over his ears. I agree, Nina says brightly. Artyom and I nod our agreement. Daniil shrugs.
I've got Kiska,
Artyom announces. He winks at me in the rearview mirror.
15 meters, Sasha's orders.
I roll my eyes and wrap my scarf all the way up to my nose and slide out of the car after Nina. You're with me, brain. Nina gives Gosha a smirky smile and nudges him with her hip. Gosha raises his eyebrow and looks down at her like I imagine a bear would look at a squirrel trying to impress it. Without a response, he moves to the trunk to start loading his gear. Artyom meets me at the back of the car and bends down to whisper loudly in my ear,
I think I just witnessed Nina flirting, and now I can never unsee it.
Gosha's head whips up. He looks positively alarmed. Nina snorts. If we can find this weapon today, I'll flirt with Daniil. We deserve a win and a few laughs. Daniil steps out of the vehicle, having missed the entire conversation.
Gear up, ladies, we don't have all day.
Artyom cracks a wide grin.
Wipe that smile off your face, it makes you look stupid.
Daniil swats him on the backside, which only causes Artyom to break into a laugh. It feels like the team is already celebrating, but I can't join them. I don't know if it's because of the mission or the fact that I still feel off-kilter from last night. The warmth from the car is already dissipating into the cold morning air. I zip up my coat, trying to lock in the heat and secure my handgun into the holster on my leg. Daniil loads his artillery belt so full, he looks like he could single-handedly take out an army. A grenade launcher? Nina looks around the empty lake and smirks. Really, Daniil?
Got a second if you want it, he grumbles.
I think I'll stick to this. She grabs her semi-automatic.
Sensor?
Daniil passes each of us a device to read the radiation levels as we buckle into snowshoes.
Weapon?
I gesture to my handgun, but he passes me the large semi-automatic weapons I've been practicing with at the range. I don't really want to lug this thing around, but I'm certain Daniil won't let me refuse it, so I slide the strap over my shoulder.
I like tough girls,
Artyom grins.
Shut up and take a gun, you overgrown durok.
Daniil reaches up and slaps him across the back of the head and gives me a smile that would look like a grimace to an outsider.
Give him hell.
Nina casts me a sideways glance and then stifles a laugh. Gosha passes out ear pods.
We're on a closed channel connected through the piezo, so keep in contact. First one to find it wins.
Nina and Gosha set off in one direction, and Daniil starts in another. Aren't you coming with us? I ask him. He waves his hand.
I'm not too old to walk in some snow by myself.
We should stick together, I whisper to Artyom. Convince him.
He'll be fine, but I won't be if we don't find this bomb quickly.
He reaches for my sensor and starts walking away from the water. Artyom moves easily in the snowshoes, but I struggle to find the right movement. I attempt to follow him into a gully, but the snow slides beneath my feet. I flail my arms, trying to regain my balance, but somehow it makes me fall forward instead of back.
Oh, I thought you were supposed to land on your feet, Kiska.
Artyom laughs, lifting me back to an upright position. Stupid snow, I complain as I brush the snow off of my hat and coat. Artyom whacks me repeatedly, beating the white sheet of snow off of my clothes. I'm fine, I tell him, looking at the others to see if they're paying attention to my current humiliation.
You won't be if you get wet. Wet cold can kill you.
He takes his time to make sure he's gotten the snow out of every crease in my coat and pants. I feel myself warming underneath the thick layer of clothing as the suggestion of his hands against my backside ignites primal thoughts of his hands against my bare skin. I've got it, I snap. I finish brushing the snow off and grab the scanner. I walk slowly across the ground, watching the readings. Artyom falls into step behind me, his arm moving behind me every time I wobble. We walk for several minutes, and I get steadier in the snowshoes. The movement helps keep me warm. I grunt, pushing Artyom's arm away as he once again tries to steady me when I'm no longer at risk of toppling over.
You're grumpy this morning, he grins. Did something keep you up last night?
I slept great, I snap. Maybe less talking, more looking? He snaps his mouth shut, and I roll my eyes, focusing on the sensor.
You are grumpy,
Gosha says in my earpiece. Great. Is everyone listening in? I sigh. Not much else going on, Nina apologizes. I look over at her in the distance, and she gives me a wave.
Get to work,
Daniil grumbles.
Nina and I are heading into the tree line,
Gosha says. I watch them disappear from sight. I wave at Daniil, and then turn back to our readings. We walk and read, then walk and read, but nothing is registering.
Abort mission.
Dima's voice is frantic and in my ear.
Who said that?
Gosha asks.
Andrei Stepanovich tracked you down. Get out now!
It's Dima. I do 1,000 calculations in a second. Dima would only send a message through the Biezo in an emergency. It's too big a risk, and he just took it. That means he's desperate. This is real. And if Andrei gets his hands on me or Gosha, it will be the end of the line for Novaya Rossiya's freedom. Artyom grabs me, tosses me over his shoulder, and begins running for the car.
Get back to the vehicle, now!
Artyom shouts. The snow is too deep, slowing our progress. I see everyone struggling for a speedy escape, and I'm terrified I'll be the one who holds us back from escape. Put me down, I can run! I pound on Artyom's back.
You can barely stay up walking,
he huffs. With me being the slowest, we are also the closest to the vehicle.
Daniil, get to the car and then drive around the lake and get Nina and me,
Gosha orders, his voice like steel. But Daniil is no longer battling the snow. He's stopped and is setting up his weapons. Daniil, we have to hurry, I tell him.
What do you think I'm doing, princess? He laughs.
Artyom and I reach our vehicle just as we see 5 black SUVs crunching across the snowy path. They spot us and accelerate, skidding and barreling much too quickly toward Daniil. Gunshots fire through the air, and one hits the back of our car. They aren't aiming to capture. They're aiming to kill. Andrei didn't even give us our 2 weeks. Artyom runs as fast as he can. The car is in reach for us, but everyone else is too far away.
Get her out of here,
Daniil orders through the earpieces. Artyom throws me into the back seat. I'm a tangled mess of snowshoes, heavy clothing, and a very large gun. By the time I've managed to sit up, he has kicked his snowshoes off, jumped into the driver's seat, and started the engine. We can't leave them, I cry frantically. I forget about my snowshoes and ready my weapon. Artyom surveys the hopeless scene. 5 vehicles barrel toward us, 2 with plows leading the way. Daniil shoots at their tires.
Get the hell out of here,
his crackly voice says in my ear.
Grab the others and go.
No, I cry. We won't leave you.
I'll cover your escape,
Daniil insists.
Stop arguing and do what I say.
He's right,
Artyom chokes out and presses his foot to the gas.
We need someone to slow them down or we don't have a chance.
Get them out now,
Daniil yells. The back wheels slide against the snow before catching. My head hits the back of Artyom's seat as the car jerks forward. Artyom curses and hits the steering wheel as he makes his way toward the tree line. Gosha and Nina run toward the car. Artyom slows down, and I push open the back door for Nina. Gosha leaps onto the runner and swings the passenger side door open. They jump in while the SUV is still moving. A blast explodes behind us, and one of the SUVs is knocked into another. The grenades. I guess Daniil was right to bring them. Another vehicle swerves around and races toward us. They're moving fast, following the path we have to carve.
You've got weapons, use them,
Artyom calls. We roll our windows down, the cold air plastering my tears across my face as I shoot wildly at the cars behind us. I can barely see between my tears and the wind beating against my eyes. Bullets and explosions keep pace with my erratic heartbeat. I cry out as Daniil lifts his gun, not in defense, but in finality. He pulls the trigger against his temple, and his body falls limply to the ground. My hands shake to the point that I can no longer hold my weapon. It catches on the open window as I fall back into my seat, the strap jerking against my neck. Nina grasps my jacket and pulls me away from the window. Just get down! I duck in the seat. Bullets echo in my ears. I close my eyes, trying to block it all out. But the sound fills my mind with other shots, other faces, other bodies, other explosions. It's too much. I'm unraveling. I can feel it. My heart will pound so hard that it will stop beating. My lungs burn from lack of oxygen. I gasp, but can't breathe. I'm going to die. We're all going to die. Chapter 39. 39. I force my eyes open and look around at my team, the team I'm supposed to be leading. Artyom is driving. Nina's attention is focused on shooting out the tires of the pursuing vehicle. Gosha has his portable system out and is navigating between firing shots out the window. Daniil gave his life to give us a chance. Everyone is doing their part except me. I can't save Daniil, But I can try to save my team. I have to pull it together. Nina and Gosha took out 2 vehicles while I cowered, and I can almost hear Daniil telling me I'd better score some points of my own.
The live satellite shows a trail on the left,
Gosha says.
It's barely big enough for one car, and it's rough. The path itself might take them out. Lift the plow.
Artyom lifts the plow, and we accelerate. The remaining black SUV is too close, but at least now they aren't gaining on us. Gosha points out the turn.
That's not a road, it's a cattle path.
Artyom screams in frustration, but he turns anyway.
It's a path that gets us out of here,
Gosha argues.
Unless we run into the cows.
Artyom bangs his fist into the steering wheel, and I pray we don't encounter a herd of cows. There's only one SUV left. We can do this, Nina yells.
And who knows how many more are coming,
Gosha shouts over the firing of guns.
Andrei will have all his operatives in the area looking for us.
Damn it, Nina curses. What are we going to do? Nina, cover me. I'm climbing into the trunk, I tell her. I rifle through the gear and ammunition Daniil insisted we pack and find what I need. A metal canister holds his remaining grenades, and another case reveals the second grenade launcher. A bullet hits the back window. Reflexively, I cover my head and duck, then scream as I drop the grenade canister, but the bulletproof glass holds. My hands shake. That was too close. I need nerves made out of steel. Instead, I feel flimsy and thin.
Get her up here,
Artyom shouts. Another shot hits the same spot, cracking the bulletproof glass.
If they get another shot in, the glass is going to blow,
Gosha warns. Nina reaches back, and I pass her the grenades. I push the launcher forward. Another bullet hits the glass, and I duck, waiting for the glass to shatter. It wasn't a clean shot, but the crack is spreading. I use the split second to throw myself into the back seat.
Nina, now's your moment.
I can hear the terror in Artyom's voice.
Aim for the windshield. We need it to go in the vehicle, not under.
I don't dare move, for fear of the next round of bullets. I hear the deep whoosh of the grenade launcher, and pray it finds its mark.
Everyone stay down. We're in the blast zone,
Gosha warns. Instinctively, I slide to the floor as the blast gives way to the sound of ripping metal. Time seems to pass in slow motion. Nina pulls herself back into the car, ducking down beside me. I look to the front seat where Gosha cowers, his hands covering his head. Artyom bravely stays upright, his foot on the gas as he navigates the uneven terrain. Please let him live. I can't lose anyone else today. The back windshield absorbs the brunt of the shrapnel, but can't hold under the pressure. Glass shatters, and for a moment I can't distinguish whether it's metal or glass flying through the car. Pain sears across my head and back as sharp shards slice through my skin. For a moment, no one speaks. My ears still ring from the blast. My breath is ragged, and I can't open my eyes for fear I'll see someone dead. Artyom lets out a scream, a primitive battle cry. He punches the steering wheel again and again until the war cry is just a cry. Then Nina asks in a shaky voice, "Is everyone breathing?" "Yes," I answer.
Not everyone.
Gosha's voice cracks. "Thank God for Daniil," Nina sobs. I have no words, just pain and another loss to add to my list. Only this one hurts far more than the others. "Yulia," Nina gives me a little nudge. "You've got glass in your back. I'm going to pull it out." I nod, trying to make sense of the last few moments and figure out our next move.
How long before they have more men on the scene? Artyom asks. I don't have all the answers.
Gosha sounds close to breaking. As brilliant as he is, he's a planner, not a spur-of-the-moment problem solver. Think, Yulia. There's got to be an answer. "What's in the area?" Gosha searches.
Nothing but farms.
"Where's the nearest farm?" I ask.
About 25 kilometers away. 30 minutes at least,
he answers. "Set your course there," I command.
And then what?
Artyom yells. "And then we ask for help from the people we're willing to die for, and hope they'll give it." Chapter 40. Sorok.
Slight problem with your plan,
Gosha snaps.
They'll find our tracks in the snow and follow us anywhere we go. I'm making sure we're invisible on the satellite, but I can't hide us in the snow.
Then we'll ditch the car, I growl.
Great, so we'll still leave tracks, but we'll also be slower? Brilliant plan.
He slams his fist on the dashboard.
So we should just stop the car and wait for them to shoot us? Stop telling me what we can't do. Tell me what we can.
I shout, my frustration hitting a boiling point.
We have to get to that farm. We have to survive. Those are our only options.
Gosha says nothing, but pulls up the holographic map of the area, opens the bag at his feet, and pulls out his wireless keyboard. He begins typing furiously.
What are you doing?
I demand, the heat still singeing my words.
I'm looking at paths and sending a false signal.
He deadpans. Gosha points out different locations on the screen.
This is the nearest farm. This trail meets a road right here.
He motions to a point 16 kilometers away.
I'm uploading a signal that will show us turning right. We'll turn left. Once we get on the road, ours won't be the only tracks. Then we'll leave the car here.
He points out a location still a kilometer away from the farm.
We'll head in on foot and hope that our tracks blend with other animal tracks or footsteps from the family. And if they aren't feeling helpful?
Artyom asks.
Then we kill them and steal their vehicle,
Nina snaps.
We haven't been on the satellite this whole time. Won't they find it suspicious if we show up now?
I ask.
Those were Ilya Ilyevich's cars. He's an idiot who acts first and thinks later. I suspect Andrei sent him to do the dirty work. It's a gamble, but it's the best I've got.
How did they find us? I give voice to the fear I'm sure every one of us shares. We were so careful. We were untraceable on the Paradacha. Gosha made sure of it. We were in disguise the entire time. The paper with the coordinates was destroyed. We didn't leave a trace in the apartment. It makes no sense.
You don't want that answer.
Gosha sighs, exhaustion stealing his usual strength. I need that answer, I say through gritted teeth.
I think he tracked Daniil.
How is that even possible? I gasp.
I was asked to consult on a vile project a couple of years ago. It was a waterproof micro-tracker, the smallest one I've seen to date. All you need is a beautiful woman to offer you a cold drink, and you can track any enemy. That was how Andrei pitched it to me.
The vodka in Krasnaya Polyana. The memory hits me like a punch in the gut.
I'm an arrogant idiot.
Gosha punches the dashboard.
At the time, the micro-tracker could only stay in someone's system until it flushed out with urination. I could immediately see how to keep it in longer, but told them it wasn't doable. Someone else must have figured it out. That guy really doesn't know what ally means. You don't ask someone to work with you and then try to blow their heads off.
Artyom growls, his anger radiating off him in a way I've never seen before.
Maybe I'll make him my ally.
That was never what he wanted. He's hunting for the same thing we are, I say quietly, realizing how foolish I was to believe anything out of Andrei Stepanovich's mouth. The bombs? Nina breathes in. Gosha nods.
He didn't know what he was selling, or he never would have let it out of his hands. Once he heard the results it created, I'm sure he was kicking himself for letting it go. He's probably been watching that mountain ever since.
And now he knows there's more, and that we've figured out how to locate them. I breathe out.
He knows everything, and probably knew it before we did. This technology is like a calling card for Sergei Mikhailovich. No one else could have built it. That's the reason Yana was able to get a spot whoring in an Organizatsiya-owned club. He's probably captured her already, and ensured that he knows everything we know. It's over. The whole damn thing is over.
Gosha's voice cracks, whether from anger or terror, I can't tell. We sit in silence as all of it sinks in. We've been battling a Hydra with so many heads that I missed the one slinking around the back, and now he's got us pinned. I have to get back to Sasha. We must assume the worst, that our father knows we are alive, that the Organizatsiya is currently hunting bombs, that it won't be safe for us to look for another. I fight the last thought, trying to beat it down, but it refuses to leave. It keeps making its way back into my mind, bringing with it cold dread. We've lost before we even began.
I see the farm.
Artyom's voice is hoarse and raw through his chattering teeth. We had to walk through a small stream, and Artyom was right. Wet cold can kill you.
I can hotwire that truck,
Gosha says.
It'll be a clean break for a few hours if the owner doesn't hear us take it.
We need help. They look at me as though my sense was left behind with Daniil. A 2-hour head start will not get us home, I argue. We can't have this reported.
We don't know this person. They could be dangerous. They could be crazy,
Gosha rants. We won't know until we ask, I hiss, and channel all of my remaining strength to break out into an exhausted run for the door. In seconds, Artyom is chasing after me. His legs are longer than mine, and he will catch me. Help! I shout. Please, I need your help! A curtain from the wooden farmhouse draws back just as Artyom reaches me, his arms drawing me in and his hand sliding across my mouth. I thrash against him and he shushes me, holding me in a bear hug against him until I am still. Artyom, please. I'm desperate. Every path seems to lead to capture, torture, and death, so this doesn't feel like much of a risk to me. Either the people will stand for us, or we're fighting a lost cause. In that case, we might as well bury ourselves deep in the ground and give up the fight. It seems like now is as good of a time as any to test their loyalty. He nods, grasps my hand, and walks me to the front porch. Gosha curses behind us.
Pray they'll invite you in for a nice cup of tea, he mumbles, and knocks.
The door opens, and I meet the barrel of a rifle. Artyom is fast and pulls his own weapon to meet the old farmer.
Что это?
The old man asks.
What do you want?
I lower my scarf and remove my hat. He peers from behind the rifle, and his eyes grow wide as he sees my face. We need help, I say. Please, Diadushka.
Stand down,
Gosha yells from behind us. Out of the corner of my eye, I see him and Nina approaching with weapons raised. Lower your weapons, I order. Do you know who I am? I ask the old man. He studies my face, taking in my boy-short hair and the sweat from battle.
I know who you look like,
he answers cautiously. He looks behind me, and his face darkens. He recognizes Gosha, but doesn't say anything.
Who are these people?
He asks, training his gun on them. They haven't lowered their weapons. They're my protectors. I don't have time to explain, but we must get out of this region before our enemies find us.
If I help you, your enemies become my enemies. I'm not interested in ending up dead.
People are dying every day at my father's hands. I swear on the heavens that if you help me, I'll use every breath God gives me to liberate our people. I choose my words carefully and say a silent prayer. I doubt he's a quicker shot than Nina or Gosha, and I don't want more innocent blood on our hands. If we have any chance of getting away, we desperately need more than a stolen car. My body shakes with the uncertain anticipation of what he will choose.
The birds stopped singing years ago.
I gasp, and my bottom lip begins to quiver. No, Diadushka, my voice cracks. They will sing for you today.
They are all birds, Госпожа?
He looks at Nina, Artyom, and Gosha.
Even the wanted one?
Some of the best. Another one fell not even an hour ago to give us a chance to survive.
Where do you need to go?
He asks. Somewhere we can hide out for a few days.
I'll take you in the manure truck, grab some tarps and a shovel from the barn. You,
he points to Artyom,
let the cows out. They'll head to the creek for water and cover your tracks. Move quickly.
Gosha runs toward the barn, moving quickly over the well-worn path.
This way.
The old man limps through the snow, looking toward the trees for approaching enemies. He looks relieved when he sees none. Gosha emerges from the barn carrying a shovel, a few tarps, and an ancient ham radio. The farmer motions us over to a box truck. The back is filled with a steaming pile of manure.
Lucky for you, I was already planning to sell this to a neighboring farm.
Gosha looks horrified at the putrid pile. Nina holds a hand over her nose. I might need a minute, she gags.
You don't have one. It will keep you warm and hidden. My brother lives half a day's drive from here. His wife's brother has an old bunker he built during the war. It's about 2 hours from my brother's house. You'll be able to hide out there.
Gosha looks at the tarps and shovel.
I miss the sky tram, he mumbles under his breath. Dig a hole, wrap yourself in the tarp, and climb in. I'll bury you,
the old one instructs. I lift my leg onto the wheel and pull myself in. My boots sink into the muck, and the smell is overpowering. I place my hand over my nose and try not to think about what comes next.
Here.
Gosha hands me the shovel, raising his eyebrows in disbelief. I dig a trench and then spread out my tarp. Nina and Gosha look at each other, neither wanting to go next. "Get in the truck," I demand. "I'll dig your stupid holes, you infants." Gosha and Nina climb in, duly shamed. Gosha takes the shovel and starts digging. He even digs a fourth trench for Artyom next to mine.
"Leave yourselves a breathing hole,"
the farmer instructs. I lay down and wrap the top of the tarp over me. The old man uses a rake to pull the manure over each of us, and the truck rocks slightly as he steps out of the back. The engine starts, and soon we are speeding over the bumpy trail to pick up Artyom. The truck slows to a stop.
"In the back,"
the old man shouts.
"There's a spot dug out for you."
"Oh, crap," Artyom says. I hear the rustle of tarp and feel the truck shift as Artyom climbs on. "Artyom?" I call for him.
"Where are you?"
Artyom asks. It's strangely comforting that he can't see us in the lumps of dung. The manure shifts as the farmer rakes the trench larger, giving me a burst of clean air. Artyom lies down the tarp, wraps himself inside, and the manure begins to cover us again. The wheels move, and Artyom pokes my arm through the tarps. I put my hand out flat, and when he realizes what he's feeling, he presses his palm against mine, as if to say, "It's all going to work out." All I can see is the mess behind us, but I hold on just the same, fighting the urge to retch. This isn't our first stop, but the old farmer has been gone for a while, and I'm starting to get nervous. We stopped for gas earlier, and then went through a security check. It was a close call. They told him to dig around in the manure to show he wasn't smuggling, so he used his rake handle to poke through the manure in several places until they were satisfied. Maybe it scared him and he abandoned us, or got caught. Just when I'm about to call out to the others, he returns.
"Everyone out. It's the end of the line for me, but I found your next ride."
"It's about time," Gosha says. Everyone sits up at once, and I can't imagine what it looks like from the perspective of the farmer and the other man watching. They are clearly brothers. Both have the same wide nose and straight mouth, but the newer one has fewer lines on his face. Neither offers to help us out, so we climb down on our own. The tarps kept us reasonably clean, but the shifting and bumping of the truck rattled plenty of manure into our tarps. Gosha gags as he brushes it off of his clothes and skin. We're outside another farm. The sun is beginning to set in the sky. It seems a small miracle that we've managed to stay alive this long.
"You can wash up a bit over there."
The brother points to a hose connected to the side of his home. The water is freezing, but none of us cares. We gratefully scrub our hands and faces and dry off with an old towel.
"Next ride's not going to be much better,"
the brother says when we're finished.
"You're in the cattle trailer. We've loaded in some cattle in case we get stopped. There are some canvas tarps under there you can use to stay warm and hidden." "Don't leave yet,"
Gosha tells the older man. He pulls out the old radio and sets the frequency.
"The wolves are hunting. Send the birds to roost. Sing in silence."
He presses the radio to the farmer.
"Throw it out the window when you're at high speed."
"That was poetic." Nina looks at Gosha curiously.
"That was code."
Gosha steps into the cattle trailer without another word. "Thank you for your help," I tell the two farmers.
"Is that her?"
the younger brother asks in awe. The older one nods.
"Not a word."
"I'm sorry for the trouble," I tell our savior. The old man laughs without humor.
"Just be sorry it's taken so long for anyone to do anything. We'll be watching, and the people in these parts will be ready."
Chapter 41. Sorok Adin. After an uneventful ride in the cattle trailer, we're in the bunker. There were some clothes tucked away with other doomsday necessities, but nothing to fit Artyom. He wrapped himself in a blanket and washed his clothes in a hand-cranked machine. Now he's hanging them to dry by the propane heater while Gosha continues to take inventory of supplies. Nina wraps her hands around a tin cup filled with weak tea. She treated the gash in my shoulder and head as well as she could using the first aid kit we found, but I worry that they're already infected from the manure. It's quiet tonight. Everyone is lost in their thoughts, sorting through the what-ifs and maybes. I'm sitting on a couch with the wash bucket in front of me, turning the crank for my laundry. Lulled by the rhythmic movement, my mind drifts back to Daniel's last moments, his heroism and the sacrifice. I see him fall again and again. I shake my head and try to think of something else. I worry about whether my father knows Dima sent us the message. If so, Dima will be dead by morning. I worry about Yana. I worry about the farmer and his brother, both of whom risked everything. I don't even know their names. It's all my fault. I should have seen this coming. Our plan is blown. No one is safe, and yet I've pledged my life to fighting this hopeless fight. Gosha comes out of the small storage room, his arms full of musty blankets.
This is the last of them. Don't count on it getting much warmer in here. That heater is too small for this space, and we need to conserve fuel.
He tosses half of the blankets to Artyom.
We've got one bed, one couch, and I'm tired, so let's figure out sleeping arrangements. 2 people will fit on the bed, and 1 person can lie on the couch while the 4th keeps watch. We lack chairs, and the floor is too cold, so the person on watch will also be on the couch.
I'll keep watch tonight, Artyom says. Gosha looks at the couch.
It doesn't make sense to put the 2 biggest members of the group on the couch, so which one of you lucky ladies will be sharing a bed with me?
Nina looks up from her teacup. I'll do it. She sighs like a martyr, but I'm not buying it. There's a need in her eyes that I understand better than I should. After a day of so much terror, she wants to feel safe, curled up next to the one she wants. I wonder if he's noticed her feelings yet. Artyom gives me an awkward look. Last night seems so long ago. Barely a day has passed, but it feels like the world has changed completely, and neither of us knows where we stand right now.
You take the couch. I can keep watch from anywhere, he says.
I'm too numb to even care. Do whatever you want, I mumble. Don't be stupid, Nina says. She drains the rest of her tea. It's too cold. You'll need the extra heat. You're adults, so get over whatever weirdness you have between you. You need each other. We all do. She stands up, looks at both of us, and points Artyom to the couch. Figure it out, she whispers before moving to the small bed in the corner. In the dim light of our single lantern, I watch her slide under the blankets, and she and Gosha find the best position to make space for each other. Artyom comes over and picks up the small washer bucket. He drains and rinses my clothes, then hangs them to dry. I sit on the couch and watch his strong arms wring the water and straighten the fabric with such care. He finishes his work and hesitates, as though unsure of his next move. I pick up my tin cup and sip, feeling the warmth work its way down. I wish there were something stronger, I whisper. I crave the hot flames that would take away all feeling. Artyom picks up his own cup and sits on the other end of the couch, careful to give me space.
I'm afraid this is the best you'll get.
He dims the lantern to very low.
Just in case anyone decides to pay us a visit tonight, I want to have a good look at the ubliulduk I shoot.
I lie down and curl my legs up so they barely touch him. He grabs my feet, pulling them onto his lap. He tucks the blanket around my feet to keep them warm and lays his hands over my ankles. I stare at the ceiling for a long time, listening to all of them breathe. Gosha is already breathing deeply. Nina gives a little whimper in her sleep, and I roll to my side, preparing to go to her. But Artyom squeezes my leg and shakes his head. Gosha wraps his arm around Nina, pulling her close, and they both settle back into sleep. She's right, of course. We all need each other. But once again, I feel that old sense of being alone yet surrounded by people. I don't know how to reach out. I don't know how to let them in when they could be the next lives I tick into my bloody belt. Loving and losing is too hard. I was barely getting to know the real Daniil, and now he's gone. Assuming we make it home, I'm going to have to tell my family that I've lost their father and grandfather. I'm afraid to close my eyes because I know I'll be overcome by memories of Daniil's body falling to the ground. Tears leak out of the corner of my eyes, and I fight to control my breathing so I don't break down into sobs. I roll to my side, burying my face in the couch cushions and pressing my fist into my mouth. Artyom moves my legs from his lap and stands. For a moment, I feel even more alone. I remind myself it's for the best. He should put space between us. Only he doesn't. I feel him slide behind me on the couch, his strong hands running up and down my back, soothing my pain.
"He liked you," Artyom whispers. "He thought you were a pain in his side, but he said you had spunk and a mind of your own. That's high praise coming from Daniil."
I swallow and exhale slowly, trying to control the flow of breath so I can control the flood of emotions, but I still can't find my words.
"The first memory I have of him was when I was about 7 years old. I was being a pest and making fart noises while the teacher was speaking at our holiday spectacle. He pulled me out of the room, gave me a talking to, and made me apologize to everyone. The next day, he showed up at our door. I was terrified, but my mother made me come out. He spent the next 30 minutes teaching me duck calls. Said if I was determined to make noises with my mouth, I might as well learn the useful ones."
He chuckles softly, an edge of sorrow to the sound. My throat pinches as I fight to keep everything in control. "You make it seem easy to remember him."
"When my papa died, I was allowed to cry. I was allowed to cling to the people I had left. From what Sasha has said, I don't think you two had those options."
I scoff, and a cry comes out. I place my hand over my mouth, trying to hold it in. He's right about that. He rubs my shoulders.
"That must have been really hard, especially being so young. You never learned to grieve at all, much less with others who shared the loss."
My father saw grieving Mama and Sasha as a sign of disloyalty, and I never understood why. I learned to cry alone in my shower or in the woods. So yeah, I guess I don't know how to grieve.
"I'm sorry, Yulia."
His voice is soft. "I failed them. Poor Zelia." My voice finally cracks, and the tears begin to fall in waves. "I don't know how to face her and the girls after this. They'll hate me forever." Artyom scoops me into his arms and presses me tightly against his bare chest. He runs his hand across my back as I release the guilt and sorrow with the tears I can't keep from washing down my cheeks.
"If he'd known how today would end, he would have made the same choices,"
he whispers in my ear. I nod and open myself to the comfort he offers, melting into him. I allow myself to release the pain and exhaustion. My body quakes, and I fight to keep my sobs from waking the others. Artyom holds me, whispering promises in my ear until I slowly feel myself calm in his arms.
"I'm here, as long as you need me. We'll tell them together. It's going to be okay."
I'm not sure why, but I believe him. No matter how awful things are, Artyom always makes me feel better, and I desperately want to feel better tonight. He gives me a quick kiss on the forehead, but I lean up and into him, pressing my cheek against his and aching to feel something other than this devastating sadness. The safety of his arms, the warmth of his lips, the heat he inspires when he is this close. I've been fighting it for weeks, and right now I can't remember why. I close my eyes and take deep breaths, pulling back enough to make room for him to meet my lips. His hands grow still against my back. I look up into his eyes, and I'm taken aback by his disheartened look, like a child who is promised a real pony only to unwrap a toy. "I'm sorry," I whisper and lean back, examining the threads sticking out of the sofa. His arms are still around me. "I shouldn't have. It's an emotional night, and it's not fair of me to—" I struggle for the words. "I don't want to hurt you." He slides his warm hand against my cheek, and I close my eyes. He trails his thumb across my cheek, and peace spreads beneath it. There's a voice in the back of my head warning me to pull away, but it's drowned out by the pounding of my heart. He leans toward me and whispers,
"Let's be adults who figure this out together."
I lift my face to ask if he's sure, and his lips meet mine, answering my question before I have a chance to utter it. Artyom's lips are soft and directing. They tell my timid ones what to do, where to move, how to part, and when to pause. There's something about his efficiency that I find incredibly sad. Has he imagined this moment before? I know this is not how he wanted to earn my affection. I feel hollow while this wonderful man is pressed against me, touching deprived skin and showing my heart just how alone it has been. My loneliness engulfs me, threatening to swallow me, and I reach out, grasping for Artyom like he's my savior. I know it's wrong of me to ask, but he gives me exactly what I need. He feeds my emptiness as his caution gives way to my passion. He breathes his goodness into my gaping hole of a heart. He fills me with his light until I feel almost alive. I pull back, breathing hard, ashamed to look at him. He knew that I wasn't offering anything genuine. Still, he filled me with his light, and I'm afraid that if I look at him, I'll see only my darkness in his eyes. When I lift my eyes, his forehead is pinched.
You should get some sleep.
He brushes my hair away from my forehead and tucks the short strand behind my ear.
Today has been too much.
I lie down, and he moves back to the foot of the sofa. I turn my back to him, hoping he won't see my regrets written in my expression. Artyom shouldn't cause me to burn with passion like Dima does. He deserves someone I can't be, someone enamored with him, loyal to him, someone who doesn't think of another man every night before she goes to sleep. Even now, while I can still feel the tingle of Artyom's lips against mine, I'm worrying for Dima. What price will he pay for his warning? I am not what Artyom needs. I'm someone who turns to him on lonely nights for an escape and fills him with false hope.
Kiska.
He rubs my ankle.
I'm not sorry, and you shouldn't be either.
He whispers into the cold night air. But his words have the opposite effect. They only intensify my guilt. He is too good, and he deserves so much more than I have to offer. Chapter 42. 42. 2 days with no communication from the outside world has left all of us on edge. There are so many questions and not nearly enough answers to go around. We're all irritable, and I fear losing hope.
I'm not getting any younger.
Gosha taps impatiently on the steel table and shifts on his wooden crate we are using for makeshift chairs. He gets crabbier by the hour, and we're all trying our best to be patient with him. I can't tell if he underestimated Andrei or overestimated himself, but Gosha has taken our failure personally. I study the cards in my hand and debate which one to place. It feels wrong to be sitting around, idly passing the time, when I fear we are losing the war before it even begins. But the silence was unbearable, and rehashing all the potential horrors that could be happening was crippling. So we sit, wait, and lay the only attack we can at the moment: cards. We have been playing Durok for hours. We need to eat again. Nina scowls at the jar of pickled eggs and sighs as she takes one and passes it around. I shake my head, but she presses it into my hand. The owner of the bunker brought a delivery of canned food, but hasn't been seen since. We've had pickled eggs and beets for every meal. She's right. Pickiness is a luxury none of us can afford. I play the knave, take the pinkish egg from the jar, and force it down. Gosha turns up his nose and flatly refuses another egg, but he takes twice his portion of beets. Artyom opens his mouth to argue, and I shake my head. It feels like we're on the verge of a breakdown, and it's not worth a battle over beets. I scoot my meager portion toward Artyom, and he scowls at the plate.
I think it's time, Gosha.
Artyom gives Gosha a hard, challenging look.
I'm not touching the Biezo until I'm back at the base and can effectively determine whether Andrei Stepanovich has cracked into the system.
Gosha growls through gritted teeth. Nina sighs. We've been through this before.
You said it was unbreakable.
Artyom's voice rises.
I also thought the bio-trackers were unbuildable.
Gosha throws his hands up, showing me his cards. I guess this little distraction is over.
So we're just supposed to sit here and wait while everything we're fighting for is at risk?
Artyom slams the table, and I jump. The possibilities are weighing on all of us. We are sure Andrei recovered the bomb by the lake, but we're not sure of anything else. Did he use it? Has he found the others? It's impossible to know without the Biezo, and it's impossible to get Gosha to budge on this issue. We've heard nothing from the Mieczeszniki, and we don't know if it's because the message didn't reach them or if it's because of something more sinister. Maybe they weren't as hidden as they thought. Maybe Andrei has already used the weapon and there's no base to go back to. Artyom's mood has less to do with the Biezo and more to do with the nagging fear that grows with each passing hour. Men are so impatient, Nina says to me. They're so used to their toys, they forget how long it took to get messages before the Biezo. She places down a 6. She also clearly saw Gosha's cards and knows his ace is coming. Smart. I attacked too soon before realizing my opponent already had the winning hand. Gosha frowns. He brings his cards back to his chest and lays the ace, winning the round. There's got to be a way to make our enemies show their hand. We can't keep battling them when we have no idea what is coming. What if Andrei did hack into the mainframe? Can you use that against him? I ask.
Of course, but not faster than he could come after us. We would be like puppies trying to battle wolves,
Gosha grumbles. We don't know that he has managed to hack into the mainframe, Nina sighs.
We know he's trying, Gosha snaps, and at some point he usually succeeds. At least he hasn't gotten his hands on a receiver.
That we know of, I challenge him.
What do you want me to do?
Gosha slams his cards on the table.
Put some big old explosives in the receivers, so that if he ever gets one, we can blow his face off,
Artyom suggests.
Call it Daniel's Devil.
Get it to project false faces on security footage, Nina throws in. Could you dismantle the entire Paradachis system? I ask quietly. No one responds for a moment, as we all imagine a life free of control and surveillance. Gosha takes his time and chooses his words carefully.
Yes, but think about what it would mean. We're dependent on the system. Everyone connected to it gets their updates through it. It runs our homes, banks, schools, and businesses. Do you want to bring the entire country to a standstill? He asks.
We're trying to beat them at their own game. Maybe the game needs to change, I offer, and a cold chill runs up my spine. It's a crazy idea. I shake it off, knowing everything would fall apart without our technological infrastructure.
In a war, all ideas are crazy ones.
Artyom places his arm around my shoulder and then draws it back a little too quickly. We've been following an unspoken rule that we don't acknowledge our kiss. We pretend it never happened. But my heart begins to dance in my chest, and I can feel a blush burning across my cheeks. Part of me wants to reach my hand out and pull his full lips back to mine. The other half of me feels incredibly guilty. It's terrible timing. We have much more important things to be focused on, and it's not fair to him. I replay the familiar arguments in my head and place my hand in my pocket instead. Artyom grins at me as though he can read my mind. I turn back to the table and pick up my cards. My turn?
Hey, Gosha, Artyom blurts out. It's your night for watch, and Nina, no offense, but you snore. I call dibs on Kiska.
The blush becomes an inferno, and I look down at my cards to avoid seeing his boyish grin. I can hear it in his voice. I do not snore, Nina argues, and we all avoid her gaze. I don't, she demands, kicking Gosha under the table.
Ouch! You snore like a bear and your feet are like ice cubes, all right?
Gosha blurts out.
Now can we get back to the game?
My feet are like ice cubes because it's an icebox in here, and the only bear I hear is you, Nina huffs.
Artyom muses beside me. I thought maybe it was warming up in here. Kiska looks flushed.
Artyom places the back of his hand against my forehead to check my temperature, and I swat it away. Glad we're all back in our jovial moods, I snap. Artyom leans back against the couch, his arms crossed behind his head and one ankle resting on the opposite knee. He's just so big. He takes up too much space, and I am far too aware of his proximity. We've got to get out of here, I mumble. The entire world is moving at hyperspeed around us, and here I am babysitting a couple of overgrown boys. Artyom pats me on the back.
Let's give it one more night.
He leaves his hand on my shoulder, and I shake it off. Just as I'm contemplating a long, cold night pressed up against this clown, Nina hushes us. Did you hear that? She asks. It's not a car, I say, listening closely.
No.
Artyom stands, grabbing his weapon, all traces of merriment wiped off his face.
It's a plane.
Everyone hurries to their feet, grabbing their guns as we wait to see if we are being rescued or preparing for an attack. Chapter 43. 43. Mieczyszniki headquarters. It's dinner time by the time we make it back to the Mieczyszniki headquarters. Most people are in their apartments with their families. Our footsteps echo through the mostly empty halls, and I'm surprised to feel like I'm coming home, even if that feeling is edged with failure. Word of our arrival and Daniil's absence has spread quickly, thanks to Gosha's upgraded communication systems. By the time Nina opens the door to the command center, the assembly has gathered and awaits our report. Lev wraps Nina in a hug. Sasha isn't far behind him. He draws me close. He smells like work and wood with a hint of baby powder.
Is Daniil taken or dead?
He asks. Dead, I whisper softly. The word feels like lead on my lips.
You're absolutely certain you saw it happen?
I nod into his chest. I'm so sorry. The mood in the room sinks into sadness as whispers of Daniil's death pass from one person to the next. These were his friends, his family, his comrades. No matter the battles he started in this room, everyone knew he would give his life in a fight for them. And now he has. I find a sliver of strength and look around the room. Anton removes his hat and, with tears in his eyes, says,
"The birds will sing for you, my friend."
We bow our heads in a moment of reverence for a brave man and a life of service. Sasha is stiff beneath my arms, trying to hold it together in front of his men. Natasha wraps her son in her arms, and I've never seen him look so small and vulnerable. Gosha stands tall and alone near the door. Larissa waves him over to her and reaches out to clasp his hand in hers. Anton clears his throat, interrupting our sacred space of mourning.
We should discuss what went wrong.
The four of us look at each other. I take a deep breath. I've recited the words over and over in my mind, but I don't want to say them because I know it will mean there's nothing left I can do to protect Sasha. The Organizatsiya found us. Gosha suspects Andrei Stepanovich implanted a micro-tracker in Danil on Krasnaya Polyana. We found coordinates at Lenin Square, so we went to search that area for the bomb. Somehow, Dima discovered Andrei's plan. He used the Biezo to warn us, but it was too late. 5 Organizatsiya vehicles showed up, shooting to kill, not capture. The 4 of us barely escaped, but Danil was too far away. He held them off to aid in our escape.
How did he die?
Sasha asks. He shot himself. I wipe the moisture from my cheeks. As they were closing in on him, he didn't let them take him alive. Sasha presses his fist against his mouth as though holding in a scream. We think Andrei is also hunting the weapons. We suspect his team may have taken Yana. Even with Yana's information, it will be a challenge for them to find the weapons. But we must assume that all of the locations are compromised. I look at the ground. I can't face the assembly after my choices and failure have destroyed all hope of undermining Andrei.
So now what?
Lev asks.
Now we move forward.
Natasha's rich voice calms me.
We fight for freedom until we find it in life or in death. Danil is free.
Spasiba, Danil, we chant in unison. Sasha sniffs.
Danil would tell me, take a stand, challenge Vladimir, and let the people fight their own fight with us.
Sasha looks up toward the ceiling with tears shimmering in his eyes.
So, my cantankerous old father, I will do what you wanted.
His voice cracks. I squeeze him more tightly, knowing the risks Sasha's vow entails. Sasha clears his throat.
Our opportunity to retrieve more bombs has closed. That means we must abandon our mission to take out the crime families. It was a good plan to wait to attack the government until no one remained to challenge us, but that is no longer an option. We must go for the government first. We have 1 bomb, able fighters, and everything to gain. I say we coordinate a 2-edged strike during a council meeting. We'll need to figure out a reason for all council members to attend in person. Then we'll use the bomb to destroy every council member in one attack. At the same time, Dmitri will assassinate Vladimir in St. Petersburg. We'll take out everyone who would have an immediate and legitimate claim to the government at once.
There's an uneasy silence in the room. It's a lot of assumptions. Can Dima find a reason why everyone needs to be in person except him and my father? And regardless of whether someone has a legitimate claim to the government, they might very well challenge us anyway. Sasha must sense our doubts because he interjects.
If we succeed in those two things, we'll have government resources at our disposal. And if the world recognizes us as a legitimate government, we may also get foreign help. Then we fight the Organizация.
And if we don't succeed? Larissa asks quietly.
Then we die like Daniil, heroes for the cause,
Gosha says, his voice as steady as ever, but the sheen in his eyes betrays him.
We're much farther ahead than we were,
Anton reassures us.
We have one bomb, we have Gosha and Yulia, we have the Biezo. We're stronger. Even Daniil's death gives us strength.
I look at Gosha. He's too grief-stricken to say it, so I continue delivering the bad news. We're not sure the Biezo is safe. Andrei found the signal. We had assumed he couldn't break in, but we've assumed too much in the past. Now that Dima used his, the government may also be on to him. The Biezo could be a liability now.
Nonsense.
Larissa Petrovna waves us away.
The Biezo is here.
She pats Gosha's hand with her spotted, wrinkled one.
You build codes and encryptions while you sleep. If they break one, you'll build another. This box might not be infallible, but your talent has never let you down.
Gosha sighs.
I need more than my talent. I need trained men. I need more eyes to watch for prisms. Andrei Stepanovich isn't just hunting weapons. He's hunting us. And I can't protect everyone from his gaze.
She laughs.
He's been hunting me for years and hasn't caught me yet. You need to go to St. Petersburg. You could get more parts and actually work in a manufacturing plant. You'd be able to make 100 receivers if you wanted to. If you need eyes, we have them here. I'll train them myself.
It's a good idea. St. Petersburg is the location of the technology district. From Gosha's slow nod, he approves.
I could possibly even make some improvements.
He gives us a knowing look, and Artyom makes an exploding gesture with his hands, still advocating for Daniil's devil. I turn to my brother. You and I should go to St. Petersburg too. We can make another bid for getting the army on board. It's time to start organizing the people together. They need to know who's leading the fight. Sasha's cheek gives an involuntary tick at the ominous thought of being so close to our father.
I second these proposals,
Anton says. Sasha calls for the vote.
All in favor?
Every hand goes up. He continues.
I also suggest that we officially expand the assembly to 12 members. Yulia and Gosha have both earned their places, and we need to replace Daniil as our offensive strike coordinator. I propose Artyom fill his post.
I second. Natasha looks at the man she raised, and I wonder how she can separate him from the little boy she wants to protect. The vote passes unanimously.
Get to work, everyone, Sasha says. We must work quickly. I beg you to excuse me for an hour to tell Zelia about her father's death.
Do you want me to come? I whisper to him.
Not yet. Zhenya can help with the girls.
I'm so sorry, Sasha. I squeeze his hand.
Me too.
His voice cracks.
I loved that old goat.
Chapter 44. 44. The Mieczejniki are in full offensive mode now. Every day people come and go on assignments. The long tradition of caution and inaction have not worked their way out of the culture entirely, but it's progress. At least now we feel like we're doing something. Gosha, Larissa, and Nina are all in St. Petersburg. Artyom, Sasha, and I will join them soon. The other assembly members are stationed here or leading groups in the field. The second-generation Biezo is already in deployment. Each unit has a unique encryption and, to Artyom's delight, a self-destruct feature. That way, if one signal is picked up, there's no way to hack into the others. Every signal comes to a home base where it is connected to its desired recipient. Gosha described it like switchboards from a time long forgotten. Only this time, the communication base is so compact it can be carried in a suitcase, and if it is compromised, it will trigger the self-destruct feature in every unit. It's exciting and nerve-wracking to watch the action increase. Every day, a new unit deploys and another comes back with new information. Today, there will be more departures, but they will carry none of the hope or enthusiasm of the others. Today is likely to break my heart. I scan the gymnasium to find Zelia, Zhenya, and the girls. Suitcases and coats are piled up next to each family saying their sorrowful goodbyes. Children cling to their parents. The older ones cry tears of resignation, while the younger ones beg not to go. This is the 5th group of children to leave over the past 2 weeks. The assembly decided to relocate the base for better proximity to our targets. We can't leave our most vulnerable members unprotected, so Larissa used her old contacts in Estonia to convince them to take these political refugees. It's the least they could do after refusing to support us in this war. I see Zhenya with the girls. Yelena runs to me when she spots me. I pick her up and give her a big hug. She's clutching her kitty and looking around the room with wide eyes. "You and your mama are going to have such a fun trip," I tell her. "I want mama," she whines. "Where are they?" I ask Zhenya softly. She nods in the direction of the storage closet and looks grim. "Are you sure you won't go?" I ask her for at least the 10th time. "Pfft!" She swats away the notion.
"I was born in Russia. I'll die in Novaya Russia."
"Tetya will be right back," I tell Yelena, setting her down and ruffling her hair. I can hear them shouting even before reaching the door. I've never heard Zelia so angry. "I'm not going!"
Don't make this harder, Sasha begs her. We have to keep the girls safe.
"Zhenya will take them, and I will fight with you."
I can't lead this war if I know my girls might be orphans when it's done, and I won't have our girls think we've abandoned them.
"I promised before God to stay by your side." She is borderline hysterical.
"And my job as your husband and their father is to protect you,"
Sasha pleads. The sound of Zelia's resigned sobs pierces me, even through the thick walls. Artyom is directing the children into lines, and I don't want Sasha to miss the last goodbye with his girls. I knock softly on the door and poke my head in. "It's time," I tell him. Zelia's whole body shakes with the grief of this goodbye, surely made all the more grievous by the goodbye she didn't get with her father.
"Go ahead," Sasha says to Zelia. "I need a minute."
He wipes the tears from his cheeks. Leaders aren't allowed weakness. My father has so deeply scarred us with this rhetoric that even after all this time, Sasha can't fathom publicly shedding a tear during what might be his last moments with his family. I wrap my arm around Zelia to help support the weight of her fears. Yelena starts to cry as soon as she sees her mother's tears. "I scared Mama." Zelia picks her up and rocks her side to side, cradling Yelena close. "I know, Dietka." Sasha joins us quicker than I'd expected. He reaches out for Yelena, who falls into his arms.
"I need you to be a brave, good girl for your mama. Help her with Julia. I love you." His voice cracks. "I love you so much, my little angel." Spurred by the needs of her children, Zelia digs deep for strength. "Come here, love." She wraps her arms around Sasha and Yelena. Sasha presses his forehead against hers, and she reaches up to kiss him. "Come back to us. Swear it," she whispers to him. He nods. "I promise."
"Yulia, help me grab their bags."
Zhenya passes Julia to Zelia so the family can have a moment together. I load my arms full so Zhenya has less to carry. We follow the other families, slowly trailing through the double doors and up the long, gradual incline that leads to the barn and the waiting vans. As the groups before them, the families will wait at the end of the corridor until the last possible moment to load the vans. The corridor is filled with Mieczyszniki saying their final goodbyes and offering well wishes. Artyom meets us as we enter, taking the bag from Zhenya and the larger bag from me. He gives me a sympathetic smile. We've both witnessed the other 4 groups leaving with their bitter cocktail of grief and fear. Turning families into refugees in a foreign country was never part of the plan, and our success offers their only hope of returning to their homeland. Artyom glances over his shoulder at the group coming up behind us, looking for Zelia and the girls. They'll be the last ones, I'm certain of it. I plaster on a fake smile as we start up the incline. Sasha has offered a farewell to the departing group each time, but today I will speak on his behalf so he can focus on his own personal goodbyes. I make my way through the corridor and offer words of encouragement to the people lining the halls. Artyom places his hand on the small of my back and helps usher me past the gathered families. I take 4 of the cement steps before turning to look at the crowd. It's a heartbreaking scene. Of all the dark days these people have experienced, this must be among the worst. Sasha and his family round the corner into the corridor. As they draw nearer, I see Zelia's masterfully brave face, the tears in her eyes now replaced by a fiery resolve. Sasha carries Yelena over his shoulder, her head pressed into his neck. She's gripping him with all the strength her little arms possess. Her eyes are red, but his face is like a stone mask. My friends, goodbyes are always hard. I begin the speech, not wanting to prolong their suffering, but also not wanting to hurry their goodbyes. I press on. But our goodbyes today are for a purpose. Your mamas and papas are so proud of you. We are all so very proud of you. This sacrifice will matter. Your courage will count. And when we welcome you back home, it will be to a safer Novaya Russia. A stronger Novaya Russia. For Novaya Russia, they chant their wearied war cry. The birds will sing for us, and we will fight for you. The hall echoes with a polite applause that almost sounds like raindrops. I begin to step down, and Artyom reaches his hand for mine. I don't need his help to descend the stairs, but I grasp his hand anyway, borrowing his strength. We reach my family, and Artyom hugs Zelia and the girls. He pulls a packet out of his coat pocket and passes it to Zelia.
New documents,
he says quietly. Zelia looks at Sasha as reality sets in. If we lose, she and the girls will never be safe.
I will do everything in my power to ensure you don't need them,
Artyom whispers and kisses her cheek.
But if the worst happens, use these to flee far away with the girls.
I understand. She takes the packet and clasps it tightly to her. Julia reaches out to touch it. I want to tell her that I'll do everything in my power to keep Sasha safe, but we all know our fates are no longer ours to control. Instead, Artyom and I each take one of the girls to give Sasha and Zelia their last moment. They embrace each other, and I see them as they are, 2 hearts eternally fused. As the corridor empties, Zhenya grasps Zelia's elbow, and I watch their single heart tear in half, knowing neither will recover until they're reunited. The perforated edge of my heart pangs for my lost half, but I tell it to be silent. Dima chose to leave me, and I'm moving on. Zelia is being ripped away from Sasha, and she still fights to stay. It's completely different. But somehow watching this dissection brings back all the old hurts. There are so many reasons we must win, but bringing these 2 hearts back together feels like more than desire. It feels like an obligation, a promise to love, a demand from the universe. If my great love is lost, then surely the universe must give Sasha his. There must be some cosmic scales that need to be balanced, aren't there? Chapter 45. 45. St. Petersburg. Gosha looks from screen to screen in the new surveillance van.
Welcome back, my darling,
he mumbles to himself.
Feels a bit like déjà vu.
In the driver's seat, Artyom pulls a black mask over his head. I look out the window at the apartment buildings. At least we don't have to scale any walls this time. Colonel Volkov and his wife live in an upscale apartment a few miles from downtown St. Petersburg. The location isn't nearly as high profile as the last rendezvous, so there are fewer layers of security to overcome. Gosha could have sent one of his newly trained team members, but he didn't trust anyone else to run surveillance tonight.
I'm in,
Gosha announces as his screen fills with different images from the security cameras.
Drive us into position.
Artyom turns on the ignition, drives 2 blocks to the colonel's building, and parks in the alley just behind the service entrance. It seems like a lifetime since that night when Artyom first asked me to trust him before our mission in Moscow. The words don't even need to be said this time. Trust is an assumption between us. He leaves the van idling in case Gosha needs a quick getaway and squeezes into the back, already crowded by Gosha, his equipment, and me.
Ready?
He asks. I slide my hood over my head, and we both position our night vision goggles. I nod. 15 meters. Don't think of going any farther away. He chuckles.
You just be sure to keep up.
He squeezes my shoulder, and I can't help but smile. Since our kiss in the bunker, we've fallen back into our old friendship. I still haven't sorted out how I feel about him, but he isn't rushing me to do it. I'm grateful that we've been able to move past the awkwardness because we make a good team, and there's no one I'd rather have watching my back. Artyom opens the side door of the van, and we run out into the cold, dark night. I press myself against the wall, melting into the shadows as Gosha overrides the lock. Click. I open the door, and Artyom takes the lead, his weapon out as he scans the area. He waves me in, and I support the door until it closes softly behind us. The whir of furnaces muffles our footsteps, and we make our way to the emergency stairs. At the 4th floor, Artyom opens the door and checks the hallway. The benefit of our 3 a.m. arrival is that everything is empty. He waves me forward, and we move like cats toward the colonel's door. Artyom turns the handle. "Chort!" Gosha curses. We freeze just outside the door, unsure if we should enter or retreat. "What is it?" I whisper.
We triggered a silent alarm. I've overridden it, but it wasn't part of the main Peredacha system. I can't trace where it goes with it turned off.
"Private security?" I ask, pulling my gun from its holster around my thigh.
Probably. I don't see any activity with the police or building security. He's awake and arming himself.
"What do you want to do?" Artyom asks. I weigh us getting shot or caught against Sasha declaring war without an army behind him. He's not going to kill me. I trust him enough to ask for his support. I have to trust him enough not to turn me over to my father. "Keep going. Just be ready to make a quick exit if the colonel doesn't call off the dogs." Artyom pushes the door open, and we enter the colonel's large sitting room. The bedroom doors are at one end, and the door to the kitchen is on the other. We move cautiously to the master bedroom door. "Colonel Volkov, I need to speak with you. It's Yulia." I listen for any movement on the other side of the door. The light turns on, and I remove my night vision goggles. I hear a gun click into place.
Don't move,
the colonel growls, and the door opens.
On the ground, weapons down,
he orders. He really didn't want to be surprised by my coming unannounced again. He almost seems like he's been expecting another late-night visit. Artyom holds his ground, not wanting to be put in such a precarious position. "We're just here to talk," I soothe.
On the ground, weapons down,
he repeats himself, and I nod to Artyom. We lay our guns down and feel our way to the floor.
Nastya, grab the guns,
he instructs his wife. I see slipper-clad feet scurry across the room as she moves our weapons.
I let you go once. Now you come into my home and put my wife in danger?
He pulls the black hood off of my head. "We mean you no harm. The guns were merely a precaution. The real danger comes from my father's administration." I look up at him from my prone position. "It's good to see you again." He tightens his lips and huffs loudly.
Who is this one?
He removes Artyom's hood. "Same as last time," I tell him. He grunts. I turn to see his wife huddled in a corner, wearing a flannel nightgown and holding our weapons.
I'm coming in,
Gosha announces. "Everything is fine," I say, not wanting Gosha to complicate the situation. "I just want to talk. I'm happy to do it from here if that makes everyone feel better.
There's no need. I made myself clear last time. Has your allegiance changed?
No, I tell him, and neither has yours. We're still both loyal to Novaya Russia and our people. I understand now that you refused to help because you were a loyalist. But you must see it's getting worse. Look at how things have deteriorated in the last few months. He says nothing. The Mieczyszniki were wrong to align with the crime families. We've been paying the price as a nation ever since. Had I been alive at the time, I would have sided with the loyalists. The few remaining members who are alive wish they'd chosen differently. But much of the blame you lay at their feet belongs to the Organizacja. We live by a strict code of ethics. I can assure you. He lifts his hand to silence me.
I was not a loyalist. I was a coward.
No, his wife soothes. You fought bravely for our nation. He rubs his forehead.
Nastya, don't try to ease my conscience. If it gets any heavier, it will bury me alive.
She sets the weapon down in the corner and walks to her husband, placing her hand on his shoulder. It's lovely to see you, Gosposia, she greets me formally. Would you like some tea? She asks, as though I am not on the ground with the colonel's gun pointed toward my partner. Niet, spasiba, I decline. Well, if we are about to delve into the depths of my husband's conscience, perhaps we should move this to the sitting room? She rubs his shoulder, urging him to lower his gun. She is not her father. He resists, keeping his weapon trained on Artyom.
On your feet,
he commands.
No fast moves.
Artyom and I move slowly to take our place on the sofa. Nastya takes a plush chair next to a stack of mystery novels and magazines. She picks up her glasses and puts them on to get a better look at me. Volkov remains standing.
Why are you here?
The war will start within weeks. Who will you fight for when the military is called in?
I will fight for Novaya Russia.
Yes, but which Novaya Russia? My father's? The Organizatsia's? Or the people's? He sinks into the armchair. Without the uniform and the bravado, the colonel fades into an ordinary, weary man. He buries his face in his hands. Artyom tenses beside me, recognizing the opportunity to disarm Volkov. I press my hand into his leg, warning him not to move. I know you love Novaya Russia, I say softly. I know you want to fight for her. I want men like you standing by my side as we take back our country. I made a mistake last time we spoke. I assumed I knew more than you did. Maybe this time we can start with what I don't know. I would like to hear your perspective on the Mieczyszniki. Volkov sighs deeply and looks over at his wife, who nods. He gathers his thoughts for several minutes and then begins.
I'm a military man. I took an oath of loyalty to our government and considered it my duty to protect that government. I saw the iron-fisted control of our last government. I saw the injustice. But I told myself that bad leaders come and go. I thought, how long can he last?
He leans back in his chair and looks at me.
The foreign invasions would never have worked if our own citizens hadn't betrayed us. Your Mieczyszniki worked against us, and my men died as a direct result. The enemy had access to all of our plans, so we went into battles and were ambushed. The Organizacja took us offline, and we couldn't communicate with our front line to tell them to retreat. We could only watch helplessly as they fought and died in a battle that was lost before it started.
Volkov stares at the carpet in front of him for a long moment. I can't change the past. Deception is not an excuse. And no matter the promises the Organizacja made and broke, the Mieczyszniki were wrong. They know it, and they have paid dearly for it. We have to think about the future now. I sigh. If we do nothing, the Organizacja will grow stronger. They will traffic children into unspeakable horrors and supply arms to terrorists without fear of consequence. If we don't act, they will devour Novaya Russia until only her bones remain. His wife places her hand over her mouth. I'm asking you to fight for the decency and justice you've waited so long for. I'm sorry that it involves an alliance with the Mieczyszniki. I'd like for you to come meet our leader, who I believe can convince you that the Mieczyszniki have done their best to atone for their past sins and continue to do so. He studies his hands as though the answer he needs is written in their lines. Nastya places her hand gently on his shoulder. Your service has become more and more of a burden as the goodness left our nation. You can't fight this battle alone. He places his hand over hers and looks at her.
Am I to join a rebellion and raise arms against my brothers?
Your true brothers will be by your side.
What will happen if I help you win? He asks me. Who will lead?
It is our intention for our current leader to assume that position temporarily. He's a good man who has not sought leadership but has earned it, and he has studied the mistakes from the past and will never repeat them. He will sever all ties between the government and organized crime, restore elections, and work to build an economy accessible to all of our citizens. Nastya rubs her husband's hands with her thumb. You judge character better than anyone. A meeting won't hurt. He laughs and places his hand on her cheek.
My darling Nastya, every political atrocity has started with a meeting.
She grabs his hand, pulling it away from her face and looking at him sternly. You are a man of action. All of your regrets have started with inaction. You're making a choice either way. I've listened patiently to your regrets for over 40 years. If you miss your chance to right your wrongs because you won't listen to them, don't expect me to listen to another 20 years of regrets. Volkov looks stunned, and I'm all but certain Nastya does not often resort to tough love. I stay silent, letting him absorb her words. Gosha's voice is suddenly in my ear.
We've got company. There's someone on the street.
Artyom straightens, his muscles tensed in preparation to run. Colonel, I say with urgency, needing to make the most of this opportunity whether it is cut short or not. Bring me the most trustworthy, good-hearted leaders in the military and give us a chance to present our case. If we fail to convince them, you will have all the information you need to shut us down. I'm putting my life in your hands. I need you to be willing to take some risks, too.
Chort,
Gosha curses.
I see his shadow, but he's not showing up on the security monitors. He's heading your way.
Chapter 46. Surok Shest. Artyom springs into action. He dashes into the bedroom, emerging with our weapons. He tosses mine to me as he moves toward the door and addresses the colonel.
Someone's coming. You keep her safe and I'll confront him. Yulia, if you hear gunshots, use the fire escape to flee. What's happening?
The colonel asks, on his feet with his weapon at the ready.
I don't know. Whoever he is, he's evading the cameras. Just promise me you'll keep her safe.
The thought of Artyom rushing into unknown danger fills me with dread. We need him, and, I realize with a pang, I need him. The colonel lowers his weapon, returning to the sofa.
It's Dmitri. The same alarm that alerted me alerted him.
My body reacts to the news before my brain has a chance to consider this new information. Nerves swirl in my abdomen, and my heart beats a little stronger. I can't explain why he still has this effect on me. A second ago, I couldn't fathom losing Artyom, and now my heart pounds at the thought that Dima will soon walk through that door. I don't even know whether his appearance is meant to help or hinder my persuading Volkov to lend his support, yet I can't deny how much I long to see him. Why is he coming here? I ask, lowering my weapon.
We've been collaborating on the orphanage. After a while, I trusted him enough to mention your last visit, so he set up the silent alarm in case you returned.
Of all the explanations I could have devised, this never would have been one of them.
We've completely changed our approach, thanks to Dmitri.
Volkov continues.
We're helping the poor build urban farms, so parents no longer need to give up their children because they lack food. Some still trade the food for drugs, but most people have found purpose in the endeavor.
That was Dima's idea? I ask. When did he even have the time? A knock sounds on the door, and it opens slowly.
He can tell you all about it,
Volkov says. Dmitri enters and removes his hat and coat. His dark eyes lock with mine, and it's as though the rest of the world slows. There is no one else in the room, only me and him. Once again, his onyx eyes invade my soul, searching for something that should be forgotten, and I know I'll feel this piercing glance long after he leaves me again. I've tried to write him off and accept that he wants nothing more to do with me, but knowing that he's continuing to help the poor in my absence tells me he hasn't entirely let me go. Does he think of me when he devises his plans? Does my urging to be better still echo in his thoughts? I can't possibly know, but now that he's here I am full of questions. I should be grilling him for information, but all I really want to know is if he's okay. Is he lonely? Is he taking care of himself? Chort, I need to stop this. Caring always leads to hurt with Dmitri. He looks so much better than the last time I saw him. His coloring has returned to normal, and he doesn't wince with pain when he moves.
You look well,
he says softly, and I remind myself to breathe. I don't know how to act. Normally I'd embrace him, and part of me still yearns to. But I don't even know why he's here. Maybe to berate me again for trying again to recruit Colonel Volkov. I sit back on the sofa and return the trite greeting. I'm glad to see you return to health. With the niceties behind us, Dima points to Artyom, who has kept his gun trained on Dima since he entered.
I am grateful for your dedication to her safety, but you can stand down now.
I nod at Artyom, letting him know it's okay to allow Dima to move freely.
Weapons down, hands against the wall,
Artyom commands.
My pleasure.
Dima sighs with annoyance and removes his gun and knife, setting them on the table next to Nastia's purse. He places his hands on the wall and widens his stance. Artyom pats him down, a little rougher than necessary. Are you satisfied? I ask Artyom. He grabs Dima's shoulder and turns him around. Dima's face is a mask of calm.
Your promotion is well deserved, the sad circumstances notwithstanding. I am sorry for your loss in Khabarovsk.
Artyom glares in response. It would have been much worse without your warning, I tell him.
You know each other?
The colonel asks Dima, his eyes moving to Artyom. Dima and Artyom look at each other with contempt, and once their eyes lock, neither is willing to be the first to look away.
We've met,
Dima says. Nastia stands and moves between them, a nightgown-clad wall. They lower their gazes immediately. In this room full of big, fierce men, she might be the most imposing figure of all. She extends her arm toward the seating area. Please make yourselves comfortable, she says, clearly leaving no room for disagreement. Dima raises his eyebrow, seeking permission to join me on the sofa. I scoot over to make space for him. He sits on the opposite end, and I examine the couch cushion between us. The distance is nothing, and also everything. Artyom stands behind me, his weapon at the ready. Why are you here? I ask, not wanting to prolong this awkward encounter. The others turn their gaze on Dima, wanting the answer as well. I brace myself for whatever he has to say, refusing to let him see any emotional response he could use against me. He avoids my gaze, looking instead at Volkov, and speaks quietly.
Colonel, I haven't been completely honest with you. I wanted to know when Yulia returned because I thought maybe I could help her in her bid for your help. We need you, and I think you need us.
I show no surprise, as if I fully expected these words and assumed all along he was here to help. Maybe he has finally accepted that I will pursue my goal with or without his help. I give him a slight nod that says, it's about time, but he doesn't look my way to see it. Dima continues.
I have been working with Yulia and her leader to help prepare for this war. I've seen firsthand the depth of the Council's misdeeds and Vladimir Bituskaya's treachery. They will destroy our nation, and I intend to stop them. I believe you agree with my position.
The colonel purses his lips. Dima gives me the briefest glance before turning back to the colonel.
There's no question that we'll need the military fighting with us rather than against us. I have been meeting with military officials since Yulia first reached out to you, and I've identified 5 high-ranking officials who are equally dissatisfied with the current state of our nation. I understand your reservations about who you'll be working with, and I can assure you that we share common allies.
The colonel narrows his eyes.
Who have you got?
I can't reveal names. Dima doesn't blink.
It's essential that we protect identities, yours included.
Gratitude for Dima fills me to my core, warm and light like a hot air balloon rising up on a foggy morning to touch the sun. Look at me, I think, wanting to give him my silent thanks. But his attention is fully on Volkov. A little puncture deflates some of my hope, and a raw ache threatens the edges of my heart. Don't be ridiculous, I chide myself. This meeting is what matters, not Dima's frustrating lack of eye contact. I reinforce my hope, my focus, my purpose. Novaya Russia is what matters. Your wife said earlier that your true brothers will fight by your side, I say, and Dmitri has just confirmed that. Come meet our leader, and you will know everything you need to know in order to make a decision. Dima looks down at his hands.
The others will be there too. Don't miss this chance to write history. Trust me when I tell you that the person taking the greatest risk in attending will be the leader revealing his identity. He is no stranger. He is our future.
Volkov's expression has turned from exasperated to contemplative. I jump at the opportunity. You have my guarantee that if you choose not to support us, no harm or retribution will come to you. He lifts his eyes to meet mine. He's close to a decision. I can feel it. Will you come, please? I plead with him. He doesn't answer me, and several seconds tick by. Nastya reaches for his hand. Would you be able to live with yourself if you don't? He strokes her hand.
I don't know who will win this civil war, but I do know what happens to the losers and their families. I'm not just risking my safety. I won't make that decision without you.
Nastya looks down at their clasped hands, her brow set and her gaze almost stern. She looks deep into her husband's eyes. I'll stand by your side as I've done for the last 40 years. We are old, dear. We've lived our lives the best way we know. I'll leave this life with no regrets because I lived it with you. So don't you worry about me. I never wanted to be your excuse for not following your heart. I wanted to be the reason you did. Colonel Volkov presses his head in his hands, a lifetime of love and loss visibly weighing him down. Dima shifts in his seat, and I wonder if he feels the same discomfort I do while watching this sacred exchange. Didn't I offer him something similar? Didn't I say I would stand by him and accept whatever happened? Didn't I tell him to fight his fight and then come back to me? Instead, he chose to fight alone. If he hadn't been so stubborn, maybe we would share what the colonel and his wife share.
I will come,
Colonel Volkov says, and I can hear his weariness.
And if our leader is as trustworthy as you say, I will fight until either I fall or this government falls.
I exhale a breath I didn't realize I was holding and smile, relieved to finally have something go our way. There is an abandoned school in Solny, outside of Borovichi. Can you be there on Saturday at midnight? He nods. Dmitri stands to shake his hand. I kiss him on the cheek.
May I have a private word with Yulia?
Dmitri asks. Of course. Nastya pats his hand. In the library. She gives us a knowing smile as though we're still a couple being reunited after a long separation instead of what we are. I sigh. I don't even know what we are. I feel like I'm barely beginning to know myself. Artyom moves to follow, and I wave him back. He closes his mouth into a tight line and tries unconvincingly to look as though he doesn't care. Nastya opens the door to a small room lined with bookshelves and leaves us. Dima stands a few feet away, his expression unreadable. I say nothing, still smarting over the scene we just witnessed. Seeing what we could have been somehow makes what we are so much more disappointing. At this moment, I don't feel like I owe him anything other than professional gratitude. I raise my eyebrows and give him a nod, letting him know I'm not interested in wasting any more of my time. He looks down at the carpet and traces the pattern with his shoe. Thank you for your assistance tonight, I say professionally, perhaps a little coldly. We should probably go, I suggest when he doesn't respond. He looks up at me, struggling to find the right words.
Your father isn't doing well. I think he may be close to the end. I thought you should know.
Oh, I say as the information registers, sinking into my heart and trying to find some place to land. As a daughter, I should be devastated by this news. As a rebel, I suppose I should rejoice. But I struggle to feel anything. I just feel numb.
How much longer?
I ask quietly.
I don't know. His doctors speak to no one. But he's sleeping most of the day, and his food trays come back full. He's so thin that he refuses to make public appearances.
He pauses, studying me.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, I say, but my voice sounds wrong. I brush a piece of lint off my sleeve. Is that all?
Almost. Tell Sasha I'll be at the meeting. There's a new development that needs to be discussed.
Gosha can supply you with a new Biezo. It would be far less risky. Far less risky for me.
This could change the course of the war. It could remove so many obstacles. I'll be there.
I nod. Who are the other military officials? He looks down.
I don't exactly have them yet.
Dima. I try but fail to keep the disappointment from my voice. This is not the time for your games. Volkov believes you. I believed you. This was my one chance. I won't get him back if we blow it. He reaches for my hand to silence me.
I have put out feelers and know who will be receptive to the idea. Now that Colonel Volkov is coming, I'll send them invitations from him. They'll come. I promise.
What if they don't? I feel sick just thinking about the danger we're putting Volkov in without any guarantee of success. If these letters made their way back to my father, he'll be a dead man.
It just takes one to get the rest. When military men like Volkov refer to each other as brothers, they take that seriously, and the country is a mother they have sworn to protect. I wish I had more time, but this is the fastest way.
He gives my hand a little reassuring squeeze. In my distress, I hadn't registered the tender touch of his hand, but now a current moves up my arm, and my heart does a little sprint in my chest. Dima really looks at me for the first time, and everything I want is in that gaze. The love and longing of an entire lifetime pass in a single moment. He closes his eyes.
I have good news, Yulia. This war could be over as quickly as the last one.
Hope flutters in my erratically beating heart. Maybe it's proximity. Maybe it's the old idea that Dima can make everything better for me. I want so badly to hear him say that when it's over, we'll be together. It takes all my control to keep from flinging my arms around him and saying the words myself. But this is Dima, so of course he says nothing. We should go. I pull my hand back. If he has nothing left to say, then neither do I. I have no interest in cycling through our same arguments that have no hope of changing minds. Dima doesn't move, and even after all that has happened, I don't want him to. Are you certain this will work? I ask quietly, knowing I'm trying to prolong this moment with him, but not understanding why.
Yes.
He studies me. His eyes are a deep pool that I've lost myself in so many times. I know the pleasure of swimming in that sea. I can see he has more that he wants to say, but of course he doesn't. Even in his silence, he draws me in. He takes a step closer, and I close my eyes, afraid that when I open them, he'll have disappeared again.
Everything is going to work out.
He's so close I can feel his breath against my cheek. I reach out for him, and when he doesn't retreat, I open my eyes and close the distance between us. I lean my forehead against his, feeling hopeful for the first time in months. Everything? I ask, desperate to hear him say the words I crave, hungry for a shred of hope that our paths can realign. When this is done, maybe we can...
No.
His voice cracks, and there's so much pain, a deep, bottomless cavern of anguish.
We can't.
He steps back, blinking away the glaze in his eyes. His jaw tightens, and I watch his eyes grow cold as he blocks me out again.
We have no happy ending. I wish there were, but...
Dima takes a deep breath.
This was a mistake. Forgive me. Forget me.
He leaves me alone in the library. How many times have I let him walk away from me like that? I'm exhausted from being hurt over him. Only this time, I'm angry and humiliated that I let my emotions override my logic. He wanted to tell me about my father, and I handed him my heart again, knowing full well he would only toss it back. This is the last time I will give him the power to make me feel this way. I'm done with Dima. Chapter 47. 47. Solny. I run my fingers across the crumbling plaster of the abandoned school wall, picking it away to expose the brick. I've been trying to do the same with the news of my father's condition, chipping away at all the pain he's caused and confronting the final truth. I am glad to be rid of him. I spent my life layering plaster over the truth, so I never had to deal with the mess below. Artyom opens the door.
There you are. Where's your earpiece? Sasha needs you.
Sorry. I look at the pile of dust on the forgotten floor. He moves to sit on the desk next to me. I don't move, and neither does he. I appreciate that he doesn't rush me along. Sometimes I wonder if he's the only one who sees me as a person, instead of Sasha's sister or Vladimir's daughter. Soon I won't even be that.
Something on your mind?
Artyom asks. It's so easy with Artyom, who makes himself completely available to me, no matter the situation. I shake my head. What is there to say? What is there to feel? Nothing. My father will be gone. The world will be a better place. But saying any of this aloud would make it too real to deal with, and I can't break through that final seal right now. Artyom reaches his fingertips toward mine, and I let him take my hand. He draws me closer, and I look down at the floor rather than having to look at him.
Sasha told me about your father.
Yeah, I breathe out. And what a father. He places his hand on my cheek and lifts my chin. His kind eyes are void of judgment.
It's okay to feel sad or disappointed.
I'm not sad, I say, but for reasons I can't explain, my voice cracks.
He's your father, and a terrible man. That's incredibly sad. I can't imagine trying to hold on to relief and grief at the same time. Whatever you feel, it's okay to feel it.
My cracks begin to spread, and the layers of plaster begin to crumble, revealing the deep sorrow embedded in my being. I'm mourning both what he was and what he failed to be. The scars he left will be part of me long after he's gone. I close my eyes and take deep, steadying breaths, but they leave my lungs in ragged sobs. Artyom wraps his arms around me and allows me to mourn the monster without judgment. He rubs his hands up and down my back, and I bury myself in his strength, absorbing what I can. He wipes the tears from my cheeks and gives me one of his reassuring smiles.
Human hearts are amazing. They can love and hate, desire and fear, grieve and laugh, all at the same time.
He presses his lips to my forehead with a tender kiss.
You don't have to be okay right now, but I promise you will be.
Warmth spreads across my chest, slow and calming like a hot tea on a terrible day. He's safe and good. I am damaged. I should pull away until I'm sure. Instead, I lean in, wanting to find surety. I slide my hands up his chest and around his neck. I peer at him through my lashes, trying to gauge his reaction. He doesn't push, but he makes no effort to hide his admiration. "Thank you," I whisper.
For what?
He gives me a half smile.
My words of wisdom? My excessive charm? My hopeless devotion?
I laugh. His smile spreads across his face.
That sound is worth any effort.
His expression softens.
Just so we're clear on where I stand, I plan to keep making the effort, because I think I make you happy. And I know you're the one who makes me smile even in the midst of all this.
His simple truths register deep in my heart. He's fighting for me. I've given my heart over and over to Dima, who constantly rejects it. Meanwhile, I have Artyom right here, offering me his heart and promising to protect mine. Before I can talk myself out of it, I blurt, "I think that sounds like a great opportunity." What did I just say? Heat rushes to my cheeks, and I close my eyes, embarrassed that I sound like such an idiot. Couldn't that have come out a little more smooth or flirtatious?
Really?
Artyom laughs, and I peek out of one eye and see his face alight with mischief.
But you don't even know what all your options are.
He raises his eyebrow.
You could miss out on some great opportunities.
I giggle despite my grief as he pushes away the dark clouds and makes space for a little sunshine. I can't help but want that. I can't help but want him. Perhaps I should get a menu so I know my choices? Artyom slides his arm around my waist and pulls me tightly against him.
Option 1?
A solid choice. Go on.
There's also this.
He cups my face with his strong hand and brings his lips so close that mine tingle with anticipation. I need a little more information, I say. Care to elaborate?
I don't know,
he smirks.
I don't really offer free samples.
I pull his mouth to mine and revel in the feel of our lips moving together. I wrap my fingers in his waves, exploring this new space as peace and happiness spread through me. I want to want him, and it's time I stop pretending otherwise. Chapter 48. 48.
Artyom,
Sasha opens the door, and the two of us break apart. He looks between us, surprise giving way to a teasing smile.
I see you found Yulia.
Artyom straightens and, without any trace of embarrassment or even contrition, says,
Located and delivered, as promised.
He gives me one last peck, a more satisfying end to our interrupted moment, and walks toward the door.
I'll go back to surveillance. You do know that's my sister, right?
Sasha asks Artyom. The amusement on Sasha's face lets me know he approves, but then again, he'd approve of pretty much anyone besides Dima.
Do we need to have a chat about your intentions?
Yes, Artyom sighs exaggeratedly.
Please tell her how much I like her, and while you're at it, talk me up a little bit.
Artyom winks at me as he leaves the room. Sasha folds his arms and raises his eyebrows. Don't say anything, I tell him.
So am I going to be seeing more of this?
He asks, a teasing grin spreading across his face. That depends on whether or not you learn to knock, I retort. He laughs.
I have no choice but to put it in my next report to Zelia.
I smile. It is a matter of national importance. How is she? I add softly.
She's all right. She's strong.
He changes the subject quickly.
Will you sit next to me at the meeting tonight? I think you belong there.
Usually it would be Anton or Larissa, but since the assembly is spread out and working on different things, neither is available. Of course, I answer. Thank you.
It's not just to fill a vacancy. You've earned it. This wouldn't have happened without you.
I appreciate the recognition. I put my arm around him. So what are you expecting from Dima's big plan?
No idea, but knowing Dima, it's going to be a lot to swallow.
Yeah, I mutter. Sasha cocks his head to the side.
Are you okay with seeing him tonight?
I'm fine. I've moved on. I gesture to the door that Artyom left moments ago. He chuckles, and then his face straightens. He puts his arm around me, so we're linked together now.
Artyom has never allowed himself to get involved with anyone in the compound, and plenty of girls have tried. Too much exposure for a fling, too much drama if it doesn't last, and too much pressure if it does, he always said. You got him to break his code, so this means something to him.
What are you doing? I ask, feeling a nervous flutter at the thought of Artyom wanting me enough to break all his rules.
I'm clarifying his intentions. When a friend asks you to plead their case, it's just the right thing to do.
He nudges me. Just don't forget that you're my brother and have to be on my side. I nudge him back.
Well then, as your brother, how are you feeling about this new guy you're seeing?
He tries to play it cool, but I can tell there's more than brotherly teasing behind this question. I wonder if he's worried I'll hurt his friend. That kiss wasn't something I took lightly, I assure him. Sasha gives me a one-armed squeeze.
Let's go. We have an entrance to make.
A minute later, Artyom opens a door, and we enter the cafeteria, where Dima is waiting with a group of generals and colonel generals. Their mouths hang open in shock as they see me alive, and then begin to recognize the man Sasha has grown into.
This can't be,
Colonel Volkov utters, his eyes locked on my brother's face.
Alexander Bituskaya?
Dima catches my gaze and rubs his hands together in our old sign, letting me know he wants me on his side tonight. His eyes drill deep into my soul, and every shared moment of our lives passes between us in an instant. A cold wave of fear washes over me. As much as I want to give my whole heart to Artyom, I suspect Dima still owns a piece of it, and I don't know how to reclaim it. Chapter 49. 49. I move with deliberation, looking everyone in the eye, shaking each hand, ignoring their shock. I have to work a little harder for composure when I reach Dima, but I am determined to prove to myself, Sasha, Artyom, and anyone else scrutinizing me that I am unaffected by Dima's presence. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. I'm sure this is a bit of a shock, but surely you understand our need for secrecy. You see that I am alive and well, as is my brother. They look between us in disbelief.
Is this a hoax?
One of them barks to Dima. General Vasily, you and I have met. I smile reassuringly at him. At the council ball, 2 or 3 years ago. Surely a haircut doesn't make me unrecognizable. I offer a slight laugh, not so much that he would be offended, but just enough to send a message. Doubting my presence would be folly.
I've met with Yulia twice since her supposed death.
Colonel Volkov speaks up.
And I orchestrated her escape,
Dima adds, his eyes lingering a fraction of a second too long. General Vasily closes his mouth, but looks wary. Sasha clears his throat.
Please sit, and I'll explain.
He gestures to the seats placed around an old rectangular lunch table. Sasha takes the seat at the head of the table, and Dima and I both move to sit at his right. Sasha holds out the chair for me and motions for Dima to move to his left. Dima gives a curt nod before taking the seat to his left. I can feel his gaze on me, but pretend not to notice. Artyom gives me an encouraging wink from his position at the door. I push it to the back of my mind. This isn't the time to explore how his support fills me with guilt, and how Dima's proximity fills me with a strange desire to cry or punch him in the face. I don't want to feel anything for him. He is neutral, an ally. He is just another strategic partner. Instead, I look at Sasha and try to angle myself so neither man is directly in my view.
Colonel General Volkov, General Vasily, General Chaikov, Colonel General Barsukov, Colonel General Semyonov, and General Kovalyov, welcome.
Sasha looks at each one in turn.
I am Alexander Bituskaya, and I will happily submit to any type of investigation to confirm my identity. I've provided you with a DNA test.
Sasha motions to the packet of papers that sit on top of personal whiteboards we borrowed from the old classrooms that are positioned in front of each of them.
Of course you'll want to authenticate it, but you must understand that no papers can leave this room.
The men look warily amongst themselves.
Once you hear my testimony and the evidence I present, I'm confident my identity won't be a concern.
Sasha continues.
I went into hiding because my father had assassinated my mother, and I was next on his list. He discovered she was leading a rebellion against him and murdered her, a fact I discovered a year later. In the foolishness of youth, I concocted a plan to kill him, but I was no match for him. He uncovered my intentions and ordered my execution. Dmitri helped me escape and find sanctuary within my mother's order. You may have heard of the Mieczejniki. You may know of their mistakes and failures in their early years. But when my mother led, she did everything in her power to right their wrongs and fight for our people. I have continued her legacy. For the last 10 years, Our Mieczyszniki have infiltrated the government and the crime organization that props up our leaders as puppets. We've received support from foreign governments and domestic volunteers who all want to rid the world of Vladimir Bituskaya and the Organizatsaya. Gentlemen, you are here because you have seen the damage our government encourages and allows to happen every day. Neither our country nor her people can survive this widespread corruption for much longer.
Our guests shift uncomfortably in their seats.
My father is dying of cancer. This gives us a unique opportunity. There is infighting in the Organizatsaya. In many ways, they have written him off and are waiting for his death. They won't step in to protect him if we speed up the process. This is the right time for a coup.
General Chaikov interrupts.
You'd have to remove the entire council and members of the military that are loyal to the Verkhovny Gosudar. You won't get the entire armed forces.
General Volkov and General Barsukov begin scribbling notes on their boards.
We have a plan for the council that will remove them all at once.
Eyebrows lift, but Sasha ignores them.
You all remember Sergei Mikhailovich, the celebrated expert on renewable nuclear energy. Before the old Russian government fell, there were loyalists inside the government working to stabilize our nation. Under great secrecy, he invented a powerful weapon. It's a safer, cleaner nuclear weapon. All of the destruction, but none of the spread. When we choose the location, the blast zone will be contained. No one will survive in the zone, but we will limit the collateral damage outside of it. And we will not be condemning our land to a nuclear wasteland. We have acquired this weapon.
Now he has the general's attention. A weapon like that could make them the most powerful military in the world.
If he created this technology, surely he wouldn't have made just one. Are there others?
Semyonov asks, too astutely. I tense under the table. We didn't want to give away all of our secrets in this meeting.
We have one weapon, and a plan to use it to take out the entire council at once,
Sasha continues, answering and not answering the question. I interject to try to keep the conversation moving. We only need one to take out the council. They'll gather for a formal session, and we'll make our move. We know how many of our military are frustrated with the lack of funds, resources, and pensions for our veterans. When we make this move, we suspect many members of the armed forces will want to rethink their options.
Can you ensure a formal session?
Colonel Volkov asks. I stand up so I can see everyone. Yes. We have significant communication resources to counter the Paradacha and break through our censorship protocols. I will record a message calling for new leadership, reintroducing my brother Alexander to the world. I'll detail the corruption, name names, and point fingers. We'll broadcast the message inside of Novaya Rossiya and send it to the foreign press. The council will be forced to respond. I glance down at the table, surveying everyone's expressions. Uncharacteristically, Dima chews on his bottom lip. General Vasily leans forward in his seat.
It's a compelling idea, but your father never attends meetings in person. Sick or not, we can never underestimate him so long as he's alive.
Sasha looks at Dima.
While we bomb the Kremlin, Dmitri will assassinate Vladimir.
The thought of bombing the Kremlin fills me with deep sorrow. Built in the 1400s, it is our past, our history, a part of us. From the bitter looks on their faces, they don't like it much either. Dima stands, his shoulders straight and proud, his face a symphony of composure. But something seems off. He's too constrained. This man is 100% Dmitri, and I know him well enough to understand that Dmitri takes over when Dima feels vulnerable. I find myself searching for the truth in his features, but they show me nothing. And then suddenly I find the truth, and it fills me with dread. One hand is in his pocket, and as he pulls it out, I see the leather string of his papa's pouch. It's the one he used to hold to soothe the ache of missing his parents as a boy. Something is very wrong.
This is a good plan, but I have new information that we should consider. Another plan to propose. Circumstances being what they are, I've not yet been able to discuss it with Alexander and Yulia.
Colonel Volkov and the others eye him curiously. He looks at Sasha, and I see his jaw tighten. Sasha gives him a look that says this had better be good, but he nods and invites Dima to speak to the group.
Please, tell us what you know.
Dima places both hands on the table and leans toward us.
Vladimir Bituskaya will be dead soon, I suspect within weeks. He's putting his affairs in order. He has proposed to the Organizatsaya that I replace him as leader of Novaya Rossiya's council as soon as possible, preferably before his death, so he can publicly support my placement. This has caused some clashes among the leaders of the Organizatsaya, who want one of their own elevated to this position. They've planned a conclave with their heads of families and top advisors, which presents us with a unique opportunity to have all of our enemies in one place.
This news creates the first movement from the Stoic generals.
When will it be held?
General Vasily pulls a small book out of his breast pocket and opens it. I see the squares of a calendar.
It begins on January 15th and is slated to last for 3 days.
General Vasily consults the pages.
That only gives us a week to plan.
Dima continues.
We would need troops in Moscow and Petergov. Security for the council members is minimal when they are in their homes. If we sent out teams of 10 men per high-ranking council member, it would be enough. Most of our forces would be needed to take Petergov. I suggest we also take over the intelligence office and capture a handful of our more corrupt military officials.
That's a steep list.
General Kovalyov uses his fingers to count off each item. Dima holds up his hand to request attention.
There is something else you need to know. The Organizatsaya has learned from the demise of the Dragovich family. They will use civilians to protect themselves from a similar attack during this gathering by holding the meeting at the 41st Regiment base in Novosibirsk. Thousands of military families reside there.
That's my base.
General Vasily's face turns red.
It's practically its own city. We have nearly 100,000 soldiers there, and easily 3 times that number of family members and civilian workers.
I gasp at the numbers, as do several others in attendance. Sasha's face falls.
Yes,
Dima acknowledges, chewing his lip.
The cost will be high, but the reward is certain. We are committing to eradicating the Organizatsaya as well as ending corruption and our government's involvement in illegal activities. If we take the government without taking the Organizatsaya, it will be the beginning of a battle that will last years. Your children may still be fighting it. If we cut out the top leaders in the Organizatsaya first, the country will return to health faster.
The general's brows are deeply furrowed with the weight of this decision. No matter which plan we choose, the cost will be high. Sasha stands, hope burning brightly in his eyes.
Brothers, 1 week from today we could live in a world without demons like Andrei Stepanovich, who is responsible for selling our military secrets to the West so they could overthrow us in the last war. We would be rid of Kirill Matyevich, who has sold nearly 500,000 women and children into slavery in the last 3 years alone. We could be rid of Vasily Romanovich, Alexei Andreevich, Maxim Rusonovich, and Ilya Ilyevich. These are men who have filled our streets with addiction, perversion, greed, and indescribable suffering. This opportunity is not likely to present itself again in our lifetimes, so we must take advantage of it. The real question is, how do we do it with the least amount of collateral damage?
Collateral damage. I hate those words. And here I am faced with the same dilemma as before, but with more collateral damage. People. Old, young, children. I've been to that base. I've met the soldiers, hosted a lunch for their wives, and distributed toys at Novoy God as a helper for Father Frost. This is a terrible decision with consequences far beyond a death count. Can we possibly fire on a military base and expect the military to trust us? To fight for us? I remember Andrei's words from our first meeting about how men like him survive while the royal family never does. It's because they care for nothing but their own necks and pockets. But we can't fall into that line of thinking. We have to be better. We found a way to protect some of the innocents at the Dragovich compound. We will need to do it again. We'll have to clear the blast zone at the base, I say. Minimize the number of lives lost.
We can't,
Dima says softly.
The Organizatsaya are relying on the population to protect them. If we move the people, they'll know something is amiss, and they'll scatter before we even get a chance to push the button.
We have to figure it out, I tell him. Our people are on the verge of uprising. I predict that even if we do nothing, we will be at war soon enough. If we murder our own citizens, there's no way we'll gain their support. Distrust runs so deep we'll have to find another way. There's never just two options. The debate is long and cyclical. Barsukov is adamantly opposed to firing on the base. Vasily thinks we can find a balance where we have soldiers sign up for a special mission and move the women and children away from the blast zone. Chaikov thinks we have better chances of taking the government first and then slowly eradicating the Organizatsaya over time. After an hour-long debate, I don't feel we've made any progress. The generals look as unconvinced as I feel. Volkov stands.
We need to take a step back and look at this from a different angle. We've got two plans, each with significant risks and high potential rewards. But they are not worth debating any longer until we know who will commit to joining us. If we lose, our actions will amount to treason. If we win, we'll liberate our nation. I propose we determine who is in and who is out.
The other generals look at one another with panicked uncertainty. I surmise they're thinking of their families and loved ones, all of whom are safe so long as they walk away. Can they see past their own comfortable lives to consider the suffering of so many of their fellow countrymen and women? May I? I ask Sasha. He and Dmitri take their seats, and I stand. I respect the difficulty of your position. You're good men. You have sworn your loyalty to our nation as military leaders, but you are also fathers and grandfathers. You have a responsibility to your families as well. This feels like an impossible decision already. Even without the great human cost we will accrue whatever plan we choose. I don't want to leave a trail of carnage behind us in the name of freedom, but that is the way of freedom. It's the price tag. The lives we take will be nothing compared to the lives the Organizatsaya takes every year. If we do nothing to evacuate the blast zone, we'll lose maybe 20,000 lives. That is less than the number of children brought into our orphanages each year. It's less than the number of people in the work camps. It's less than the number that die of drug addiction each year. I can't tell you which plan to choose, but I implore you to act. The damage will only increase until Novaya Russia is destroyed and gone, taking you and your families with it. Earlier this year, I dedicated a new wing at the orphanage. We raised more than 1 billion rubles for this particular orphanage, yet we still found babies with bleeding sores from soiled diapers, toddlers chained to filthy beds, children lined up like cattle and sold into a life of trauma, girls still clinging to their dolls yet expecting children because they've been repeatedly assaulted by men who paid to satisfy their perversions. When I brought this information to my father and asked him to help, he used it as a bargaining chip to increase my political performance. That's when I knew I needed to be part of the solution, no matter the personal consequences. The poor boil leather to make soup in the leanest times. Parents relinquish their children to orphanages, believing they'll have food there. The Organizatsaya preys upon these children, who they see as a source of revenue. It is in their best interest to keep the poor starving. I'm ashamed to say that our military is no different. Young men join as soon as they are able because the alternative is starvation. Their parents push them into service to relieve the burden of mouths to feed. You've seen these boys vomit after a modest meal because their stomachs aren't used to being full. You send them out like pawns, and they fight for you, but as soon as they're no longer deemed useful, you cast them out to face a life of poverty. The Organizatsaya preys on them as well, using their depression and loneliness as a doorway to addiction that will fill their coffers. The generals shift uncomfortably, none of them meeting my eyes. They can't deny my accusations, as these facts are common knowledge. They've all seen the homeless veterans on the streets and heard their stories. Your families are safe. Your homes are warm. Your children's stomachs are full. It's hard to risk that, but you must. They're not free. They are watched and used as bargaining chips to keep you in line. And one mistake on your part could mean their lives. You fear for them every day. If you join us, you are at risk. If you don't, you are still at risk. This is the moment when we stand up for what is permanently right for our country, rather than what is temporarily best for us as individuals. When you leave here tonight, you'll either be complicit in perpetuating these crimes, or you'll be committed to a path of integrity. Gentlemen, the choice is yours. General Volkov stands first, his gaze fixed on his comrades. General Chaikov joins him.
I am sorry.
General Barsukov pushes his chair back.
Your intentions are noble, but I pledge only my silence. I cannot in good conscience pledge my men or my cooperation.
He stands and pushes his chair in.
Shall I show myself out?
He looks toward Artyom guarding the door with his semi-automatic weapon in hand. Dima shakes his head almost imperceptibly. If I were not so aware of him, I might have missed it. I look at Sasha and see that his eyes are also locked on Dima. Sasha chooses his words carefully.
General Barsukov, I am sorry to hear that. May I ask why you cannot give us your support?
He bristles at the question.
If we are to have a new leader, I'm not sure another Bituskaya is the answer.
And why is that? Sasha asks calmly. General Barsukov stands a little taller as he glares at my brother.
How quickly did you decide you would sacrifice citizens for your gain? 5 seconds? 10? I will not betray my nation for you, no matter how flawed it may be, just to end up with another leader with a new set of empty promises.
It feels like a slap in the face, but it is also a chance for a defining moment. I give Sasha a meaningful look.
I see.
Sasha's jaw is tight, and I can see the veins starting to pulse in his temple.
I'm sure you understand the risk your leaving brings to us and our cause.
The general looks toward the door again, perhaps gauging his chances of fighting his way out.
I am not my father, Sasha says. As long as you do not betray our secrets, we'll never mention your attendance here tonight, of which we have plenty of proof. If you change your mind, and I hope you will, I will welcome you back.
The general's eyes grow wide as he takes a tentative step away from the table. When no one moves, he heads toward the door, where Artyom has stepped aside to give him a wide berth. Colonel General Semyonov, General Kovalyov, and General Vasily all stand. My heart drops at the thought that they will take this as their opportunity to follow, leaving us without the manpower we need to enact any plan. But they stay in their places.
I will stand with you.
General Vasily salutes Sasha.
As will I.
Kovalyov salutes. The remaining officers raise their hands, and I have to fight to keep the smile off my face as I witness the miracle for which we fought so long and hard. Victory has never felt so close. It's both inspiring and utterly terrifying. Dima removes a stack of handwritten papers from his file folder.
I wrote these on my way over. My plan will need revision to account for General Barsukov's exit. I'll look to your expertise to improve the plan. Obviously, we'll want to do the maximum damage to the organizация while minimizing innocent casualties.
He passes the plan to Colonel Volkov. The colonel flips through each page, scanning it. The last page leaves him with a scowl on his face, but he passes it to the next man. By the time the copy reaches Sasha, the generals are all scribbling notes on their whiteboards. When Sasha reaches the last page, he pinches the bridge of his nose. As he passes it to me, he offers my hand a little squeeze under the table. Dima has barely made eye contact tonight, but as Sasha passes the papers to me, he meets my gaze with purpose. I know that look. I'm sorry, he seems to say. Will the death count be higher than I supposed? Or maybe the effects of the bomb are more brutal and cruel than I realized. His look fills me with a heavy lump in my stomach. I open the document, trying to make sense of the diagrams and names. Everyone else has already studied the paper, and their attention is directed toward me. I feel like I'm on display. I'm not a strategist like the rest of them, and I can tell I'm taking too long. Sasha reaches over and turns to the last page, pointing to a list of intended targets who will be in attendance, the list of the dead. I see the name beside his finger, and my cry is so involuntary that I'm only aware of it because I hear it. No! Dmitry Mikhailovich is on the list of the dead. Chapter 50. 50. Sasha reaches under the table and places his hand on my leg. I'm dimly aware of it. I blink and look at the paper, but the letters seem to blur together. As they come back into focus, I search the list, hoping I read it wrong or that my physical and emotional exhaustion made me see things. But there it is again. Dmitry Mikhailovich. I look up at the grave faces, all eyes trained on me, and search for the only one that matters. No, I plead wordlessly with Dima.
It was always going to end like this, and I am proud to sacrifice for my nation.
Dima announces to everyone, but his eyes are trained on me. Now I understand the control and the anguish that lies beneath his expression. It's written so plainly in his eyes. I can't believe I didn't see it sooner. Dima's pain is mine, and mine is his. But surely mine must run deeper. He will live with this fear for another week and will probably die with some regrets. But I will live with his loss for the rest of my life. His onyx eyes plead for forgiveness and even seem to ask for my acceptance. I am too weak to give him any of those things, but I love him too much to make him suffer more. I pass the papers back to Dima, and our fingers brush against each other in the exchange. It takes everything I have not to fall apart and beg him not to do this. Dima pulls out a lighter and sets his suicide plan on fire. I watch the papers burn down to his fingertips and wish that the destruction of the papers would somehow destroy this entire plan. I want to scream that we're making a mistake, that clearly the original plan is the best one. But I don't. Instead, I hold my breath and clench every muscle in my body to keep the tears from making their way to my eyes. I do the only thing I can. I rub my hands together. Yes, Dima, I am with you, even in death. I see him stop breathing for a moment, his chest tight with emotion, before he forces his control back in place.
It's time we vote. Who will support the plan to make our primary target the Organizatsiya?
Sasha asks. All hands go up, including mine. Chapter 51. 51. This strategy meeting is meticulous and will clearly last hours. I've stayed until I can no longer breathe. They speak of raids on council members' homes. I think of Dima. They speak of evacuation plans. I think of Dima. They talk of weapons and death until I just can't listen any longer. The weight of my devotion to Dima and his upcoming demise is so heavy, it's like some unseen hand reached out, grasped my heart, and squeezed until the blood wouldn't reach my brain. Why don't I make some coffee? I think I saw an old pot in the teacher's room, I offer, desperate for an escape. I hurry toward the door. Artyom reaches for my elbow, empathy written in the creases on his forehead. I shake him off and push through the doors. The halls close in on me, each turn of this maze a construct of my personal hell. So this is leadership? Sacrifice, ripping out your own hope to give a future to people you don't even know, choosing the right thing that is still so very wrong. Free from the scrutiny of the generals, I run until I find the exit to what was once a playground and push through the doors, gasping as the cold night air burns through my lungs. My feet crunch through the icy snow, and my breath escapes from my lips in puffs of steam. I walk through the forgotten yard and make my way to the chain-link fence. I cannot escape this reality. There's no freedom for me. I lean my face against the frigid metal, and it stings with icy indifference. I close my eyes and force my thoughts to slow. I thought I could live with not having him, but I cannot live with him being gone, erased from this earth. His void will swallow me. I look up at the stars speckled against the darkness. In all this mass and space lie endless possibilities, so why is this the only option for Dima? Fate? Luck? Karma? They are all against me. The crunch of footsteps behind me gives me a glimmer of hope. Maybe the universe is sending me a new possibility. I desperately need it. I turn, hoping Dima will have some new plan written in his onyx eyes, but I meet the wrong eyes. I turn away, ashamed and ill-prepared to face Artyom. I wait for the 15 meters comment, but he is all out of jokes. Instead, he offers me his arms and draws me in tightly, once again offering a safe space for my anguish. I can't speak. Mere hours ago, his eyes shone with hope and affection as we started a new journey together. Now they are flat, stripped of their playfulness, and I know I am the one who dimmed his light. He thought he was getting a chance, but instead he's comforting me as I grieve for the man who killed his father. He rubs my arms and places his hat on my head.
We can't have you getting sick.
His voice sounds so unlike him, so burdened.
Thank you,
I whisper.
but I need a minute alone.
Alone. It hits me. Is that what I'm doomed for? A lifetime of separation from a critical piece of my soul? I can't be with Artyom, not when I know I'll think of Dima every single day.
Where's the coffee? He offers. I'll go make it.
Don't, I tell him. I can't bear his kindness. My guilt is like a shard of glass pressing its way deeper and deeper into my heart, and each kind gesture pushes through a new layer.
Don't what, Yulia?
His voice is rough, accusatory.
Don't give you my hat, don't make the damn coffee, or don't love you, because it's a little late for all of it.
He turns to walk toward the school, and I have to say something, even though I know it will be all wrong. I owe him something. I'm sorry, Artyom. My voice catches, and the tears start to spill.
I'm sorry too, Yulia. I'm sorry you're going to lose Dmitri.
Artyom softens his anger.
I know he's a big part of who you are, and that will never change. I'm sorry that I'm not him, but I'm not sorry that I'm here for you, and I'm not sorry about the plan. It's the right one.
Anger flares up inside me, its flames licking the sides of my throat as terrible words burn across my tongue. Of course you think it's a good plan, I shout, and an owl hoots in the distance somewhere. You've always hated him. Are you celebrating that you won't have to compete with him? He scowls.
That's not fair, and it's not true.
He's right, and I know it. I can already feel how much I'll regret those words tomorrow. But right now I don't have the time, energy, or desire to make amends. I try to push him aside, but he doesn't budge.
Listen to me.
He grabs my arms, holding me in place.
Do you think I'm enjoying this? I hate seeing you hurt, but it's not about me. And you know what, Yulia? It's not about you either.
I shake loose of his grasp and cross my arms, trying to hold myself together. I look behind him rather than at him. I can't bear to look at him right now, because I know he'll be marked with the wounds I've inflicted. He's trying to be the rock I need, the safe space I crave, but he's not the one I yearn for. Artyom takes my silence as a cue to continue.
They just chose the location. They'll be in a warehouse at the edge of the base, away from the residential areas. They're discussing who to evacuate and who to keep. They could use you in there.
I scoff. Is it so easy to sentence men to their death?
No, but if you want to shape the mission, then stop feeling sorry for yourself and get back in there,
he says harshly. This must be the Artyom that Sasha sees. Reasonable, rational, fair. I want none of it right now. I'm allowed a moment to feel sorry for myself, I growl at him.
You still love him.
He states it as a simple fact, without a trace of accusation or surprise. He suspected all along, and I just confirmed everything. I still can't lift my eyes to meet his face. My gaze falls now to the moonlight sparkling on the snow. Artyom clears his throat.
If you love him, then stop torturing him.
I'm not.
Put on a brave face and tell him you will never forget his courage. Let him take that with him.
Artyom lifts my chin with tender fingers, and when I look up, I see his eyes. They are full of everything I didn't want to see. Even in his emptiness, he is still kind.
It's what I would want if I had your love.
He opens the door and walks back into the school, leaving me shivering with only his hat to keep me warm. Chapter 52. 52. It's 3 a.m., and my back has grown stiff sitting in the metal folding chair. We've nailed down every detail of the plan. Moments before the explosion at the base, the team's position throughout Moscow will move on the council members at their homes, arresting them to stand trial. At the same time, ground forces led by General Chaikov, Colonel General Semyonov, and General Kovalyov will overtake the Kremlin. Colonel General Volkov will lead a ground force to overtake Petergov. General Vasily will ensure that everything is on track at his base. By sunset, Sasha and I will be broadcasting from inside the Kremlin. Each person recites the plan until we can all support the details from memory. Sasha has provided each general with a biezo in case we need to make adjustments, but no written documentation will leave this room. Nothing that leaves a trace will be sent. We will each enact our parts in the shadows until it is time to rise up.
Brothers,
Sasha stands.
Thank you.
His voice is thick with emotion.
We will build a nation where our children's children will be safe. Tonight, we write history. For Novaya Rossiya.
They stand and salute. They begin clapping each other's shoulders and shaking hands. Thank you for your service and support. I feel like an antique toy with a pull string, only able to repeat one message over and over again as I shake hands and offer my parting message with each general and colonel. How can I focus on this moment when my thoughts circle and swirl around one moment that is rushing toward me like a storm ready to destroy me completely? My thanks feel as lifeless as a rag doll. I can't take my eyes off Dima. Everyone in the room gives him an extra moment, whispering in his ear. What do they tell him? How to be brave at the end? Thank you for your sacrifice? I hate the words I can't even hear. It all feels so unfair, and yet so devastatingly necessary. Colonel Volkov pats my hand.
Novaya Rossiya has never been an easy place, but when you've given everything you have, she has a way of paying you back. I believe we'll see freedom at the end of this, thanks to Dmitri's sacrifice.
I nod and catch my breath as Sasha and Dima reach the doors. They grasp each other in their final goodbye.
My brother,
Sasha pats his back.
I wish there was some way I could repay you. Win and do better. That's the only repayment I need.
Dima's conviction rings through the emptying room. Sasha gives him a final slap on the back and returns to me. He whispers in my ear,
I'm sorry I have to rush this, but we need to be on the road in a few minutes.
He looks back over his shoulder.
Don't leave him with any regrets.
He pulls me in for a side hug and then motions for Artyom to follow him. Artyom doesn't look up as he and Sasha exit down the hall. Dima's eyes are pinched, and he glances first at me and then around the room, uncertain for once in his life. I can't help but wonder at how he can so confidently volunteer for a suicide mission and then not know where to look to say goodbye. I'm no good either. I don't have words for this. Mama prepared me for which forks to use, what dresses to wear for an afternoon tea, and even what to say to someone in need. But she did not tell me how to bury the love of my life. I suspect I could turn and walk away and he wouldn't call after me. If he walked away, I'd respect his decision too, even though I desperately want more. But I would regret that for the rest of my life. One of us has to do something. Sasha's a fool. I can't leave him without regrets. Even now, I can see the regrets etched in his features. But I can leave him with as few regrets as possible. He is my heart and soul, and he will always be a part of me. He helped make me who I am. If this is the last moment I get with him, I will fill it with love. I owe him that much honesty. I move toward him, my resolve building with each step. He shifts his weight as I approach, putting his hands in his pockets. I take the lead, wrapping my arms around his neck and drawing his cheek to mine. I breathe him in, filling my lungs with his being. He places his hand tentatively on my waist, but I refuse to be pushed away again. Give me these last moments. I rub my hands across his whiskers and force a smile even as my eyes begin to burn.
I wish I had a lifetime to give you.
Dima lifts a hand to my cheek and strokes it with his thumb.
I was a selfish ass, and I'm so sorry. I knew my fate and never should have put you in this position. If I had loved you a little less, maybe I could have pretended more. You deserved better.
He closes his eyes, pressing his forehead against mine. He wraps his arms around me and draws my body tightly against his. I will never regret that time, I whisper. Don't you dare regret it either. He pulls me tighter and takes long, deep breaths like he's willing time to slow. Are you scared?
Terrified.
His voice cracks. I stroke the back of his neck, trying to soothe his nightmares away. My soul belongs to yours and always will. I kiss his cheek, holding on as though this embrace can hold him in this realm.
Don't bind your soul to mine. I want you to be happy and free to love and laugh. It brings me peace to think about it.
I'll try. I look up at him and say the words we both need to hear. I don't know how, but I promise to try. I want it to be true, but it feels like a lie. I can barely see past these minutes, much less years into the future. Dima closes his eyes and nods. He looks lighter, like I just removed a heavy load he'd been carrying for a long, long time. I love you, I whisper.
I love you too. I wish there were a stronger word. Love isn't adequate for everything you are to me.
I wish we had more time. I hate that his last few days will be spent in lonely preparation. But even knowing the sad ending, I'd read this story again and again. He places his hand over my heart.
I was fighting for your heart. I was trying to protect it. But once again, I fear I failed.
He presses his fingers into his eyes, losing his strength to the weight of this goodbye. I wipe his tears and press my lips against his cheeks, both wanting and fearing more. His soft stubble tickles my lips and pulls me deeper and deeper into Dima's aura. I breathe harder as I drown in his being. I ache to kiss him, but fear that it will make this moment even more unbearable. The regrets start to crash over me, one wave after another. I think of all the things we will miss, all the experiences we won't share. But one stands out as I hold his tears on my fingertips. I'll regret not feeling his weight on top of me, his body awakening mine, our flesh melting together with the heat of our love. I am being robbed of everything I wanted, and I fight back without thought of consequence. I press my lips to his, greedy to live a lifetime of intimacy in this one breathless moment. He welcomes me in, surrendering everything he has. Our mouths move in unison. His hands clamor for me, pressing me so tightly it's almost painful, but I still want more. Nothing in this life will ever fill that need.
It's time.
Artyom's voice cuts through us like a knife. It's full of pain, but it's nothing compared to mine. I try to shout at him, but a great sob tears through my chest. Dima kisses my cheek, panting.
I love you.
I steal more kisses even though I know they don't belong to me anymore, but I can't stop. As soon as I do, it's over, and Dima is gone forever.
Yulia, we have to go.
Artyom grasps my elbow. No, I can't breathe. Dima presses his little leather pouch into my hands and kisses them.
Take care of her, please.
he croaks and presses me into Artyom's arms.
I want her to be happy. I mean that. I promise.
What agony it must cost Artyom to say it, but he is loyal even when I deserve nothing.
We won't forget your sacrifice,
Artyom tells Dima. When Dima's fingers slip from mine, I lose my strength and collapse into Artyom. He hugs me tightly, but it does nothing to shield me from this ache. Artyom supports me as he guides me away. Before we turn the corner, I look back for one final glimpse. Dima is crumpled against the wall, fists pressed into his eyes, the picture of a broken man. The heart goes first, then the body. Soon he will be nothing. And where will that leave me? Chapter 53. 53. Moscow. We've set up our operations at the wooden palace of Tsar Alexei Mikhailovich at Kolomenskoye. Originally built in the 17th century, it was an impressive compound made up of 26 interconnected buildings that later served as a national museum. When it fell outside the Nyuzhny line, the government left it to rot. The once bright green shingles have faded. Intricate wood patterns are disrupted by missing pieces eaten away by weather and creatures. But it's big enough to house our team. It was never connected to the Peredacha, and it is close enough that we can move on the Kremlin as soon as we're given the all-clear. It's fitting to be starting our revolution here, a symbol of old Rossiya's former greatness. Discarded and forgotten, yet full of hidden potential, just like the people we hope will stand with us. The generals send us a military unit to assist in our operation today. In the command center, we have a mixture of Mieczyszniki and military. Fyodor Nikolovich was sent by General Vasily to head the operation here. He's young, but capable. 10 of his men are stationed in the command center, and another 50 are stationed outside and around the grounds. Vasily wanted to send more, but the other generals were concerned that too much military presence would draw unwanted attention, and they wanted more troops outside of St. Petersburg to move on Petergov. So we are a small band of about 80. The command center is located in what was once the throne room. The government stripped anything of monetary or historical value from the premises, and the remaining scraps were stolen by the poor and traded for food. The only thing we found remaining was an old picture of our family, taken right before the palace was closed as a national monument. Papa holds Sasha's hand, and I am a bundle in my mother's arms. Predateli was painted over it in red paint. Traitors. It's telling that our family portrait is so unpopular that no one even bothered to steal the frame and trade it for a piece of stale bread. The monument to our crimes feels like it was left as a reminder. Sasha, Nina, Artyom, Gosha, Lev, and I are in the command center with 5 of Artyom's best men. He has another 10 placed in the halls, guarding the command center. The other half of the assembly are stationed outside of the city. For strategic protection, Sasha didn't want all of us in one location. He said that if something goes wrong, we would be like sitting ducks. Smaller teams of Mieczyszniki are positioned throughout the city as part of the mission to arrest the government officials. I had to fight for my spot here today. Sasha wanted me tucked away with Larissa and Anton, the backup team, but I argued for my spot, laying out all of the reasons I deserved to be here. In the end, Gosha insisted he needed me, since he and I have experience running mission surveillance together. Neither of us mentioned that the last time I ran surveillance, I almost got us all killed when I didn't recognize that his brother was using a prism to project a false feed. But I think Gosha knows I need to be here because I need to be with Dima in his last moments. Sasha spent the week in daily communications through the Biezo with Dima and the other generals. But we have agreed that for 24 hours, there will be no calls or conferences, no extra long trips to the bathroom to disguise conversations, no divergence from normal routines. If anyone is watching, they will have nothing to see. We can see each of them working in their offices, and, true to plan, everything looks like an ordinary day. I chose not to communicate with Dima. I suspect another goodbye would destroy us both, and I want him to be able to focus. Even though I hate his end, I want it to be successful. I listened when I could and tracked his progress, supporting him from afar. I have a need that borders on compulsion to be with him when he goes. I know it doesn't make any sense. Sasha and Zhenya both tried to talk me out of it. He'd die just as well without me in this room. But I can't abandon him in his last hours. It's the last act of love I get to show him. If he were here, I would hold his hand until his soul departed his body. So today I will watch and pray for him, holding him up with my devotion. Gosha has me watching monitors next to him. There are too many monitors for me to manage by myself, so I have 3 lieutenants working on my team, watching alongside me and giving me updates and reports. There are several different screens monitoring the activities around the base. I'm grateful to see the school assembly. It brought out all of the children and many of the parents to the school, which is on the opposite side of the base from the blast zone. Mostly I've allowed the soldiers to watch the base. My focus is primarily on the 2 most critical screens. On one screen, I've watched and cataloged each Organizatsaya family as they showed up with their delegation. Gosha knew most of the people by name. We used facial recognition software to identify the ones he didn't know. It's a room full of the most dangerous men in the country, maybe even the world. When Andrei Stepanovich arrived, something hungry roared inside me. I've never wanted a man's blood as much as I lust for his. Dima's movement catches my eye on the other monitor. He's been methodical in his preparation this morning, completing every mundane task with care. I wonder what goes through his mind as he brushes his teeth for the last time. He is pale and more fidgety than normal, but no one can deny his courage. There are no tears, no trembling hands, no moments of weakness. The only thing to distinguish this from any other normal day is the amount of time he spends looking at his photos, one of his parents and one of me. I place one hand in my pocket and run it over Dima's leather pouch for comfort and luck. I need both today. The pouch contained his mother's actual ring, and I've been wearing it ever since, but today it is tucked back in the pouch with the old ring that Gosha returned to me after disabling the tracking device on the Suba. Sasha hasn't dared say anything about it. His Dima-induced scowl is gone for now, but he's keeping a close eye on me. The timeline is tight. General Vasily is at the base, attempting to position as many men and women as possible outside of the blast radius without drawing suspicion. We have a screen dedicated to him, and my heart pangs with each decision he has to make. He calls a group to repair machinery, and I celebrate their safety. Another is ordered to run drills in the blast zone, and I pray for families that don't even know of their loss yet. The more the clock winds down, the more I see the light drain out of him. This sacrifice is taking its toll. 20 minutes. Start the final check-ins, Nina announces. Sasha stands beside me and squeezes my shoulder. He leans down and whispers in my ear, "No one will blame you if you don't want to witness this."
I'm not leaving Dima to die alone.
My voice feels foreign, tormented. I take a deep breath, knowing I must remain in control. I place my hand on Sasha's and give it a little squeeze. I nod, dismissing him to return to his post. The needs of the mission take precedence over mine.
Polkovnik Fyodor Nikolaevich, are your men in place?
Sasha asks, leaving me to attend his duties.
Beginning checks,
Gosha announces to the room. One by one, he gets confirmation from each of the teams who are hidden in basements and boiler rooms throughout Moscow. Artyom is in conversation with Sasha and the polkovnik. He catches my eye, and I look away, not wanting to be caught staring in his direction. He finishes his conversation and takes a seat beside me. He has none of his usual effervescence. This mission is heavy on all of us, but I know I've made it worse for him. I've clearly wounded his pride, but I worry about how deeply I may have damaged his heart. He's been avoiding me all week, or maybe I've been avoiding him. It's hard to say. I'm the one who should be ashamed, and eventually I'll have to tell him so. Under different circumstances, I'm certain I could be happy with him, and maybe someday, if we survive and he can forgive me, we will be. But not now. Not when my heart is shattered into a million Dima-shaped pieces. I don't know how long it will take to forge myself back together, and I will not ask him to wait for me. Most of all, I miss his friendship. I've never been more scared, uncertain, and alone, and I wish I could once again borrow his strength. Please don't tell me to leave, I whisper, not taking my eyes off the screen.
Why are you doing this to yourself? He asks quietly.
Because I have to see him through to the end. I owe him that much. He laughs humorlessly.
I don't think either of us knows when to let go.
I take my eyes off of Dima for a moment because I owe it to Artyom. I don't want to hurt him any more than I already have. I'm so sorry. I have so much to apologize for, and I will, just not today.
I'm sorry too.
This is where he'd usually wrap his arms around me and draw me in, but he's stiff and unsure. Even though I know I deserve it, his coolness and hesitation sting. You don't have anything to be sorry for. I pat his hand, a flimsy attempt to restore our former friendship.
I think I always knew you weren't ready, but I pushed you anyway. Then I threw your feelings back at you and made you feel worse during a terrible time. What I did wasn't right, and you deserved more from me.
Oh, how those words twist the shards of my heart and dig into my guilty conscience. I want to wrap my arms around him and tell him how wonderful he is, but I won't. It doesn't seem fair to tell him that I want to love him, or that even now I crave the comfort of his arms while I witness a death that will surely destroy me. You're a better man than I deserve. I squeeze his hand and then put my shaking hand back in my lap.
Artyom sighs. Sometimes I hate being a good man.
He places his strong hand over my trembling ones and wraps his arm around me. I close my eyes and release a slow, ragged breath. A single tear escapes my eye. Artyom kisses me on the forehead and whispers in my ear,
"Look around you and breathe it all in. You made this happen. You're strong enough for now. And later, when you fall apart, you have people to catch you."
I nod, overcome with a new wave of gratitude for this wonderful man. I take a few deep breaths and refocus my monitors. Artyom stands behind me and squeezes my shoulders, reminding me I'm not alone. I could learn a lot from him about forgiveness. General Vasily knocks on Dima's door on one screen. Dima answers it on another.
"It's time,"
he informs Dima, an executioner arriving to take the prisoner to the gallows. Dima places his biezo in his pocket. Vasily pats Dima on the back.
"You're a very brave man. We're all with you to the end."
Dima does not respond to the general's praise.
"Let's move,"
he says. We watch them exit the barracks and climb into the vehicle waiting for them. They drive through the streets, and I watch men and women going about their business. When they cross the invisible line into the blast zone, the streets look more empty than usual, and it gives me a degree of peace.
"Would you like me to walk you in?"
Vasily offers kindly, but Dima shakes his head. The general pats him on the back and nods. They fall into silence. Their driver lurches to a stop as a child runs across the road, pursuing a rogue ball. Dima looks at the colonel, a question on his face.
"That boy should be in school."
The colonel sits up straighter, concern crossing his features. The boy's mother runs out of her house, chasing after him. She is yelling something. "Turn up the sound," I tell Gosha. "What is she saying?" He amplifies the audio until we can hear a rough cut of her voice behind the motor. "I'm sorry, I turned my back for a minute. I told him to stay inside." Sasha moves toward Gosha, and I join them. "That was weird, right?" I whisper to them, not wanting to cause any alarm.
"Yes. Yulia, watch for Dima's reaction. Gosha, find me anything amiss."
Gosha's face bears the tension of so many lives depending on him. The polkovnik joins us.
"He must have stayed home sick from school,"
he offers with a shrug that looks a little too dismissive.
"All the same," Sasha says coolly, "we need to run extra checks to make sure everything is on track. I'm going to pull the Paradacha footage inside the buildings, report anything that seems unusual.
Gosha orders my surveillance team. They look toward the polkovnik rather than at Gosha for confirmation, and something doesn't feel right. Dima's face is unreadable, but he rubs his hand against the back of his neck as he says,
"You'd better call in one last check to make sure everyone is where they should be."
He's giving me a message. He's concerned, I whisper to Sasha and Gosha, suddenly aware of how many ears are listening that are not Mieczyszniki.
"I'm in."
Gosha moves his fingers over the keyboard, but instead of showing us living rooms, office buildings, and storage facilities, the screens pull up black.
"What the hell is this?"
Gosha demands to the polkovnik.
"I don't know. It must be a malfunction,"
he says, sweat beading on his upper lip.
"It's a block, and a good one."
Gosha grabs a fist of the man's uniform, and the tensions rise to a boiling point in the room.
"What are you hiding?" "Everyone calm down,"
Sasha orders, and Artyom steps menacingly toward Gosha and the polkovnik.
"This is an intense day, but we're on the same team. Let's give each other some space. Back to your post, polkovnik."
Artyom sends the man back to his station, clearing a little room for us to communicate.
"Let's check in with every other team," Sasha announces. "Yulia, Gosha, look for anything else on site that would signal we need to adjust our plans. Right now, we have many things on track and one that is not. Stay calm. Stay the course."
"What do I look for?" I whisper to Gosha as he adjusts his monitors to show different angles of the warehouse.
"It could be a prism,"
he mumbles. I continue scanning. There's been no repeating actions, and the team has had sound the entire time, I report.
"Yes, but I'm not concerned about this being pre-recorded. I'm concerned that they are all together in a different location."
"You think Dima is walking into a trap?" I barely breathe the words.
"I suspect all of us have already entered one. Look at the edges for anything in these feeds that look different from Dima's, any distortions or inaccuracies."
"Sasha," I hiss, "we have to do something."
"We have to act like everything is fine and get out of here alive."
He keeps his face calm, barely breathing the words, but the vein in his temple throbs angrily. Sasha commands the soldiers.
"Let's do one more round of monitoring on each of our targets, just for safe measure,"
he says, like a father who is searching under the bed for monsters just to make his child feel more secure.
"I'm buying you some time,"
he whispers to Gosha and me.
"Clear, clear, clear."
The soldiers chime in with their rich voices, each one making me feel more danger, not less.
"Help me watch for any gaps in movements or distortion of shapes, especially around the perimeters of the room. Sometimes the prisms aren't strong enough to catch the corners,"
Gosha says. "Should we let Dima know?" I whisper, frantically scanning the screen and looking for anything out of the ordinary.
"He knows,"
Sasha mumbles.
"It's time to prepare for the strike,"
Polkovnik Nikolovich announces so calmly it creates a stark juxtaposition to his jittery men. Their eyes dart nervously around the room, while his stays still and smooth. If it weren't for his perspiration, I would think he was preparing for a walk to the market.
"Not yet."
Sasha forces himself to stay calm.
"We still have 5 minutes left. Everything must be exactly on schedule."
I point to the monitor wordlessly. Dima just passed a little pile of trash, remnants of some soldier's lunch. It would be completely insignificant, except for the fact that it was not on the other camera angles. Sasha and Gosha share a meaningful look.
"The plan?"
Gosha whispers, his jaw clenched in rage. Sasha's eyes move rapidly as he thinks through his options. I have the faintest thread of an idea, but no time to weave it into anything substantial.
"I need to say goodbye,"
I sob, hoping I gave it just the right amount of drama. Almost everyone in the room looks at me like I'm insane, but not Sasha or Gosha.
"Of course,"
Gosha answers. Sasha nods to Artyom, who positions himself subtly behind the polkovnik.
"You'll live, Yulia,"
Gosha tells me.
"Dima, my love."
The words tumble out of me in my frantic need to save him from this trap.
"Goodbye. When today ends, the birds will never sing for me again."
He stiffens on the screen, as does every member of the Mieczyszniki. They scarcely breathe as they survey their surroundings.
"Now,"
Sasha yells, pulling me to the ground. Gunshots and screams rip through the air. Bullets whiz above our heads as the combined weight of Sasha and Gosha on top of me squeezes the air from my lungs. A soldier charges toward us, and Gosha fires. The man falls inches from me, his blood splattering on my face. His eyes still carry his determination, even in death. Minutes feel like hours as I am keenly aware of every single heartbeat, every breath, every pulse of fear through my body. When the gunfire ends, Gosha slowly moves.
Stay down,
he orders. We're clear, Artyom pants. Sasha pulls me to my feet, and we survey the damage. Blood pools around fallen men, both Mieczyszniki and soldier. Nina is crouched over her brother, trying to staunch the blood from his wound, but the puddle is too big. My lunch swirls in my stomach, and I feel the world sway around me. I fight against the urge to be sick. Artyom has the polkovnik propped up in the corner. He's wounded and barely breathing. Gosha and I run to the monitors. General Vasily and his driver are both dead, and Dima is racing toward the warehouse, yelling for everyone to evacuate.
"Chort!"
Gosha yells.
"Who entered the launch code?"
The screen flashes with a 15-minute warning.
"Strength and compassion,"
the polkovnik chokes as blood bubbles on his lips. Artyom places a gun against his temple and pulls the trigger. He falls to the ground, the damage already done. The battle hasn't even started, and already we're losing. Chapter 54. 54.
"Call it off," Sasha shouts. "All of it."
Gosha types furiously across his keyboard.
"Secure the room,"
Artyom tells his remaining men. Only 2 remain from the command center, plus the 10 that were stationed in the halls. 12 against 50, Nina cries out.
"No," Sasha barks. "They're probably sending hundreds more."
I cannot think about those odds. There's no time.
"Abort mission!"
Gosha shouts into the Biezo, but it's too late. The serene scenes of council members' homes remain the same, but the audio tells a very different story. I watch the Minister of Agriculture eat dinner with his family as I hear soldiers scream and guns explode.
"Chort!"
Gosha bangs his fist on the table.
"They were supposed to go in when the launch code activated. That was the cue."
And now they are all lost, walking into their missions like lambs to the slaughter. For a moment we are all silent as the reality of our situation settles into the blackness of our brains. My thoughts are slow, like they're moving through a muddy river. Currents flow too quickly around me, threatening to carry me into complete despair, but I cling to the banks and trudge through that thick, slow mud, trying desperately to keep up.
13 minutes! Dmitri, get out!
Gosha yells into the monitor.
"Find me the nearest bunker. Sound the evacuation alarm,"
Dima orders.
"We need surveillance here. What's happening outside?"
Sasha demands. I can see Gosha starting to shut down amidst the chaos. I move next to him. "Pull up the monitors here. I'll give the reports. Then you can search for bunkers and sound the alarm." His fingers move furiously across the keyboard, and suddenly a set of monitors shows me every angle outside the compound. I don't know what I expected to see, but my blood runs cold. No one has moved at all outside. They stand like sentries, and I realize they were never here to protect us. They are our captors. "No activity outside," I announce.
"Alarm has been sounded,"
Gosha growls and pulls back up the footage from the base. We see people flooding into the streets, trying to rush out of the blast zone. Dima crouches beside the warehouse door, his gun at the ready. Gosha looks at the timer and speaks through the Biezo.
"You have 11 minutes to get out of the blast zone." "I'm checking the interior."
Dima kicks open the door, holding his gun at the ready.
"Chort!"
he screams. Men with hoods on their heads are tied to chairs. Dima runs to the closest one and pulls off a hood, and we see Father Abram's terrified face. Then Colonel Volkov, General Chaikov, Colonel General Semyonov, and General Kovalyov. My heart sinks. We've lost the military. There's no help coming. No hope at the end of this bleak tunnel. We are completely alone.
"Do any of them have their Biezos?"
Gosha screams, half crazed. Dima pulls a gag out of Volkov's mouth.
"The Biezos are all compromised,"
Volkov chokes. Gosha gasps, shocked by his failure.
Get Sasha and Yulia out of the country,
Dima yells as he cuts through the ropes binding the captive men. Gosha pounds his fist on the table.
The traitor Vasily probably handed his biezo to the Organizatsaya. They've been monitoring us all along.
Dima cuts the last general free.
The nearest shelter is in the ammunition building outside the blast zone.
Gosha tells him the devastating news.
You have 8 minutes. God save you.
Dima passes a knife to Volkov, and together they work to free the others. They run from the building, Dima the only one with a weapon in hand. There are 5 minutes until the blast, and they can't possibly get away, especially not when the streets are still crowded with evacuees. It looks like Vasily ordered extra men, women, and children into the area. I cannot fathom that level of treachery. It smells of my father and tastes like Andrei Stepanovich. Gosha turns off the monitors so we don't have to see the carnage. Sasha's face is white as a ghost, but steely with resolve as he turns to face the remaining members of the Mieczhniki. Nina sobs in the corner as she clasps Lev's body against her. I nod to Artyom, and together we pull her away. I wrap my arms around her and pull her tightly against my chest, knowing exactly how it feels to lose a brother. All around us are failure and death. Soldiers and Mieczhniki are either dead or so close you can't tell the difference.
We're outnumbered. We'll fight our way out and run. We'll send a message to all the Mieczhniki to go into hiding.
Sasha's face twists in disgust over his words. He doesn't have to say the rest. Going back underground means decades of rebuilding until we're ready to try again. Zelia, Yelena, and Julia will be forced to use their new documents and will probably never reunite with Sasha. Even if we survive this, we've lost everything. I can't afford to let my heart break now. We have to fight and save as many lives as we can. Sasha is already assigning evacuation teams, while Gosha scans cameras and taps through floor plans of the building, looking for an escape route.
The soldiers are guarding the doors to this building and the hallways out of it. If we can get to another building, we have a chance, he says.
A sliver of hope makes its way into the room. There are 25 other buildings without a horde of guards. If we can get to one of them, maybe we'll make it.
Let's do it then,
Sasha lowers his voice.
We'll take a small group out to make sure it's safe.
He avoids looking at the bodies of those who gave their lives for our cause. The loss feels so wrong, and now we'll have to leave the few remaining here to save ourselves. Bile stings in my throat. This all feels wrong. Gosha snaps his fingers to get our attention, but we're already seeing it. Every screen is illuminated with the Verkhovny Gosudar's seal. I grab Sasha's hand as our father's face fills the room, taunting us in our failure. He's thinner than the last time I saw him, but for someone close to death's door, he looks surprisingly triumphant in his best suit with his perfectly placed hair. His gray eyes gleam with bloodlust. He has clearly played us, making us believe he was so close to death he needed Dima to take over. Instead, he rooted out his enemies, got us to show our hand, and then decimated every one of our plans.
My beloved people, today is a great and terrible day in our nation. Last week, with the help of one of our military heroes...
Colonel Volkov's face flashes across the screen.
Can you stop the broadcast?
I ask Gosha. He types furiously on the keyboard. If my father's lies infiltrate every home in the country, our cause will be irreparably damaged.
I uncovered a plot for a military coup, hatched by an impostor who claims to be my deceased son. Rest assured, the plot has been foiled.
I cover my mouth with my hands. The Verkhovny Gosudar has declared Sasha a fraud. If the people buy this story, Sasha cannot gain the support he needs, and we really will be finished. My last, tiniest thread of hope threatens to snap.
Not since the days of Catherine the Great has such an impostor tried to usurp power through manipulation and deception. You, the people of Novaya Russia, will not be swayed by false claims. In minutes, this man and his associates will be apprehended. I will personally handle his punishment. All who associate with him will pay dearly for their treachery.
I've almost got it,
Gosha says.
It's a mandatory broadcast through the Paradacha. Bring me the biezo.
I beat Sasha to it and shove the biezo into Gosha's hands. My father continues delivering his prepared remarks.
These people are dangerous. As we speak, I am informed of an attack on the 41st Regiment in Novosibirsk. Hundreds of thousands of members of our military family live and work on that base.
Burning rubble and flames fill the screen, followed by images of families running from the smoke-filled wreckage. A woman screams as she shakes the lifeless body of her toddler. The screen goes blank. Gosha lifts his hands from the keyboard like a concert pianist as the final notes fade. Everyone stands in stunned silence, and in the moment of calm, my brain analyzes our situation, and I know what I have to do. "Get a camera live for me," I order.
We have to leave.
Sasha grabs my arm, and I fight to shake it loose.
He's already taken everything. We have to survive now.
I will not hide in some cave for 20 more years while waiting for another opportunity. This country will not survive. I smooth my short hair into place and take a deep breath as Gosha places the biezo on a table and angles the camera toward me.
Tell me when,
he says. Sasha lets go of me and steps behind the camera.
Make sure she stays live,
he tells Gosha, who returns to his keyboard. Now, I say. Sasha pushes the button and points at me, telling me to begin. He looks up at the ceiling, as if in prayer. Citizens of Novaya Rossiya and friends of this nation, my name is Yulia Bituskaya, and I am speaking out against the lies and deceit of my father and this government. He murdered my mother in cold blood. He tried to murder my brother. He would kill me now, given the chance. He is no father, and he is no leader. For years, he has let you starve, taken away your jobs, sold your children, and pumped our streets with drugs. I've heard the cries of our people, and I'm not the only one. You have many advocates, and today they have risked everything to free you from tyranny. Many have already sacrificed their lives. My brother and I promise free elections. We promise a government that will not turn a blind eye to the criminals that hold you hostage with their cyber attacks. Father, you may have won today's battle, but you'll lose this war. You might succeed in silencing individuals. You might manage to kill me. But the people will not be ignored. Like a snowball rolling down the mountain, we'll gather allies and support. Alexander Bituskaya is the head of this rebellion. He fled my father to escape death and continue his fight for you. He has spent the past decade preparing to free you from the corruption our father not only turns a blind eye to, but also participates in. Alexander and I will fight for you as long as we have air in our lungs. I pull Sasha into the shot with me. Join us. Don't believe the lie that you have no control. They fear you. They fear your numbers. Look around, and you'll see how many more of you there are than them. The screen goes black.
They've blocked you,
Gosha announces.
And there's movement outside.
Grab the Biezo mainframe, leave the portable, and run, I command them. Chapter 55. 55.
Hurry!
Artyom pushes us out of the room. Gunshots boom in the distance as the last of our men trade the remaining moments of their lives to buy us a few more. I can't imagine they will last long. My mind fights for something to grasp onto, some winning outcome, an unseen exit, a rewind button that would make this entire operation disappear. But I can't find anything to latch onto, and my thoughts dip back into a dark and scary place. Fortunately, my legs seem to move of their own accord, drawing strength from a primal need to live. We make our way through the hall and into the next building. The gunfire gets softer in the distance, and I can't tell if it is fading because we are getting farther away, or if it's because there's no one left to press the trigger. In here, I command. We move into an empty room, probably once a bedchamber. Bar the door, I gasp.
We need to keep running,
Sasha says frantically. No, I hiss. We can't outrun this. We'll fight with everything we have, and if we die, so be it.
There's no one left to fight but us.
Sasha grabs my wrist, trying to pull me back into the hall. But Artyom steps forward, blocking him. Sasha's eyes widen with shock before his expression fades into a grimace.
I order you to move,
Sasha's face turns the color of pickled beets as he pushes back against Artyom. Sasha, just listen, please. I think this might work. I step between them. Gosha, detonate the piezo in the command center. It will make it look like we killed ourselves rather than be captured. It will draw all the attention there. Sasha nods, the blood still pulsing in his face.
Do it.
I take a deep breath, relieved that he is with me, at least for now. Gosha opens his case and pulls out his mainframe once again.
First, I need to disconnect all of the other piezos. I'm not sure if they figured out how to use them to spy on us. It might not have mattered since we were giving out so much information this week. Maybe they just sat back fat and lazy while they listened to us planning our own demise.
Don't disconnect, detonate, I tell him. If I were Vladimir or Andrei and I got my hands on the piezo, I'd take it straight to my top men to analyze and figure it out. They're either with the Organizatsiya right now or they're in the intelligence office. Either way, Daniil is hungry for a piece of them.
Daniil's devil.
Artyom gives a mirthless laugh. Gosha's fingers move across his keyboard like an artist's brush against a canvas, creating combinations none of us can possibly understand. But we stand back waiting to admire his destruction.
It's done,
he announces. Next, the command center, then we run, I command. Then what? Nina asks, her voice shaky as she fights to pull back the last of her tears and lock them away in her cage of control. She doesn't mention Lev. He deserved a better funeral than this. Then we fight our way out and regroup to fight some more. I don't sugarcoat it. We are in a bad spot, and I won't pretend otherwise.
Go!
Gosha gasps as he presses the last button, closes up his case, and joins us in our desperate escape. We only make it a few feet before the air around us erupts with the sound of the explosion, and the ground rumbles beneath our feet.
It's not as big as I thought it would be,
Artyom huffs.
Well, we had to carry it around in our pockets. What did you expect?
Gosha quips.
It was big enough, Sasha huffs. Shut up and run.
Nina struggles to keep up. She doesn't have my long legs or Artyom's raw power. The rest of us slow as she starts to lag behind. Don't, she shoves me. I'll catch up. Go as fast and far as you can.
No.
Artyom bends down. Nina climbs on his back with a grateful sob, and we all push forward as fast as we can. We reach the far end of the complex and collapse into another empty room covered in a thick layer of dust. Gosha closes the door behind us, and each of us gasps for air. With each breath, I feel a stabbing pain in my side, death's reminder that each breath is borrowed from him. He is close. Artyom stumbles toward the window, peering down to get a visual at the ground below us. We are on the second story at the south end of the building. It should offer a decent vantage point for the rest of the grounds.
There's a lot of movement out there, but all of it is directed toward the throne room,
he huffs.
Good, Sasha says. How deep do you think the snow is? Deep. Maybe 2 meters, he guesses.
Enough to break our fall, Nina answers. Artyom and I will jump and steal a car. Just stay alive until we get back. No one mentions what we'll do if they don't make it back, but I wrap her in my arms, saying my silent goodbye. Then I lean up and kiss Artyom on his cheek. See you soon. Gosha perches by the window with the semi-automatic rifle to offer them cover as they jump. Sasha kneels down, his weapon trained on the door, and I slump against the wall, the horror of our situation pressing so heavy against me that I feel my legs collapse under the weight.
Use a silencer.
Gosha pulls a smaller gun from his waist and tosses it to Sasha.
Foot patrols will be here soon, and we don't want to let everyone know where we are.
So killing more quietly is our best option. I close my eyes tight and try to see what comes next. My quick thinking did nothing more than give us a few minutes. It was a delay when we desperately needed deliverance. We're nowhere near escape. Now what? This morning we woke up with a plan, with hope. Now we have nothing.
More troops are arriving,
Gosha tells us. Neither of us responds.
Chort, I just saw a tank.
Do you have to tell us everything? I say as my heart rate spikes with panic.
Yes, Sasha says gently. He does. Take a minute, Yulia, just breathe.
He reminds me of my mother urging me to calm down when I got too emotional. A wave of gratitude washes over me, knowing that I don't have to do this alone. Gratitude that I have my brother by my side to be calm when I am not. Gratitude for Gosha, who can figure out puzzles I can't. Gratitude for Nina and Artyom, who would jump from windows to give us a chance to escape. After so many years spent in loneliness, dying amongst friends doesn't seem so bad. I draw from each of their strengths. I won't be the weak link in this team. They need me to be strong. I dig deep into the crevices of my conviction, looking in empty corners for a remnant of strength. I close my eyes and remind myself of all the reasons why we must succeed. My family, my people, my promises. And when I feel an ounce of courage, I force it to spread to each of my limbs. I will be like steel. I will be hard and unbreakable. I take a steadying breath and open my eyes. Sasha brings his fingers to his lips, and we all slip into silence. Then I hear it too, doors opening and closing in the distance. I take my position beside Sasha.
Only as a backup,
Sasha whispers, looking at my too-loud weapon that would give us away in an instant. The sound of doors opening and closing gets more pronounced. They're getting closer. I feel like a cornered animal, waiting for an oncoming attack. I will strike.
They're out of my range,
Gosha whispers, leaving his position by the window.
Yulia, watch for their return.
I replace him, but can't keep my eyes from darting toward the door. Whoever is searching can't be more than a few rooms away, and I can't imagine Nina and Artyom will be back in time.
Left side,
Sasha orders Gosha in a barely audible whisper.
There might be more than one. I'll shoot the first, you tackle the second, and I'll get the door. If there's more than two,
Gosha asks.
Kill as many as you can before you jump.
Sasha barely breathes. I turn my weapon toward the door and wait, watching for the twist of a metal handle that will surely end a life. The only question is, whose will it be? Boots thud heavy against the wooden floors, and my heart thuds along with them. The door slides open, and before the soldier even has time to utter a cry for backup, Sasha shoots him between the eyes. Gosha catches his body, pulling him into the room and closing the door. His face is frozen in surprise, and I can't help but wonder what his final thoughts were. I don't want to look at him, but I can't help it. He's so young, barely even a man. Perhaps he leaves behind a mother or sisters who will mourn him. We are killing our own people, because it's them or us. It all sounds so much like my father's reasoning. How long before they notice he's gone? My voice quakes, but there's not even time for anyone to answer before we hear a muffled shout. We look between each other, confused. The sound is coming from inside our room. I scan the room, frantic to find the source and silence it.
The Suba!
Gosha hisses. It's far too loud. I grasp for the pouch and pull out the ring. Dima is shouting, and explosions ring all around him, but he's alive and fighting.
On the run with the generals. Get out of the city. I'll find you.
Dima promises, and my heart expands. Knowing they are all alive fills me with hope and purpose. It's the boost I needed.
Drop it before it melts in your hand,
Gosha gives a harsh whisper. The ring begins to steam and hiss as the metal heats until it can no longer hold its form.
What are the chances no one heard that?
Sasha whispers. The sound of distant boots echoes through the hall, like a thunderstorm rolling in over the ocean.
Gosha whispers, You two jump and run. I'll guard the window and draw as much fire as I can.
No! I grab his hand and he shakes it loose.
One of you needs to make it,
he whispers. You know we can't win this without you, I hiss.
I'll do it.
Sasha stands, squaring his shoulders. His blue eyes are icy with determination, and it sends a chill down my spine. We need you too. I pull at his arm.
We need Gosha. We need one Bituskaya, and I'm not sure it's me the people need. I haven't been sure for a long time.
He pulls my head against his chest in a quick goodbye before pressing me into Gosha's arms and positioning himself next to the windowsill. I stifle the sob tearing through my chest.
Now!
Sasha hisses as the shouts converge outside our door. Before I have a moment to argue, Gosha grabs his case and shoves me out the window into the bitingly cold air. Pain shoots up my legs and through my tailbone as I hit the ground hard. Air doesn't seem to want to move into my lungs. I gasp in pain and look up to the window, terrified that Sasha has been left behind. Gosha grunts and rolls over, reaching for my hand.
Run,
he orders. Gunshots spray above us in a chorus of pops and bangs just as a car rounds the corner, speeding to us. "Sasha!" I scream. He dives from the window, still firing on his way down. Gosha and I both lift our weapons as faces appear at the windowsill and then slump forward lifelessly as they meet our fire. Sasha drags himself to us, blood spreading across his shirt.
Get in!
Artyom yells. I pull Sasha into the car as Gosha continues to fire at the window. He dives into the car and Artyom places his foot on the gas. Sasha slumps against the glass.
"Where did it hit you?"
I rip open Sasha's shirt, sighing in relief at the clean slice on his side where a bullet grazed him. I tear off a piece of his shirt and press it into the wound, placing his hands over it.
"So I guess they know we weren't in the blast," Gosha growls. "You think, genius?"
Artyom shouts. We're battered, outnumbered, and fleeing for our lives. More vehicles tear around the corner in pursuit. I take a quick inventory of my loved ones. Artyom is driving, Nina is next to him, and I am sandwiched between my brother and Gosha. I don't even have a moment to catch my breath before a bullet sends glass flying through the back windshield. Sasha's blood drips down his face.
"Are you hit?"
I scream.
"Just glass."
He wipes at his forehead.
"They're gaining on us,"
Artyom yells. Gosha shoots out the open back windshield, aiming for their tires, and I catch sight of black drones hovering in the distance. They're gaining speed, quickly.
"Gosha, do something useful!"
I demand.
"That's what I'm doing."
He fires again.
"The drones! Can you commandeer them or something?"
I ask. Gosha pulls out his case and begins to type furiously.
"I might be able to override the program."
They're gaining on us. I climb over Gosha to get better access to the window, and he scoots toward my abandoned middle seat. Sasha and I shoot from the side windows, but there are far too many vehicles.
"Ha!"
Gosha pumps his fist in the air.
"Fools."
"What did you find?" I ask, thirsty for a drop of possibility.
"They've got them all on the same signal. If I get one..."
The drones change direction, no longer approaching us, and swarm toward the pursuing vehicles.
"I get them all."
Boom! I pull my head back into the car as the explosion takes out the first car. Two others smash into it, but the rear cars swerve, just missing the smoke and fire. They waste no time in continuing their pursuit. We are nearing the entrance to the park where we'll enter the Nyenuzhny ghetto. But as the entrance gate comes into view, I see that it's blocked by 3 military tanks. They can blow us to bits as easily as knocking away ants at a picnic.
"I think you've done enough damage for one day, children."
My father's hologram appears through the portable paradacha, and despite everything I've been through, fear still pools in my stomach.
"Turn yourselves in, and I will spare your lives. Keep fighting, and everyone dies."
Vladimir is practically gloating at seeing all of our plans blow up in our faces.
"Someone shut him up!"
I order. Nina shoots the paradacha receiver, and Vladimir's image falters into nothing.
"Gosha, block the signal in this vehicle."
"How much firepower have those drones got?"
Sasha asks Gosha.
"Let's pray enough."
Gosha types a new set of commands, and the drones soar ahead of us, dropping explosives onto the tanks. Boom! 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 One by one, they drop. But the tanks still roll forward.
"They're not strong enough,"
Gosha curses.
"I need more firepower."
"You need one of the tanks!"
I shout. Gosha begins searching for their unique signal.
"These ones are on 3 different channels."
He wipes a bead of sweat from his forehead.
"They're trying to keep me out."
"We only need one,"
I shout.
"But we need it fast. Can you do it?"
"I can do it, but I need a couple of minutes. They've probably got a team working to secure their mainframe, and I'm only one man."
He chews on his lower lip and closes his eyes, trying to visualize a way through their protective cyber walls. I'm sure we're in firing range already, and I wonder about my father's words. Does he really expect us to turn ourselves in? Why not just kill us now? It would be simpler, cleaner. Maybe he thinks a more formal execution would bring him a new layer of power. I don't believe for a second he would pardon our crimes. In any case, I think I can buy Gosha a few more seconds.
"Stop the car,"
I tell Artyom.
"Why?"
Sasha asks.
"Because he wants us alive or we would already be dead. Think about it. The soldiers could have killed us 50 different times this morning, but they didn't. You survived to jump out of that window, and you should have been a dead man. I don't know why, but he wants us alive. Artyom, stop the car. Gosha, get one of the tanks and do it quickly.
Okay, Sasha agrees, even if he doesn't sound nearly certain enough. Artyom stops the car and turns to offer us final instructions.
Don't walk too far from the vehicle. The three of us need to be in protective range. Put your hands up in the air. Be ready to fight on my signal. If they aren't supposed to kill, they will be cautious. That's their weakness. I swear on my life I won't let them take you.
Determination is etched into his features, and there's a ferocity in his eyes. He is a warrior, and knowing he is behind me gives me enough courage to open the door.
Gosha, as soon as we're out of the car, they'll try to turn the drones on you and attack the vehicle, I warn.
They're already trying, but they won't get them back. Just stay close enough that you're not in the blast zone. It's the tanks we have to worry about.
He doesn't look up. He's furiously coding.
Ready?
Sasha asks. I take a deep breath and nod. We exit the car from opposite doors, our hands held high in the air. Beyond the tanks, I can see the streets filling with citizens, coming out to catch a glimpse of the commotion. I wave them away, trying to warn them to take shelter inside their homes, but they don't move. The hatch of the left tank opens, and a crew climbs out. Their weapons are drawn, and they move like a pack hunting their prey with beautiful precision and instinctual coordination.
Don't move,
one of the men shouts. I hold so still I can barely feel the air moving through my lungs. Behind me, I can feel the strength of my team, Artyom's protection, Nina's loyalty, Gosha's brilliance. With every step forward, I feel a little more alone. I move an inch closer to Sasha. I'm so sorry, I whisper. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Sasha's Adam's apple bob as he swallows down his fear. If this is the end, I am proud to die next to him. But with every step, I pray for Gosha's success, because behind the tanks, the people are pouring into the streets. They're the reason we're doing this. If we die, it would feel like a rest after a long day of work. I almost relish the end of the struggle, to never have to see my father again, to be with my mother. But the ones I would leave behind keep me tethered here. Dima, Artyom, Nina, Gosha, and my people. I can't leave them, not like this. I will not lie down on this pavement and let my blood wash across it while murderous men add me as a trophy in their atrocity case. There is too much at stake. I've never been one to seek out a fight, but my hand is inching toward the knife in my belt.
On your knees,
the man orders.
Hands up behind your head.
I lower one knee to the ground, moving slowly, my muscles tense and ready to fight at a moment's notice. The armament of the left tank swings toward the right tank, and a smile spreads across my lips. I'm hungry for this fight.
Now!
Artyom yells behind us. I grab the knife and slash the ankle of the man closest to me. He bends down in pain, and I jab the knife into his stomach, twisting it in. He cries out in pain, and I know I will hear that sound for years when I close my eyes, but it's a price I must pay. Sasha propels his elbow into a soldier's face with a crack, and blood pours from the man's nose. Sasha uses that instant to grab his gun and shoot an oncoming soldier. I grab the gun from my victim and shoot the man next to me. Artyom was right. We are willing to do what they cannot. We are the killers today. I feel sick each time I pull the trigger, but there's something else alongside it. Adrenaline, justice, and a sense of control and purpose. Artyom and Nina are perched behind the car doors, shooting into the crowd of soldiers that are running our way.
Run!
Artyom orders, and Sasha and I bolt toward the vehicle as a boom sounds behind us. The heat of the explosion ripples across my skin, and still I run, unable to look back. We scramble into the car, and Artyom speeds away, veering around the smoldering metal as we leave behind the wooden palace and enter the streets in the Nyanyuzhny district. Look! Nina points out the window. The sidewalks are full of people dressed in shabby brown, all of them too thin, none of them with warm enough clothing for this icy day. They are chanting and pumping fists into the air. Some carry pieces of wood. Others carry kitchen knives, anything they could get their hands on to wield as a weapon.
Get down!
Artyom yells. No! An idea strikes me. Wave, Sasha! I remove my hat and lower the glass.
"Strength and compassion!" I shout at them.
"Strength and compassion!"
a man yells back. Sasha leans out the other window.
"For Novaya Rossiya! For Novaya Rossiya!"
They erupt and swarm into the streets. They touch our hands, their eyes full of tears, hope, and years of rage. We hear sirens in the distance. People move to the side to let us through, and I begin to panic as they block the path of the oncoming police and military vehicles. They are helping us put space between ourselves and our pursuers, but at what cost? My father won't hesitate to order them mown down by the tanks and trucks. "Go inside, please!" I shout. Sasha joins me, but the people ignore us. Gunshots sound behind us, and the crowd begins to scatter. "They're shooting the citizens!" Nina announces in horror.
"Here come the planes."
Gosha looks to the sky. "Look there!" I point into the window of a shop. A woman stands in the window, holding a roughly drawn green egg. "Ditch the car! We're going in!"
"No,"
Artyom argues.
"I'll slow down and you get out. Lose yourself in the crowd. I'll keep driving. Maybe I can lead them away."
My heart swells with repulsion at the idea of him putting himself in danger for us once again. Sasha wraps his arm around his best friend.
"I'll see you on the other side of this," he says. "Hell won't be any fun without you, but try to take your time anyway,"
Artyom jokes. He looks at me and says,
"I'd better not see you there, Kiska. You do some good in this world."
I remember what he told me about my last words to Dima, but these can't be last words. "Just survive so we can do some good together. Come back to me." I lean forward and kiss his cheek. "I'll stay with Artyom," Nina says. "We'll find you when it's done." Her voice catches, the fear and courage each fighting for the top spot. The car slows, and emaciated bodies dressed in shabby coats and threadbare trousers surround the car. Gosha, Sasha, and I remove the military clothing, leaving it behind. Our long underwear will blend in better with this crowd. "Thank you," I whisper, my voice thick with exhaustion and emotion as I follow Gosha and Sasha out the door. "This way." A woman grabs my hand. 3 Nyanuzhny climb into the vehicle to replace us, throwing their hats, coats, and shawls at us. We disguise ourselves as best we can and head toward the shop with the egg in the window. The crowd disperses, and the car speeds away. Please, God, let me see them again. The woman I saw in the window ushers us into the shop and takes us downstairs to the cellar. She removes a panel from the wall. There's barely enough room for the 3 of us, but we squeeze in gratefully. "I'm going to screw it in, and then I have to leave. The police will be everywhere, so stay put until the streets are quiet. If it's safe in the morning, I'll return. You can kick your way out of the sheetrock if you have to run. They might resort to burning the neighborhood." "Spasiba," I tell her. "God keep you." She places the panel back on the wall, submerging us in darkness. The sound of her screwdriver is lost in the sound of the streets. Sirens, gunfire, screams.
"Strength and compassion! For Novaya Rossiya!"
Little by little, the single shouts become chants. What have we done? Sasha holds me to him as though he can keep the chaos away.
"We've started a revolution,"
Gosha whispers. Chapter 56. 56. It's been hours. The police have been through the house several times. Looters rifled through every shelf above us, not that there was much to steal in the first place. Finally, the noise is starting to die down.
"Let's just wait another 30 minutes, Sasha whispers, "just to be safe."
Gosha huffs. It's hot and stuffy in the small space, and we are all anxious to be free of it, but I suspect none of us feels up to what lies ahead. We barely escaped with our lives. I don't know the death toll of the day, but I know it's too high. Part of me wants to curl into this dark hole and cover my eyes until it's over, but I know I can't. I'm starting to worry about Sasha's wound. I had nothing to clean it with, and he needs treatment. Proper stitches, some antiseptic. It's easier to think about simple needs than it is to really look at the path ahead. Worry about my friends and allies has been swimming through my mind until I felt I would drown in it. It hasn't been that long since we heard a siren go past. A few more minutes won't hurt, I say. My body has not stopped producing adrenaline, and I feel like I might burn into ash if I don't move soon. I stretch my neck and bump into Gosha's chest. There are footsteps above, probably more looters. They make their way down the stairs. Like the ones before, they'll see the empty basement, give up, and walk away. Someone begins knocking on the walls. Gosha stiffens, ready to fight. The knocker raps 3 times on our wall. "Gosha?" Nina says quietly. I breathe out my relief, but that breath quickly catches when it hits me that I only heard one set of footprints. Nina came alone.
"It's about time,"
he answers her.
"Stand back."
Gosha kicks through the drywall. Nina helps peel away the debris from her side to free us, and fresh, cool air flows in. "Where's Artyom?" I ask. "We got separated when we ditched the car and ran for it. He'll find us," she says with a puzzling certainty. "We have to get you out of here." "Is it safe?" I step out of the small space and stretch my arms and back. "The people have risen. They've torn down the Nyanuzhny fences, and General Barsukov flooded Red Square with the military."
"So he betrayed us too?"
Sasha says, coming to my side. "No," she laughs. "They seized the Kremlin in your names. They won't be able to hold it forever, but the government will be scrambling for days. You need to go there and show yourselves. Make an address or do something else leader-like." "After all the people that died today, you think they want to hear from us?" Nina brushes plaster out of her hair. "The citizens have spoken, and the entire world is listening. It's clear who they want, and it isn't Vladimir. They want their freedom, and they believe you will give it to them." The room spins around me, and I grab Sasha's arm to steady myself. We did it. A revolution rising out of the shadows. The end.
A.E. King here. Thank you so much for listening to Rising Shadows, the second book in the Insurrection series. I appreciate you and your support for the books. It is so fun to get to be able to share these stories that I've dreamed up with so many adoring fans. If you would do me a big, huge favor, please like and subscribe to the channel. Please leave me a comment and share with your friends. As indie authors, getting the word out about our books is not always easy, and we appreciate every ounce of support that you give us. Thanks so much.
This has been Rising Shadows, Insurrection Series, Book 2, written by A.E. King, narrated by Christy Corin, copyright 2022 by AWC Publishing, production copyright by A.E. King.